The old course at St Andrews, a very special place, and it's a very special occasion. Welcome along to the 150th Open. It's a bit like Christmas coming, and under the tree is everything you wanted and more. Day one of the 150th Open, and returning the claret jug he won last year at Royal St George's is our reigning champion, Collin Morikawa.
Collin. How you doing? Good, and you? Welcome to Scotland. And you? You've made your history now.
It's been amazing. It really has.
Enjoyed the year?
It's been nothing like it. It's been fantastic.
Did you think that was going to be like when you came up 18 last year?
No. And we had the practice with the security guards last year, and it was the weirdest feeling having them again. So it's been the best year of a defending champion you could ask for, especially leading up to this. So.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll give it back to you on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it.
We shall see. He's going to have to beat off quite a bit of competition if he is going to be taking the claret jug home and the gold medal once again. It's a little bit grey out there this morning. We are told that the breeze is going to start to pick up, and I'm delighted to say I am joined by Dale Hayes and Sam Torrance, who played a few Opens between them. Sam, what is it, 4 here at the old course alone?
5, actually. 5 I played and enjoyed, loved every single one of them. It's just one of the most iconic places you could play golf, never mind the Open.
And to have the 150th Open here, Dale.
It's just so special. It's such a privilege to be here, and to have it at the old course at St Andrews, all the wonderful players and the wonderful history and traditions that go with it. It is very, very special to be here.
Well, nervous moments down on that first tee. Paul Rory with the honour, Sam, of hitting that first tee shot. He did admit that he might be feeling it a little bit down there today.
I'm feeling it in here. I don't think if I was 3 shots ahead on the Sunday morning, I wouldn't be as nervous as I'm not nervous, excited. I'm excited for it to start. It's just extraordinary.
It's the second time that actually he's been given this honour. He struck the opening tee shot here in 2010. And of course he's hit the first drive in a Ryder Cup as well. So he's been there and done it before. He's going to play with a former US Open champion, Webb Simpson, and Australia's Min Woo Lee. There's the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse. And actually Paul's been afforded, hasn't he, honorary membership of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrew. That was a nice touch, Sam.
Great honour for him. Yeah, it's well deserved. Winning at Carnoustie, 10 shots behind, get into the last round. An incredible 67 in fierce conditions.
1 or 2 in the stands over there by the 18th. It's out and back here over the old course. It's firm and fast.
Took the words out of my mouth. Tom, it's so fast. Trevino in the championship hit his drive at the first stage. That thing's going to run for 20 minutes.
But it's exactly the way they wanted the course to play, so it's worked out perfectly for them. The weather's been terrific, and well, we're in for the most spectacular 4 days of golf.
It's already been a special week here with the celebration of champions, the Champions Dinner, and now our focus turns to the competition proper. As for the 150th time, we begin our journey to identify the champion golfer of the year. Down the years, this championship at this venue has provided some of the most iconic moments in golf, from Seve's beaming smile and celebration in 1984 to Jack Nicklaus taking advantage of Doug Sanders' late slip in 1970, Rocker in the Valley of Sin, Tiger's dominant bunker-free victory in the Millennium year. If you win the Open over the old course, you have passed a test 500 years in the making. You achieved golf's holy grail.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to St Andrews, the home of golf, for the first day's play of the 150th Open. This is game number 1. On the tee from Scotland, Paul Rory.
A lovely reception for the 1999 champion golfer of the year, David Lancaster, with the announcements down there on the first tee. Play away.
Yeah, beauty.
Well, it's one of the widest first tee shots in the game of golf, and yet when you stand up there with the Royal Nature Clubhouse
On the
behind
tee
you,
from the USA,
you've probably never
Webb
been more
Simpson.
nervous, and I've known a few people to miss a fairway.
Webb Simpson, the 2012 US Open champion, winning at the Olympic Club in San Francisco. Straight down to the tee.
On the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
Still just 23 years of age. He's a really exciting talent, is Minwoo. He won the Genesis Scottish Open last year over at the Renaissance Club.
One of the greatest players in the world. He's not even sure if he can beat his sister.
So we are underway here at the 150th Open. We're expecting almost 300,000 people this week in St Andrews for this most special of occasions. Wow.
And it's a better tee shot Webb Simpson hit than when he hit it opening the Ryder Cup at Glen Eagles. He skied it, took a divot, and the divot was there, still there on Sunday night. Incredible what nerves can do to you. It settles straight away, though. They'll be feeling great now. As Dale said, that is a scary tee shot, and it is the widest fairway on the planet.
I bet they're talking about it, aren't they? How did it compare to your first Ryder Cup tee shot? Rory and Simpson over on the left, Minwoo Lee on the right-hand side of your picture. This is the layout here at the old course. As I say, pretty much out back with a little loop at the bottom, a little twist in 8, 9 and 10. At the moment, these are the current breeze wind conditions. So it's playing into you going out and slightly down breeze, but across heading back. How many times do you think we're going to see driver hit out there, Sam? Obviously, it depends on what happens to this breeze.
Well, in the Champions Challenge, it was really strong into off the left, and I was expecting half of them to be hitting driver. I think Trevino might have been the only one, maybe a couple more. It's just running so fast, Dom, that if you hit 2 iron down there, I mean, it will literally run 150 yards.
The greens, it has to be said, are in absolutely wonderful shape. They're a mixture of fescue and bent and some other grasses as well.
The chap at the rules meeting yesterday says there's so many types in there, I don't know them all, but they are unique.
It was interesting at the rules meeting yesterday how seldom or how few rules there are that that come into play on this golf course. It's just golf at its most natural. It's simple. It's the golf course doesn't have to be marked out or anything like that. In fact, the only water that comes into play is right here. It doesn't really come into play at 18 except for beginner golfers.
Well, we've got an Open champion with us because Karen Stupples, who won the Women's British Open at Sunningdale back in 2004, is going to be following this first group out. Morning, Karen.
Good morning. Absolute pleasure to be out here with this first group. It's a little chill in the air, and but very calm still. Just a hint of a breeze into Paul as he approaches this first. Little backstop behind this front location today.
Excellent opening gambit there by former champion Paul Rory.
Simpson just about a yard closer, and has the advantage of having watched Paul Rory's ball react on the green already, so knows what to do here. One of the best with the short irons in his hand. Just got hit by a little hint of wind there to help that one out. So Minwoo, I mean, you were quite right. I mean, his sister Minji, Sam, is particularly good in the women's game, winner of the Women's US Open earlier this year. So Minwoo trying to keep pace with the majors in the family.
Yeah, Minwoo said he went over to practice with Minji after her victory. She lives in Dallas. He said he was picking up a few tips from Big Sis as well.
In 1973 at Open at Troon, I was first out and I birdied the first hole. My two partners didn't, and I was leading the Open. I nearly had a heart attack. I think it was the only time I led the Open. I knew exactly what was going on too, first out. If I birdied the first, I'm going to be leading. And I really, really wanted it. I wanted my name at the top of that leaderboard. It didn't quite stay there for very long, Dale, but never mind.
But I hope you got a photograph of it.
No, we
Didn't
didn't.
you?
No such thing as cameras. There was cameras, but not on the phone.
Next group on that first tee.
That pin there, very, very close to this hook and burn. Makes a second shot tricky. All three players have negotiated it well, all putting back down towards the tee. Green's 10.2, so not particularly fast. Which they can't allow them to get much faster than that because of the wind. If the wind comes up with the slopes of the greens, they become extremely difficult.
Who's first away here, Karen?
I think it'll be Paul will be first. Hard to say. Paul was making a move, but Minwoo looks like he's definitely been the most aggressive here when it comes to the lining up. So looks like Minwoo will be going first. And it is, I mean, it's amazing because when you're standing down there on the fairway and you're looking at that whole location as close as it is to the front edge of the green and the swill and burn, it's very intimidating, even though it's such a short shot. And I imagine that over the course of the day, as we watch players come through here, this is going to be a very popular spot to leave it. You've got to make sure you get it on the green. Of course, you leave yourself a downhill putt like this one.
Great speed. Very important here, speed. You can get some putts on these greens that you'll never get in another golf course in your life. And last time we played the pin at the 6th was 97 on, 6 from the right. And that's a full wedge from the front of the green to the pin.
So it's an opening par for Minwoo Lee. Rory and Simpson will have putts for an opening 3. As we wander back to the first tee, where the next group are about to get going. 3 Open debutants. One from Thailand, one from New Zealand, and one from England here. What a huge thrill to be playing your first Open in the 150th edition.
This is game number 2. On the tee from Thailand, Sadom Kaukanchana.
Won the SMBC Singapore Open back in January to qualify for this Open. Just his second major.
On the tee from New Zealand, Ben Campbell.
He actually came close to winning St Andrews Links Trophy as an amateur. Secured his place at the Vic Open. I reckon he's played about 20 rounds, 20 times here at the old course, so he does know his way around.
On the tee from England, Bartley Brown.
Interesting headgear.
Looks like a young Mark James. It's the kind of hats he used to wear. Great character. Nice applause. Got some of his mates up in the crowd in the stand. He's been thinking of this moment for so long. Very nice.
Bartley came through final qualifying at Hollingwell. One of only 2 amateurs to come via that route. 6 amateurs vying for the silver medal in total this year.
Very special being able to walk down the fairway in an Open Championship. Paul now down the hill, he knows, got a good idea of the strength of this downhill putt. Should turn just a wee bit from the left.
He came on the putting green at the Champions Challenge. They brought out 3 balls, and I have to be honest, I burst out laughing when I saw him. He had these yellow golf balls, and he was so proud. He says, "No, look, you can really see them everywhere." See, getting old, it's a nightmare, Dale, isn't it?
No, it's actually past tense for me. I've gotten old.
Bryson DeChambeau with the ruler out, the alignment, the little ball following device as well. No stone is left unturned.
Well, Tom, that putt, I hope he wasn't aiming at that. I think that's a tee sticking out the green, because he's about a yard offline again. I don't know what he's aiming at.
Now Simpson, his attempt at the first. Can he lead the Open on his own? Yes, he can't. Well, he can. He's tied for the lead. Oh, how did that miss? How did he can't believe it? That was a gorge. It couldn't miss, could it? Need to change the ball. That one's scared of the dark.
The 2013 Open champion, and he won it at Muirfield a week after winning the Scottish Open up at Castle Stewart. Phil Mickelson off in around 40 minutes time.
I remember shot into the last with a sort of 70, 60 yard lob wedge, just absolutely stone dead. It was magnificent.
Westerly, so 10 o'clock front 9, 4 o'clock back 9, that kind of
So
scenario.
back over to the first. And it'll be a bit of a toss-up here between Ben Campbell and Barclay Brown. Barclay played in the Walker Cup last year. Actually partnered up with Matt Fitzpatrick's brother, Alex. Alex has just turned pro, and of course has just won the US Open.
It's just a wedge, one of his wedges in here. And you're looking at that pin, it just looks so just inviting, but you've got to be so careful. Sit. Okay, just.
Phew.
That's a young man's nerves. See the wind blowing a little bit left to right and perhaps helping just a touch. This will also be a wedge.
Kanchana is last to go here.
Strap that came up there, Bob Charles, the only New Zealander, Sir Bob Charles, the only New Zealander to have won the Open Championship, left-hander in 1963.
Doesn't like it, it's gotta go. Oh, well, it got over that one. You can leave yourself some putt here. That one's a difficult putt, but it's not impossible. Front right. It's just an extraordinary putt. Karen, what are they like?
Oh, I know. I mean, down on this green, I mean, this on is really undulating. And when you look at the yardage book, I mean, there's some crazy big slopes on this green. And I'm actually really relieved that I don't have one of those green reading books with all the different lines on it, because I'd be getting dizzy looking at them all.
You're in the Champions Challenge. McIlroy hit putter for his second shot.
Well, Dean Burmester, Chan Kim and Brandon Wu are next up on this opening par 4. 355 yards of it today. There it is for you. One of the widest fairways in golf, but don't be complacent.
There have been players who've hit it out of bounds on the right-hand side and the left-hand side. So, as you say, you tee it up and you think you're going to go down the middle, right between the two, and then somewhere along the line you change your mind from hitting a little fade to hitting a draw, and the next thing you know, you tee up another ball.
Gently undulating green, can be quick in places. Generally plays a little bit into the prevailing breeze, this one.
Remember Graham Marsh winning here, Dale, 1973, and I think it was 5 or 6 ahead on the last tee and drove it out of bounds. And then, yeah, a good one with the second.
That's right, I remember that. A wonderful player, Swampy. Graham Marsh from Australia.
So, Campbell from almost 50 feet here at the first.
We've seen this, a little bit of a turn from left to right. Not much in it. Beautiful judgment. As Sam said earlier, you've got to putt long putts well. You're going to leave yourself a lot of long putts on this golf course. And if you can get the pace right and putt those well, you're going to be ahead of the game.
So Campbell secures his par there. Haven't yet had a birdie. Early stages. Oh, that's a bracing way to start the day, isn't it? Crikey. Not sure she's going to brave the full immersion there. Probably safer, as once again we head down in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse, because Dean Burmester from South Africa is about to get our next game underway.
This is game number 3. On the tee from South Africa, Dean Burmester.
Well, he's had an excellent couple of years, hasn't he? Back in the winner's circle last year for a second DP World Tour victory. He's coming off a top 10 finish at the Renaissance Club in the Genesis Scottish Open.
Really has played some wonderful golf. He won the PGA Championship in South Africa as well at the end of last year down at St Francis Links, and he really won it in style, holding a long putt across the green at the last.
He is a prodigiously long hitter, isn't he?
Originally from Zimbabwe, he moved to South Africa, to Bloemfontein in South Africa.
From the USA, Chan Kim.
In his fourth Open, he topped Japan's Order of Merit at the end of 2021. Had a good debut at Birkdale, just outside the top 10 there.
There's 5 Kims in the field this week.
On the tee from the USA, Brandon Wu.
Playing in his second Open. Just squeaked in last week at the Renaissance Club, and only really because Rasmus Højgaard and Alex Smalley both dropped shots at the 18th. So he grabbed the last place of 3 available there.
First man to hit a wood off the tee.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Good day, thank you.
Well, the theme certainly seems to be either a utility club or a long iron off this first tee.
What a walk that is, going down there on Sunday, especially with the crowds, both sides, everywhere.
Up to the second, and Paul Rory.
Yeah, he putted up to this point. And, I mean, it was quite a steep slope he had to get up to. Left himself a bit of work to do here.
Well, we haven't had a birdie or a bogey yet, so let's go over to the first and see if Okay, Kanjana can provide us with our first birdie. Webb Simpson at the second.
Well, he looked like he'd made that birdie at the first, so let's see if he can pop this one in. Holding a little bit of a valley there. Keep going. I think we're going to have an amateur leading after hole one. No, we're not.
Oh, we are. He's still tied for the lead.
So the par putt at number 2 for Paul Rory.
Shame, tough putt for Paul, but we have our first bogey of the tournament.
Yeah, and first 3 putt as well. That's looking out over the Eden estuary. That's the part of the course where you start to turn for home. Not too much in the way of rough. Well, there is, but it's very wispy, isn't it, out there?
It is. There are parts of it, like right there, just in front of the tee, is fairly long and thick because that gets water from the tee. But the rest is not terribly bad.
So now Lee on the tee here at third. Again, wind is just a bit off the left.
Nope.
Bunkers up here and wind bushes. Oh, and there it is. It's a poor drive, Karen.
And really it's one of those holes that you want to be taken advantage of as well.
There's quite a few par 4s out here that are drivable. This is the first of them.
Well, and for Minwoo, definitely this was on. Paul Rory being a little bit of a more experienced player, not quite the same pop in his drives.
Yeah.
But well played there. Good position.
Back to the first hole, and Chan Kim.
It's probably a gap wedge. I think you can bet sort of 15, 20 feet past the hole, but that might be a little left as well. Actually, not too bad.
All the talk early in the week was about, and it seems to happen a lot when we come to St Andrews, is anyone going to shoot sub 60? Now you've had a chance to take a look at the weather forecast. You've seen the pin positions out there today. What do you think is a good score on this opening day?
Oh, 68. 68, 69. If the wind stays like this, we know it's virtually no wind. There's 7, 8 holes they can drive. They can reach all the par 5s. Could be low, but it is the Open.
You're 100%.
You've got to remember, this is the first iron shot into a green. It's so difficult to be precise. You're looking at all you can see is water, and just don't make a mistake. 30 feet, 2 putts, and let's go.
And the last thing in the world you want to do is on the very first hole do something silly. So it's a case of better safe than sorry. This will be, I'm sure, a sandwich for Dean Burmester.
That's a fine shot from Dean. Good chance for his birdie.
That's how Dale Hayes likes to start his day, out on the water.
I don't think that boat is big enough for me.
Campbell, his second to the par 4 second.
Oh, that is going to be a tricky little putt.
That's the the second, the one short of that one is it doubles the breaks.
That's one of those you play under an assumed name.
Over on the range, the Players' Champion, Cameron Smith. Would he cut his hair? He was asked earlier this week if he won the Open here, would the tash go? He said he doesn't think so now. He's said in the past if he wins a tournament he might shave off the tash and cut the hair, but he very much feels it's a part of him now. He's going to stick with it.
Absolutely. Looks great, plays great. But if you guaranteed him the Open Championship, if he cut his hair, it would have been off.
A lot of people feel he's the favourite, or one of the favourites certainly. A wonderful young player. Well, there it is, the home of golf, where all the rules are made that govern the game pretty much throughout the world except in the United States. To the left, the museum, which is a must visit for everybody.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? As down on the first tee, we watch Ian Poulter playing in his 20th Open. He'll play with Jamie Donaldson and the young Italian Guido Migliozzi.
This is game number 4. On the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Well, he came close, didn't he, in 2008 at Birkdale. He was a runner-up behind Porrick Harrington. Top 3 at Muirfield behind Phil Mickelson as well in 2013. So a couple of close calls for Poulter.
I've never heard him being booed before. I wonder what he's done wrong.
Wow. That's going to be okay, but it's... Oh, is it going to be okay? Is it going to be okay? Yes, it is. In fact, that's might be very fortunate.
On the tee from
He might get a drop from those sprinklers.
Jamie Donaldson.
Pulled a 15-footer last week in the 72nd hole.
Okay.
And had to wait like an hour and a half to find out if he got the last spot into the Open, and he did. Very happy man, Jamie Donaldson. Very famous in Scotland, hold the winning putt at Glen Eagles in the Ryder Cup. Great to see him in here.
Got a colorway.
On the tee, Guido Migliozzi.
Well, Italy's got a bit of history with the Open here at St Andrews. Costantino Rocca all those years ago, prostate, slapping the ground in the Valley of Sin, missing out in a playoff to John Daly. He's a very exciting young player, is Guido. He's been a little off the boil this season. Gone back to to his old coach. But absolutely nothing wrong with that. Made a fairly spectacular major debut, top 5 in the US Open last year. Well, this is a par putt for Chan Kim at the opening hole. Not at all the start that he would have wanted.
The amateur, this is for birdie. Do we have a leader on his own? Not quite. They're getting nearer.
Meanwhile, up to the third. Karen.
Well, as Minwoo as suspected was, it was in a bit of a trouble up there by the gorse bush. He wasn't actually in it. Tried to play a shot, but didn't pull it off and actually get it. And the ball ended up being smothered by the gorse bush. So then he had to take an unplayable, and then from there has now just hit a shot back onto the green. So all in all, things going a little bit pear-shaped for Minwoo on this hole.
So this is for a 5, Karen?
Yep,
Oh,
sure
dear.
is. I mean, I could see why he tried to play it. It was very tempting. But gorse is pretty unpredictable at the best of times. And just because you can see the ball doesn't mean that the club isn't going to get caught up in it somewhere along the line. I've ruined many a rain suit on gorse bushes around this golf course. Rory played really quite a smart shot in here. This whole location has got a sharp drop off behind it very quickly and to the right of this hole, so played it sensibly out left.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Game one, yeah.
Back to the first, and it's going to be Guido Migliozzi first away. Or is it Ian Poulter? Still reeling a bit actually from that tee shot with an iron. They are encouraging them to play ready golf out there, aren't they? So it does look like Migliozzi's going to play. There is a walking referee with each group, just to help them out if there are any issues, keep things moving along. Little on the safe side. Let's head up to the third again, and Webb Simpson for birdie.
At last. Nicely done. We have a player under par.
First birdie of the 150th Open. goes to Webb Simpson.
I mean, 9's going past it, but
As we head back to the first, and Ian Poulter.
does.
A little bit fortunate there, he got a free drop away from their sprinkler heads. It's quite an interesting angle now to this flag, because suddenly now the water is not a... He doesn't only have to clear it, but it's also on his right-hand side.
You happy? Just feel the shot in there, yeah?
Well, I'm not sure this is an area you'd practice from.
He's delighted it's there. It's quite a good angle in, actually. He's not really coming over the water. It's usually very good from this distance. That's okay, good distance, but just pulled it.
I think Sam, off that tee shot, that was a smart play. I didn't think he wanted to get silly there and go for that flag.
The shot tracker, as soon as he hit it, it was turning left, wasn't it? It was a low snap hook and it was just running.
He's 46 now, Jamie Donaldson, but he's still a very sweet striker of a ball. So he will get a little teach from Poulter.
I think we're going to see a lot of putts from that position there today. 15, 20, 25 feet past the hole.
Up to the fourth, 491-yard par 4.
That looks a good line, as in most holes on this great course. If you can get it down the right-hand side, makes it much easier. Just stop. Oh dear. Should be okay, but we don't know. That's the very end of the fairway.
Now I'm interested, Sam, because I've been listening a lot to people in the run-up as we watch Paul Lawrie. Jack Nicklaus has been talking about the safe side being down the left. So would it be safer left, but more aggressive, better chance down the right-hand side?
100% at virtually every hole. And you stand on the tee, and I mean, half of Scotland to the left, but it's a much harder shot in, and that didn't clear. He hasn't reached the fairway there. He couldn't have hit that one too well.
Well, next up on the first tee, we've got South Africa's Garrick Higgo, Korea's Min-Kyu Kim, and the Englishman Ashley Chesters. Higgo, South African lefty.
This is game number 5. On the tee from South Africa, Garrick Higgo.
Young man who had that spectacular run, didn't he, last year when he won 2 times in 3 starts on the DP World Tour, went over to the United States, won in just his second PGA Tour appearance as well. The world changed very quickly for Higgo.
On the tee from South Korea, Min-Kyu Kim.
Making his Open debut. Won at the age of 17 on the European Challenge Tour. Claimed victory in the Cologne Korean Open to earn his passage to St Andrews.
On the tee from England, Ashley Chesters.
who plays out of Hawkston Park, same golf club as Sandy Lyle, who tried to qualify for this year's Open. Ashley's a two-time European amateur champion. He claimed his place through the Open qualifying series down in South Africa at the Joburg Open. Still waiting for that breeze just to pick up a little bit. We're told that it's going to be from the west or west-southwest as we go to Miliotsi with the birdie putt at this opening hole. 8 to 12 miles an hour up to around midday, gusting 12 to 15 and possibly getting a little stiffer than that this afternoon.
You can get really lucky here. You can actually play the front nine down, the time changes, and you play the back nine downwind. And conversely, you can play the front nine into the wind, and then it turns around, you play the back nine into the wind. So you really know whether you've been a good boy or not. So watch DeChambeau. He hit a 6-iron, 340 yards off one of the tees yesterday. I think it was 16 maybe.
And Poulter for his birdie, and this would be very special after that tee shot. I've seen him do so many incredible things, especially in the Ryder Cup. Sam, I can see you in a pair of those slicks.
Yeah, I always knew your eyes were funny.
Or peculiar.
So here's what we've got to look forward to coming up at 7:30. Mickelson, Lucas Herbert from Australia and Kurt Kitayama. Another major champion in Patrick Reed playing with Tom Hoge and Joo Hyung Kim. What an exciting talent he looked last week I should say, at Renaissance. Following them, it's John Daly, the winner here in 1995, with Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Tringale, and all USA 3-ball there.
Two from America and one from Lapland, isn't it?
Well, we did say it feels like Christmas Day, and we've got Santa here. Yes, maybe so.
Well, the tide's out there. Seve would have loved that. That is a long way out.
Cam Smith, Brooks Koepka, Seamus Power, Molinari, Fleetwood and Rose also getting going in the next hour or so as we head out to 4 on the second shot from Webb Simpson.
Good spot, a little bit of an upslope. Gonna get it up nice and high. Hopefully stop the ball quickly on the green. Sit down.
Like you go on the first hole. Tee shot. We've not seen one really close yet at first. Oh, that was even that. Look, just a wedge in, but wonderfully firm greens here.
Terrific young man, Gary Kigo. As Don was saying earlier, had a wonderful year last year. 2 wins in Europe, a win in America.
He's got quite a close relationship with Gary Player, and I'm sure he's been tapping into that this week. A bit of knowledge. This is Min-Kyu Kim from, 103 yards.
You said Donny played fantastic last week. Very unfortunate to 3-putt the 72nd hole. But what a prospect. almost perfect. Just they always just get that first bounce. It's nearly impossible to take off that. Just 7-8 yard bounce. You've got to really launch it up in the air. Ashley Chester, see if he can get it close. There we go. That's how you do it. Just that slightly different angle coming in from the left side. Green almost sits up facing you a little bit.
Played here in 2015. Finished just outside the top 10.
Also on a little bit of an upslope here at the 4th. Rory. Very impressive golf swing, this young man. And that's a very, very impressive shot. Terrific.
Yes, and after the double bogey Dale at the 3rd, hopefully he can pull one back there.
Time after time, this is the hardest hole on the course. I think, hopefully it's not stuck. Oh, good. That was a real stretch, wasn't it?
The man who won at Carnoustie, perhaps the toughest test of the lot on the Open Championship, wrote up Francesco Molinari.
Paul Lawrie coming out the rough, but looks to have a very, very good lie. Keep it a little right to avoid that bunker on the left.
We saw his drive, Dale, just hadn't quite got to the fairway, and he's hit another 2 to there. How did that happen?
Problems for the 1999 Open champion. Brandon Wu to get under par. This for birdie at the 2nd.
There you go. So it's birdie on the 1st. I've seen a few, that's good speed. Oh, good effort, that's the first one. We've seen him just go past the hole. Judging the pace very well.
When he gets hot with the putter, look out.
Webb Simpson putting up into the wind, uphill, so it's going to be a fairly slow putt. And it's got a chance.
Back to 1. Kim.
Oh yes, well done. And a great start for Winky Kim.
First birdie today on the opening hole. Right, back in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse we go, because Kurt Kitayama, Lucas Herbert and Phil Mickelson are about to get going. Oldest major champion at last year's PGA Championship. Hasn't played too much golf this year. What to expect from Phil Mickelson.
This is game number 6.
Good luck, guys. Have a good day.
On the tee from the USA, Phil Mickelson.
Not just his victory at Muirfield, but of course was involved in one of the most exciting Open Sundays I think most of us have seen, toe-to-toe with Henrik Stenson down the stretch at Royal Troon.
Absolutely, Don was right up there with Nicholas and Watson at Turnberry. The jewel in the sun that was. Just a rescue for Phil. It's all very high. It'll probably land quite softly. Or maybe not.
Stay up, okay? Thanks.
On the tee from Australia, Lucas Herbert.
Playing in his third Open, it's his 11th major appearance. High quality player is Lucas Herbert. Bagged a couple of victories on the DP World Tour. He's now won over on the PGA Tour as well. Yowza. Getting into Polter country. Oh, sit down. Sit.
On the tee from the USA, Kurt Kitayama.
Second to Xander Schauffele last week at Renaissance to earn his spot in the 150th Open. It's a very busy jumper, isn't it?
That's okay. John, why were you asking that ball to stop? It would have been the first ball ever hit in the water, the first with an iron. It's exciting though, isn't it? It's going, you don't know, is it going to stop?
Well, we saw the approach shot of Ashley Chester's into the first, so can he follow in Min-Kyu Kim? Sam, how much do you think experience counts, not just for the occasion, but on this course? How well do you have to know the old course to be successful here?
But knowing links golf, really, it's obviously the best links course in the world, I think. But it's the shots you have to learn, not just for the course, running it in. It's very important.
Nice bounce back from Min Woo Lee. A double bogey at the third, followed by a birdie at 4, so getting things back on track. Oh, there's Justin Rose on the driving range.
Maybe the biggest roar I ever heard at the Open when he held his third shot at the Lytham, I think it was, in the last hole, all those years ago.
He left.
US Open champion.
He walked off the course yesterday because he was hurt. He evidently hurt his back and didn't finish his practice round. So let's hope that he's going to be okay today.
So Webb Simpson from the United States and Korea's Min-Kyu Kim lead the way. The 150th Open at St Andrews. We are just up the coast from Scotland's capital city, Edinburgh. Quite a few people who have come to St Andrews this week will have flown into Edinburgh, hopefully taken some time to look around, because it's an absolutely beautiful city. It really is. Edinburgh Castle perched up on top of the rock. We've got the beautiful botanical gardens. Look at that for a cityscape. We've got the Edinburgh Fringe upcoming there. It's a great sporting city. And if you head down some of the alleyways, you think you're in Hogwarts, and that's because Diagon Alley, etc. were based on that, J.K. Rowling.
Good tee shots off the first, perfect positions, all three. This is Kitayama to go first. Twirl the club usually means he likes it. Well, there you go. Our first one in the water and out of the water.
That was some backspin.
I know, I've never seen that much, Dale.
He's improved steadily since he won the tournament in Mauritius, which is a co-sanctioned event. In fact, it was a tri-sanctioned event in those days, between the Sunshine Tour, the Asian Tour, and the DP World Tour. At Anahita, Ernie Els designed golf course in Mauritius.
Oh, it's a good job there was a little upslope, wasn't it? Just before the swill can burn here. Otherwise, I think Lucas Herbert would have been wet.
It's much shorter, as we can see this side, and also on the right hand side if you go down the edge, it's about 20 yards shorter to reach the burn. Really good spot here. It's a better angle to this flag. It's just okay.
Mickelson down the right-hand side.
Rory now. Just a 3-wood there off the fairway, back into the breeze off the left. Hole location at the front today, big slope in front of this green.
Fifth hole is one of only 2 par 5s here at the old course.
That's a tough pin, Karen, that front one.
Oh my goodness, it really is. I think it's one of the ways that the R&A can protect this hole from having too many eagles when you put that flag at the front. And Sam, it's got to be tough because of the big swell that's right in front of the green.
Yes, and that's into the swale from Webb Simpson. Mentioned that victory in the 2012 US Open over in San Francisco. 44 major appearances, 5 top 10 finishes, and a Ryder Cup player to boot. Back to the third, I beg your pardon, for Kitayama.
And this is not easy, not a short shot. He's got to just clip it off the top of the turf here. And he's, oh, what a shot.
Ian Poulter with a long-range birdie putt at the second. Ooh.
Minjuli, second shot of the par 5, huge drive down here. Missing it right, a little left, I think. That's okay. That's fine.
It's a taste of one of those long putts, though.
It's a little more than he'd like for his par putt, Ian Poulter, at the second. But he confidently pops that one in. No damage done. Par start for Ian Poulter. We'll head back to the first tee because David Lancaster is about to introduce, I should say, Patrick Reed, Tom Hoge and Joo Hyung Kim.
This is game number 7.
Hello, guys. Hello, boys.
On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
The 2018 Masters champion, playing in his 8th Open. Decent record in the Open Championship. Top 20 finish here in 2015.
On the tee from the USA, Tom Hoge.
What a lovely story this was. On his first PGA Tour title at the age of 32 in February, holding off Jordan Spieth to win the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. It was his 203rd start, and now making his Open debut.
On the tee from South Korea, Joo Hyung Kim.
Who won the Singapore Open in January to qualify. Actually should have been at the Open last year, but COVID prevented that.
And this is the Kim that played really well last week. I mean, I did say there was 5 Kims in the field, but I'm not using that as an excuse, but he did play magnificently last week.
Yeah, climbed into the top 40 of the world rankings on the back of a top 5 finish. And he's only 20. I don't know, 20 years of age, playing in the 150th Open on debut. It's not a bad life, is it?
Absolutely brilliant. 150th. So what if there'd be less than 100 winners, I suppose, over all those events when you take some of the players that have won 5 times and 4 times and 3 times.
Well, here's one of the 87, I can tell you, Dale, 87 Open champions in total.
Very special. If you've won one here at St Andrews, that's even more special.
Third shot for Webb Simpson off the upslope at the 5th. So he's got that to go 2 under. Back to the first. Lucas Herbert for a birdie.
Keep going. Just a little light on pace. Good putt though. You can actually, from the back of that green, looking down at the hole, you're almost feeling don't hit it too hard because the burn's just staring at you. And it's not far away. Downhill from there as well.
A West Ham United football shirt, which can only mean one thing. He is watching, where is he? There's the bag as well. Billy Horschel.
Huge West Ham fan, funnily enough. I thought the poor lad had come to the wrong venue.
He started watching them on TV when he was at college. And now, of course, he's met some of the West Ham fans. He came over, won the BMW PGA Championship, met Mark Noble, the now retiring captain of West Ham. He's made some good friendships. They come out and support him as well.
I wonder what it was that just made him love it. I mean, a huge sports fan in America, but it's football, not soccer. Extremely competent player, just doesn't do anything wrong.
It's for his par. That's a very good save there for Kiriyama.
Well, Ju Young Kim, Sam has laid quite a way back here at the first. Still only 134 yards to go.
Yes, it's only going to be a soft 9-iron, maybe a hard wedge.
Yeah. It's not 10 on 30 cover. Yeah. 36 feet. Correct.
136 finish, he said, so probably he's playing 2 yards longer than the yardage.
Sam, the wind looks to be pretty much the same as it's been for the last hour or so.
Not getting up. That's fine, good shot.
It's his very first experience of links golf. Well, last week as well. So he's adapted quickly. This is Patrick Reed.
Very solid player, Patrick Reed.
Last to play in, Hoagie. All doing the same, it's kind of what you got to do. Still says, really don't want to hit it on the first hole. Nice safe par and carry on.
Paul Rory just missed the green to the right here at the par 5 with his second shot. Obviously didn't have a very good lie because he needs this for his birdie. And he needs a couple of birdies to get back. And that's one. Well done. Man has done so much for golf here in Scotland, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. Great for kids too. He's got a wonderful setup up there in Aberdeen. Vermeester. Yes, birdie for Burgermeister.
So he joins the leaders, Simpson and Ming Kyu Kim. It may not be for long because here is Webb Simpson at the 5th, and there's a chance to go to 2 under. 2 birdies in 3 holes for the 2012 US Open champion, and he leads the Open on his own. Three players under par in the early stages of this very special 150th Open at St Andrews, the home of golf. But look at the nations represented up there: the United States, South Africa, Korea, Thailand, Italy, England. They come from everywhere to play at the home of golf.
Three wood off the tee at the 6th for Webb Simpson.
Not a long par 4, Dale, just over 400 yards.
bunkers left and right, and just got to avoid them. Quite an easy hole if you avoid them. Quite a difficult hole if you don't.
That's the rock.
That's perfect.
Mickelson from the rough at the second.
This is such a long way back. If you think McIlroy, when they played the Champions Challenge, was using a putter for his second, this is going flying through the back. Once it hits something. There's a bunker there, yeah. Well, he's left-handed. I think he might need to be left-handed to play that bunker shot where that went in.
There they go, be birdie.
Well, from one Open champion to another, because somewhere down there is the man who won here, breaking the heart of Costantino Rocca back in 1995. There he is, John Daly, who will play with Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Tringale.
His son there, John Jr. on the bag. What a performance they put up in the father-son earlier.
This is game number 8. On the tee from the USA, John Daly.
Playing in his first Open since Royal Birkdale in 2018. Nice to see he's toned it down with the pants out there today.
I think it was David Ferretti said it looks like somebody poured glue over him and he ran through his cupboard.
On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
The 2020 US Open champion playing in his 5th Open.
Yep, you got it.
So far experienced an awful lot of success in this championship. That was success, by the way, just to clarify.
They call him the scientist.
On the tee from the USA, Cameron Tringale.
Well, what wouldn't he give for a repeat of last week? Remember, he opened up at the Renaissance Club with a course record 61 to take the lead there. "34 years young, still hunting a first PGA Tour victory. Wouldn't be a bad week to do it."
Probably the best. Now Kim for his birdie on 1. The line's good. Does he have the speed? Not quite. Good 2-putt though.
Steady as she goes, an opening par. Right, let's head to Mickelson in this bunker over the back of 2.
Sam, you called that perfectly. It's good that he's left-handed. Oh, terrific golf shot.
Still got magic in those fingers. Here's our leader, Webb Simpson, his second to the par 4 sixth.
Good swing there. I think he likes it. Oh, so unlucky. Another yard, that would have been stone dead. Very difficult two-putt now. It's so slow up that hill to judge it to that flag. Quite tricky.
It is Simpson, though, who leads the 150th Open by a shot from Dean Burmester and Min Kyu Kim. Still those three players, the only three under par on this opening day at St Andrews. Little bit of blue sky up there. We're told that the sun is going to show itself a little bit later. And here is Webb Simpson, short of the sixth. Karen.
Well, and Sam was correct. It is going to be a very tricky putt for him. It's quite a steep slope that he's going to have to get up to start with, but then once the ball hits the green surface, it's going to go downhill quite quickly towards the hole. Always some of the most difficult putts to judge are the ones that go up and down quite quickly. And this is obviously some place that players would have been practicing for. I think they all had a good idea that there would be some tricky flags out here.
There's a good punch. Just come over the hill gently and still gone 4 or 5 feet past. Paul Rory, you can see there, got a similar putt. We'll come back to that.
In the meantime, let's head back to the opening par 4 and the second shot for Cameron Tringali. And that's the best we've seen so far today at that opening hole. Brilliant stuff from Tringali. There we go. There's a little bit of sunshine coming out. Well, Dale Hayes has stepped out, so we welcome into the box Nicholas Coulson.
Good morning, everyone. You have no idea how excited I am of covering this Open Championship with you guys. I'm really, really excited.
Just watching DeChambeau here, but I can tell you that Nico was in the box with us at 6 o'clock this morning. He's been sitting here watching golf for nearly 2 hours and loving every second, Nico, eh? The best shot we'd seen was just beaten by a mile. What a shot from DeChambeau. That was almost an eagle too. This is exquisite, Nico. How'd you get this much spin on Seaside?
Yeah, I was actually a bit surprised we didn't see a lot of these balls come back from the first, because like you mentioned earlier, that front portion of the green slopes a little bit back towards the water, so there is that spin shot available for some guys. But to calibrate it like this, that was exceptional.
Millimetres away from an eagle 2 to start the day for DeChambeau. Surely a 3 there. Now Simpson for his par up at number 6.
Been impressive, Karen.
He has, he's been very solid, but you expect that from Webb. He kind of is a player that likes to pick apart golf courses, likes to be very precise with his shots.
So 1/3 of the round complete for Webb Simpson. He leads at 2 under. Here's Lucas Herbert, and he's got a birdie putt at the second.
Brilliant. First birdie of the day at the second.
Tell you, Phil Mickelson has tapped in for his par there, so 2 pars to start the day for Mickelson. That's looking down over the first green. I think it's going to be John Daly to putt first.
Coffee in hand. I think that's it's Dad's coffee. John Jr. was holding it. Fantastic touch and feel. He was always renowned as a huge hitter, which he is, but he is a wonderful putter, iron player, chipper. He has all the attributes, John Daly. And what a character. Loved round the world. Oh, there's the coffee back. It's not see-through, we don't know what's in it, but I bet you it is coffee. Might not have been a few years ago.
Oh, he's had a heck of a life, hasn't he, Daly? He's crammed a lot in. So, Tringali.
I'm just exhausted thinking about what it'd be like to live like John Daly for a couple of days, actually.
Be fun.
It'd be a lot of fun, yeah. I agree.
And as we watch this birdie putt for Cameron Tringali at the first, another little change in the commentary box. I'm off for a cuppa, and I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Steve Sands.
Straight in for Tringali, birdie start.
Hello, Sam.
Morning, Stevie.
Nicholas, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Steve.
How are you? Welcome to the 150th Open.
Are you as excited as we are?
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely fabulous.
30 seconds, Jeff.
Where else would you rather be than right here in St. Andrews for the 150th Open Championship?
I would have liked to be on that first tee, to be honest with you.
There you go.
I wouldn't. I'm happy here, but I know why you want to be there.
There's the Royal and Ancient right behind the first tee, and the huge grandstands, the town buzzing the last couple of nights. What a place. Let's go down to the first tee once again.
This is game number 9. On the tee from Australia, Cameron Smith.
Current Players Champion back in the United States. What a short game, what a putting stroke. He ought to do very, very well here, Sam.
He could do well anywhere. A very competent player. What a win at Players Championship, as you said, the 5th major they call it. They're not far wrong. Great chance this week. Old head on young shoulders. It doesn't get upset about anything. Takes everything in stride. That looks perfect. It is running rather fast. We've seen one stop within 3 feet of the water. One stop
On the tee from the USA, Brooks Koepka.
Four major championships on Brooks's resume. Amazing. Twice a US Open, twice a PGA.
Love to add the claret jug to that impressive list. Wonderful player.
Puts you in a different category when you win a third of the 4 as opposed to 2 of the 4, doesn't it?
On the tee from Ireland, Seamus Power.
This kid's got it going over there, Steve.
Tell you what, he's making his debut, as you see right there, at the Open Championship. But there are a lot of people who think there's some value in selecting Seamus Power to perhaps be a first-time major winner here.
Definitely. Got a great game. Comes from Waterville.
Good clean start for Seamus. As that group walks up the first fairway, we head to the first green. What a second shot, Nicholas, from Bryson.
Yeah, give that second shot a chance. He's got a very simple birdie putt on the first. Looks like he might have pushed that a little bit.
We saw him on the putting green earlier, and he was putting at a tee, and he had like 4 putts running 2 feet right of the tee. So maybe he's got the rights on the go.
Now Kim from the fairway at 2. Oh.
Yeah, that's one of the first tricky pin positions on the first couple of holes. I mean, you need to send this thing really high, and it's just bounced on one of them slopes. As we move to Webb Simpson, who's in charge of this championship early on the 7th.
Walked in here early, Sam, and heard you say made the first birdie of this championship. Did Webb Simpson.
Thanks.
Great little hole. The 7th is a huge bunker up here you got to play short of, and then you almost turn straight right for your second, and that's just perfection. Very easy holes he's playing at the moment. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now Cameron Tringali on the tee at 2. What a start for Cameron.
61 last week. It's a pretty good start as well, Stevie. I think he likes Thursdays.
Going to see a lot of that this week. This golf course is brick hard. These balls are going to roll out forever. Now John Daly. You think it'd be fun to be John for a few days, don't you?
Oh,
is that what you were saying?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd just take his motor home for a spin. Steady, John. That's okay. It's going to stay right. Just okay. It's actually perfect now.
A couple of guys were telling me yesterday during the practice round that those pot bunkers, Nicholas, they're like magnets, but not that time for John.
Yeah, I mean, we all know one of the key to this golf course is avoiding these bunkers. The difference when you come here to play the Open Championship is the amount of TV towers that you have around the golf course. So in some way, you know, the game of the tee is a little bit clearer than when you come here on a regular basis, where all you have is just bushes and long grass in front of you to aim at. So that's what the practice rounds are for, just know exactly your lines off the tee.
Now let's see what Seamus can do with his second. Oh yeah, very nice. Man, we're going to welcome in Aaron Oberholzer now.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good brisk out here. A little chilly. And the second shot for Cam Smith, completely different angle than Seamus Power had over on the right-hand side. Much better angle for Seamus. This is not the best angle for Cam. Just a wedge, however.
Two excellent shots there.
Beautiful wide open view now of Koepka.
Just a flip over the burn. Coming in very low. That's got to get down. I think he kind of thinned that one a little bit, guys.
Well, to be honest, you can do that very easily on the first, because I mean, it's probably one of the fairways in golf that sees the most traffic. And, you know, the grass on this first fairway is really hard and really tight, and it's your first shot of the day. So you kind of play a safe contact ball first, and sometimes you overshoot it a little.
Now I go back to 7 and Webb Simpson. Trying to rush up there and get a peek at it. Oh, he's going to like it. He's going to like it a lot. Webb's going to have an excellent look to get to 3 under par. There's the Swilken Bridge. Not a lot of guys in the red thus far, just 4. But we are at the early stages of the 150th Open Championship at historic St. Andrews.
It's not often, Steve, the opening and closing holes is in the main street.
Correct.
Some of the people who tweets this morning about they cannot believe they arrived at the opening. You can get there with no ticket down the left-hand side, the right-hand side of 18. Quite extraordinary.
Tell you what was amazing yesterday, late in the afternoon. It's Wednesday of a major championship. Late in the afternoon, people walking around the golf course, taking pictures as if it's their own golf course. There's Simpson for birdie. There you go. First man to reach 3 under par. A lot of people were talking about perhaps seeing some crazy low scores this week with the benign conditions. To tuck some of those hole locations, make it difficult. Do you see a really low number out there?
Well, there's at least 8 and possibly 9 that they can drive.
Right.
And they can reach all the par 5s. Yes, I do. This is one of the toughest pins here.
Karen's down there looking at Paul Lawrie.
Well, and one of the interesting things that, as you watch Rory with his birdie try and can't get one back.
What an honor that must have been for the 99 champion to hit the first tee shot here in his home country. Koepka now at 1. Scoots that one a little by. Back at the second now with Kim.
Runner up last week. Great young player, only 20. Huge prospect. A good effort.
Now Cam Smith, Aaron.
Yeah, really good opportunity. Played left to this flag. Maybe a bit down the hill.
So Cam will walk off the first green with a 4. Now Francesco Molinari, the winner a few years ago at Carnoustie, playing with the Englishman Tom Fleetwood, and also Justin Rose.
There's a bit of European blood in that group, Steve.
This is game number 10. On the tee, from Italy, Francesco Molinari.
Well, he didn't just win the Open Championship at Carnoustie, Nicholas. He was playing alongside Tiger Woods and took Tiger down. Also, Xander Schauffele was in the mix that week.
Pretty similar conditions when he won in Carnoustie. Carnoustie was really hard and dry and fast. So let's see what Francesco can do this time.
From England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Sam, a lot of people back in the United States can't believe that he hasn't won more. He hasn't won any in the United States. People are thinking that he's such a good player, such an accomplished golfer. It's time for him to win a big one.
Well, over there it is, yes, absolutely. Very confident.
On the tee, from Japan, Hoshiro Rikuya.
Well, Dale mentioned that Justin Rose came off the course yesterday with an injury in his practice round, and we're kind of thinking he's had to pull out. Steve?
Yeah, with Rakuya there hitting that tee shot. When we hear word of that, we'll pass it along to you. Let's go up to the first green. See if Power can get to 1 under after this first hole. Yeah. Look out for Seamus Power. And there is the leader, Webb Simpson. This is the part of the golf course, Sam, these players can attack, you say?
Oh, yeah. From the par 5, 6, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, they're all birdie holes. Just got to sit. There's a big drop off there. That's unlucky.
And now Koepka for his par from the other side of the hole. No, solid. Brooks is going to walk up to the second. And we're going to race there right now.
Not your average putt, this one, Steve?
No, I wouldn't think so.
This, yeah, you look at this putt and you just think, oh my goodness. you got you can look really silly too.
This is one of the beautiful things about links golf, and especially this golf course. Look at that.
There's the angle. There's what you want to look at.
What
look
a
how
look.
far left he's going. And I'm not even sure what pin he's going for.
Look at, he's aiming at 10 o'clock.
It looks a beautiful one. Very well judged from DeChambeau.
The imagination that will be on display all week long on this golf course is going to be fabulous to watch. As we go up to the 6th now, and Campbell trying to get back to even par. Okay. Now we saw a little bit earlier that Webb went over the green. This will challenge him a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very difficult shot. He does have a good lie, and the wind against them, but it's still very tricky to get the distance and the line.
He's
It's
gonna
okay.
Need, he's going to need the putter to bail him out there. Go back to 1.
Yeah.
As we heard earlier today, players are encouraged to play ready golf, because he looks like he's a little bit closer than Fleetwood, so he's going to go ahead and hit that.
Ooh, yeah. Well done. You know, in our rules meeting yesterday, Nicholas, they were saying that the pace of play should be around 4 hours, 30 minutes. But if you go back in time to here at the Old Course in the Open Championship, they're playing rounds at north of 5 hours on average. So that's why they wanted the guys to play ready golf. What do you make of that as a player?
Well, I think it's what it should be like. I think that's the time that we all like to play golf at. The thing at St Andrews is you got these crossing fairways, so sometimes you have to let a group go through from the other side in case someone plays on another fairway. As we look at Tommy Fleetwood on the first.
It's going to sit as soon as he hit it, so it's probably a bit past. Yeah. We can confirm that Justin Rose has withdrawn, unfortunately, for his supporters and for him and for us.
There you see the wind in off the left, and Molinari is all ones as far as his yardage goes. What a golf swing.
One of my favorite swings of all time.
Good shot there. Now Cameron Tringali up at the second, trying to go birdie to begin this 150th Open Championship. Let's go to the 8th. And we talked about Webb needing the putter to bail him out. Let's see if he can drain one here for par.
Yeah, you could see there was a bit of a double breaker there. That's one of the features of these greens, is that green reading is such an important part of the game to have. It's a skill, Sam.
100%. And they're slower. They're only at 10.4 on the centimetre. So even more important now. DeChambeau for his par. He missed a short one for birdie on the first. Oh, surely not. Missed it on the right at the first. Compensated there. Missed that. Could have been very easily one under par, but he's one over.
Seamus Power Air made birdie at the first, but he looks like he's in a bit of a spot of bother here too.
Not too bad, I'd say, Steve. More just actually not a bad angle at all.
It's just been extremely fortunate here.
Yeah, definitely, Sam. Definitely more fortunate than Brooks Koepka, who found a gorse bush.
Minwoo Lee this morning, second match out here in the gorse bush here.
Yeah, good shot. He's going to go into that swale, but that's a nice shot from there. You saw the dust flying up. You can see how dry it is here on the ground.
He's got the DeChambeau putt there.
And now Koepka, Aaron.
The right side of this hole is not a bad angle. You can see most of the flag. You can see some of the green. But this is his third after dropping.
And he's still not quite on the green just yet, and he'll be playing his fourth when he steps up there. Tommy Fleetwood from a long ways away. Oh, this looks good.
Yeah, it's very well judged from Tommy Fleetwood. First long putt, lad putt of the day. Good indication if the players have the speed of the greens.
How about a birdie putt for Lee now? Yeah, Minwoo. Back to even par.
What a family this is. Him and his sister, huh? Imagine the parents.
I say he's one of the best players in the world, but he's not even sure he can beat his sister. Molinari for the perfect start. Just didn't hit it. His swing reminds me of, you know, the guy that when you see the films of how to play the hole and you just see the flight of the ball going down the fairway and getting it in the middle of the green. That's him. That's just the way he plays the game. Not been at his best for a couple of years though, or at least a year. But what a player.
Now at 3, Cameron Tringali.
Looks like he was trying to save this from going right. It's okay. Follows the humps of the fairway.
Nico, have you played here in the Open?
I was hoping nobody was going to bring this up, but I've played many Opens, but St Andrews is the only box that I haven't ticked.
Really?
Yes, unfortunately. I know this course really well, and that's why one of the reasons why I was so excited to come this week and work with you guys.
Yeah.
To see the St. Andrews Old Course in his best dress.
Good putt there from Brandon Wu. Now back to Bryson DeChambeau. Another iron in his hands off the tee.
This is one he definitely could have driven if he wanted to, the third. Maybe he could with this club. I know he is long, we shall see. That's fine.
Kind of thought he would come out more aggressive, perhaps on a Thursday morning without the wind. But he's choosing to lay back there. There's Fleetwood for par 1. Let's see how Webb Simpson reacts after that bogey back at the 8th. Ooh.
Trying to hook it there, no, didn't like it. You can aim up the 10th fairway here and hook it back. That is the 10th fairway there. And that's absolutely fine. It's going to be pin high. Just chipping on back left. It's almost on the 10th tee, I think.
How dry does it look there?
Yeah, there's a grain, so that's perfect. No problem.
So Webb still leads, but it's the slimmest of margins. Now by 1 after that bogey at the par 3/8. But as you just saw, he's in terrific position at the 9th to get it back to 3 under par. And Poulter, kind of a funky start there with that iron off the tee that almost went out of bounds left across the 18th fairway, but he ended up making his par there. There's the town of St. Andrews and Francesco Molinari. And, you know, Sam, we were talking about Francesco earlier. When he had that mishap on 12 at Augusta, remember, he was the reigning Open champion. It looked like he was going to win 2 major championships in about a 1-year span there. And then things kind of went sideways for him, and now he's getting it back a little bit, starting to play better.
Yeah, it's, you know, self-belief is so much in this game. And little things just go wrong, and you wonder, some days you think, I'm never going to play well again. And some days you think, I'm never going to play bad again, and it just turns. Now, young Kim, 20 years of age, what a prospect this boy is.
Do you remember 20, Sam?
I can remember 20 years ago. Look at this, get in.
Look at that. What a shot.
3 great shots.
Now Cameron Smith, he's on the second green, excuse me. There's the Old Course Hotel. Have to go around that on 17.
Hello.
Oh, Cam dialing it up from long distance. The Australian is off and running now. What a player he's become.
Oh, and nothing, he doesn't change. Nothing excites him or upsets him. He just keeps going, same rhythm, just stays at the same level. Look, I mean, he's just holding a monstrous putt there. It's not bothering him, not phased him.
Yeah, phenomenal demeanor. Kind of like this guy, Tommy Fleetwood. Very steady Eddie is Tommy.
First guys we see hitting driver on the second. We've seen a lot of irons and stuff.
That's perfect there. As we said earlier, right-hand side of every single hole in this golf course is much easier than left-hand side.
Look at the amateur. Oh, yeah, Barkley getting that down. Speaking of amateurs, go back 7 years. Paul Dunn in the final group on Sunday in 2015.
I thought he was going to win.
Oh, my gosh.
I really did thought he was going to win.
That would have been an all-time great story in golf.
DeChambeau just an iron to here at the third. It's a really difficult pin here. It's probably why he didn't go for it, Steve. That's excellent.
Yeah.
Another foot on that, and it's down that hill, which leaves a very tricky putt.
And we saw the tee shot of Webb Simpson. He wasn't pleased with it, but I'll bet you he's happier now than he was on the tee. When he was slapping his thigh there, he didn't think he hit it very well, but he's right there, hole high.
He's done very well there to judge that. Excellent shot from Simpson.
A lot of guys were saying the last couple of days that in the practice rounds they were practicing shots just like that Webb hit, and he executed that one wonderfully. Now Power to remain at 1 under. No. Wow. That was nasty.
Complete 360.
Got kind of that wry smile on his face. Now Tringali.
Oh, yeah, that's exceptionally well judged. You can see the lie, the hanging lie.
Scotsman Bob McIntyre. Last year, he was the only Scotsman in the field. And he finished top British player. Fantastic performance from him. He's a huge prospect for Scottish golf.
Cameron Smith on the tee now.
A good line here is the camera tower on the 15th hole.
Cameras on silent, please.
Just a little bit of a bother behind him. Reset. Wind's not up yet, but enough left to right where you gotta pay attention to those pots down the right-hand side.
Well, he's not on your favorable right side there at the third, Sam, but that'll do just fine in the fairway.
Yes, the third's where that pin is actually not a bad spot.
Now Seamus Power. That was filthy back there on the second green area.
That was very rude, to say the least, that's for sure. Looks very comfortable, was chatting with me on the putting green.
Put away the camera, please. Put that camera in a bin a second. Come on.
Someone back there having some
The
fun.
same spectator with a camera.
Yeah. Not a practice round day today. And a quick tee pickup. He likes this one.
Yeah, he should like it.
How far back is this ball put back from the hill?
Get up there and say, I'm sure I hit that better than that. Now Chippy, the Open champion, this for birdie on 9 to get back to +1. Go on. Ah, well done, ball.
The old yellow golf ball, Sam.
Well, at the Champions Challenge,
yeah,
he came onto the putting green. He got these balls out and I burst out laughing, and he was so excited. He says, "No, honestly, Sam, look at them, look at them. You can see them so plainly."
You know, the eyes fail you a little. Yeah. Nicholas doesn't understand that. You and I do. But when you get older, the eyes fail you a little bit. The yellow golf ball can help.
I believe it does.
The only person I knew that was using yellow balls was my mother back in the day.
normally a pinnacle too. No, this is beautiful. Watch this.
I was just going to say, you're going to get a gorgeous look at a gorgeous golf swing here.
Let's turn back,
Oh.
turn through. Look at that.
Man. The rhythm is just magnificent.
Yeah, I agree. It has not changed since we first played together when we were 15 years old. It's been the same ever since.
Now can DeChambeau finally find the cup? He's missed 2 from a few feet, the first 2 greens. No. Could have been a great start, but it's an average one now.
I'll agree with Minwoo Lee. Imagine the games and the rivalry that he's had over the years with Minji.
And what about Mum and Dad?
Oh, that's what Nicholas was saying.
Like the Højgaard twins.
Who do you root for when they're playing each other? McIntyre now. A Scotsman playing in Scotland. What a thrill that must be.
Yeah, this is probably a question for Sam. Playing these Open Championship in Scotland must have a different taste for you Scotsmen, doesn't it?
Oh, extraordinary, especially here. Just I'm anyway, I get a bit teary when I think about it.
Webb Simpson. Okay. By the way, you think it's special for Scotsmen. From the American side of things, to come over here to play an Open is amazing. To come over here to play an Open, or to just cover an Open, or just watch an Open as a fan here at St. Andrews, this is the holy grail of golf here.
This doesn't get better.
Ah, it's a magnificent
And
place.
when you walk around the town.
Ah, it's the best. All right, Tringali. May have seen a few pubs the last couple of nights, Sam. Everybody's all excited here in St. Andrews.
Oh, yeah. But the atmosphere around the town. And there's golf shops. There's everywhere. Just
Incredible.
all golf.
Incredible.
Now, Herbert, an Australian, great player. Just to get to 2 under. Yes, well done.
Yeah.
He's got a really good record on links, Lucas Herbert. Australians have always been really good on links, playing the sandbelt courses back home.
Yeah, Royal Melbourne, that fans, sandbelt up there, extra fast greens.
What'd you say up there?
Speaking of Australia, there's Cam Smith, Aaron Oberholzer.
Now he's got himself a great angle over here, Sam. To your point, he's got the length of the green where this flag is located.
5 on a 72. Maybe.
Aaron, give us a taste of what it's like down there in the early stages of this 150th Open Championship.
It's a little chilly. The breeze is not up yet. I'd say it's 5 to 10 at most, maybe even just 5 to 8 miles an hour. Plenty of room to control your golf ball right now. Don't have to worry about too much. You can attack if you've got the right flag with the right shot shape and the right wind to your advantage, and I think Cam has that right here.
Oh, checks up on him. Live on the 4th tee now with Tringali.
That's going to leave him the best angle onto the 4th, with a pin being back left.
There's the whole location, Aaron, all the way on the right, and Seamus Power squarely in the middle of the fairway.
He's just waiting for John Daly to tee off, who just hit on the 4th. And more of a direct line on this right side to this whole location, so he has to be careful with the distance control here because it falls off a couple yards right past this flag. That's got to go. pretty well done.
Got his golf ball inside of Cam Smith's. Another look at the fourth tee, and DeChambeau bringing out the big stick.
Funnily enough, this is a strange one to hit driver. You can run, I don't know if you can run out here really easy, but he knows what he's doing, and I can assure you of that.
He might be the only one who knows what he's doing, Sam, but
that's right up the right-hand edge.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
You know that's just about everyone on the planet's third shot divot. That in the drive. There,
no, shit, exactly. All right, Aaron, here comes Koepka.
Yeah, just a chip more than anything. Got the best visual of the three. That's got to settle.
Will it? Or will it find that ridge? It does. Oh, the vagaries of links golf, Nicholas.
Look at the difference what a foot makes.
Oh.
You're looking at an easy look at birdie to now having to sweat over a 30-footer up a mound.
Which one? There's 5. Jung Young Kim. Good shot at the bunker here at 4. Always one of the hardest holes in the course, this one. Run on a little bit.
One of the 110 bunkers on the old course. 110 bunkers.
And can you believe Tiger went around here without hitting it in one?
Not
and
one.
Even called it before he started.
That's incredible.
Well, he is extraordinary, isn't he? Great to see him here too, Steve.
Oh, it's fantastic. And it's great to also see him soak it all in and enjoy the greatness that has been his career. It's like a celebration for Tiger this week. Now Simpson from that wispy rough. Oh, he doesn't like it.
Got a flyer or didn't get the connection. It's either short or long.
There's not a lot of rough here, but it's just enough to bother the guys, isn't it?
Just enough to annoy you.
Yeah.
There's a couple of thick bits. In between 7 left to 17, there's thick stuff in there.
So Webb Simpson still leads the way at 3 under par, but he's going to have some work left at 10 to remain at 3. Back at the third now with Brooks Koepka, and Nicholas, you said it, from an easy birdie to, well, that's a nice putt there. He's going to make his 4, but it would have been a real close chance for 3 there.
Yeah, pace was the most important thing out of the back. I mean, I walked some of these greens early in the morning, and he made it look a lot easier than it is when you stand at the bottom of this bowl behind the hole location there.
Now Francesco Molinari, he too has driver in his hand.
Left side of it, yeah? Shot line.
All right, Aaron, now Cameron Smith.
Yeah, a little longer than I think he expected, but back up the hill, a little left to right. Now you're going to have to two-putt from a lot of distances. He got a nice one on the last hole, but this one just escapes him. But this man definitely can roll it on these greens.
Seems like he can roll it anywhere. His putting stroke is fabulous. Paul Tesori. A couple of last-minute instructions there for his man Webb Simpson, Nicholas.
A lot of humps there, everything down. Your first like 5 steps of apron or fringe or fairway cut, then a first big slope down. You know, these are the putts where you just try to start at it or visualize it from a couple of feet outside the hole, and pace is key. Not easy to judge.
He gave that one a wrap.
I mean, he's coming from a good 30 yards from the hole, you know. Like we mentioned earlier, lag putting is one of the key elements to this golf course.
Seamus Power. He will remain at even par. Now Lucas Herbert. Just a touch short. The unmistakable look of John Daly.
Go. Go.
Nice of you to lend John your pants for today, Nicholas.
Well, I'm glad I can help John Daly's looks out a little. I'm not sure we have the same waist size though.
There's the wind, you can see that straight from the left. What does that mean for Tringale's second here, Nicholas?
Well, that's basically the only part of the fairway where you can see the green. As you can see to the left of your screen, there's a bit of a mountain there that blocks the view, so he's got the perfect angle, the wind off the left. It's just a bunker to avoid. Looks like he started that a little right, trying to hold it into the wind maybe. Just half a club short. You want to bounce this, 5 yards further than what he just did.
Nicholas, Sam just took a break. We're going to welcome in the 2008 Masters champion, Trevor Immelman. Good morning, Trevor.
Morning, Steve and Nicholas. Great to be with you guys. My first stint getting in the box here. Excited about this week.
So good. You've spent a lot of time here in St. Andrews. We were hanging out last night a little bit, Trevor. What an amazing feel this 150th Open has.
Yeah, isn't the atmosphere just tremendous? Been a lot of fun so far. So much excitement coming into the week.
Now Bryson.
Just playing by feel here, trying to get a good line for where this flag is located. That's very good.
The putter hasn't behaved just yet for Bryson. Let's see if it warms up when we get back there to 4 as we see Billy Horschel here at the first. Did he get it there? He did.
Well, the first putts we see being made on the first. A tricky one to read.
Yeah.
Billy Horschel just did.
Huge crowd there to the right of 4T, Aaron.
The crowds are building. Fantastic walk today. Just going around the entire property. 290 to cover some berms up there if you're going to take up on the left side. It's a pretty narrow fairway if it's back into the wind, quite honestly, up the right side.
Fans filing in here from early hours this morning. What an awesome view that is. Smith hits a good one here. He should be able to get right to the end of that big mound on the left side of the fairway.
Wind in off the left, Trev. Starting to pick up a bit.
There you go, just skips it through there. Perfect now.
Let's see if Webb Simpson can get away with one here and save his par. Nope. Second bogey in his last 3 holes.
Well, they came twice from being a little bit out of position,
Yep.
you know, and that's how you keep the momentum going into your round.
Doesn't take a lot, Nicholas, to get out of position on a golf course like this.
Oh, here, I mean, just as the example here from Lucas Herbert was that you can't really see from here, but he's got quite a steep slope ahead of him, so another exercise of pace and judgment, and he's overdone that a little bit. You easily do this. As you can see, I mean, that's rolled a good 20-25 feet by.
Let's go back to 14 now in Koepka.
Now he's missed one right on number 2 into a gorse bush, and he looks like he's leaning a little bit on this one. That's going to avoid the pot down the right-hand side. Might scoot into the rough.
It did. There's the bucket hat of Brown. The amateur making a little bit of noise early here. Now Lucas Herbert's still not on the green.
And he'll be kicking himself, making 5 with a mid-iron into this first par 5.
You only have 2 chances at par 5s here at the old course. Have to take advantage of those. Up to 11 and Webb Simpson.
Tough hole location here, all the way in the back on a little plateau in the back portion. Cannot go long. Now you're going to see a lot of balls ending up right in the valley there today. It's a good shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to hit that shot in a couple of hours if it blows a bit more.
That's true. So tough to get the right distance there at 8 and 11, those 2 par 3s that are side by side.
Now Tringali looks like he's right in the middle of the green here at the 3rd. Excuse me, the 4th.
And early on already, you've seen if you want to play well at the old course, you got to be a good long putter. You got to have great touch from long range, putting up and over ridges.
Kurt Kitayama. Well, he was rolling along last week. And there he goes again. Kitayama to red figures. Let's see if DeChambeau can get that putter warmed up.
Fair bit of left to right at the end of this. Yeah, he won't be happy with that club so far today.
No, he will not. From one major champion to another, Molinari.
Pretty good putt, just a touch too much pace there and smashed it through the break.
Does his demeanor ever change?
It doesn't
Molinari
seem to.
is just so steady. 4 men sitting at 2 under par, including an amateur. Remember, 7 years ago, an amateur, Paul Dunn, played so well all the way to the final group on Sunday. But we are way, way far away from the final round right now. See, Ian Poulter has gotten it in to 1 under par as well. Billy Horschel, we just saw that birdie at the first. Phil Mickelson and Patrick Reed even par. Now, Aaron was saying it was a little chilly earlier, and Sam was kind of laughing, the Scotsman, but I don't care where you're from. I'm not sure that water is warm enough to be climbing into, Trevor.
You mean you didn't go do that before getting on air this morning?
No chance.
A little chilly, that's for sure. Especially for guys like you and I that live in Florida.
Yeah. Kidding? That water's not 82 or above. We're not getting in there. All right, Aaron, you're down there watching Cam Smith.
I can promise you guys that to me from Phoenix, like you guys from Florida, it's chilly. Cam Smith has got 197. That's the difference between driving it and actually Trev landing it in that kind of patchy rough behind him, kind of killing it, versus where Power is at only about 165, 163, 165. So huge difference here. Got to be careful with that bunker. With this is a flag that I wouldn't recommend attacking.
Trevor, how much confidence is gained from a huge win earlier this season at the Players for a guy like Cam Smith?
There's no doubt about it, really, when you look at the run he's been on since the 2019 President's Cup. He really has taken the experience he got there, that singles win over Justin Thomas, and used it to his advantage and become one of the best players in the world over the last 18 months or so. Quite impressive. As Aaron said, with this whole location, do not want to stray left here.
Was on a really good line, actually. Only a couple of steps right of that trap that you mentioned. Just difficult to judge it. You can always get that big bounce.
Now the second shot at 5 for Patrick Reed.
Try and find a way to make sure you get it past the front edge. Coming up short here is no gimme 2-putt. And here it comes. Oh my goodness.
A little kiss off the stick.
Yeah, I thought it was a decent read from 260 yards out, wasn't it?
Didn't see him do aim point back there in the fairway, did we? Take a look at this. We're going to lose the ball.
Huge.
It's going to come out of nowhere.
Huge bounce off of that downslope.
Good
Crash.
Thing it hit the stick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now up at 11 with Webb Simpson.
Yeah, like Trevor mentioned, that pin sits at the back of the green, so it's all uphill for Webb Simpson.
Now here's Cameron Young for birdie at 2.
Had a fantastic season so far over on the PGA Tour. There's a nice putt.
Boy, you could watch him all day on the range. He destroys a golf ball.
Sure does. 3 second-place finishes and 2 thirds already in his rookie season over there.
His first ever Open Championship appearance. Cameron Tringali now at 5.
Nice looking swing there. A lot of times with Cameron, you see his arms come through a little late and he can lose the ball to the right off of the tee. That one was beautifully in sync.
Into off the left.
Here's a tough customer, Brian Harmon. Oh.
I always think you got to be careful of the player that has been using the same putter for a decade. It's usually a good sign.
It's a good sign, you say?
Yeah, of course.
DeChambeau now. Take a look at this. Yeah, exactly what I was about to say.
One of the 2 par 5s.
see if it comes down for him. Nope.
That's a bit unlucky there. That could have rolled another 20 easily if that stayed on the fairway a bit further right.
Now Simpson, you have to pay attention to these little ones here on these greens. Okay. So Simpson still atop the leaderboard, but he has some company there with Barkley Brown, Lucas Herbert, and Cameron Tringali. The 150th Open Championship here at St. Andrews. Such a cool look there. The 18th green, the first tee, the grandstands, the RNA in the backdrop as we go to 4 now, and Seamus Power.
Oh, this lie cannot get any tighter, Steve, and he's got to loft it. Either that or you're playing out to the right. Green going away from him. I mean, he pretty much had nothing. That was pretty darn well done right there.
Yeah, only way for him to get close would be to skirt it right next to that bunker. Probably not worth the risk at this point.
So Barkley Brown put it in the bunker off the tee, so this is a par save. Unable to do it, so he's going to drop out of the lead. Aaron Cam's taking a long look at this one.
Well, he hit it. I mean, he missed it in the proper spot. That's the good thing. He was right and just a little bit long. Now he's putting back up through this little swale just off the back of the green. Not a difficult putt, but there's, you know, like every other putt at St. Andrews, it seems like they don't have to be long to be difficult. I mean, you can get some 20, 25-foot putts with 2-3 different breaks in them. And this seems to be one of those.
Steve, you see from that previous shot how burnt out those areas are around the greens. Courses fiery in preparation for this 150th Open. All the players and caddies talking about it.
Haven't heard one complaint. Everybody absolutely loves not just coming here, but also the way the golf course is playing.
Yeah, treat to be here this week.
Well, Patrick, this would be some 3, Nicholas.
Yeah, as you saw earlier, hitting the stick from 260 something yards out, and makes a textbook birdie on the first par 5 on this golf course.
Back with Koepka now, Aaron.
Yeah, hit a beautiful shot, blind, completely blind over the gorse on the right-hand side to this point. He saw Cam Smith's putt, so he has a very good idea of what this does. Speed shouldn't be a problem.
Nice view there just to see that ridge he's got to come up and over.
The subtleties are numerous here, Trevor. It's unbelievable.
That ball it was like a blinker was put on that. It went to the right.
Yeah, like you said, it's all day, it's non-stop. Like, you have to keep your eyes on the smallest little depression in the ground, on the greens, and it's all day.
Yeah, patience, patience, patience out here at the old course. We have another good look here at the par 5 fifth for Eagle. Could have a new outright leader. Kim's going to join the fray at 2 under. Now Seamus Power. Oof.
Another example, a little bit out of position. You know, it's very difficult to save par.
We're going to go all the way up to the 12th now, and Webb Simpson
325 yards to the front edge. Wind is going to be helping a little out of the right. I don't like that one.
Oh boy.
He's going to be hoping that's in the stand, because he'll be getting relief from that if it is. If it's in the gorse bush, he's going to have all sorts of problems.
So there are 4 guys still at 2 under par right now leading the way, but who knows where Webb Simpson's golf ball just ended up left of the fairway at the 12th. Now Bryson DeChambeau taking a long look at this one.
Yeah, you can see how steep this hill is. Look at the flex in the knees and how far down he has to push to make contact with this golf ball. You know, not only he has to deal with the amount of slope there is there, but also the lie, how this ball is going to jump out. If this gets to the green, well, you can expect it to roll down this valley in front of the green if you can get there.
Kind of have to fight this thing from going way right with that ball well below his feet, right, Trevor?
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of times when the slope is this severe, as you're coming into the ball, the heel of the club can get caught into that slope and into the long grass, and it can twist that face closed. A couple very deep pot bunkers that he's going to have to avoid here. You can see they're not totally comfortable, trying to figure out if this is going to be worth the risk.
Yeah, what's difficult here, like Trevor, you just said, is to keep the ball online, like the 2 bunkers that needs to be avoided. If he gets, you know, into that ball that we saw just at the front of the green where Lucas Herbert is, actually a pretty good lead from where he is now.
Mm-hmm. So also club face management, trying to get it on there squarely, but then needing to judge how fast this ball is going to come out of this lie.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, Trevor, before you got in here, when Sam Torrance was with us, that the rough is just long enough, just wispy enough to be annoying to the players.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It asks you a question to try and decide just how quick that ball is going to come out. Kind of tricky here for him as well, with all his irons being one length. Took a big cut at it, Steve.
Is he going to get out of there?
Yeah, I think he'll take that. Short-sided, but kept it out of the bunkers. That's the main thing.
He's just too far right to be able to putt up that ball,
Agreed.
though.
And Brandon Wu just off the green at 9.
Extremely narrow putting stance there, but it seems to work. It's a nice birdie.
Excellent start for the youngster. Now on the par 5, here's Cam Smith, Aaron.
Now another phenomenal scoring opportunity on this outward 9. Basically go right at the 13th tower in the distance for the 13th green.
On the way out for Cam Smith, Aaron, all the tee shots are quite comfortable because he plays quite a big draw off the tee, and when he misses left. On the way back is where the tee shots get a bit more difficult for him.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, it'll be interesting watching him on the way in. That's a great point, Trev, because the wind's going to be obviously down and off the right, so it's going to be riding that draw, and it's going to be much more difficult, I believe, for him to hold the fairways on the inward 9. They're just looking to try and find a line, I believe. Making sure of that line.
I walked a few holes with Cam yesterday. Didn't seem totally comfortable with his swing. Missed a number of shots to the left.
Now, I think off the tee, this is one of the golf courses where you could manage potentially some poor tee shots. If you manage it correctly, you can still put yourself in position where you can attack.
Agreed, as long as you and your caddy have done the homework on the golf course, which I know these two have.
Absolutely.
That's Dean Burmester.
Long hitting South African. Going out in 1 under. Well done.
I can't think of one short hitter from South Africa, actually.
You're looking at one.
First cheap shot of the day here.
I had no idea. That's nowhere near where I was trying to go with this.
Okay, now I know the rules, Steve. That's good.
Trevor hasn't even gotten comfortable in his seat yet, and Nicholas is taking a shot at him.
Oh, I love it.
He's missed one to the right today off the second. You just got to avoid the 7 sisters down that right-hand side. Those are absolute pitch-out pots. Most of the pots here are pitch-out. Tons of room to the left off this tee.
Nice shape there.
Yeah, that flat fade off the tee is a weapon here. You know, avoid the trouble off the left and find the right side of the fairway. That's a very useful shot to have.
Now Young for birdie at 3 to join the leaders. Oh, solid there.
Back to back. Huge break here for Webb Simpson. Getting a free drop out of the stands.
Luck is the residue of hard work for Webb. Will he take advantage of it?
Wow, he couldn't possibly come from a worse angle, actually, to try to find this flag that's just on top of that big slope. It's going to be a popular spot on 12.
Whole locations overall difficult today, Nicholas. Tucked on top of ridges and slopes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the perfect example is 3, you know, near that big ball at the back. 4, close to that bunker on the left. A few easy ones, I find. But yeah, it's a good combination. I think quite entertaining for a first round, actually.
Lucas Herbert missed that little one there. Now, on the back edge. Drove it to there. Lee has an eagle putt. One of those holes, Trevor, that you can find a lot of guys driving today.
Yeah, it's still very difficult to get the right speed here. You're very conscious of not hitting it too hard because you'll go off that ridge on the other side. This is pretty good.
It'll be a good start from the first hole coming back towards the clubhouse, 12.
Cameron Tringali now has a birdie putt at the 5th. Boy, that 61 last week, Nicholas, that we talked about earlier on Thursday looked easy for Cameron.
I'm just still amazed he hasn't won yet. I mean, I read this article that he's one of the guys that plays the most event without winning on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's had 5 seconds on the PGA Tour now. This is his 13th season out there.
Now to the 20-year-old. Young Kim at 2 under par.
This whole location cut about 7 paces over that valley. Is that going to stay up top? Ooh. Wow. Can't believe that didn't go either side of it, just perched up on top.
That is right on the ridge. There's the betting favorite coming into the week, Rory McIlroy. Can't believe it's been 8 years since he won his last major, Valhalla 2014, the PGA Championship. It's a long time. He won 4 majors from 2011 at Congressional, the U.S. Open, to that 2014 PGA. And he's still looking. I mean, it's crazy to say he's still looking for his 5th. That's ridiculous to say that. But in his case, it is actually the case.
Yeah, and our expectations are so high for him, and that's why we zoom in on that number. But he's played some brilliant golf, top 10s in all the majors so far this season.
There's the defending champion, Colin Morikawa, the last man to defend his title at the Open Championship. You guys know it? Top of your head. There you go. Padraig
07,
Harrington.
08.
Royal Birkdale, preceded by Carnoustie. Bryson DeChambeau now. He's missed a couple of little ones already today. Okay, here's his first make.
Probably the one he was looking for about an hour.
Remember Webb Simpson hit it way left, got the free drop, pitched it to the front portion of the green. So now here's his par putt from the other side. He's not going to be pleased with a 5 there at 12.
Yeah, untidy there, even with getting the good break. So still looking for the first par on this inward 9.
Had a clean card till the 8th, but now he's made 3 bogeys since then. There's Cameron Smith's golf ball. Aaron, we saw a lot of the golf ball. Didn't seem like it was too bad of a lie. What's it look like from your vantage point?
Nah, it's not too bad. I mean, he's going to be okay. I think I think the biggest issue for him is, okay, what do I have? What can I get on the ball? And do I try to fly it all the way onto the green, or do I try to run it through the swale? And so based on his ability to make contact with the ball, that decision will be made for him here. I mean, if you try to land it on the green on a lie like this, it's gone probably. 237.
Let's see if that ball creeps up.
Watch out.
Uh-oh. That's what we talked about earlier. Those bunkers are like magnets here at the old course.
Yeah, lie was not too bad. Good clean contact.
It's DeChambeau. See if he has a little bounce in his step after that first birdie. This is Minwoo Lee. Had a nice drive to the back edge of the green. Now he's got less than 5 feet for his birdie. To join the fray at 2 under. Now there are 5 men sitting atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, he's in the same group as Simpson as well, so a bit of a flip between these two.
Yep. Now Tringali on the tee. You guys talked about him, not getting that first victory. What is it that prevents a guy who's got that much talent from getting across the finish line that first time, Trevor?
It's an interesting game like that. Maybe deep down, just a little bit of self-belief, knowing that you can get it done. He's put himself in position many times. Just needs to find a way to get across the line on Sunday.
Such a fine line, Nicholas, between putting yourself in contention, giving yourself a chance, and actually getting to the house.
Tell me about it. I've only won 3 times on tour, and I feel like I should have won a dozen times. It is difficult to win on tour, whichever tour you play on, for the matter.
Here's Danny Willett. You've had dinner a time or two with him, Trevor?
Sure have. In April, beautiful roll there from long range.
You would have had Yorkshire pudding the year he would have organised the dinner, no?
He sure did. Roast beef.
What'd you have, Trevor? What'd you serve that next year?
I had a nice South African dish called baboortie. Fellow champions loved it.
Can we get an explanation on that, or we're just going to go with that word? I'm sure it was delicious. So now there are 5 men at 2 under par. 19 players in the red. You expect the scores to be pretty good, don't you, this week, Nicholas?
You know what? I'm a bit surprised actually, because it's not really windy, and I know it's still very early in the day, but we still have not seen a couple of guys go crazy. Usually when you watch the Open at St Andrews, there is really no scores going out, because that's the easy side of the golf course.
And the wind's supposed to stay,
down
10 miles or less out of the west today. So the opportunities are there, but I still feel like, looking at where these holes are located, quite often tough to get the ball really close because they cut so close to the ridges.
At the 13th, Minwoo Lee has the tee.
Get right.
Just going with the iron here, so I imagine up the right-hand side.
Yeah, those are the bunkers to avoid. 13, the coffins, those are deadly.
Yeah, they share that fairway with 13 and 6, those bunkers right in the middle there.
Still can't believe that golf ball for Kim stayed right on that ridge. If this goes down, he's the outright leader. Nah. Never a chance there. Now Seamus Power, his second at the par 5 fifth.
Yeah, you can see how difficult it is to actually get a long iron to stop. We could see that he hit a 5 iron, which looked like a high fade, and that ball still trickles another 10 paces, 15
yeah,
paces.
Landing right on a downslope there.
How about the Canadian Corey Connors?
First time to St Andrews, spent some time with him earlier on in the week. Just loving being here.
Ooh, what a shot there.
Beautiful.
They'll take that at Quail Hollow in 2 months, huh?
Sure will. Corey hoping to be on that international team.
Now here's an eagle at the 9th for Ian Poulter. How about this?
We'll call this an outside chance.
Ball racing across the green. Oh, come
my
on.
goodness.
Good gracious. Ian Poulter. That's right. It's hard to see from over there. It's the first eagle of the 150th Open Championship, and Ian Poulter now has the outright lead. A strange beginning for Poulter, Nicholas. We were here early this morning, and he almost hit it out of bounds left. Got a drop at 1, which was to the right of the 18th fairway.
This is from
now
about
look at this.
45 yards here, Steve.
How long would it take you to actually walk to the hole and take that thing out of it? Sees the funny side of it though, look at him. Great entertainer.
Now on the first, as the sun starts to peek through the clouds, the South African Ernie Els. 2-time champion golfer of the year, 10 years apart, 2002 and 2012.
Probably nobody in the field has played the old course more than Ernie coming into this week. He's had a great record round here.
Now we just saw Ian Poulter make a long one. Oh, Power's not going to putt just yet because Cam Smith is in the bunker left of the green at 5.
Yeah, very fortunate not to have any issues with the edges of that bunker. Ball rolled down into the middle. Lots of green to work with. Well played.
Let's go up one to DeChambeau.
Should be able to get enough spin to stop it in time here.
Yeah, good shot. It feels like Bryson's shaking off the cobwebs a little bit from the early morning start. Now to that long putt for power at the 5th for eagle. We saw Poulter make one from a crazy long distance. How about Seamus? Ooh. That's to your point earlier, Nicholas. Speed is so big with those lag putts from such long distances on this old course. Now the amateur Barkley Brown makes another one.
Big difference on that 12th tee shot. When it doesn't blow that much, it makes the fairway a lot wider. When it blows a lot, it's a very daunting tee shot.
There's very little wind out there right now as Tringali has found the fairway at 6.
Some kind of full cut with the lob wedge there, trying to get as much spin as he can. Beautiful shot.
Now, one of the cool features of this golf course, some blind golf shots, like Min-Woo Lee here at 13.
Unfortunately, that's not a flag that you go to at 13, which is short right. Yeah, that was a pretty aggressive line.
Sure
from
was.
Min-Woo Lee.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. So tough to get close to some of these hole locations. Got to be in perfect position with the right angle to be able to attack with as firm as what it is.
Now power to get it back to even par. Yeah, that was not a good first putt. It went a little bit too far for Seamus, and he's going to have a disappointing look at par there. Well, let's check in on the man who won the Open Championship at Muirfield, Phil Mickelson. 6 times a major champion.
Yeah, and gone to that arm lock putter, trying to find a little something.
There you go.
Putting has been awful so far this year.
And Mickelson with his first birdie of the day. Cam, now this would be a terrific up and in from that bunker. Yep.
That's pretty much standard procedure for Cam Smith, isn't it? That's the way. That's what he does.
Short game and putter, just amazing. As he gets to 2 under, Brandon Woo's already there, and he's trying to match Ian Poulter at 3. So Brandon Wu and Ian Poulter are now setting the pace. The 25-year-old lives in Dallas, played collegiately at Stanford. Joins Ian Poulter, who made perhaps the wildest shot we've seen all day, a putt from across the green at 9 for eagle. Tringali will have a chance to get to 3 under after that terrific second shot at the 6th. Zach Johnson, the man who won in a playoff over Mark Leishman and Louis Oosthuizen in 2015. How's a green jacket and an Open Championship at St. Andrews sound?
Pretty darn good.
It's the bottom of the hour, 9:30 a.m. local time here in Scotland. That lone Masters victory, Adam Scott, the playoff over Angel Cabrera.
I mentioned this earlier. It's no surprise that the Australians have always done so well at the Open Championship, you know, playing the sand belt, the wind, the similar type grass, you know, really quick grains when you go to Melbourne and Kingston Heath, so it makes total sense that they've been successful here.
Yeah. And Cam actually spoke about that in his press conference yesterday, saying how much the Aussies love firm, fast conditions.
Well, they are certainly getting that this week.
DeChambeau trying to make back-to-back birdies.
It was a scratchy start for Bryson with the putter early on.
Straight those arms are, right in line with the shaft. There you go.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row for Bryson. Let's go up to the 13th. Webb Simpson. He had it to 3 under at one point. Let's drop back just a touch.
Easy to leave this putt short.
There you go. Why is that?
Short and to the right. For some reason there, I've done that a few times as well. You feel like it's just going to run a little more off of that ridge on the left.
Here's Tringali. I talked about him having an excellent opportunity to get to 3 under, and there you go. Now there are 3 men leading the way at 3 under. We're going to take a short break. We're going to put you back into the capable hands and the dulcet tones of Dom. Take it away.
Thank you, Steve. Groundhog Day, isn't it, for Tringali? Fast start last week at Renaissance. And among the leaders already in the 150th Open here at St Andrews. It's warming up a little bit out there as we go to Tommy Fleetwood.
Big tee shot here down the par 5, just some kind of mid-iron in. And that pretty much exactly what he would have expected. That ball landing on a downslope and just chasing on a touch more than what players would want.
Strong finish last week from Fleetwood down the road at Renaissance, so he's in good form. Here's Minwoo Lee. Chance to go 3 under.
If he could have learned something watching Simpson's putt, a little bit better effort pace-wise, just a touch under red.
7th hole, Patrick Reed second.
Oh, that sounded good, didn't it? Nice compression on the ball, controlling the spin there. Well done from Reed.
Chance for him to get back under par as we go to 11, the par 3, and Brandon Wu.
Be a brave player today, try and squeeze it all the way back onto that plateau in the back right portion where this hole is located. I think we're going to see a lot of balls end up right there, leaving players 35 or 40 feet back up the hill.
Could not be kinder weather conditions out there, Trevor. I mean, there really isn't too much in the way of breeze.
Yeah, perfect. Wind less than 10 miles an hour. Starting to warm up a little bit, so the ball will be traveling a little further than when the early starters teed off this morning. Just ideal.
Nice swing, Cam.
A little bit of a save there on the follow through. Has that club face quite open coming down into impact, and then throws the right hand at it to square it up.
Yeah, it's always difficult to think that he doesn't lose that right when you see his action.
Three bogeys, just the one birdie so far today for John Daly, the 1995 Open champion.
going to be
I don't know if that green's good.
tough
for us or
spot
if
to
that's
be in, coming
golf
from the
course.
rough to where that hole is located at 7.
And DeChambeau, driver.
This is an interesting strategy right here.
Yeah, because you can see that big bunker there is, so he's actually thinking he can fly that and pitch that at the front edge.
Yeah, big one. Yeah.
I've seen this driven downwind without a doubt.
I love the deepest part. We're going to be left in that.
So the wind right now, that westerly, mainly off of the left. Maybe at the angle, if he's going at the green, might have a touch of help to it. But definitely not directly downwind.
Doesn't look like he's going to change his mind to the way he's doing these practice swings, is he?
Yeah, this is the kind of thing a lot of people have been excited about leading into this 150th Open. How a player with Bryson's length would be able to try and attack.
We good to go or no? Are they off?
Does he know the best places to miss, the best places to leave the ball? Get caught out so easily here.
Meanwhile, up on the green, Kim for another birdie. What a start from the 20-year-old Korean. He joins the leaders at 3 under. Fast learner. He played links golf for the first time last week. Right, back on the tee, DeChambeau ready to go.
Watch the footwork.
Let's go, Bryson!
He likes the look of it. Oh my, look at this.
That had a little bit more bounce on it. It was going to be benign.
It was going to be pretty good. 365 yards. Par 4 7th today.
It's already been quite a ride, hasn't it? Nearly a hold out from the fairway at the first. Here's JT Poston.
Now, won a couple of weeks ago, the John Deere Classic to get into this Open. Led from wire to wire there. Beautiful shot here into the second.
Out of 5, Tommy Fleetwood with a putt for an eagle 3.
Is he going regular grip there?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. So on long lags, doesn't surprise me that guys that use the claw, you know, especially here when you're really that far out, just to find the right amount of feel.
Dean Burmester at the par 3 11th.
Trying to flight it down, see if he can skip it back there. Just like that. How good is this shot?
And Burmester will have that to get to 3 under and amongst the leaders. Kitayama. This for a 2 at the 8th. Very nicely done. Second birdie of the round. For the man from Chico in California, where I'm told they have the World Yo-Yo Factory.
That's nice.
How do you get this sort of information, Dom? Seriously.
Are you any good with the yo-yo?
I used to be okay, actually,
Yeah.
Trevor. Yeah, I quite used to quite enjoy that as
You
a
can
youngster.
walk the dog and rock the cradle,
yeah,
do all
all
the
that
tricks.
sort of thing.
Nice.
Do kids play with yo-yos anymore, or is it all online?
No, they do. My kids have got them.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the programme. Almost 300,000 people are expected to attend the 150th Open. That's a record by some distance. Next best, I think, was just under 240,000. That was here in the Millennium year when Tiger won. Poulter for another birdie.
Putter starting to heat up for Pulse. Made a massively long putt for Eagle at 9.
It's Cameron Smith first away at the 6th. Players Champion is a couple under.
The consistency of this guy at majors has been incredible. I mean, he's there again. Gets off a good start again.
Yeah, so much of it for me down to his short game. Really doesn't matter how well he strikes the ball. He can even be a little bit scrappy like he's been so far today, but the short game and the putting just keeps him in there, and then he's able to stay patient and wait for his long game to catch fire. We were talking about self-belief earlier and what it takes to get it across the line. This guy really starting to believe in his game, know that he's one of the best players in the world, so there's no panic ever.
So it's back to the claw for Fleetwood on this birdie putt at the 5th. This to go under par for the championship. No problem at all.
He's changed that position of the right hand on the putter a little bit. He used to be to the side of the grip. Now he's a bit more on top of it, isn't he?
Seamus Power playing with Cam Smith. This to get back to level par.
Just needs to try and sneak it by that coin there.
To the 1st, and Ernie Els for an opening birdie. Nice start from the two-time champion golfer of the year.
12 South Africans in the field this year. Everybody back at home will be rooting them on.
Here's one of our leaders, Ju Hyung Kim at the par 3/8. Any minute now he's going to pinch himself and realise what he's doing. Look at that, that's a beautiful view, isn't it?
Just spectacular.
Yeah, if I was a spectator, this is where I would kind of stick around for a long time. You know, that you have on the left of your screen the grandstand on 11, where you see 7, 8, 10, 11 right in front of you.
A little further up the course, the par 5 14th. This is Minwoo Lee.
Yeah, even though it's over 600, trying to get up with the iron. Will it stay up on that ridge? Just not, but good spot to leave it. Be putting back up the hill there.
And an impressive fight back as well. He was 3 over early doors, double the 3rd. Plenty of birdies since. Webb Simpson playing with Minwoo.
It might be okay, he says to his caddy when it's in the air. You get a lot of that round here. Well, it also might not be okay.
Curious to see this next one, if we ever do.
Par putt at 6 for Smith, the Players' Champion.
Putter just looks like it's a part of him. So comfortable with that club in his hands.
You a hoodie man, Trevor?
Absolutely.
Playing golf?
Yeah, why not?
Nico's got his hoodie on this morning. He means business. Oh, what a shame from Dean Burmester. It was a wonderful, wonderful tee shot. And he walks away with a par at 11. We're not too far away from the first of the so-called supergroups getting underway. The reigning champion Morikawa with McIlroy and Schauffele. Tiger not out till just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, playing with Matt Fitzpatrick and Max Homa. Jordan Spieth just after that with John Rahm and Harold Varner III. There's the huge drive from DeChambeau. First of all, though, it's Tringali.
Yeah, this is not easy to judge right for Cameron Tringali. There's a few humps in front of that green. I'm not sure he can send this high and stop it quick enough. And he does. Obviously had a good lie there. Or fresh grooves on his send iron, maybe.
JT Poston for his birdie. Oh, what a start that is.
That's
3 in a row.
That's the strength of his game, that putter. Been one of the best putters on the PGA Tour for a few years. What a start.
And there is Rory McIlroy.
Means business. He's taking double steps. Means business.
Trying to stretch those legs out. He seemed really relaxed in the preparation this week. Hasn't seemed uptight at all. I think that's a great sign. Likes where his game is at. Knows the golf course very well.
Here we go, just short of the 7th. The par 4. DeChambeau up and over the hillock.
How about it? 2 at 7. Almost. That's going to be 3 birdies in a row for DeChambeau.
It was a slightly shaky start, wasn't it? But he's come back nicely. So birdies at 5, 6 and 7 for DeChambeau. He moves it to 2 under. We will head up a hole to the 8th. And Joo Hyung Kim to climb out of that little log jam at the top. Oh, it's another good effort. Interesting for Simpson at 14.
Look at this right here, on the knees. Just trying to get it out and back into position. Shows how quickly things can change. When that second shot was in the air, he thought it was going to be okay.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're taking a shot on both knees.
Shane Lowry, who won so dramatically at Portrush in Northern Ireland. What's that, 3 years ago now? Had a couple of years as the defending champion. 2020 Open wasn't played due to COVID. Out to 7. Tringali for the 3. And to go 4 under through 7 holes.
We've seen this putt before earlier, a little bit off the right. Not much to it, just outside the cup maybe. Just a bit shy. Just a bit shy.
To 12, Brandon Wu to move it to 4 under par.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about how narrow his stance is. Do you think that's because the conditions are fairly quiet and then when it's going to get really windy, he's going to go wider?
It would be interesting to see if he would change his technique for that.
Give me range for Poulter. No, maybe not. Hold a wonderful eagle 2 at the 9th. from way downtown, if you are just switching on. And that is looking out over the Eden estuary. The far stretches of the old course. And we have 5 players tied for the lead on day 1 of the 150th Open. Wu Poulter, Kim Tringali and JT Poston, who has made the fastest start. Birdie, birdie, birdie. DeChambeau has tapped in for his birdie there at 7. He's got amongst the 2 unders. Could start from Robert McIntyre. And we are all set for the first of our supergroups on this opening day at St Andrews. Colin Morikawa with Rory McIlroy and last week's winner Xander Schauffele, who's on a little bit of a winning run at the moment. Shane Lowry plays with Justin Thomas and Norway's Victor Hovland. They're off at just before 10 past 10 local time here. Will Zalatoris, the nearly man of the majors this season, with Hideki Matsuyama and Tony Finau. Kistner, Kirk and Kanaya all play together. Just after 10:30 they'll get going. And all hoping to take advantage of these relatively benign conditions. Interesting, isn't it? In the practice days, we've had a fairly keen breeze out there. Practice putting green is right by the first tee, so not too far to go from there. As we head out to 14 and our first 3 ball, and this is Webb Simpson, 4th shot. Nicely controlled, but he will leave that for his par. Meanwhile, to Poulter.
Big par. Try and keep the momentum. Slides by there. Untidy 3-putt.
First drop shot today for Poulter, so he's back to 2 under. To 7 and Cam Smith 2nd.
Not too many better in the world at this style of shot. He's so good at controlling the trajectory, the spin, the spot that he lands it on. There's another good one.
We've seen Poulter coming from that side. Let's see if we can see another bit of magic from Herbert. A long way out. Speed is key again.
Surely not 2. That must be an easy putt from over there, Nick.
I was like, thank you very much.
DeChambeau into the par 3/8, just over 200 yards.
You see that flag fluttering there right underneath the 8.
You can hear the sound of that ball when it pitches on the green. It sounds like tile. Firm they are.
Well, he's warming to his task, isn't he, DeChambeau? He will have that for a 4th straight birdie. Morikawa and McIlroy have made their way onto the first tee. Will go to Ernie Els at the 2nd.
How about this start for the 2-time champion? Birdie, birdie to get this tournament started. Can he roll back the clock?
Well, Dean Burmester missed that tiddler at 11, has another chance at 12. This time he makes it. So Burmester amongst the leaders as well. Playing with Lucas Herbert. Kurt Kitayama to get to 3 under as well. To the par 5 14th, and an eagle putt here for Min-Woo Lee.
This could jump him up into the lead if he makes this. And there it is.
What a bonus that is to make 3 on 14. Amazing start in the back 9. Now, getting to the tougher holes to finish.
So Lee to 4 under. Vaults over Wu, Burmester, Kim, Tringali and Poston. How about that from Barclay Brown? Nice work from the young English amateur. As we wander back once again towards the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse, where Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy and Colin Morikawa are about to get their Open campaign underway. Huge expectations on the shoulders of Rory McIlroy. Hasn't so far been a vintage year for Morikawa, has it? But he was slightly out of form playing in Scotland last year at the Scottish before his victory at Royal St George's, which remember was on his debut at the Open.
This is game number 19. On the tee from the USA, the defending champion, Colin Morikawa.
Trevor hasn't quite had the control that he has previously had in his career with his irons so far this year.
No, he's spoken about being a little uncomfortable with the swing, not being able to trust that fade that he relied on for the first couple of years he was out on tour. So I've been trying to find that slot again. Got his coach with him here this week.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Fan favorite wherever he goes.
Absolutely, and why not? Remember, opened up here in 2010 with a round of 63. Won his Open at Royal Liverpool in 2014, then damaged his ankle playing football, couldn't come here in 2015 to defend. Unfinished business for McIlroy.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
Who has developed a wonderful winning habit. He won the Travellers' Championship. He went over to Ireland and won the JP McManus Pro-Am, and then last week a wonderful victory at Renaissance in the Genesis Scottish Open. He's the man, bang in form. Off they stride. All eyes on McIlroy, on Morikawa and on Schauffele. Flags beginning to flutter a little bit. Cam Smith with a birdie putt at 7.
Oh, right in the heart. Automatic with the flat stick. 2 birdies in his last 3.
On the 15th tee with an iron, here's Minwoo Lee.
Little pot bunker down the left at about 260 you're trying to keep it out of.
John Daly from off the green. Out with the putter at the 8th.
Great putt there. What an experience this week is going to be with his son on the bag. Oh, nice fight back for him there.
Up the little tier at the 12th. Ian Poulter for another eagle. Not bad. And time for us to say a very warm welcome to a man who knows how to win the Open here at St Andrews. It is good morning to Sir Nick Faldo.
Yeah, good morning, gents. How are you guys doing? You'll warmed the world up, have you?
We are very excited, Nick.
Yeah, most definitely. It's fabulous atmosphere. The whole week has been so special, isn't it? I mean, it's golf course is exactly, I think, how they wanted it. Firm, fast, enough wind to really get your attention.
Rory McIlroy, Nick, talking about playing some boring golf this week, invoking the spirit of Sir Nick.
Well, yeah, the boring golf is because the greens are so huge, you're not really intending on missing any greens because there's always a way to get somewhere on them. But obviously it is firm, so we've seen a couple of hole locations you will miss greens, but the idea is to plot it, work the ball against the wind, so you keep it. St Andrews has this wonderful way where the ball will wander off, where a shot normally 30 feet from the pin, on a normal golf green will end up 30 yards or more, because especially with the firmness. This is Xander starting his week.
It's been a popular spot back there.
Yeah, for safety, they're going to all go. You look at the little burn right in front of the flag, and you just go a smidgen long. But that's a great wind into you, slightly off the right. Hit a little hold up fade against that.
It'll be interesting, Nick, to see if McIlroy tries to fade this one. Not his favourite shot. Yep. Trying to hold off that follow through.
He's feeling good. Looking. Oh, it's gone a bit safe.
That's the boring golf that Don was talking about.
That's a bit. No, but that makes the first putt a bit exciting.
Sure does.
He doesn't want to do that anyway.
Maybe a little adrenaline coursing through the veins.
Most definitely. He's feeling good. I chatted to him, watched him play a few holes yesterday. He went out, did a smart move yesterday. He went out at 6:30 in the morning, and the wind was up, so he really lucked out. So the guys were kind of complaining. Practice rounds were very slow. 2.5 hours for 5 holes. So Rory did a very good move, got out there and saw the whole golf course, and he was probably done by 9:10.
How aggressive will Morikawa be here?
I would say very. A little bit of safety as well.
Watching all these shots into the first, it really puts into perspective what DeChambeau did earlier on when he got all that spin on the ball, very nearly holed out for an eagle.
Yeah, Ernie Els as well, hit it in there close, just a few feet.
To 12, and Ian Poulter can see if he can get to 3 under.
That's a good bounce back after the 3 putt at 11.
So the first group off today at 6:35 have reached the 15th. Minwoo Lee second from the rough.
Well, that's a bit too far left.
Oh, go.
That is the thick rough when they plan the 4th coming the other way. And the flag is t'other direction. They've gone very tricky flag at 15, almost middle of the green.
Yeah, he was heading off down the 16th there, wasn't he? Well, his sister, Min Ji Lee, a major winner this year, and it is her brother who leads the way on day one of the 150th Open at St Andrews. Nick, I remember watching, but I don't really remember the weather conditions when you won here in 1990. What sort of a week was it?
We had enough wind. Yeah, we looking at old footage to remind us. Yeah, there was plenty of wind. There really was, and it was firm and dry. My good friend and the great Fanny Sunderson was up here. We did the Champions Challenge, and I walked the course with Fanny yesterday, early morning, and we were reminding ourselves of how firm it was in places. We had enough wind to think about, so it was, obviously different game. There we go, 55 feet at 1.
How good is the touch early on?
It looks really good.
Very good. How about that start?
What a start from McIlroy. A birdie at the opening hole.
I just show you, there's no surprise that you're so focused. You've been you're hyped up all week to get started, and all your attention is down. You visualize that so many times, and that's no real surprise to me for a man of that caliber.
How cool is that shot right there?
So if I can quickly tell a story. So David Ledbetter ran to me on the range back in 1990 and said, they're all spinning, we're into the wind, they're all spinning it back into the burn. So I get down and I remember that. So I've got a 9-iron in, chippy 9-iron. So I think it's windy, so I'll grab the 8. Then a gust comes up, so I grab a 7. I hit the 7. I'm right on the back of the green. And I luckily hit a 25 or 30 yard putt down to a foot. I thought, okay, relax. Okay, just don't wind yourself up.
To the first tee.
This is game number 20. On the tee from Ireland, Shane Lowry.
Shot that stunning 63, didn't he, on Saturday at Portrush, to really take command of the Open.
Yeah, coming in here in good form as well. We know how comfortable he is on link-style courses.
Yeah, it's going to be a strategy, trajectory, and be a really good putter. That's probably the three things you need.
On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
Oh, heavily camouflaged.
I'm glad they announced him because I couldn't tell he was there.
Yeah, I didn't know he was here.
Playing in the Open for the 6th time. He admits himself that it's taken him a little while to get used to links golf.
This is my pick for the week.
Oh, but he's got no socks on, Trevor. How can you pick a guy with no socks?
Because I love the way he moves the ball around.
Okay.
Flights it up and down, moves the trajectory around. Comfortable working the ball both ways.
How'd you play with cold ankles? Especially when you get older, you've got your compression socks on now.
On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
The 9th ranked player in the world. Has actually been a little bit out of form just recently, but
he makes a lot of mistakes. He's such a strong ball striker. I mean, you would have thought, strength-wise, if he keeps it in play, I mean, you shouldn't be missing greens. You've got to find a way.
Making giant strides, though, isn't he, for Norwegian golf on the men's side of things. First Norwegian to win in the States, to win over in Europe. Colin Morikawa to open his defence of the title with a birdie.
He's just gone to this mallet-style putter here. Remember how clutch he was down the stretch last year, making 10 to 12 footers on that final 9.
Par putt for Min Woo Lee at the 15th. Remember, he missed the green over on the right-hand side.
Now you're worried about Thomas's ankles showing. Min has got a skull on the front of his shirt.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit scary for the youngsters. You'll have to buy them all an ice cream.
Poor first putt from Xander Schauffele. He's left himself with this for par at the first. I think you'd have got long odds on him 3-putting the first.
Yeah. Great angle. Look at this. Bryson having a... This is an easy shot for this fella.
Yeah, just 327 front.
Yeah, it's just got 2 bunkers and a fair not in play. It's 50 yards wide up there. So is that what, back edge? That's 3 wood. Is that 3 wood over the green? That's just gone, what, 380? Oh, great angle back. Look at that.
Hole high at 7 with the driver.
Yeah, I saw that.
Cameron Young, 3 under par, playing the 6th.
This man's, he's been in there every... Has this wind slightly changed? Because they're banking it against the wind and getting some spin.
Yeah.
This looks like it might have come round a little more to the west, that would be.
The youngster, Joo Hyung Kim, to tie Min Woo Lee for the lead. And he gets it. Affectionately known as Tom, because in his early days he was a fan of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Weren't we all? Right, Rory at 2. Aiming right of the white tents there. The end of the white tents, left to right. There you go. Perfect. Don't want to overdo it too much. Yeah, just... no, that's fine. That's the wispy stuff.
I know it was a Pro-Am, but his driving performance in Ireland at the JP McManus Pro-Am tournament was quite exceptional. Lowry into the first.
Yeah. Work some trajectory, as I talked about, some spin, turn it into the wind, get it to sit down. It's a great area, look at that.
Well, Aaron has switched to this match as we watch Hovland.
Just 2 yards closer for Victor. 105. 6 over the burn.
That interesting that 15 minutes later the golf ball reacts completely different.
Isn't it just?
Isn't that amazing? The other group will bounce and release and they're bringing it back. So that is just shows you, I mean, that's the luck of the draw, isn't it? How things can fluctuate, just change enough. Suddenly this is what you call it, an easy shot. This is should be making 3. Well, at least giving yourself a very good chance.
Oh, this is a very good chance here for Justin Thomas. 96 yards is all.
Very clean strike, not much divot there.
But that gave him a fright for a second.
He spent a lot of time, hasn't he, in practice with Tiger Woods, trying to pick Tiger's brains about how to navigate the old course. As we go to Cameron Young, we saw the approach shot at 6. And he ties the lead. So we have 3 at 4 under par. 3 holes to go for this man. Here he is at the 16th. Different ways to tackle this hole.
Yeah, there really is. You know, going left. So this is that's the second fairway. That's the rough short of the second, which you won't see. So, sorry, the third fairway. That's the rough of the third. So that's one option, or we can obviously go right at the pinnacle's nose.
Our location all the way in the back here at 10.
Yeah. Nice pin on 52. I could throw it on the front, but I need a 6-iron to the back of the green.
He doesn't seem to show too many nerves, does he, Ju Young Kim? I guess that's what happens when you're 20 and you're playing in the Open and you're tied for the lead. It's been a little while since we've had an Englishman win the Open, Nick.
Yeah, last one was 30 years ago.
Yeah, who was that?
To the day, almost.
How long did it take you to get to grips with the old course? How many times did you play here before you realised its subtleties?
No, I was very fortunate that Gerald Micklem, who was part of the championship committee way back in the 60s, actually got Arnold Palmer to come and play. And he was head of English selectors for a Sunningdale member. He was very kindly gave me some notes. And so he told me the lines to go, because a lot of people say, for example, here at 2, hook it left, but no, if the championship pin will be left, so you've got to go to the right, all the little subtleties of the angle. So I came out here and loved it right from the word go. There we go.
Fantastic little stories like that is one of the many things that makes this championship so great.
Right, to 1. Lowry for an opening birdie.
Well, he's pretty nifty with the putter usually. Hit it. Oh, just hit the thing.
Barclay Brown, one of 6 amateurs in the field this week, is to get to 3 under. Nicely done.
Yeah, I met him first time a couple of days back.
He's a tall lad, isn't he? Right, next up on that first tee, we've got Will Zalatoris, we've got Hideki Matsuyama and Tony Finau. Another great 3-ball to watch out there today.
This is game number 21. On the tee from the USA, Will Zalatoris.
Runner-up at the PGA, runner-up at the US Open. And he's also been runner-up at the Masters, hasn't he? So he's been close, as yet no cigar.
Yeah, knocking on the door. Interesting to see how he adapts to links golf. Put such a good strike on the ball. Even though that putter can be a little wobbly with the stroke, he has been making putts at major championships.
On the tee from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
Last year's Masters champion steps onto the tee. Missed the cut, like Zalatoris last week, down at Renaissance, so here a little earlier to do his prep.
Not so sure that strike was perfect. One of the bigger divots we've seen.
Wow, that was a definite divot before the ball, wasn't it?
Right now he's thinking, thankfully the fairways are firm.
Yeah.
On the tee from the USA, Tony Finau.
I think Tony teed it up a bit higher after seeing that one. I would. I think, oh.
He's got a good record in the Open so far. Top 20s in 5 starts.
Yeah, form has been starting to come back in the last few months, really since the Mexico Open when he finished in a tie for second.
I hope it doesn't get windy because he's going to take off with that hoodie. That's going to be like wings.
Like a parachute.
Yeah.
How have you found the week so far, Nick? We've had the celebration of champions, the champions dinner, which apparently was quite emotional.
It was very. I love the champion challenge because we shot 6 under for 4 holes.
Yeah, you guys won.
And I'm I'm now at 6.1 majors. So we had a great laugh. That really was fun. I was actually looking forward to that. As I said, I even got Fanny Sunison out on the bag. So it was great to go down memory lane. And champions dinner was, yes, very emotional. Jack basically saying goodbye to probably attending any more Opens. So that was, you can imagine, pretty moving for some of us.
Yes, he's now an honorary citizen of St Andrews. That was a nice touch. He was emotional in receiving that honour as well. Great to see him here, and the likes of Lee Trevino.
Okay, good news here for Minwoo is that whole location is on the right-hand side. You can see it there, just on that 16, so he has room to try and run it up.
There's something about this ridge, it's always slow. Very difficult to get it to release over. Maybe the wind's just caught it enough. It takes a bit of extra effort to get up there.
Opening hole, Hovland. And it's an opening birdie for the Norwegian. It's only his second Open, so still learning on the links. The art, the craft of it all. Morikawa at the second.
Very difficult spot to be in here, Nick.
What happened here? He's miles away. This climb. Wow. That's the problem. You know, left to right wind, lose it a little bit, get a kick. Could be 40 yards away.
Meanwhile, to Ju Hyung Kim.
That ball rolled out nicely, didn't it? Good looking putt. Had a chance the whole way.
Yeah, Rory comes up short of 2, up and over. Very slippery. He was very happy with his speed control in practice. Saying he felt like he could hit him as hard as he liked, with no fears of running too far past. Yeah, ball sitting down a touch. Just watch the.
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, I'd move the ball up a tweak more, half a ball up, just to get it to. Don't knock it into the ground, because then it bounces and you lose a lot of oomph.
Yeah, that's a good tip, especially nowadays, because players are using putters with so much less loft than what we used to.
Yeah, 1 and 2 degrees. Back in our day was 4s and 5s.
How about this one for Schauffele then?
Well, from here, I mean, he's just waiting for the players on the 16th green to do a little bit of their work. This one's back uphill for Xander, and the least complicated of all the putts that I've seen so far on this hole.
Voice of Karen Stubbles, who won the Women's Open at Sunningdale back in 2004, following Schauffele, Morikawa and McIlroy.
New putter in the bag this week for Cameron Young. Off to a fast start.
His whole location's in a bowl, so you could almost swing it in from both directions.
With Morikawa coming in from the left side of the fairway, almost on the 17th fairway, it created a bit of an awkward angle for him to get it close, but that's brutal.
An early stumble from the reigning champion back to the tee here at 2, and Lowry.
That wind has definitely changed, Trevor, hasn't it? Look, it's a little more into them. Oh, he's lost it well, right. Oh, it's in gorse bush. My goodness.
Well, Nick, you're the man who knows the tides. Is the tide coming in? Or
I don't know.
out?
I'm gonna have to go to my tide chart.
Okay,
Give me a mo.
Stand by on that.
Stand by.
In the meantime, McIlroy for his par at the second. And that's what he's been doing so well, hasn't it, this season?
Yeah, starting to look really comfortable with the putter. Not quite as rigid, a bit more athletic.
He's worked for a few years now, hasn't he, with Brad Faxon on the putting, starting to pay dividends. Matsuyama after the, yes, at the first.
Much better strike than the tee shot. Beautifully controlled there.
It's got the little ball first that time. To 16, Min-Woo Lee putting up and slightly across the slope.
Okay, you want your tide information?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So we were low at 10 past 9 this morning, and we were going all the way to high tide at 3:27. So I guess, does that mean it's going to just keep increasing the wind for all the way through to mid-afternoon, and then there'll be maybe a change mid-afternoon? Mind you, 3 o'clock you think is late. That's what the lead, well, not the leaders, they're still going out. Tiger's going out at 3.
Exactly, 2:59. With Fitzpatrick and Homer.
I guarantee Joey's giving Tiger that tide information probably right now. There you go.
There you go. Well, way out there.
Yeah, just started to come in. Not too many waves.
Over on the west sands by the old grey Toon. And this golf course, which starts in the town and goes back to the town. Here is Shane Lowry. Aaron?
Yeah, the wind caught that drive, pushed it a little bit. The wind from the left caught it and moved it even further into a gorse bush. So this is his third after the drop. Blind. Something long on the left of this flag necessary.
Craig, get the rope back.
Well, we can't see where he's finished up, but he's certainly not close. Third tee, McIlroy.
He's got to be able to get close to the green.
A little bit of wind off the left for Rory.
Be careful. One little bunker down the right. And actually that's going to be the flag's front right. That's the only problem.
Not much angle left there.
It's going to be something on the ground, some bump and run.
16, and the par putt for Min-Woo Lee.
You see again, see how slow that was coming up the hill. 16 green is a little greener. Not sure why, but good fall.
He's holding out well today.
Pretty good saves at both 15 and 16. He'll head off to the road hole. We'll go back to the second, and Justin Thomas.
Yeah, they're waiting for Xander Schauffele on the third hole to go ahead and tee off, as it's Bones was ready to give Justin the signal to go ahead. Great angle over here, guys, on the right-hand side of this fairway to this flag. Back into the wind off the left, Nick. Just 125. He can attack.
Yeah, pick the 2 white flags on top of the hospitality. That's a great line. Just got to keep it a little left to the flag. Cannot lose it down into that, as he did. That's 4 feet deep down there.
That's a bad mistake,
yeah,
isn't
you
it?
just got to air another 10. Mind you, it's like the first shot of the day on the crosswind, and you just kick yourself because you wanted to get it close, but you have to have an air of safety. Oh, what a kick. Oh, there you go.
Links golf in a nutshell. Right
there it is. Look, I'm back.
You've got to take the bounces, good and bad, on the links. So Morikawa in good shape there at the 3rd. But he's 1 over par as he defends the title. Who's going to be the champion golfer for the 150th time at the Open? Quite a few pars, quite a few scores, I should say, under par. But at the moment, 4 under is the leading score. McIlroy with a birdie at the first, so too Hovland. And it's to the opening hole we go. And Will Zalatoris.
Well, we saw Rory's putt come down this green. Should go a little left, right. This could be... Didn't move much.
To the second of the par 3s here over the old course, and Kim.
That wind just coming back in and a touch off of the left. Oh, this is fantastic. Will it stay up there? Yeah, it just stays on top of the ridge. Beautiful shot.
He really does look like a special talent, doesn't he, Joo Hyung Kim? Lowry, remember, he was in trouble off the tee, so this is for par. Up to 17, and Minwoo Lee over the railway sheds.
Yeah, first look at 17. With this wind, send it almost down the balcony line of the hotel.
Especially for him, he sure can pound it out there.
Back in the rough again, Trevor. He's been there every hole. This is the second. This is what I'm talking about with Justin Thomas. Watch this climb up this hill. It's a hollow, hey, round and back again.
That looks pretty good.
Excellent.
Awesome camera angle to show that ridge there.
Back to the first, and Matsuyama for a 3. It's deceiving a lot of players just around the hole, isn't it? The first.
Victor Hovland here at the second, back up the hill, and the only guy in the group to leave it in the proper spot on this green. Should be a little right to left movement, but one he can be aggressive with, and this would be a heck of a start. Birdie, birdie.
Well, that's a great look at the spread. How about the two birdies from way left? Because if they've got enough green to work with, but coming in downwind, that's...
Well, and Nick, to your point, when you're coming from the far left, you don't have to negotiate the undulations on the front right of the green too. Kind of is a much easier approach shot.
Just trying to be aggressive, just know they cannot go more than 2 paces long.
Well, it's an important putt, isn't it, for Shane Lowry?
Yeah.
This is for bogey at 2.
This is no fun because it's down in a bowl, so it could do something weird like that. Wow, quick 6.
Over to Joo Hyung Kim to take the lead in the Open. Zalatoris at the second.
Trying to hit some kind of fade and hold it up against that wind. Oh, boy.
My goodness. That's heading towards the OB wall.
Great angle.
When they play great angle, it's not. I'm sorry. Oy, oy, oy.
Was not expecting that.
Rory's going low, I think. Yeah. Force it up, get the right hop, skip. Yeah, I had to play away a little bit from the flag for safety. So that's a shame. You know, short 4, you'd feel like you want to birdie the 3rd.
Yeah, not easy with that runoff behind the hole.
No, exactly.
Yeah, he hit it exactly the way he wanted. Just looking 20 or 30 feet left of the hole. You see how he turns that face down there, keeps the chest on top to try and drive the ball low, as Nick suggested. Beautiful technique.
Right up to 17 in the second here for Min Woo Lee, tied for the lead.
Well, you forget the flag, it's almost behind. You're trying to get it to land short and release and just get it to climb the ridge. Come on. Oh, he's done it. Good job. That was plan A, I think.
Yes, you get the feeling that left-hand rough's going to see a little bit of action this
Sure
week.
is.
Yeah, they had it roped off, so to avoid any traffic going there prior to the Open, so it's thick and nasty.
We saw the driver Zalatoris.
Almost popped into the jigger in there.
Good move. So he's got to land this short of the green. I feel there's actually he's got a nice up, so be interested to see if he gets to go forward or if it kicks. Oh, he flew it way too much.
Yes, now he's got quite an interesting putt as well, hasn't he?
And it's going to be interesting to see with his technique using the arm lock when he has very long putts like he's going to be facing there too, how he judges the speed.
See if McIlroy can make another birdie. This one at 3.
He was really rolling in a ton of putts on the putting green before he came out here, just nonchalantly just stroking them in the hole, making it look so easy. I mean, we saw what he did on the first. That was another good roll there too.
Yeah, good looking putt.
Cameron Young at the 8th. Gosh, it looks about 45, 50 feet or so.
Yeah, gigantic green here at 8 shares with the 10th. It's a good touch.
Well, looking down over the 3rd green, that gives you a better idea of all the little bunkers. 110, I think, in total here over the old course. Morikawa to get back to level par.
Got himself in a nice position here, and a nice little spinny shot. Back uphill.
Greens are running just an inch quicker than yesterday. We're told that in terms of firmness, they are 159 gravities, which apparently is 11 gravities up on yesterday.
Yeah, which is, what, like 7%, and I don't know how, but basically it's gone from almost like the runners and riders, firm to super firm. I'd say it's firm out there. It's basically, that's the skill. It's all about your landing spot, the big bounce, what you think, got to calculate that, and then you've got to calculate the release. And obviously that changes tremendously downwind, into the wind, crosswinds. That's when you've got to really calculate how to pick the right club and the right shot.
Well, I've got to say, it's one of those things that we don't like to talk about angles too much these days with golf, because when you're playing a nice soft golf course, it's really, you know, you can go at any angle, it doesn't matter. But on this golf course, I think angles are huge, Nick.
Oh, I agree, 100%. Yeah, you can't just knock it out there anywhere and think, oh, I'll just grab my wedge and throw it in there, because you won't, even with a wedge in your hand, you won't have enough room. You might have 20 yards and it's still not enough room to stop the golf ball.
Drop shot on the first, so Schauffele gets it back there at the third, and he's back to level par, 4 off the lead. Here is one of our co-leaders, Minwoo Lee at the 17th.
Big break from his right here.
Yeah, they've jammed that. Oh, little nervy on that one, didn't release it.
He's going to have to make another one of those for the third hole in a row to save par.
Kicking himself. He did all the hard work getting up that ridge for his second shot.
Look where Zalatoris is aiming at the second.
Yeah, Trevor's right. With an arm lock, oh, he's giving that a wrap. I can't do the arm lock on the follow through on long ones. You're right, because you kind of like your neck stops it. You've got to have a bit of hip movement, haven't you, to clear yourself.
A little bit of a break in your front elbow.
Yeah.
That's how you release it.
Bob McIntyre makes his birdie at 8. He goes 2 under par. He's played nicely in Portrush, didn't he? Enjoys himself on the links. Back to the first, and Kevin Kistner for an opening birdie.
May as well give him this, the way he putts. He makes another one. Automatic from about that distance.
Yeah, he had a share of second place, didn't he, behind Molinari and Carnoustie 4 years ago. And Carnoustie was pretty firm and fast, wasn't it, back in 2018? Similar conditions here at St Andrews. Off that double bogey at the previous hole. Here's Shane Lowry at the third.
97 yards off a pretty severe downslope, ball below his feet. That's really well done.
Good control there. He's going to want to make a few good swings, maybe even make a putt of that length to try and get things going again after the mess at 2.
Coming off the birdie at 3, Schauffele.
This is probably the toughest drive on the golf course. You've got thick hay all the way to 290 on that line, so it's going to be interesting to see. That will stick up. Oh, will it? Will it? Will it? Oh, that's huge.
Nice break. Totally mishit that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ball speed at 168. Normally he's in the high 170s.
Yeah. Cannot lose it on the wind. Right.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, loosening on the wind, it's just going to carry that little bit of extra distance, and those gorse bushes down the right come into play very quickly.
Uh-oh. He was aiming well left, and then he's hit this. Big slider. Oh, he's going to be fine. But actually, perfect now.
So fortunate he got that soft bounce there.
Yeah.
Tempo looked a little quicker than normal there from McIlroy.
To Hovland.
Yeah, good angle. Actually, just can you land it 5 yards short, get it to bite? He sure did. Oh, claws it back from the cliff edge.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Look at the crowd stand by the fourth tee. Morikawa.
It's a tough driver, Colin. He can't fly it as far as Rory, obviously, so he's gonna. Is he gonna thread it? Oh, that's impressive. Going down the narrow side.
And on it goes. Back to Justin Thomas at the third.
Same thing. Good angle. Throw it out. Yeah, so we've got 3 good chances for this group.
And Lowry's going to give him a little read there as well. 17. Another par putt for Min-Woo Lee.
He knew it.
Totally unforced error there. Wasn't that hard of a first putt, was it?
No, no, it really wasn't. Just it's a little uphill, a little into the bank, but I think you start getting a little carried away with 17. Gets you come over all unnecessary.
Yeah, nicely done from the 4-time major champion Brooks Koepka. Birdies at 9 and 10. Moves him into red numbers. So 2 tied at the top now, courtesy of that bogey from Min-Woo Lee at the road hole. And it is the 20-year-old from Korea, Joo Hyung Kim, alongside Cameron Young from the United States. McIntyre leading the way for the home nation. Took a big decision to change coaches recently. Been with David Burns for a long time. Now with Simon Shanks, which is a slightly unfortunate name for a golf coach.
Hey, you're right there.
Just 330 to the front here at 18 today, with the wind helping a little out of the right.
A big putt up through the Valley of Sin there.
What would you be doing there today, guys? Would you be having a go at that or not?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody's going to get it up there in that section, and some will drive it.
Shane Lowry, remember, coming off a double bogey at the second to try and undo some of the damage. Scotty Bowe was saying earlier this week, it's the only real thing that is not going particularly well for him at the moment. He's just not holding enough putts at the moment. So having seen the line, Thomas.
Identical line. I mean, he's got a really good opportunity after seeing Lowry's.
Right up to the 18th, and Paul Lawrie, driver for the Scot.
Yeah, try and get a low runner.
I gotta say, I got up early this morning and watched Paul kick off this 150th Open from my hotel room. It was a cool moment.
Oh, that's
and
even
a great
cooler.
shot.
Look at this. My goodness.
Fantastic.
That'll be something. Somebody makes a 1 at 18.
I think Lee Westwood in practice yesterday hit the pin.
Did he?
With his
Okay.
tee shot. didn't go in. McIlroy's second into 4.
Well, it's the only way to get a good angle to the back left hole location. I love this green. It's like waves.
It's a great way to describe it.
Yeah, it climbs. It will climb. You can see it climbs up, and I failed to get. You see the lovely waves. 2 of them to get. So he's got, wow, at least a 30-yard putt.
Didn't make it past the second swell.
It's a good swing. Flat-footed, right foot, interesting. Stay down a long time, keep it down, don't leap at it.
Maybe he thought he would get a little bit of a jump out of that first cut there.
Cameron Smith to move alongside Kim and Young at the top. So we've got 2 Camerons tied for the lead in the 150th Open, Young and Smith. Nice move from the Players' Champion. Another look at that putt from Justin Thomas.
Yeah, watch how he keeps his head really nice and still, but it's greens sometimes just do a little different. 2 putts coming down, just wander very slow. Oh, lovely view. There's the Valley of Sin off, and he's square onto it. Just give it a whack, and he did. Oh, got carried away.
Caught the sweet spot there, didn't he?
To Victor Hovland, who's got another chance here at the 3rd. This to go 2 under through 3. Very nice start. To 12, and Ju Hyung Kim to take the outright lead. I tell you what, he seems to have a birdie putt every single time we go to him. 4 so far, no drop shots. Good stuff from him. Let's go to Morikawa at 4.
There's another look at this second shot. Bunker left, so you're trying to thread it, just split the difference. And there's another ridge. That's okay. I mean, this is the 4th. You just want to make a 4 and move on.
Yeah, so tough to get it close to that back left hole location, isn't it?
The Memorial winner, Billy Horschel, to get to 3 under.
Yeah, it's 3 under through 7. It's very nice. You've got 9 and 10 and 12. So opportunities everywhere. Right, important tee shot at 4.
He's got the power to carry it over the rough.
Yeah, let's watch this land. It's going to land at what, 280? Oh yeah, 280 with a kick. Yeah, it's a little dicey though, isn't that, Trev?
Right on the edge.
It's right on the edge for him.
You're hoping for that firm first bounce.
Yeah, you got to get the downslope. If you land on top of the plateau, you wouldn't make it.
So from the fairway, or the tee I should say, up to the green, and this putt for McIlroy. This has got 1 or 2 humps and hollows, Karen.
It does. Normally riding waves is a lot of fun, but this is not a fun wave to ride. It's quite nervy.
Let's see what happens when it climbs that hill. Slowed it down big time, didn't it?
Sure did.
What do you give him? 8 out of 10 for that one?
No, he wouldn't give himself 8 out of 10 for that. No, that might be 6 foot short, I think. So
Up to 18.
It looks a little burnt on top of the Valley of
doesn't
Sin. Yeah. Wow.
Just can't get enough of it though, and you stand out there and look across that 1st and 18th at the clubhouse. Just fantastic. Breaking from his left here.
Yeah, you know what I'd love to know is is this the original grass? You know, I mean, has this just been cut for all time? It's not like, you know, we redid the greens 20 years ago. It's
No.
This grass might be it from hundreds of years ago. That's what I think is so cool about here.
Isn't it just?
Started being mown by the sheep back in the day. Had to train them to walk in straight lines, Trev.
That's impressive.
So the first score is in today, and it is a 69 for Min Woo Lee. And after that wonderful drive for a closing eagle to Paul Rory. He's just bogeyed 16 and 17. And he gets both those back with an eagle at 18. What a wonderful finish from the 1999 Open champion and the man who got us underway out there today. They've got a bit of a lie-in tomorrow, haven't they? They're not off till, I think, about 11:25, something like that.
That'll be nice after the 4 a.m. wake-up call this morning.
Morikawa getting ready now with his putt. It's going to be uphill as well. And move a little to the right as it approaches the hole.
What was that? My goodness. Completely carried away.
Barclay Brown at the 17th.
How cool is this for this young amateur? Oh, you're kidding me. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's how you celebrate. That's how you celebrate making a three. You have no idea, young man. Yeah, I just made three at 17, no problem. Yeah, that's all right.
Just casually walked it in.
We take a lifetime to make a three at 17.
Pop it on at 18, make a two there as well. Let's go to 11 and Cam Smith.
Sit. Sit.
Ooh.
Terrible spot to miss it down there. That is going to be extremely difficult to save par from down there, even with his skills around the greens.
Yeah, that's a good luck, isn't it? Over the back of 11. Par putt now for Morikawa at the 4th. Gosh, what, he's put it 10 feet past, but he makes the comeback. So all is forgiven.
Yeah, nice speed on that putt there. Rolling it firmly into the back of the cup.
A little bit of work to do as well for McIlroy.
He does. A little bit back downhill towards the hole, but I think these putts are so important on this golf course, this length ones, and pours that one in.
Yeah, finds another one. Keeps ticking over. Remember, boring golf was the mantra from McIlroy. Koepka.
Still going.
Oh, that was out of... So which bunker was he? Was he in Strath?
I think so.
I can't see top of the screen, I guess.
Which is a pretty big miscue with where the hole is located in the back today.
No, he came from over there. Which way are we going? I'm lost, sorry. I can't work out which way we're...
I think you had it right the first time. You've won here twice. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm looking at the green backwards. I played it forwards. That's the problem with TV. That's my excuse. Anyway, Will Zalatoris is gone in that hollow we were talking about at the 3rd. This is wicked down there. Yeah. It is so steep, you think, I've got to bash it, but it's extremely firm.
Look at that view right there.
Wow, is this young man just going to knock a 3-wood on? Looks like it.
You can see those flags behind the green,
Yeah.
wind helping.
Yeah, well, for safety, it's out of bounds, of course, just off the... Probably a lot of guys won't go with driver because if it comes in hot, well, that's off the corner of the green. That's almost up to the steps. Wow, that's flag high with a 3-wood. This is another absolute no-no.
I thought he was going to putt this.
If he gets this up and down, we would definitely hail him as the greatest short gamer right now.
Still pretty good there, wasn't it?
Trevor, nice to be back with you. Nick Faldo.
So do we have to welcome you in, Steve Sands?
Yes.
How about that?
How about
Yes.
that?
Steve Sands,
Dom's
welcome.
taking a break. Thank you very much, Sir Nick.
We're
Justin
loving
Thomas.
it, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Tough leave there at 4
Yeah.
for Thomas, isn't it? Gonna have to come over the corner of that deep bunker.
I have to chip it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let's go to the 5th now. One of the 2 par 5s on this golf course. There you go. The amateur, Barkley Brown. Wow, shades of 2015 with Paul Dunn, the amateur, who made it all the way to the final group on Sunday. 4 men tied at 4 under par here at the 150th U Open Championship. Webb Simpson's day complete. He got it to 3 under par at one point, and then he bogeyed the 8th and made a couple of bogeys as well over the next 4 holes, and he ends up with a 1 under 71. Very rare to see a par 72, Nick, and only 2 par 5s.
Yeah, 2 5s, 2 3s. It's all part of the fantastic history here. Just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I don't think you could create anything more or different.
And the 2 par 5s, 5 and 14, sit side by side,
Yeah.
and the 2 3s, 8 and 11,
Yeah.
sit side by side.
Just going.
What else is cool is how this golf course is played now by the guys of today, yet stands up through the test of time, because it wasn't like the game was played this way in the middle 1800s.
No, exactly. They're probably hitting it 200. I can't imagine how far a drive went back in with a feathery. Probably about 150 yards.
How about the start for Victor Hovland?
Yeah, he's strong. I got a sneaky feeling he could. Uh-oh. Oh, see, now
It's
it's
up
jammed
against
up
the
the back. That he may not, well, more than likely will not be able to play towards the flag. He's going to have to go out.
But
way
what are you
left.
doing, really, flying the ball all the way to the
I
hole
know, I
there at
agree.
4?
I agree. These guys have got to. Well, this is we seasoned campaigners. It's all about the landing spot and the first bounce.
Oh, Hideki.
Oh, that wiggled left on him quickly, didn't it?
So
Yeah, that's
Hideki, excuse me, Nick, going in the
Yeah.
wrong direction early. Here's Brooks Koepka for par.
Yeah, this is making a mess of 11.
That was actually a bogey putt, so
Yeah.
Brooks is going to drop 2. He's going to go from -1 to +1. Now to Shane Lowry.
Little scary angle. You have to go really at the flag and let it just drift to the right for safety.
Carry it. Cover.
It's not. Wow, that's.
Seems to land soft enough.
Oh,
No, it didn't.
there goes another one.
Okay, at least he has a shot towards the flag.
Yeah, that's going to be a completely different golf shot than what Victor Hovland will see.
Victor's going to be on one leg going sideways.
Here's a par save for Cam Smith. He's such a great putter, Trevor. It's almost shocking when he misses one.
It is. Even the putts that miss look like they're going to go in when they're halfway there.
Oh, Aaron, here we go.
Oh, this is what I came to St. Andrews for right here.
This is why people wake up in the United States really early and sit there in their boxers and T-shirts and a cup of coffee and watch golf.
First of all, I agree with you guys. What are you doing flying it all the way to that whole location that whole location? And then secondly, if Victor decides to try to go at this flag, it could, I mean, he could make a 6 or a 7 in a heartbeat, Nick.
I think that he can get.
This is where being very young and athletic helps.
Yeah, he does those crazy jumps, doesn't he? He's got unbelievably strong legs, but I don't think. No.
He's almost got it. I mean, in all honesty, he's looking out sideways towards where I'm standing, and I think that's the play. Or get in there and just, unfortunately, you might have to play backwards down the 14th fairway, in front of the 14th green.
How about trying to nudge it just towards the middle of the bunker?
Or you could do that, Trev. Absolutely. I mean, just more of like a layup.
I think you go on your left knee, and somehow, like he's now looking, goes sideways. But he's trying to go there. I think this is his only option. And we just saw Justin Thomas as well has got his wedge in his hand. He's got to clip it across that corner.
So fascinating, Aaron. You think of Links Golf as we move ahead now. We'll get back to Hovland in a second, but first Justin Thomas.
Yeah, and this is no bargain here. Needs his best pair of hands. Oh, that is brilliant. Really well done.
Such a complete player now, isn't he? Yeah. Has all the shots.
But
now we go back to Hovland.
Still trying. He's still thinking, I've got the strength.
Like really close.
Aaron, I was going to say to you.
Yeah, there we go.
I was going to say, when you think of revetted faces, you think that the ball's going to be like right in front of you, not have the face in back of you, which is going to make the shot so challenging.
There's so many different ways to get yourself in trouble in these pots.
That's why I'm looking at
Yeah, left-handed with the club upside down. That's no.
Because we can't come this way and pitch it here, can we?
No.
No.
Definitely not.
No.
He's Nick. He's, as you would say, he's snookered.
Yes. Snookered
Backwards
with
is not ideal
capital
either.
S, this one. I think this is the only one for safety.
I concur.
Yeah, at least you can dump it hard enough.
It's just, that's got to sit down. That's going to end up in the back rough. And now it's, oh my goodness, this is, it's just so hard to reconcile playing backwards.
The nuances of links golf. Amazing. Now to 18.
A good 25 yards.
If he two putts here, he could take the lead all on his own, the amateur.
Didn't break.
Let's go to the 9th now, and Cameron Young. What a dream start to his first ever Open Championship.
Look how burnt the 9th is, and he's gone from over the back of the green. He's got a lovely simple kick in to go. No, it's got a 5 under through front 9. Wow.
And now Hovland.
Yeah, pure damage control at this point. Steven, this has not gotten that much easier. It is back up the hill, but he's got a couple of valleys to contend with. And you never know quite how the ball's going to come out of this rough.
Yeah, and you never know how much it's going to kick when it lands.
Exactly.
Yeah, smart move. Gave himself an extra foot or two to work with, so should get out here with a 5.
And underneath that bucket hat is the amateur. Ooh. That close to a 67.
Still very impressive round of golf.
actually a nice draw. I mean, as you said, you get up early, but tomorrow you're only going to be off in the 11 o'clock. It's much better than, you know, the 10 o'clock, 3 o'clock one.
Much different shot here out of the same bunker that Hovland hit for Lowry.
It's gone right underneath it. It's true beach sand. It's very soft.
At the 12th, at the bottom of that swale, DeChambeau.
Yeah, they can knock it on comfortably onto 12.
There's an eagle putt. Missed a few of these at a lesser length early in the round, but Bryson has turned it around quickly, and he's got a putt upcoming for 3 under as we go to 12T with Cam Smith.
.325 to the front.
Just that one bunker right in the middle. Scared that fella. So this is going to be very close. Oh, that's a plateau tier and off the back. Okay, if you're going to hit it anyway, that's not bad.
Now here's Lowry, Aaron.
Yeah, big putt. You don't want to go 3 over for the first 4 holes.
This is a disastrous start. No way he would have expected that. I thought one of the guys who loving the conditions, boy, he's handicapped himself right now.
Second at the 10th for the man who's leading, Cameron Young. Another look at birdie for Young. And now the par putt for Justin Thomas. That was a really nice third from that position.
Yeah, excellent touch coming down, up and over a little rise. This should be moving a little bit from his left to right.
Nice putt to make here to stay even, and then has the reachable par 5 coming up.
That's a momentum builder right there, Trev. You're right.
Now Hovland to limit the damage.
A little bit straighter putt. Doesn't have too much movement in this. But I think he learned his lesson, guys, as far as, okay, let's pay attention to where we need to leave it. Some holes aren't really birdie holes. And I think the 4th qualifies today is one you don't want to mess with this hole location.
With Victor a couple of nights ago. It's his first time ever coming here. St. Andrews, he was just thrilled, as you can imagine anybody who's visiting here for the very first time. Couldn't wait to play. That's a pretty good 5 considering where he was in that bunker. Now Kennedy for birdie at 6. Ooh,
just hung in there.
The extra knee bend gave him just a touch to the right to catch that left lip.
Yeah, it's going to be a popular spot at 13. Another hole where very difficult to get with the wind direction and the kick to get close to this hole. This spot down the right-hand side, guarded by that rock-hard downslope there. You can see with a burnt top to it.
Now on the tee at the 5th.
Well, this hole, I mean, right now, as I'm standing here, the wind has really kind of died, which will help in terms of the wind pushing the ball to the right. So you won't have to fight it quite as much, this tee shot. And I think, Nick, the players will be able just to go ahead and free-wheel this one.
Yeah, maybe just hit a normal fade.
Yeah.
Just down the, aim at the, there's a stone in the middle of the fairway, and there's kind of a plateau. And you saw from that map on the right how it kinks in level with the bunkers. So yeah, this kink, this is where they're aiming, and it's not feeding off it. So that's actually pretty awkward. So that's where Rory will aim and hopefully hit just a soft fade.
Yeah, it's nice that this wind's kind of died. I'm thinking that the tide has reached its peak out there and hasn't turned yet.
No, it's got a long time before it turns. 3 o'clock. You're tired now.
That'll do.
Oh, there's the stone.
Hit the stone.
Oh, my wicked middle stump.
Oh.
Cost him 20 or 30
That's
yards.
I was just going to say that's going to cost him 30 or 40 yards. So probably cost him 20.
What is the odds on that? He has no idea. He's going to walk down there and think, I nailed that. It's gone nowhere. Look at this.
What are the odds of this happening?
God.
Wow. Nick, what's with you and the tides?
It's
I've been listening to you do this for 20 years.
Well, it's
you
really
love the
in
tides.
places. It's really important because it will change, and a wind direction will change, temperature changes, especially on the links. I mean, I have fun at Ponte Vedra, you know, and it freshens.
Okay.
It really does. It will. I promise you. You're going to be sitting here till
No,
3:25.
I believe you. I'm just saying that every time I work with you, I always hear you say
all I want to
the
know is that
tides.
you are still sitting here at 3:25 when it changes, and watch the flags out the lovely window, our beautiful view here, you know, as we look over the bay.
I can imagine if someone asked you years ago, if you weren't a professional golfer, what would you have been? And you would have said meteorologist.
A weatherman.
Yeah. McIntyre, the Scotsman here in Scotland.
I think it would have been a window cleaner.
Sir Nick or Dr. Feldo? Who knows? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I do. I do have 2 doctorates, if you don't mind. Thank
Do you really?
Yeah, of course.
Honorary or earned?
Of course, honorary.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I was going to say, Trevor. I was going to say.
Hatfield Polytechnic, if you don't mind.
I was waiting patiently to see how honest he was going to be with that answer.
By the way, we still need an explanation from earlier before Nick got here of the Champions Dinner menu that Trevor described when he won the Masters that following year in 2009. He said a word nobody ever heard of, and he hadn't explained yet what he actually served.
Yeah, the South Africans have all hit me up on Twitter when I said that. Bobotie.
Oh, gosh.
Bobotie, yeah.
Back to
Nick's
the golf
had that
for a
before.
second.
Yeah.
Cameron Young to extend his lead. Can't do it.
It's all B's of you. Bobotie and Bry and Burravus.
Can we get is it a
Yeah.
beef? Is it a chicken? Is it a fish? What are we doing here?
It's ground beef that has like some curried flavor
Yeah.
to it. You serve it with rice. It's fantastic.
I don't hear Nick raving about
No,
that meal.
we did. Oh, Carmenita did a lovely dish for us.
Look at all those Camerons on the first page of the leaderboard. Young leading the way, the American. First time ever here. Ian Poulter, that crazy long eagle putt at the 9th all the way across the green. He's a 2 under par. McIlroy birdied the first. What was that, about a 50-footer at 1? Trying to take advantage of the par 5 fifth as we speak. Ernie Els, a 2-time Open champion. Birdied his first 2. Some more scores to pass along. A lot of people thought Xander Schauffele was a great selection this week. He's won his last 2 starts. It is really difficult to win 3 starts in a row in the world of golf. There's the defending champion, Colin Morikawa. He's over par as we speak. And you're looking at Cam Smith trying to make a birdie. Yep. So Cameron Smith gets to 4 under par. What a great demeanor for this sport.
Yeah.
Cam is just chill.
Really relaxed. No panic at all in him.
Billy Horschel. Ooh. Billy less than pleased with that one missed. We go to Young now at 11.
Just send it over Strath bunker there in front of you, and then don't be too aggressive.
Good looking line.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Good looking line, great looking shot. He's got it all working right now. What a place. Nick, you've been a champion of this event 3 times, and you've done it here at St. Andrews. It's something special about coming here to the old course.
There really is. There's magic in this town. This is, the home of golf and the history, and everybody's here to have a great time. The atmosphere is absolutely fantastic out there. And they were busy this morning at 6:30. They were, they were lines of coming in like ants.
Not just here at St. Andrews, but all of Scotland and the UK. Probably the most knowledgeable golf fans you'll ever find anywhere in the world.
Well, they do appreciate when somebody hits it to 40 feet. They understand that the wind direction and the kick, that was a great shot. And you can't hit shots to 6 feet and stop it. It's a completely different ball game. Well, that's a great view as we swing down. So we're coming down. That's the 5th coming down backwards. So after Rory hitting the marker stone.
Nick, Trevor, and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. Colin Morikawa is trying to go back-to-back at the Open. The last man to do it, 2007, 2008, Padraig Harrington. You know what it's like. You try to defend 3 times. What is it like coming back that following year?
Well, it's great. I mean, obviously, he's a great player, great demeanor. I mean, that's his intention this week, to come and defend it. He knows he's got to do so many good things, and they're going to plot their way around this golf course. That's impossible. 2 miles an hour? What? So something's happening out there.
And Trevor, to that point, when you were trying to defend your major championship, it was at the same golf course. Colin's trying to do it like most other Open champions at a different venue the following year.
Yeah, so a complete different ball game, because at the Masters, like you referenced, you're going back, you remember all the things that you went through the year before, the shots you hit, the putts you made.
Yeah, this is just a completely different test. So you're making a decision where you're trying to land this. How good is this one? So he made the decision to land it right in the bottom of the gully and use the upslope to slow it down. That, I think, is as good as I've seen so far today. Got it absolutely perfect.
All right, Karen, now Xander Schauffele's turn.
He does. I mean, obviously, he saw how Morikawa's flew. Morikawa hit a 2-iron, and he did have a slight little upslope. But from here, a few yards shorter. But I think that same blueprint is the one to go. I mean, I think you could land it on the downslope, and depending on the trajectory of how much it then ricochets up into the upslope the other side, you might get the same effect. But definitely landing at the bottom of that hill has to be the key here. But you've got to be so precise, because it's only, 3 yards, 4 yards wide at the bottom of that slope, Nick?
Yeah, I've seen a couple land on the downside. It's burnt there, and it will end up 40 yards past the flag.
Well, then that's not the play then.
Yeah, but you cannot land it on the upslope because it kills it dead. Oh, how good is that?
Whoa, that's a great shot.
Wow, these guys have... It's suddenly gone quiet. Look, the wind has dropped a little. What a fascinating difference it makes. Just, one hole later, how it can play.
Now McIlroy.
He's got a 4-iron out.
High fade coming up.
But if he carries it on...
And that is on the high fade.
Is he going to lose it right? It didn't carry. You'd see that lands right on the upslope. You heard the groans, kills it dead, and it gone backwards down in that really dry, dusty area. Nothing to work with. So another, conjured up some kind of bump and run.
Let's fast forward up to 13 now, and Cam Smith.
Well, they're just going with iron. They're going down the right-hand side because back in our day, we would go over the coffins and go left onto the 6th fairway, but it's because it's so firm. Oh, he's got in between them. Oh, you lucky devil. Or will it gather?
That is so lucky there.
He's tiptoed through the coffins. How about that? He will never know. Couldn't do any better. So you see how rock solid. You get one bounce on that, you're in the gorse bushes left.
Now on the 5th tee.
Yeah, kind of a long wait here, waiting for the McIlroy group. Bit of a backup. Now it's all clear. Right at the 13th tower, I'd say in the distance to the tower just right of that, with a little baby fade would be perfect.
See if he lifts that front heel. Didn't really on that one.
This looks really nice, Trev.
Just avoid the marker stone. Where is it? Oh.
JT just staying limber. How do we feel about the joggers?
Well, I was having to go with Trevor. I mean, I think his ankles are cold now. That's why he's trying to get some blood in there.
Hovland now, Aaron.
Oh, I like that.
That looks really good. That flat cut.
Yeah.
Just kind of a knuckle cut out there, Nick. That should run for days.
There's Rory's marker stone. It's going to be right behind it.
And if you can hit a power fade off the tee here, you really can.
That's it.
Attack,
If you get it,
can't you?
it's so funny. In 1990, I had a metal-headed driver with a graphite shaft, and I couldn't get it more than 30 feet off the ground. I thought, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Just hit the runner all day long.
Like a knuckleball out there.
Yeah, like a
McIntyre. There's Rory McIlroy's golf ball. We have not seen this morning a lot of people get the ball close from short of the green. It's a very difficult third.
Well, needs a bit of wind, I would have thought, to help him.
Wind would have been absolutely
Yeah.
ideal in that situation, but the upslope will help. But the difficulty is he's going to be landing this on the downslope. Got to be so precise with that. Oh, he sent the club right under the ball there.
That was fabulous.
So much talk about using the ground and bump and runs, and he throws that way up.
Well, that was because he was on that wispy upslope, so that was pretty cool. Go, we'll have a replay from 1,500 feet. Watch this.
This is a great shot.
Hey, got it to stop in 6 feet max.
Look how open that club face is.
That's brave. To zip underneath it. If you bounce that badly, it's 20 yards past.
Now here's Cameron Young. Mm, 6 under. Now the talk the last 3 days was someone was going to go crazy low. Maybe it's Cameron Young who's going to race out to some kind of 64, 63 type of score today.
Man, he's got the power to reach 12 as well.
No question.
So 5 and 13 greens. It's 3 acres of green.
Sure.
Takes the greenkeeper 3 hours to cut it. I think he walks 3 miles. Yeah, it goes backwards and forwards. Yeah. I'm sure they got more than one mo in it. Now they've probably got a team.
Here's a man who's heard 5 of the sweetest words in the English language. Champion golfer of the year.
Yeah, he's in shock right now at 3 over.
Yeah.
Got to get one back here. 2 would be obviously even better. There's that little plateau. See how it pushes it off? Just.
Now up at 13. The Australian.
surely looking 20 or 25 feet left of this whole location. That flag tucked in behind that deep bunker and down slope.
Now Kim from just off the green, the 20-year-old at 14 for birdie. There's a cool look from high above the 5th green. This is Xander Schauffele.
I'm not sure there's much in this. It's going to be back uphill, though, that's for sure. And Trevor, here's a question for you. When you were playing on these double greens, and it's not often you get a chance to play double greens anyway, but at St Andrews there's so many, how often would you look over to the other green and try and plan your attack?
All the time. All the time, because you're trying to get a feel for exactly how that shot may play. You take a look in the distance there, that's the 13th, where we saw Cam Smith hit his approach in. Just trying to see if you can get any kind of insight that you can use to your advantage later on in the round.
It's one of the unusual factors of when you're playing here at St Andrews that you do have that opportunity. I always found it fascinating that some people wouldn't look, but the sensible ones, like you do.
I think you need to. Great up and down there from McIlroy.
Yeah, terrific birdie from McIlroy. 7 double greens on this golf course, 4 individual greens, and all 7, they add up to 18. Pretty cool.
We've been doing the same research.
Yeah. Tommy Fleetwood, long eagle try there at 12.
But how come if you're playing the 14th and 5th and they're opposite adds up to 19, Steve? Why is that? The greens add up to 18, but the holes running parallel right up. So there must be an extra hole out there somewhere.
That wasn't in the research packet, Nick. Oh, here's a revetted face.
Another bunker.
Here we go. Looks like it's back enough for Koepka to be able to handle this. There you go.
You see how he went with the extra knee flex there.
Yeah.
Lowered the hands, trying to create as much loft as he can on that wedge. About as good as he could do.
Cameron Young, 2-shot lead in the early stages of this 150th Open Championship. And as Nick said earlier, he'll be able to drive that 12th green. Terrific day for the amateur Barkley Brown, the Englishman, with a 68. Min-Woo Lee, he hovered around the first page of the leaderboard pretty much all morning, excuse me. We're not at the afternoon just yet. And there is Victor Hovland.
226. It seems like a lot of club with this driving iron. Back into the wind. The wind isn't that strong. Trying to move a fade left to right in there.
I think Victor could do with an old school caddy on the back, because that's. Or you accept that. Just accept that's all I can do. Land it on and leave. It's a big 35-yard putt, that one.
Now we're on the 6th tee with Xander Schauffele.
It is a really blind tee shot, this one. You've really got to pick a good spot there to hit your tee shot over. You've got the coffin bunkers down the left. You've got trouble down the right. There's more bunkers down there too. It's one of those kind of holes that you can take advantage of with a good drive.
We used to look way into the distance to the control tower at Lucas Airport. That was one of our lines. But you're right, cannot see the left edge or right edge of fairway, so it's a bit of a guess.
I always found it really difficult because of that. When I stood on the tee, I was like, you just have to, it's a leap of faith almost.
This is a lot of club.
Really is. There is a bit of breeze though back into him.
Yeah, I think it's turned. It's just boom, in. No, what happened? There it is. Lost it.
That's a pretty drive there.
That's good now, yeah. Flag front left corner.
Colin Morikawa now, Karen. A little bit of a push forward after that first birdie of the day.
Yeah, I think he's been playing very steady golf, and I think that, you know, we all know that the kind of golf that he likes to play is one where he can kind of pick the golf course apart.
Oh.
It doesn't like it.
Riding the wind here.
Yeah, couple of bunkers down there. Oh, he's going to luck out. Wasn't as bad as he thought.
Do you think luck evens out, Nick? The good and the bad?
I'm not sure how you can practice luck, though.
No, you can't.
So
but if you work hard enough,
the luckier you get. Yeah.
Correct. Shane Lowry.
Go. Go.
So we're going to flight one. Oh, tiptoes onto the front of the green, and that's as good as you can do that way. The optimum shot is landing at a low one on the upslope, and it just, so we've seen a couple.
Here's Cameron Smith now.
Coming out from the middle of the 13th green.
And here is the aforementioned 12th hole, and Cameron Young going for it.
Big carry there, front of the green.
This is game number 27. On the tee, from the USA, Mark Calcavecchia.
Now in 1989 at Royal Troon, he beat Greg Norman and Wayne Grady in a playoff after they had tied at 13 under par. The signature victory in Mark Calcavecchia's tremendous career.
Had issues with his clubs getting here, so I assume
On
that's
the tee,
his set now.
From New Zealand, Ryan Fox.
We're going to head up to JT Poston. He was 3 under through 3. He can roll his ball.
Sure can.
Another one. Man, he can putt.
Unusual technique too, a lot of leg movement. Gets his forearms quite open. And he makes another one there.
Emotional victory a couple of weeks ago in Moline. Here's Justin Thomas.
I must have been pretty good down in that longer rough. Ball came out nicely.
Now Smith.
Wow, that went a lot longer by. Okay, let's check out this stroke. So square, square.
Pure. He's probably as good a putter, Trevor, as there is today in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Speed control is so well, reads the greens well.
Look at the huge galleries. Such a magical place. You're going to come watch an Open. Why not do it here?
Well, you got the whole town as well, which creates a great atmosphere. Plenty of restaurants, so it's really is a buzz in the evenings. So it was 110 feet. This green's 100 yards long. So he's got plenty more right behind him.
110 feet.
Needs a full turn on this.
Something about like almost 37 yards.
Yeah.
Oh, that needs to hit the brakes quickly.
It's pretty burnt, isn't it? It's burnt, downwind.
Now Collin Morikawa.
So the wind's turned enough, these guys are now able to carry across the ridge and get it to bite. To basically throw it all, didn't throw it all the way. Smidgen short.
McIlroy is second at 6.
Sounded aggressive, sounded sweet.
Ooh.
So going nicely, Trevor. That to get to 3 under through 6. I mean, that's great stuff.
Yeah, coming off of that upslope there, he could still be really aggressive.
Yeah, he struck that one pure. It's scary. It's sand.
Yeah, it's gonna come out flatter. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what Schauffele can do out of this left rough.
It is quite the deceptive shot, because when you're standing on the fairway, the flag appears like it's just over that, you know, that burnt out bit of fairway right in front, but there's so much more room that you've got to hit it. And tremendous shot there by Xander.
Man, Shane Lowry is a long ways away, but
Yeah. Now what do you do after you see him? Victor's, you know you're downwind. You can see it's burnt. Yeah, that's a great touch after that.
Cameron Smith is on the tee.
Ideal line between the two white tents. If you're anywhere left of that like this, you're probably going to run through the fairway on the left side. Just like that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of rough here at St. Andrews, but where it is can be awfully challenging for these guys. That's what Cameron's about to find out there at 14, perhaps. Hovland at 5. Unable to take advantage of the first par 5 on the golf course. Now up at the 6, Karen, Collin Morikawa.
It is, and he's left himself in a bit of an awkward spot. It's obviously easier that he's got the putter out, he's going to put it up that hill, but where he's standing right now, the ball's going to start to drift downhill quite quickly towards the hole. So it's uphill quite steeply at the start, and then downhill towards the hole. That always makes judging speed very difficult, particularly as the downhill portion is so short in comparison to the uphill portion.
Yeah, you can easily hit the 6 or 7 feet by, can't you?
So easily. And the other thing now is we're standing on the green. The wind started to pick up again. So it's a little bit off the left. And with as big as these greens are, the ball does seem to want to move with the wind more than any other links course that I've played.
Went to the regular grip there, away from the pencil.
That was to be expected, Trevor.
Justin Thomas, this would be a terrific up and in. Okay. Nicely done there by Justin. Now at 15. Ooh. How about that? Coming up just short of that bunker. drips in over the front edge.
That might be the way to get to 15, because you can see that hollow right in front of the flag.
5 under, clean card. Looked like the ball hit a stop sign right about there, but it falls right in. Xander Schauffele.
Well, this one's going to be a little bit more back up hill, so you can be aggressive.
At the 12th with Cameron Young.
Really nice burnt lie. Can you get it onto the plateau there? Wow, easy.
Fantastic control
Yeah,
there, wasn't
very
it? To
good.
fly
Yeah,
it
it's,
up and
it's
stop it.
Thursday, a little more relaxed. He made that look very easy, that shot. Had to land it perfectly on the upper plateau.
Yeah, he was closer to the 6th hole than
Yeah.
what he was to the 12th.
Yeah.
Almost unfair to have that kind of power and
Yeah, they're in the
great
way
hands.
here. That's them on 12.
Colin to remain even.
He's been looking good so far. In this range. There you go. A good aggressive putt there.
Yeah, good save after the mistake with the second shot.
Pretty amazing that Rory's shot ended up still short of the hole, even on that downslope. So a little back downhill, but I think it's going to be a push for speed because the wind is sort of into and off the left. So I think that'll cancel out that little downhill that he has.
Trevor, these are the kind of putts early in a round for Rory. It seems like when he makes them, he just keeps his foot on the pedal and has so much more confidence the rest of the day.
Yeah, he's a great momentum player, isn't he? He's been putting quite well over the last few months.
I walked some practice holes with him yesterday. He was making a lot of putts there too. Made a lot of putts on the putting green this morning.
Okay. Back-to-back birdies for McIlroy. And suddenly he finds himself on the first page of the leaderboard. Well, don't you get the feeling, Trevor, that people just want him to win? People love him.
Fan favorite wherever he goes.
Big time.
He's a fan favorite this week.
Absolutely. Robert McIntyre playing in his home country in Scotland. That has to feel awfully special.
Yeah. Great week for him.
Ooh, Cameron Smith.
This is awkward. Ball way above his feet.
Tough spot here with a second and 14.
Oh, his right foot slipped on his downswing.
Yep.
Hope that knee and ankle is okay.
Yeah.
You heard him get asked if he's okay, and he did say yes, so that's a good sign. Ian Poulter's already made one eagle today. Can he do it a second time here at 18? That's a good way to finish, though, with the birdie at the last. 69 after Ian taps in there. As we send you over to Justin Thomas again. Nick Faldo has stepped out of the box for a couple of minutes. We welcome back Nicholas Colsaerts. Nicholas, Rory's back-to-back birdies. Suddenly he's at 3 under par.
Wow, he's not missed any putts. He's had those couple of ones that sometimes bother him, and he's made them all. And I think that's pretty much standard Rory McIlroy when he makes them. A couple under par off a good start.
Another one finds the fairway there for Rory. Here's Cameron Young.
would get him to 7 under through 12. And he is.
How about that? A lot of people thought coming into the week that perhaps Brandon Grace's 62 from a few years ago, the lowest round ever shot in major championship history, would be challenged this week. Cameron's at 7 under, and he has 6 remaining. It's a par 72, so do the math. He's got a par 5 left. With his power, 18 is reachable. First ever round at the Open, and he's 7 under through 12. How's that?
That's what you call a dream start, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Danny Willett, 3 under par. Big group at 1 under, including the 2-time Open champion, Ernie Els. Lee Westwood had a great chance to hoist the Claret Jug in 2009 at Turnberry. It was the year Stuart Sink won in the playoff over Tom Watson. Lee missed out on that playoff by 1. 36 players currently are under par. When the wind is down here at St. Andrews, you can expect the scores to be low as well. John Daly hanging around at 1 over par. Man who won here in 95. How about that playoff with Constantino Rocca? Was that nuts or what?
And the finish to regulation when Rocca made that
incredible
putt from the Valley of Sin to get into the playoff.
Incredible. Now Cam lost his footing there with his second. Here's his third, and he's still not in the fairway. Good shot there from Cameron.
Yeah, that's an amazing read from the front end of that 14, because couldn't pitch this at the top and leave it on the green.
There's Danny Willett. Talked about him. There you go. Danny just kind of moseying about his business. Back at the 4th. Dylan Fratelli. There you go.
That's a nice birdie there at the tough par 4. Just the 7th of the day so far.
Not sure what everybody in the audience was doing when they were 20 years of age, but pretty sure they probably weren't contending on a Thursday in the first round of an Open Championship. What a day for the 20-year-old.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to spend some time with JH yesterday. Just a fantastic young guy. Was just
really
soaking
is.
it all in.
Yeah.
Loving the fact that he was here playing this 150th Open, trying to learn as much as he could about links golf. What a start he's off to.
Hey, he's such a nice kid. Victor Hovland, looks like the rough kind of ate him up there.
Yeah, just club got tangled in the grass in the rough. Doesn't look much, but that's always something that can happen.
Now Shane Lowry. He got 1 back at the 5th.
The group in front, Shoffley was still able to get a lot of spin from that first cut. Let's see what Lowry can do. Yeah, same thing.
Good shot. He can heat up fast. Tough start for Shane, 3 over par, but let's see where he ends up. The third member of this all-star group, Justin Thomas. Another one. A couple of excellent looks for birdie there. to take you to the 7th now. Hey, you see that flag right there? Looks like it's starting to pick up just a touch.
Yeah, I noticed that when Lowry hit his approach into 6. Whole location here at 7, in a little bit of a bowl on the right-hand side.
While that's going on at 7, we're going to take you to 16. And J.H. Kim. We'll have a nervy par putt coming up. That's Brooks Koepka. Had an eagle at the par 5 14th. No. That's a cool illustration there. The 11th on the left, 7th on the right.
So you see that ridge right in front of the whole location there.
Yeah.
You see not much room to work with, but coming from the fairway from this distance, Morikawa will be able to generate a ton of spin here. So wants to land it just on the down slope and then put the brakes on.
Oh, just missed like a couple of feet.
Yeah, but the same as the last hole, coming up short.
Yep.
Sounded a little miss hit though. There was a bit of ground there.
McIlroy, always playing quickly.
Trying to do the same thing.
Better result and getting better all the time. Look at this shot. Now, why was he able to succeed on that shot, Trevor, that Colin could not?
Well, I think Nicholas hit the nail on the head. Morikawa's strike just sounded a little heavy almost. But what was interesting, it's so baked out. The ball almost looked like it was going to come to a stop there and then just kept trickling off of that edge.
Now here's Xander, just short of that bunker, Nicholas.
Well, here's a different proposition. It looks like he's sitting a little bit of a downslope, so I can't imagine that he's going to fly that all the way there. He's going to have to play with that bump and run there. Play the slope. And he's done incredibly well.
This could be cozy here. Oh, yeah. Watching you guys use your imagination is one of the coolest things for any amateur golfer to watch. It is just fascinating to see you guys do those kinds of shots. Cam Smith now for birdie at 14.
Well, to go back to what you said, Steve, I don't think there is a course on earth where you are constantly asked to use that creativity. I mean, Trevor's also played a lot of links golf. I mean, do you agree with this? That St. Andrews is different?
Sure is. Asks you so many different questions. Allows you to use your imagination, use all the shots you have in your bag.
It's enjoyable for you guys, though, right? To be able to open up your brain a little bit, open up your mind.
Best type of golf, in my opinion.
A lot of guys would be happy. It's only once a year, though, but it is really, really entertaining.
Matsuyama to get back to level. Yep. Shane Lowry could use this birdie putt for 2 in a row. Oh, didn't bend for him. Now back at 7, and speaking of using your imagination, Colin's going to have to do it right here, Nicholas.
Well, he's got a lot of different options here. He can, if the lie, or maybe, yeah, well, we've got the putter out. I was thinking maybe he could chip this over the mound, but putter it is. So an exercise of pace. He's done quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Even
Look at this.
well.
Oh. Back at 6, Justin Thomas.
Seems like it's a bit of an exercise of patience for that group, you know. Pretty sure they would have liked to be a bit more on the par.
Here's Kim. Bit of an unforced error there.
With the first one. This is the next.
Yep.
And you head into 17, which is not the easiest of tee shots, as we know.
Not at all. Now McIlroy, can he make it 3 in a row? Yep. Pays off that wonderful second shot. It's one thing to have it in your mind. It's another thing to execute it and then drain the putt. 3 straight birdies for McIlroy. And he marches to the par 3/8. Here's the leader, Cameron Young. And Nicholas, Trevor Immelman has stepped out, and the great Sam Torrance is back in the box with us. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Stevie. How are we?
Fantastic.
Just watching McIlroy there. He's got a lob wedge in with very little bounce on it this week for the firm fairways, and he's played 3 crackers with it so far.
Okay, Hovland stays at 1 under. Sam, but we could put in a request for just one useful, just somewhere in the next half hour. That'd be fun for the audience from you.
One what?
Just useful.
Useful.
Just useful. When you say that, the American audience just perks up, Sam. We know the world is watching, but the American audience wants to hear Sam Torrance.
Let's hope they're listening.
Useful once.
That's useful to know.
There you go. Xander Schauffele, hottest guy in the world coming into this
3
week.
going for 4 in a row.
Yeah, it's not easy.
He played 1 very well last week, I have to say. They came at him, but he withstood them. And Morikawa he's not the man he was last year. His game's not quite as it was.
Ah, that's such a shame, too, after that. Really, really nice third shot there. Ernie Els, how about this start? Wow. 2-time winner of the Claret Jug.
He does know this course pretty
Absolutely.
well. Played in all the Dunhill Cups, Dunhill Links, all the number of Opens.
I'm sure he'd be very inspired to come and play in this as well, you know.
So the pace is being set by the American. First time ever playing in an Open. It's the 150th, and it's here at St. Andrews. And he is on the 13th green as we speak, but McIlroy has raced into that tie for second. Ian Poulter did make that birdie putt at the 18th to close in 69. Canadian Corey Connors, 2 under par. Billy Horschel birdied the first, and he's still at 1 under par. Webb Simpson, a couple hours ago, Sam, when we were together, Webb was at 3 under, and he was rolling along. He ended up with a 1 under par 71. Mickelson, Francesco Molinari, a couple of winners of the Open, both at even par. All of Japan watching to see what Hideki Matsuyama can do. He is a massive, massive star back in his home country.
That's the new Jumbo Ozaki.
Amazing.
Jumbo was like a king out there.
Brooks Koepka had an unfortunate double about a half hour ago. He's now over par. Seamus Power also is over par. Back at 13 now. Excuse me, Sam.
Sorry, Stevie. Just to get to 8 under. Long putt.
Can't make this, can you?
No. He could.
See that, Nicholas? The late call from Sam. That's how you sound like a genius.
I was going to say a bit of a rookie mistake from there.
Not at all. It's great to have you here, Nicholas. I know you played in a bunch of Opens, but you never played here at St. Andrews.
I know.
At an
it
Open
hurts.
Championship.
It hurts. It hurts. Rory on the par 3. We know the pin's at the back.
Get in the hole!
Trying to hit a high draw and just left it out there to the right. Poor one from McIlroy for his standard.
Cameron Young now trying to stay bogey free. Oh, yeah. Confidence.
It happens very often. I like the story of a young American that comes over here, plays an Open for the first time, and does really well. There's something about this.
Americans have fared very well here at St. Andrews.
There's not many Open venues that haven't fared very well, Steve, to be honest.
Fair enough. Trying to remain unbiased over here, Sammy.
You'll always get away with the truth. This looks a little bit better for Schauffele. Still a little bit short, but
yeah.
Honestly, if you go over the back of this green, it's really difficult. You know, that wind's changing a little bit. That's downwind for the back 9, which it wasn't an hour ago when I was around.
Is that good or bad for the players?
Well, it's great.
It's great.
I mean, you get to the end of the front 9, and you see the wind's changed to down on the back. You've just had the front 9 almost down the whole way.
And if anything, you want to play the front into the wind. It's a much easier side to play into the wind than the back.
1,000,000%.
The defending champion at 8.
All 3 of them just half a club short. Great roars for Rory there as he comes off. Very popular.
We were just talking about that with Trevor before you got in here, Sam. It's almost as if when you're out there with McIlroy, you can feel the fans pushing him forward. It's been 8 years since he's won a major championship, and the fans just want him to hoist that claret jug one more time.
It's a very, very nice man.
Yeah.
And he says a lot of good things, and he does a lot of right things.
There's Cam Smith at 15. Ooh, big bounce. Wow.
Misjudgment there, a bit of a flyer.
And that could be a 50-yard putt coming up. There's your Scotsman, Sam Torrance.
For
Robert
bogey, I'm
McIntyre.
afraid. This is for bogey.
Yeah.
Which is poor tee shot in one of the bunkers, so it's a double bogey. That just hurts so much. Going along beautifully at 4 under, par 5 coming up. Still, these things are sent to try it.
Here's Bryson DeChambeau now.
Yeah, coming from the rough on 16. This will have to be... It's going high. Very surprised about this. He must have had a really good lie.
Tell you what, you can say what you will about Bryson. He is fascinating to watch.
The scientist is a very good name for him.
Justin Thomas at 7.
He'll come from the right a bit.
I can see you wearing those joggers, Sam. You look good in those. No?
No, and they're not my cup of tea.
Okay.
I mean, even walking through the rough, you can get grass cutting your ankles, but wait till he goes through nettles. And they're out there.
There's Young. That was an impressive par save there from Cameron Young. Really good 2-putt. So he remains 3 ahead. How about the amateur, Barkley Brown? 400 par, 68. Imagine what it's like. I don't need to play in your first Open Championship, but do it here in St. Andrews. The 150th anniversary of the oldest championship in the sport, and you're an amateur.
And see your name on the leaderboard.
Yeah. McIlroy now for birdie at 8.
Great effort from Rory.
One of those towering grandstands you see all over the golf course. Now here's something you do not see outside of links golf too often, putting from this far away. Now it's on the green.
Very well played. That is a tough one. Not cup off the left. What a great start he's having to his life.
I think it's one of the cool things about the Open Championship. You just don't see golf played like this too often. It's so much fun to watch.
It's even more fun to play.
Oh, that one's coming up well short for Morikawa.
Yeah, very cautious there.
Now Victor Hovland.
A lot of birdies on 7 so far.
Gonna go all the way up to the 18th and an eagle try for Kitayama. What a week he had last week.
Yeah, he wasn't in this great event, finished second. That's excellent putt.
That's a good touch there. Live on 8 green now is Xander Schauffele.
Wonderful grandstand there. You can see the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. There's a bar just across the fairway. What a spot.
The bar gives it an added bonus, huh, Sam? Smith for birdie.
Oh, he is such a good putter. He's such a, to judge the pace on that length of putt. And he'll do it nearly every time. I'm a huge fan of that young man. I love his demeanor. It never changes. Doesn't go up, doesn't go down. Takes the rough with the smooth. Oh, what a player. What a short game. That's a very tough, awkward hole, that 13th. That was a good 2-putt for his part.
So let's take a look at some scores. Young, 7 under par. Again, coming over here and playing for the very first time in his career. McIlroy off to a terrific start. How about Ernie Els? He won it in 02, he won it in 12, and here we are in 22. Could the South African make a run at a third Claret Jug?
Good putt from Morikawa, saves his par. A couple of holes coming up, 9 and 10. 9, 10 and 12.
Now Kim to remain at 4 under par at the road hole. All of a sudden it started to rain a little bit outside, Nicholas. Conditions are changing out there.
We don't want rain, we want a bit of wind. Wind would be nice. But not with rain, as you know, Sam. The two of them together, not nice to deal with.
Not great. Now McIlroy's been very solid with these. He'll stay at 4 under to go to the drivable 9th.
There's Bones Mackay scouting things out for his man Justin Thomas.
He was scouting the golf course at 6 o'clock this morning, actually just before 6 o'clock in the morning when I was walking out of my hotel to make it in here to see you guys.
One of the best caddies of all time, I think. Bones. Been a great help to many players.
He was telling us yesterday that the caddies are allowed to walk the golf course and see the golf course in the morning. And he wanted to get an early start and go check things out this morning for his man Justin. We talk about golfers all the time being a pro's pro, Sam. That guy right there, Jim Mackay, is a pro's pro in his profession.
Or is that something new, letting the caddies out? I thought they're always allowed to go and pace the course.
He was talking about it last night as if it was new.
Yeah, okay.
And perhaps you can't do that at other championships. But he was saying he was going to get after it this morning and check it all out. Now this guy's got all the tools. All the tools.
Turned it a little bit too much. See if we can get the distance steady. That's okay. Now the wind's turned a little right to left there. It just changes all the time, I suppose.
The thing on number 8 is that you've played 7 holes basically with the wind off your left, and that's the first shot that you hit with the wind off the right. It always takes a bit of calibration to do when you've been playing for more than 2 hours with the wind a certain direction.
I would relax then, because it would take me the whole of the front night to hit one good shot when the wind's left to right, and then I get a right to left wind. It's okay, back to normal. The Shane needs to get going. This looks a better line. Can he get the distance? Almost.
Now at the 18th, what a cool look this is. The RNA on the left, the big grandstands on the green right underneath the yellow scoreboard, the Swilken Bridge.
Kick really hard.
When the wind is down like it is now, 18 isn't much for these guys, but there still is a lot of electricity out there.
Matt Fitzpatrick yesterday hit 7 wood on the green.
Wow. I saw yesterday morning McIlroy hit 2-iron onto the green. Now Kitayama, he's on the green at 18. Remember, we saw his second. Nice birdie there for Kurt. Another round in the 60s. As we go back to one of the great stars in the game, Rory McIlroy. And you said it best. He's a nice young man. He's a smart young man. He's a great, great player. If he never hits another golf ball in his life, he's going to moonwalk into the Hall of Fame. Seemingly always does right by the sport, by his peers. Talk about the complete package, Sam.
Absolutely. He came and stayed with me when he was 14, same age as my son.
Yeah.
And I always said to my son that, no, Daniel, you were equally as good as him. And he looked at me and said, Dad, he shot 30 under for the week. But
sure.
At Sunningdale at home. But I, as a father, was just watching my son. Good swing there. This is a bit lower. This is a chance of getting up to that flag. You've got to make the ball run, and that's how you make it run. You hit it lower. No, it still didn't make it.
Now at the par 5 14th, Cameron Young has found that wispy rough. Nicholas, we talked about this earlier. It's not thick, it's not nasty, but what makes it tricky for these players?
Well, it's the, trying to judge how the ball is going to come out. And as you've seen for a few hours now, the first couple of bounces of the ball can be very unpredictable and is very firm. So he's done incredibly well here. A bit of a flyer off the rough and used that big slope there is at the front of the green. That's exceptional result from Cameron Young.
I tried to hit that down the fairway, didn't the tee shot, the 6, didn't quite make it, but it gives you a great angle in. The birdies don't come into play.
And now here's McIlroy.
I'm not sure, have they made this a call hole yet?
You were talking about him, with your son and going crazy low. Remember when Ernie Els won at Mount Juliet in that WGC event? At Port Marnock earlier that week, Darren Clark had a kids clinic, and McIlroy was on the range during the clinic, and I was walking by, and Darren Clark, who was a winner of the Open Championship at Royal St. George's in 2011, he said, hey, come here, because I want you to see this guy. And I go over, and here's Jerry McIlroy and Rose McIlroy, and Rory, their son, is playing, little guy, little kid. And Darren looks over and goes, that kid right there is going to be #1 in the world one day. And it ended up being Rory McIlroy. It was amazing to watch. I mean, this kid was a prodigy from the get-go, wasn't he?
Absolutely. I've never seen a man hit the ball this straight.
Best driver of the golf ball today, you guys think?
Comfortably. He has length with accuracy.
There's Will Zalatoris. This kid can strike his golf ball. Wow. And man, does he show up in major championships.
Second, and 6th so far this year. It's not bad, is it?
Incredible.
What do you see here, Nico?
I don't see that. I see putter almost. But, short game is not my best skill. Maybe this guy is. Play the slope, kill it in the slope. Just a bit shy. Ooh, that looked very lofted.
From that scenario, a bad chip is so much worse than a bad putt. And it's very difficult to hit a bad putt.
This is different here. This is almost like a mid-iron. Like a 6-iron. Or just trying to get rid of a bit of grass that's in front of him.
I was going to say, what do you think of that choice, Nicholas?
Of?
That choice by Justin Thomas there to hit that iron.
Yeah, I mean, you get to learn these shots. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to come in the UK and play links golf since I was really young, and you look at what other players do, and that's a shot that comes around very often.
Oh, Bryson. He missed a couple of early ones around that distance.
First 2 greens from 3 and 4 feet. But links golf is so rewarding. You'll never master it. But when you play some shots that you visualize and you see it get in there, go up there, over there, down there, and run down to the hole, and it comes off, and it just feels so good. 60-yard lobber shot, they're going to be dancing it around the hole all day. But when you've got to run it around this and up and over, it's just beautiful. It's a wonderful form of golf. Here we go.
McIlroy's ready to go here at 9.
That's fine. That's going to be pin high, just right. The bad thing you can do here is hook it. You'll see this wind bush is never there on the left, and that pin's impossible from left, even if you get away with it.
Roy with a little bit of a shake of the head there. He wasn't enthused about that drive. Now Cam Smith at 16.
See how high he's trying to hit this. He's amazing with those wedges, the control on that ball from the rough.
This is Victor Hovland putting for a 2 at the 8th.
Just needed hitting. It does come back from there. We saw Rory McIlroy with the same putt.
Here's Colin Morikawa now at the 9th. Oh. He doesn't love that. Bit of a miss hit, but it's not too bad, the position he's in. Now here's Kim at 18. For a 68.
Just had to hit it. A fine day. A little bit disappointed. He played better than that.
He looks all a bit of 20, doesn't he, Sam?
I think he won the Asian money list last year. In fact, I'm sure he was top of the money list at 20 years of age. Now Victor is... Nope. Well, it's Thomas first. Justin first. Just a little off the right. Yeah.
Oh,
beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. He played a few rounds this year in really, really strong winds. I think it might have been TPC. And I've never seen a man swing it softer or better in my life.
Remember that second shot at the par 5 for Cameron Young? How about this eagle try to get to 9 under? Ooh, never gave himself a chance. Let's see, Koepka now. Just trying to fight his way back to even par.
Not at the start. Koepka was looking for a couple over.
Yeah, not at all. That's Kennedy at 11.
Toughest pin on the course, this one. On 11, it's right back. Oh, look at this.
How about that shot?
Wow. Fantastic.
Best we've seen so far at the par 3 11th. Why wouldn't you be all smiles? We think it's going to be Colin Morikawa first. I'm going to step away. Dom's going to come back in with Sam, and the great Thomas Bjorn is going to join us as well.
The Great Dane. Cam Smith on 16. This to get to 5 now. Has he hit it? I don't think he has. He'll just stay at 4 under. Oh, Thomas, you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's been excellent this morning. It really has. You know, so much good golf out there. It's obviously nicer conditions for them than it's been all week in practice. So we were expecting a lot of birdies, and the players are delivering. Yeah, it's just a very, very nice opening round to an Open Championship.
Ernie's having a lovely day.
Yeah, the good yellow ball out. That's a sign of getting a little bit older, so you can see it.
How long have you been using them? Oh, two great shots in there.
Coming on for his birdie on 14. This is some round of golf. He left himself a little tricky one here. Left to right down the hill. Oh, it went left on him. Definitely always think when you stand there that putt goes left to right. That's a bad 3-putt.
No, but see, I'm on 8. We haven't seen him to get up to this flag yet.
No, it's a tricky one, this one. You really want to go low. It's difficult to throw it all the way back there. These guys today hit it so high. Oh, this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. Got the right bounce on the green, chased it up that little hill at the back of the green. Beautiful golf shot.
Well, the super group from this morning, Morikawa, McIlroy and Schauffele. Don't forget, we've still got Woods, Fitzpatrick and Homer to come, Spieth, Rahm and Varner the third. By the way, the last group get going today at just after 4:15.
I've been there. Not at the weekend, but I've been there. Players just going off the 10th tee there, just let them go. Probably had to wait for the drive.
It's an interesting golf shot. There's so many options. You can putt it, you can take a 7 on 8 iron, just land it on the green, and Morikawa chooses to go, oh, there's a shuffler, sorry, he's choosing to go with loft. And I sometimes think when you have it at this length, stand up with your lob wedge, choose your number. You know, it's like just hitting a pitch shot anytime, and just choose your number. You got that number, and that's where you're going to land it. I would always choose loft, but most players would choose to roll it along the ground.
Yeah, I'd be Sander Lober from here too, because you can hit a lot of spin on it and be aggressive without the fear of it. Almost exactly like that. Beautiful shot from Schauffele. Just falls off the back of the green. It's only 10 feet. Yellow one is the eagle that we saw earlier on.
Morikawa going with loft as well. This is excellent. This is just wonderful. Beautiful control from Colin Morikawa.
Bryson DeChambeau in the road hole bunker to 17.
Well, the one thing you can say for all these players, they've practiced that shot. They've been in there in the practice rounds, all of them. That's the first place you go when you get to St Andrews. I've got to get in there and hit that shot.
Keith, I think Rory will be putting this one, Thomas. So much nearer the green.
You've got to have your pace putting right at St Andrews. You're going to face these all the time. It's a little bit tricky. It goes up to the hole in the end, and then it falls a little bit, just slightly falls away from you behind the flag.
he's hit this nearly hard enough. Oh, that was a poor one from Rory. Really wanted to get up and down there to go out 31-5 under. He may still hold that, probably will.
So Cameron Young, the PGA Tour rookie, continues to lead the way on day one of the Open, the 150th Open from St Andrews. McIlroy among the chasing group. Barclay Brown leading the race for the silver medal. That goes to the leading amateur. Well, still to come at 12:42, which is only less than 10 minutes away. Stenson, the 2016 Open champion, with Russell Henley, and Aldrich Pottiger, I think it is. Stuart Sink with Sergio Garcia and Aaron Jarvis from the Cayman Islands. Sung Jae-im will play with Paul Casey and Gary Woodland. DJ Dustin Johnson with Adam Scott and Mark Leishman. Two Australians have come close, haven't they, in the Open? So has Johnson. And then, as I say, just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, we have Tiger Woods getting underway, and following him, it'll be the Jordan Spieth group. So still plenty to look forward to on this intriguing opening day at St Andrews.
Absolutely, we're just warming them up. I think we've got 4 wonderful days of this. So this is what they call a call hole. The players will get on the green. The players behind are on the tee. They'll just mark the ball, step aside and let them hit the tee shots. Then they'll come out and finish the hole. By that time they'll be up there, and it just speeds up things up a little bit. When you're teeing off from 6:30 in the morning, last off at 4:40, you can get a lot of groups on one tee by the end of the day. So this is a great call from the R&A as usual.
Come on, wind.
It's all about commitment, this.
Yeah, very good there.
Yeah, lovely bounce. It just misses the bunker there. You can't really see it from the camera, but there's a bunker there, and what, 60 yards short of the 50, 60 yards short of the green. And just missed it. And that's beautiful, straight into the middle of the green.
Cam Smith out of the rough at 17.
Tough shot here. Just play a little chip and run to the front right. Try and get up and down, or if you hit a good enough shot and it runs up, even better. Then that's perfectly played shot. Jack Nicklaus virtually all the time played to the front right of this green. He knew the severities of it and the dangers.
Let's catch up with Ernie Els. This to go 4 under par. Great move. 3 birdies in 4 holes around the turn for the 2-time Open champion. Age is no barrier. Well, Justin Thomas has found the putting surface as up steps Victor Hovland on the 9th tee. They seem to like it. Shane Lowry has driven it through the back of this 9th green. Hovland likewise. Right, back to the first tee for the Open champion of 2016, Henrik Stenson.
This is game number 33. On the tee from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
Playing in his 17th Open, the European Ryder Cup captain. Shot that wonderful, wonderful final round, 63, going toe-to-toe with Mickelson on Sunday at Troon.
I spent a bit of time with him on the range the other day. He's just starting to swing the golf club a bit longer and it looks a little bit smoother. He was getting very aggressive on the shots for the last couple of years. Swing looked amazing this week. Happy with where his golf is going and trending.
On the tee from the USA, Russell Henley.
33-year-old American, just outside the top 50 in the world rankings, playing in his 8th Open. Had a share of the 54-hole lead at last year's US Open, so he's been in the mix in a major environment.
On the tee from South Africa, Aldrich Potgieter.
I was waiting for that to get the correct pronunciation. The British Amateur Champion, this boy, really good player. Just a tough name to say.
17 years old, Sam.
Wow.
Just another South African, just another great South African coming through. Seem to produce them in masses down there. Wonderful to see.
A bit like Denmark, Thomas. You got your own little conveyor belt going there.
Well, we do at the moment, but yeah, it never lasts in these small countries, so we enjoy it at the moment.
Now, Joe Flate was his. It's like, oh, he's not hit it, has he? Oh, Xander.
To the 17th, putting up the tee, Cam Smith.
This looks very good. He has such a good putter. His speed, you can see it's the right speed from halfway there. It was just beautiful. And the Højgaard twins, Thomas, you know, do you have anything to do with that? There's a lot of twins in your life.
McIlroy from further away than he would have liked at the 9th. Well, that's a missed opportunity, isn't it, with his length on that short par 4. But it was the first putt, really, that was to blame there. Four under to the turn as we go to Matsuyama, back a hole.
Yeah, right to left here, straight in the middle of the hole. That's an excellent 2 for Matsuyama. That puts him at 1 under par, into red numbers. It's easy to panic when you start seeing all these red numbers. You have to stay patient at St Andrews.
Now Kennedy, another magnificent tee shot at 11, and that's a fine 2.
Tenth tee, McIlroy.
Another one you can drive, and he's having a go. There's bunkers here you need to miss. I mean, you can't go left, but he very rarely hits offline. A long way. Oh, they love it. They love it. I have to say, so does he. Turn right, turn right. Keep going. There, it's just coming back. Oh, a wee bit unlucky. Come over into a flat bit. Thank you very much.
to our leader, his second to the par 4, 15th.
Yeah, a bit fortunate here, finding a walkway in the rough. They should be able to get a little bit of control on this when it lands.
He's miles down, Thomas, isn't he? It's a lob.
Bryson DeChambeau, I'm a little bit surprised to see him here at the 18th.
Yes, but, I mean, he can reach the green with an iron. But this looks a little firm.
Yeah, but it's dangerous, the 18th, when you hit it that far. You can hit it out of bounds over the green, and if you don't get the bounce in the fairway, that's where you end up.
Strategy, and that's what it's all about, isn't it, over the old course. Hovland from behind the 9th green.
Former champion John Daly. Swing off the right, it's a couple over. He'd love to knock this in for a level par round. Not quite going to reach, is it? Is it? It is! Oh, so close! Oh, great putt. He's been such a star his whole career, John Daly. Headlines all the time, classic golfer. And enjoys himself. What more can you ask for?
Wouldn't it have been something if two men in their 50s had got the only 2 eagles of the day on the 18th? It was an eagle for Paul Rory, who was out first today, and that's a birdie for Daly. As we head to Cameron Smith, let's see if he can move it to 8 under par. Young, I beg your pardon, wrong Cameron. Got the power lip out.
Shame, 3-putted the last and missed a good chance there. If he knocked it to them in 9 under, he would have been.
Well, down the hill on 18 for Bryson DeChambeau, left to right. Good line. Oh, a beautiful pop. Beautiful pop from Bryson DeChambeau. He's missed a couple of short ones today, but that's a good start to his Open Championship. 3 under 69.
So Cameron Young with a 3-shot lead over McIlroy, Kitayama, the amateur Barclay Brown, the Australians Smith and Kennedy, and rolling back the years, Ernie Els. So we're in St Andrews, but there is much more to see and do in this wonderful island of Scotland. Island? Kingdom. It is a land of highlands and islands, of lochs as well. Dramatic landscape and scenery. Lots of very pretty little fishing villages. About 1,500 castles as well to go and visit in Scotland.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice golf courses as well, and this is probably the finest. It's certainly the most fun to play.
Shoffley second till 10th. Laid back. Playing short all the bunkers. He's got a full wedge in there. McIlroy was nearly on the front edge. Came back down. He's only about 20 yards short of the green. That's how you play it.
Brooks Koepka coming off a birdie at 17. How close can he go at this final short par 4?
That's okay, just on the back edge left. Long putt, but it's for an eagle.
Real mixed day for Koepka. 4 birdies, 3 bogeys, and the double at 11. This is the 10th hole. There's McIlroy in the yellow sweater, playing with Morikawa and Schauffele.
Might just be just short of the green, but the pin's 52 on here, so still a long way down there. Choosing to go with loft. Should be landing in the middle of the green, and then this ball releasing down the hill to that back pin. They're going to wait for the 11th tee to go ahead. That's always one of those things, Sam. The guys furthest on the golf course should always go first. That gets pace going quicker.
Correct. A good angle of what he's got ahead of him there. McIlroy's virtually downhill all the way. I saw a bigger break off the left from this side than I did from the other side. It was almost straight from the other side, looking. We shall see. Oh, he's flowing it all the way up. Hit it though. He just caught that a little bit heavy. It said go as soon as he hit it. A poor par at 9, and it looks like a poor par at 10 when could have been 2 gimme birdies for him.
Back a hole to Will Zalatoris.
Just 3 wood at 9. It's a big 3 wood. And that is a big 3 wood. This is close to the hole. What a golf shot from Will Zalatoris. He needs it. He's a couple over. I didn't expect that out here.
He hasn't made a birdie yet, and after that putt he still may not have made a birdie, because that's for an eagle too. De Los Santos for eagle at 12. Justin De Los Santos playing in his first Open at the age of 26. Born in the United States, but plays under the Philippine flag. Not just his first major, but his first ever visit to Europe as well. And enjoying himself, Justin De Los Santos. Over to 10 and Schauffele.
Yeah, poor shot in here. Just spun it up in the wind there. That's a decent effort. Still a little bit of work to do.
Playing with Zalatoris, this is Tony Finau at the 9th.
Same club 3 wood, but I like it behind. It's usually a good sign. Yeah, the line's perfect. Just needs to keep going. Not as much speed as Zalatoris is. He's not doing badly though. 2 magnificent tee shots. 3 woods.
Well, there's the configuration down this far part of the course. It's quite crowded, doesn't it? And here's McIlroy at the 10th. This for a 3 to move to 5 under.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of help from Xander Schauffele on pace and line.
Well, it was a nice putt, but as Sam Torrance was saying, par at 9 and 10 for McIlroy. That's at least 1 over.
Our leader. Got a driver here. That's very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
And he's ripped it down. Absolute perfect line.
Yeah, you hang it out almost over the out of bounds there. In the old days, it was just a 4 or 3 iron out short of that bunker, and then you try to roll it up on the green. Now they just go. It's not that much rough on the left-hand side, so they feel that even if they hit it in there, they're only going with a lob wedge and chance still.
And it's very possible to run it from there as well.
An eagle putt for Justin Thomas at the 9th. Well, if that one had gone in, we could well have seen 3 eagles in that group at 9. Anyway, up to 18. Cameron Smith.
Oh, it kicked right. That was so unlucky. Normally they kick left. It was a hard bounce to the right. It's going to stay on the green. Excellent shot from Smith. Use that for an eagle and a 66.
Victor Hovland. With a birdie putt at 9. So obviously that was a call-up hole. So that's why you saw him playing, even though the others in the group behind had already driven. Cameron Young still ahead by 3 from McIlroy. Kitayama, Brown, Smith, Kennedy and else, they're all lining up behind him. But it's the United States out in front. Thomas and Schauffele tucked in there nicely. McIntyre, the leading Scot, was at 4 under par, but double bogeyed the 13th. Lee Westwood a couple under par, as are Victor Hovland and Taylor Gooch. So Morikawa for birdie at 10 to get under par. Two in a row for the reigning Open champion. And here is our leader after that huge drive at 16.
Could just throw it on the green, couldn't he? It's extraordinary. I think that's the right shot too. He can throw this up with some spin. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous. He's just turned a very difficult hole into a very easy hole by hitting driver.
Up to 18 and the eagle putt for Cameron Smith.
Yeah, long way down the hill, left to right. It's always a little bit, just goes up a little bit at the end. You're always with the Valley of Sin behind there. You're always a bit sensitive on those long putts on 18.
Justin Thomas with, looks like a 3-wood at 10.
He's going to have some weird tan lines there, Sam.
Keep right. Nice shot.
Maybe just utility club in the end for the PGA champion.
He has plenty of green to work with, but that was a poor one. Really, he's lucky it's not in the heather.
Cam Smith, this is outside left. Oh, you watch this putt so many times over the years from all the great players in the world. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Excellent round of golf, 67. Just what he wanted.
So the Players' Champion snags the clubhouse lead. We'll head out to 10 and Victor Hovland.
Locked this away right. Some horrid bunkers there.
Go on, Vic. Go on, Vic. Keep it going.
Oh, he's got very lucky. That's a good angle in there. It's a good spot to be in right there.
Go, JT. Good.
Another chance for Cameron Young. This to get to 8 under.
Well, the putter's gone a bit cold here with the last few holes. Right, just to start thinking about it when you're 7 under after 12 holes. The reality of the place you're playing sometimes.
And the magic 60. Kind of like a snooker player that puts the first 3 reds and 3 blacks, and it's, oh, the 147's on.
Onto the 11th tee steps Colin Morikawa.
There's a lot of talk about this pin position. I never really found this pin position that difficult. I feel like you could just control your flight down a little bit, land it on the green, and then it chases up the hill. It's when you try and fly it up there, like he did there, then it becomes because if you miss it a little bit, there's a little bunk on the right-hand side, and then obviously the hill on the left, or it rolls off.
Brooks Koepka for a level par round of 72. Ouch. Back to 11, and this time McIlroy.
Well, we'll see if McIlroy can hit it in a little lower. Thomas says the one place you can't go here, well, there's 2 places. Over the green or in the bunker, short. Today over the green would be the worst one.
Sit.
This is exactly the shot I think you should hit there. You know, you could see in his ball, in his swing, that he's trying to get the ball flight down. Just land it just over the bunker, and it'll chase up that hill. And then if it gets a real good bounce, it'll be all the way up. If it doesn't, it kind of stops in the middle of the hill, and you still have a chance. See, he's gripping down on the shaft here to get the ball coming out lower. Short follow through. Links type of golf swing. And good execution from McIlroy.
A third of the group's under, hopefully a couple under. He's won the last 3 events he's played in. He would love to win the 4th. Kind of okay, not his best.
He would give up the other 3 for this one.
Off they go past the pin on 10. Over 7 up to the green. In the meantime, this is Zalatoris for an eagle 2 at 9.
It was always left.
Hovland into 10, his second. Difficult to believe it's only 4 years ago that he turned professional, along with Matt Wolff and Colin Morikawa. Fin out for the 2 at 9.
Well, we're up on the 12th green. And this is Ernie Els for eagle. I feel like I'm watching the 2004 Open Championship with him up there playing like this. He just loves this golf course. He's always played the Dunhill Links. He just loves coming here. He knows it very well, understands it. It's not about power, it's about being smart. And he's certainly playing smart golf today. 5 under par through 12 holes. There's a name you love seeing on a leaderboard.
The Big Easy, absolutely. Now Justin Thomas pulled his tee shot on 10. He's got plenty of green to work with here. It's well on. He needs to carry it onto the downslope there. Now he's pushed it. It's okay. Wind seems to be freshening a little bit.
Yeah, certainly is the forecast. West-northwesterly, between 9 and 13 miles an hour, that's all they're saying, but it gusting potentially up to 16 to 22 miles an hour, so the breeze will be more of a factor for the afternoon starters here at St Andrews. How about Barclay Brown? What a performance. Going through final qualifying. And he has grabbed his opportunity, and that's what the Open's all about. If you get here, you've got a chance. 17th tee, Cameron Young.
Yeah, it's a great look from this camera, isn't it? You can see the hole. Oh.
You're not going to see the ball again, no.
Well, he might. Hand up from the marshal.
I'd be amazed if that was still in, Thomas. I thought that line was gone, but didn't see it then.
So they are looking for it down there, so I'm not quite sure what the hand signal was for. Maybe it's just I'm on my way. Chauffeur. Very much a feature of his play last week. He had a really good feel for the pace on the greens at Renaissance. It was a little bit of a surprise, actually, to see a 3-putt from him at the opening hole today. Since then, he's managed to sort of settle things down and get back into normal Zander mode.
It's nice for Rory the last few greens. He's just catching the other guy's putts on pretty much the same lines and gets a good feel for it. And we sometimes talk about him not being the greatest of putters, but he is a wonderful putter from distance.
A little bit light, but we're hearing his ball is inbounds, Mr. Young, on 17, which I find extraordinary. It's fantastic. I'm delighted for him, but it just looked to go so far right.
10th green, Justin Thomas to get to 3 under. Two birdies, no drop shots so far for the PGA champion. Here is Morikawa. Has it settled down?
Yeah, it was always going to be very quick through the first bit. Good judged putt there for Morikawa. Tricky out of putting out of rough.
Dylan Fratelli, this for birdie 8. One of the first we've seen to get past the flag. Well done, Dylan. Excellent birdie.
Got off to a fast start, 3 under through the first 4 holes. Gave shots back at 6 and 7, the South African, so he's back on track there at 8. Lowry to get back to level par. Huge chair. Such a popular player, isn't he, Shane Lowry?
Well, he's had some career. I mean, as a young kid, he won the Irish Open. You know, it's just beautiful. And who came running onto the green? This man, slightly younger than him, Rory McIlroy. Well done. Majors to come for both of them.
Well, he can certainly reach at the next, can't he? The 12th McIlroy.
Yeah, it gets a bit tougher from here in, though. So he's, well, that ball's in perfect shape. I don't know how we didn't see it.
Trying to chase it up there, didn't quite get the fast out of that green semi-rough he was in. But that's okay for 17.
Especially after the tee shot. McDonald playing with Justin Thomas and Shane Lowry. All but. So that's just going to be a par, and the Norwegian will stay at 2 under. 5 shots behind our leader, Cameron Smith. Remember, the clubhouse leader, Cameron Young, I should say. Stop doing that. Our clubhouse leader is Cameron Smith. And we will head to the first tee because Dustin Johnson has got the company of Adam Scott and Mark Leishman for his opening round here at the home of golf.
This is game number 36. On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Well, will it be a lucky 13th Open for Johnson, a 2-time major champion? He's won the US Open, he's won the Masters, and he's come close in the Open as well.
Royal St George's when Darren won. He's 1 shot ahead with 4 or 5 to go. That's excellent, perfect position.
On the tee from Australia, Adam Scott.
A winner of the Masters like Johnson, and also the Players' Championship. Coulda, woulda, shoulda won the Open at Royal Lytham, but had a wretched finish, 4 bogeys to let in Ernie Els.
On the tee from Australia, Mark Leishman.
Who I'm sure many of you remember missed out in a playoff along with Louis Oosthuizen. Here in 2015, the last time the Open was staged at St Andrews, when Zach Johnson went on to win.
And they off and running. Getting a little bit bit tougher conditions coming up, a little bit more wind. I wonder what they're talking about.
Shane Lowry, let's see how he approaches this 11th hole.
He's finding it a little bit now, Shane Lowry. This is the guy we recognize. Fighting back.
Par 5 14th, and Lee Westwood. That'll do nicely, so he gets it to 3 under. He's only 4 behind.
Yeah, tough start, doubled the second, but after that, wonderful golf from Lee Westwood.
Frenchman Victor Perez for eagle at 12. Oh, he was holding those for fun, wasn't he, against Ryan Fox in the Dutch Open. Oh, I don't think I've seen him in spectacles before on a golf course. Man who won the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship here a few years back, was then based in Dundee. Subsequently has moved to Edinburgh, the Scottish capital. Back over to 11 and Justin Thomas.
Yeah, just trying to start this on the number 11 there. Well, he's holding it into the wind. I would start it on the number 11 and slide it off up that hill. If you're holding it in, it's going to land and stop into the hill.
(17) our leader, Cameron Young. Trevor Immelman's back with us, the President's Cup captain.
Beautiful round that Cameron has got going. How has he judged the speed up and over the ridge? Pretty good here. Handling himself really well for a guy that hasn't played much links golf at all coming into this week.
So Young with that putt to stay at 7 under par and just the 18th to come. Cameron Smith, who in the end, it was a good 2-putt birdie, wasn't it, at 18 for his round of 67 to take the clubhouse lead. And look at that, Ernie Els rolling back the years here at the home of golf. Just 2 shots back, 6 holes to go. McIlroy in the mix, so is the big hitting DeChambeau. Xander Schauffele looking to continue his winning run. Justin Thomas looking for a big back 9. Danny Willett's got some form over this course. He won the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship here last October. He has this habit, doesn't he, of sort of popping up and picking up big titles and then fading away for periods of time. Thomas Dietrich, the elegant Belgian, is also going along nicely. Nicolai Højgaard, one half of the Højgaard twins. 1 under through 11, so nice play from him.
Victor Hovland up the hill on 11. Never really got started on line. Just see the wind is picking up now. Making it honest.
Don't forget, head to theopen.com where you can find out all about the players. There's a live blog and live play-by-play coverage in terms of the shot tracker system. All sorts of goodies there at theopen.com for you, and available across all your devices as well.
This whole location here at 11 has been tough for the players down in that back plateau there. Only been 3 birdies so far today at the par 3. Playing about 1/3 of a stroke over par for the field. Can Thomas give it enough coming up the hill?
To 17, and Cameron Young just to tidy up. He'll make the short walk over to the 18th tee. 2 shots clear of the rest. We'll go to Tony Finau.
Yeah, down into that little hole that the pin's cut in on 10. Just snug in the right-hand side.
See how close that 12th tee is to the 11th green there. Group in front waiting.
Well, we'll go back to the first now, and the second shot into the opening par 4 for Dustin Johnson.
A little bit easier for these guys than they're coming up now. It's just turned a little bit into them this morning. It was downwind, it was tough to get close to that flag. Now it's a lot easier.
This is at the 10th, and that was actually a par putt for Hideki Matsuyama. So he stays 1 under par.
This is a birdie putt on 13 for Ernie Els. This is up and over that hill. It's a difficult one to get right, and pace is going to swing a lot to the left. That's a good putt. Well, Trevor, is he too old for your team?
I was actually texting with him last week, told him to keep his game sharp. He was playing so well at the senior players in Akron, finished in the top 5. Might have to give him a pick.
Adam Scott for an opening birdie. You got the general drift of that putt, just reading a little too much break into it. Looking out into the North Sea. Well, the Open seems to bring out the best in this man, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a great putt there from Mark Leishman. And you're right, Dom. I think the majors bring out a lot of good in Mark Leishman's. Quietly a wonderful, wonderful golfer. Not much going on around him. He doesn't make much of himself in the media and stuff, but he is a wonderful golfer.
Right. Next up on the first tee, we have the world #1, Scotty Scheffler. He plays with Chile's Joaquin Niemann and with the 2-time Alfred Dunhill Links champion Tyrrell Hatton.
This is game number 37. On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
Got here a little earlier than anticipated. Missed the cut last week at the Genesis Scottish Open, but very much enjoying being a little bit under the radar this week. The attention has been elsewhere, on Tiger, on Jack Nicklaus, on Rory McIlroy.
On the tee from Chile, Joaquin Niemann.
Really like his chances this week. Much the same as Justin Thomas. He has the ability to move the trajectory around, work the ball both ways. Solid putter. I think he'll do well on this style of course. Look at that right there. Great example. Run, he says. Don't worry, Joaquin. It'll run.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
Missed the cut in his first 4 Opens, including his debut here in 2010. Also missed out on weekend play here in 2015, so maybe a chance for Hatton to make amends.
Yeah, but he does like this place. He's won a couple of Dunhill Links Championships, so he can play the type of golf that's needed. You sometimes feel like the only thing that gets in the way of Tyrrell is himself.
Played nicely last week though at Renaissance, so he's come here in decent nick. Dustin Johnson for an early birdie. No problem at all. So he and Mark Leishman off to the perfect start. On to the 18th, and Cameron Young, our leader.
Flew the fairway wood almost to the front there.
Amazing rise in the game. He was outside the top 500 in the world in April last year. McIlroy at 12, driver.
This is a nice line here.
Here it comes, here it comes. So he'll have that for an eagle 2 at 12. Back on to Matsuyama.
Just let it ride on the wind a little bit and get a little bit of a harder bounce up that hill. Excellent shot.
Well, he made the birdie at 8, Dylan Fratelli. Just about makes the birdie at 9 as well. Good front 9.
Sideways here, 12. If you've played here long enough, you've been caught in that bunker, Thomas.
You have. It tends to be the one you're aiming for, and then just hope you don't hit in it.
Gives you an idea of the contours. One of the many shared greens here. Generally speaking, if you add up to 18, you'll get the right number. So 12 here, it'll be 6 on the other half of this screen. Not sure whether Colin Morikawa's lost his turn.
Westwood for birdie. After being 2 over par after 2 holes, this is to go for 4 under. Positive stroke there.
Well, Jamie Spence has trotted out to the 12th, and he's watching McIlroy and co. Jamie.
Yeah, afternoon everybody. Great little link shot coming up here for Morikawa. Little bounce and spin. Played it beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic technique there. Not much wrist break on the backswing. Trying to catch it nice and clean off of the firm turf.
To the first, and the world #1, Scheffler.
That didn't clear by much, did it? Living dangerously at the opening hole.
Off the birdie at 1, Dustin Johnson, driver in hand at 2.
You see the target there. There's a bunker out on the left-hand side. You really want to miss. With this flag position today, you're better off down the right-hand side of the fairway. And that's going to go into the rough. This is going to be difficult to control.
Cameron Young from the back of the green at 18. Good for pace. That for a closing birdie in a round of 64. Meantime, Lowry at 12. Kick coming.
Almost a carbon copy of McIlroy's, wasn't it?
Well, it's a foot from his marker. You can see his marker there.
Justin Thomas next up.
Be interesting to see what kind of shape he goes for here. Wind out of the right mainly, touch of help. See if he tries to ride the wind or hold up a fade. Looks like he's aimed down the right a little bit more. Trying to ride it.
Somehow miss it. Come on.
Oh my, that is fortunate.
Pretty sure it went in it.
He thinks it went in it, but it's perfect.
You'll like it when you get up there, Justin. Hovland last to go.
Oh boy, that's worse than Morikawa's lie.
That one's going to be difficult to get out, I think.
Just right up against that face.
Saw the tee shot of Hideki Matsuyama at the par 3 11, so uphill for birdie. Even from that distance, we're seeing players struggle to get it to the hole there. From 11 up to 18, where Cameron Young has a putt for birdie. And an opening round of 64 in the 150th Open.
It sounds good. He's missed a couple over the last few holes. He really was. He was 7 under through 12 and had chances. He's 3-putted 14. It's one positive stroke.
On the tee from England, Richard Brown.
He's doing the right thing, isn't he? Just backing off here, waiting for the announcements on the first tee.
Just a touch of break from his right-hand side.
And on his Open debut, it is a dream start for Cameron Young. It's a bogey-free 64. As he takes a 3-shot lead in the 150th Open. Wonderful stuff. I can tell you that Robert McIntyre, having dropped a shot at 17, birdied the 18th for a round of 70. Another member of that group, Hoon Lee, 3 under par 69. Well done them.
Neiman on the first. There you go. We need some of those in September, whenever it is, Trevor.
Would be good. It's a part of his game that has really improved over the last 18 months or so.
12, Chauffelet. This is for Eagle. Well, a birdie there will move him to 3 under. 5 back of the lead. Scheffler at 1. Back to 12 and McIlroy with the eagle putt.
Yeah, up and over. Just goes away from you a little bit. Oh! Such a good putt, just too much pace.
I think that caught a bit of the flag stick there, bumped it onto the edge.
It's always a little bit tricky when you're coming up and over here because once it gets over the hill, it goes away from you, it gets really fast. Look at these crowds behind.
Thought he had it.
And he did, and they live every moment with him.
Well, it should be a nice up and down, wouldn't it? Morikawa for his par. He seems to be working a little bit harder than either Chauffelet or McIlroy out there today. So 20 to 2 local time. Remember, we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from Tiger Woods getting underway here at St Andrews in the 150th Open. McIlroy with a putt to go 5 under and climb alongside Ernie Els. Lee Westwood is on a bit of a charge out there. Nice play from the Frenchman Victor Perez. Chauffelet at 12. Spends a long time, doesn't he, sometimes standing over the ball, Xander Schauffele. It's slightly disconcerting.
Yeah, at times he does it with the full game as well. He re-grips the club with his right hand. But a good birdie there.
From Schauffele to Scheffler at 2.
Heading towards that bunker on the left. He's asking it to sit. Oh, that's okay. Now it's actually perfect.
Well judged.
You can't judge anything well on this golf course off the tee.
Immediately looking into the book to try and see exactly where that bunker is. Good 2-putt birdie for McIlroy at 12.
Toughest hole on the course next up, 13.
Well, I think 13 has been made really difficult this year because it's difficult to go left. You know, normally from the tee you can make a choice. You can go right or you can go left. You can't go left.
And try and hit it to here.
Just got to listen in here.
Yeah, well then I'm not in a good spot either. It's not great. Yeah.
He's having the full St Andrews experience, isn't he? He was in an awkward spot a little earlier in the round in a bunker.
Along the club, standing up here. Okay. You can try it. Yeah, I'm just not going to be able to. Because I'm looking at it here, and at least then you can get some. But it's just going to go, you know, around here. At least the lip is a little bit better. I just don't want you to hit it and then hit it here.
Yeah, because that's very possible.
That's very possible.
There, I just don't have. I mean, it's like.
I think.
I mean, what if I just take like it's kind of a kamikaze shot? I mean, just take a 7-iron or something, hit it into the slope here or into the lip.
But the problem is, this is so soft in the sand, and my concern is if it does that and it's going to stop here,
it's just going to stop right
and then
there.
we're screwed as well.
Yeah.
So my only thought is to either go that way, where you're going, and try and get it to where your foot is.
Yeah.
Or do the putter like you were talking, like literally you don't even take a backswing and just try and follow through. I think that's the only option.
Yeah. Well, what if I just take an unplayable?
Yeah.
Because then I have to drop it in the bunker.
Yep.
And I can just drop it right here.
Yep.
It's probably gonna plug, so that's honestly not a good or not a bad idea for that pin.
I don't have a problem with that either.
I agree with him.
I think I'll just do that.
Okay. So we're just going to take it unplayable. Got to drop it in the bunker, obviously.
Yes.
Back on the line or 2 club lengths.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision. He's going to drop it into a plug lie, but having a plug lie is just going to come out without any spin, so it's just going to roll forward and actually gives you a chance of rolling it up the hill. This is a good decision.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
What I liked about that is the maturity he showed. Wasn't getting all emotional, blaming how bad the lie was. Took it all in his stride, went through his options.
Yeah, yours truly would have hated golf in that moment.
So now playing his 3rd Hovland. Will it hold? Will it hold?
Run up there, Victor.
It deserved to hold, to be fair. It's a good example, this hole, of what golf is like. Justin Thomas was almost in the same position. He's got an eagle putt. Victor Hovland is struggling to make par.
This is for a birdie start for Dustin Johnson. (13) McIlroy.
Iron for McIlroy. Should be playing up the right-hand side here. I like that play.
I like that swing.
Yeah, you can't go down the left-hand side. A few guys in practice was going that way, and it just rolled through into gorse bushes and all sorts. And that's normally would be the choice for this flag position on 13.
Yeah, you hit driver down the left, Thomas, or to carry those coffin bunkers. It's only one way it's going, really, up the rough or in the bushes. So they're all playing up the right, and it's a lot of room up the right-hand side here, really. Down off the right, the breeze.
But with this hole location, when you're back on the tee, you pretty much realize you're going to have 35, 40, 45 feet for your birdie putt anyway. Just so tough to get it close to that right hole location.
Looks like a fairway wood from here, back to the tee for Morikawa. Still aiming up the right. This should get right through the edge at end of the fairway here with this club.
Exactly right, Jamie.
So 4 fours on that hole at the start of the week. That'll do you absolutely fine.
Oh, you would buy that right now.
I'll even throw a 5 in there.
Joaquin Niemann has found the fairway at the second. His second to this par 4. Just 23 years of age still. 2-time PGA Tour winner.
Throwing that right up in the air, trying to stop it, land it up there and stop it. It's always difficult. This is a tough hole location on the first.
Ernie Els at the par 5, 14th. This is to go within 2. Oh.
Kind of jumped off a little to the right there on him.
Playing with Niemann, Scheffler into the second. From the second to the 16th, and Lee Westwood for another birdie.
It's amazing. We've seen everybody coming up short there at 16 from that side. Nick Faldo was in here earlier. He always thought that that 16th green was a little slower than the rest.
Wonderful, wonderful start to the week for Cameron Young, I should say, this most special of weeks at the Open. Certainly plenty of experience up there, isn't there? Els, 53. Lee Westwood is 49. Ian Poulter in his 40s. And then you've got the young brigade as well. From not too far away from where Rory McIlroy was putting, Shane Lowry for an eagle 2 at 12.
Well, I think the facial expression says it all.
Third tee, Dustin Johnson. Back to 12, Justin Thomas for the 2. Also has to factor in this ridge. It's steep as well, steeper than it looks there.
Maybe getting scared off a little bit after watching Lowry's ball take off right before. Doesn't seem like... He's just doing a little gardening work there.
Hatton from the back of the second. This is very slow. Beautifully judged.
One of the keys to being successful playing links golf, Thomas, is how good of a touch you can have from a long distance on the greens.
Yeah, and especially around St Andrews, you're going to end up so far away from the hole at times. Quick putt for Victor Hovland here down to the hole on 12.
Some say if this would be after taking the unplayable. Yeah, well done. Brilliant stuff there.
Scotty Scheffler at the second. Just under 20 feet. And it's for a 3. Now you get the feeling this is quite an important part for Shane Lowry.
He got an awful start and then he's fought back. Oh, never. Never, never.
Well, and having found the green off the tee there, a 3-putt par, you can sense the frustration. Golden opportunity has gone begging for the 2019 Open champion. Back to 3, second here for Johnson. Sensible play, not messing with the little dip just past the pin. So back to 12. Let's see if Justin Thomas can move it to 3 under.
Oh, he was going to get it. That was rather rude, wasn't it?
Shares the frustration of Shane Lowry. Off they go to the 13th tee. We will go up the 13th hole. Morikawa and McIlroy on the bank there. Schauffele in a better spot. A little bit of a wait here, Jamie.
Yeah, so just panning out on the green on the 13th. You're saying this is the hardest hole on the course?
Yep, not a
I'm
single
not surprised. I don't know how you get it within 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
We shall find out. Schauffele's got the best chance. But yeah, what a pin position this is here on 13.
Yeah,
front right, just over the mound.
Now we've got a good look at it right now. You see that deep bunker there, and then the severe downslope down to where the hole is.
Trevor, this is just where you've got to be disciplined and keep your patience, haven't you? That you can't go at all these flags here at St Andrews.
Exactly right. Leave yourself anything under 40 feet. See if you can get lucky with the putt. Otherwise, move on to the par 5.
Well, Schauffele's at least is on the fairway, 132.
Like I said, if we're holding this, that's fine.
Can't see a thing. Got the big bank in front of him, so he's trying to get a line, but there is a bank. If you were having a bit of a fun, you could play right at the pin. There's a bank there, but he's not going to do that. He should be able to get some spin from here, pitch it on the front. If he gets it within 30 feet, really good shot here for Schauffele. The two out of the rough have got no chance.
Trying to launch it way up into there. Look at that bounce. My goodness.
Absolutely took off, didn't it?
I think he might be further away.
I think he's closer to the 5th hole than what he is the 13th.
I think they should swap the flags round.
How's this life for McIlroy?
Not great. It's going to jump as well.
Oh no, the one mistake he couldn't make. Oh, it came out of the bunker, but still.
Wow, what a break for McIlroy.
Still going to be extremely difficult from there, though.
Well, at least Morikawa can see the pin, but out of this lies, I just don't know how he stops it. You have to pitch it short and try and conjure up a bit of magic.
Yeah, really all he could do there. Look at it go.
It's all about acceptance, isn't it? It's like you just got to trust and hit it somewhere and then accept where it goes. So tough to control anything out of this rough.
13, Scheffler.
Wind in and out of the left. Okay, just fine.
13th tee, and Shane Lowry out with the driver.
Where is he going with this? You saw McIlroy go through that right side with the iron. Is he going to go to the left? He's looking down that left-hand side. Needs to take it at that middle crane. Now trying to cut it up against the wind. Surely this is going to go through the fairway.
Well, it's probably not Rory to play, but he's going to have a go. He's looking straight at it. He's going to try and bump it into the bank in the top of the bunker, but I think he should go right here. It's the first shot I saw, but this is bold. This is brave. Phew, you need some nerve to play this one. He's going to try and bump it into the big bank at the top of the bunker and just hope it pops up. Strap yourselves in. Yeah.
Caught the other side of it.
Better than the other option though, Trevor, eh?
Yeah, but if he had done what you had thought, gone to the right, he probably would have been able to get it inside of 15 feet, correct?
I think so. That's what I saw straight away.
So went for the riskier option and it didn't pay off. We'll take another look here. As Jamie said, he was trying to land it into the upslope, but carried it on to the other side of the hill. Strike was too good.
back to the tee, and a 3-wood here for Justin Thomas.
That's one of the reasons why I love links golf there. You see before Lowry going with the driver, trying to cut the ball up against the breeze. Thomas going with the 5-wood, trying to ride the wind. So many ways to do it.
Back one to Matsuyama at 12. Running it up the bank. Nearly. Back to 13, McIlroy.
Yeah, what club's he got here?
Not enough.
No, it's about 100 feet. At least 30 yards there. He strided out. Won't do much, actually. Turn a bit right to left and maybe come back the other way. Big swing of the putter.
It's pretty good.
Yes, excellent from McIlroy. But the damage done, well, maybe with a tee shot, certainly with a second. Then he got the break. It's going to be a bogey 5. First drop shot today. McIlroy back to 4 under with 5 holes of his opening round to complete.
It'll annoy him for a little while, and then he'll snap back into it and realise that if he hits a good drive down the next, he can reach the par 5 in 2.
Have a little change up in the commentary box now, because as we watch Mark Leishman, it's time to say good afternoon to Jay Townsend. There you go, opening up with a birdie, Jay, and then Alison Whittaker is going to take over as well.
Thank you, Dom, and what a great way to come in on a nice birdie putt from Leishman. Gets to a couple under par. Great stuff, Trevor. I'm a little bit surprised, even though just coming on for the first time today, I'm surprised that scoring is not better besides Cameron Young.
I think the hole locations are to blame for that. Really are tucked. Tough to get close to some of them.
You think it's because of the modern day distance and the lack of wind forecast, so they might have tucked them a little bit more than normal?
Yeah, I think the rules committee knew that with the wind staying 10 miles an hour or less for the most part throughout the day, they could go ahead and push the envelope a little bit.
Love to see that Hovland tee shot at 13.
Yeah, Vic.
Els for birdie at 15 to get within a couple.
And great to see him playing so well. 52 years old.
Good 40-footer. Maybe 50 feet for Morikawa across the slope into the wind. Tester.
Yeah, it sure is. He's got a little more left there than what he wanted.
Matsuyama has his putt uphill left to right at 12. Ooh, the early walk. Love that.
Beautiful roll on that ball, wasn't it? It's pretty good up and down from well over the back there.
Scheffler second shot right off the top of a little knob.
Take a big skip and then check near the cup. There you go. That's great control. Only 2 or 3 paces behind that hole. It falls way off the back of the green. Finau at the drivable 12th for birdie. See how low he's got the hands. Toe the putter way up in the air. Well done. gets to 2 under.
So the approach putt to this position at 13 for Morikawa. This is for par. And it just slides by. That is really, in my mind, the result of... I'm not sure about the tee shot, how well thought out that was. I heard you before I came on. You kind of like that play up the right. But with this right hole location, are you okay with that tee shot up the right and kind of through the fairway?
Yeah, I would rather have it up the right and hanging in the fairway the way Schauffele's did. But really no way to get inside of 30 or 35 feet at 13 anyway today. You're going to have to make a good 2-putt and get out of there with a par.
I was listening to you before I came on. I heard that. I like going left down 6.
Ooh, it's tough for this firm is what it's playing right now.
So there is the current state of play in the 150th Open at St Andrews. It's Cameron Young who continues to lead the way. It's great to have you with us wherever you're joining from around the world. Kurt Kitayama continuing his hot streak after contending last week at the Renaissance Club. Australia's Brad Kennedy with just the 3 holes left to play at 3 under par, coming in with 4 top 10s on the tour over in Japan. One of those that has a tendency to sneak under the radar. Same could be said of Scott Vincent. 2 wins in his last 3 months in Asia. Up to the 3rd with Joaquin Niemann.
Oh, he made a nice putt at the first. Get off to a good start. And keep that putter hot early in the round here. Had the line dialed in.
Danny Willett drove it on the green at 18. They left to righter here for an eagle 2 to get to 69 on the day, and right in the middle. Wow, what a way to finish for the former Masters champion. Anything under 70 is a good score.
So many players miss this putt. Low to the right. He just had enough speed for it to hold its line.
Tyrrell Hatton's in for par already. So no birdie for him. And about 5 feet left for Scotty Scheffler. So a chance to pick up one here.
Taking a little extra time trying to get that ball lined up exactly the way he wants. Not quite at the point yet to where you got to start accounting for the wind regarding the break on putts. Although, saying that big gust comes through. All of a sudden out of nowhere, Jay.
I know. That wind heard you and said, here I am, Trevor, I'm here. And the golf course really does need some wind.
For sure.
There's no protection. Very well holed there for Scheffler. I think the wind forecast over the weekend and even up until Monday when it was supposed to be in the high teens, gusting up to near 30 all 4 days, I think we were all going, okay, this is going to be fun. And then the wind forecast dropped down there. You can see the wind as it is all around the golf course. Primarily out of the west-northwest. It's amazing how it gusts. The one right in the middle of your screen went from 4 to 20, 14, 8. It is amazing how it changes, not consistent.
Schauffele driver out at 14.
Want to take it right between those 2 tents. This is headed way too far left here. That could be awkward there. The ball above his feet now.
Reasonable lie here. Second shot blind for Justin Thomas at 13. Terrible angle here. He's getting closer to the 5th hole than he is the 13th.
He is. There's the amateur champion on 5.
Wonder if he stopped. We'll find out. Back to 14T. McIlroy on the way.
This is perfect.
I followed Rory the second day at the JP McManus Pro-Am early last week. I've never seen a driving exhibition. He hit it up into some bottlenecks. Maybe there's water on one side, a fairway bunker on the other. He wasn't near one or the other. It was equidistant between the two. Driving it, so he was like he was hitting at 340, but picking which tabletop he wanted it to end on. It was amazing.
Yeah, when he gets in full flight with the driver, it is spectacular. Morikawa might be able to hold the fade up.
Let's go, Colin. Let's go. We love you, Colin. Let's go, Colin.
Well, they're going round the old, as they say in this part of the world. Great to see bumper crowds back. There would have been more if they'd been let in. Over 1.3 million applications for tickets, and that's just the ones that they counted. So great to have the crowds back. This is down 4, 2:05 left for Dustin Johnson.
Mostly left to right, a little bit hurting wind here for DJ.
Catching that front bunker there, can just see it up against the lip. So hopefully he's got enough room to be able to get it out of there.
Looks like he can only go left.
Doesn't look very good right now, does it?
No. Leishman, similar shot. From this position, 20, 30 feet right of the hole is pretty good, taking that bunker that Dustin Johnson is in out of play.
Should be far enough away from the lip. In theory. In theory is something we say often around St Andrews. So Shane Lowry a little further away, but Hovland's going to come on.
Got to come up and over that shoulder off of the bunker there. Right here. That whole location at 13 is causing all sorts of problems today.
There we go, Wyatt's playing closer to a par 5 at the moment than a par 4.
Yeah, that's right. More than half a stroke over par so far today.
They're pretty evenly matched, in theory, in terms of how many holes are in the red and the black on each of the nines. The front nine does play about half a shot easier, maybe even 0.7 at the moment. Some good spots to watch up on those grandstands, Trevor.
Yeah, sure are. Isn't it interesting that that front nine is playing a touch easier, even though it is into the wind?
Yeah.
Gives the players more of a chance to slow that ball down, playing back into the wind.
So they're just waiting for the other green to clear. In the meantime, we find Ernie Els second on 16.
Hole location on the right side here. Trying to bounce it up and over the ridge. Cruel game at times, isn't it?
It really is, but you can't miss it right. Tee shot for the world number 1 at the 4th.
Wow, how's that footwork?
And so much of it happens after impact, doesn't it?
All right, Scotty, let's go.
Gosh, he almost fell over there.
He very nearly fell over the other day, actually. He nearly got hit on that tee there by Tyrrell Hatton. Had some good fun with the crowd. Hid underneath his golf bag when the second one came along. It's good shouts of 4, of course. This is long, long range for Shane Lowry. Talk about shoulder turn.
139 feet. There's very few, if any, practice greens you can ever even practice a putt of that length.
It's something that John Rahm talked about coming into the week, the lag putts from range that are so unique to the double greens here at St Andrews, something that he certainly honed in on. Any drills, Trevor, that spring to mind from that far away?
Go putt down the main street would be the only way to practice it.
So Leishman's ball was further back in the bunker. But it's the next to come that's going to be really interesting from the sand.
So closer than Lowry, but not by much. Thomas just outside 123 feet. You went hip height to hip height on the backswing and follow through. This is pretty good.
I think it was David Toms, wasn't it, when he was playing with Tiger Woods in the 2000 Open, that actually aimed for the wrong pin as well on the way in. And he thought he'd hit a great shot, and his caddy's looking at him going, what are you doing? And obviously with the two colours, he couldn't see the other one. Nice little 8-iron, but a long way away, so it can happen. No one's doing that these days, though, are they? We've all learnt from each other's mistakes.
Yeah, yellow flags on the way out, red on the way in.
As expected, Dustin Johnson having to play away from the hole. Only shot direction that he had to play.
Mentally, are you thinking that you're going to have one of those per round? Do you kind of build that into your patience of your psyche when you're playing St Andrews?
Well, you hope not. You're hoping to try and avoid them all, but I think you have to deal with the fact that when it happens, you're just going to have to move on, try and get out of there with as little damage as possible.
Shane Lowry's just creeping up on it. Taylor Gooch is having a nice start to his date. 3 under to here, courtesy of birdies at 1, 2 and 5. This for another. Really pumps the brakes towards the end of that putt. So he'll stay in at 3 under par, share of 7th place inside the top 10. But plenty more holes left to come for Gooch.
Hovland for par at 13, breaking left to right. Wow, just hammered that putt through the break.
Westwood after a nice drive at 18. This for eagle. Should make a right turn about here. Very good.
203 wedge to the 14th, 600 yards. This is his tee shot, 410.
Wow. Actually got a little unlucky that ball went through the fairway there, Jamie.
Yeah, but what's this one? Needs a, slow down. Through the green with a wedge. How about that, Trevor?
Incredible. 616 yards today. well over the back with the wedge.
Is it time to put my old curmudgeon hat on and say the ball's going too far?
No, not yet.
It's too early? Okay.
Wait a few more minutes. It's only Thursday. Nice look at the swing here. Hitting down on it with the wedge. Problem is, as you see there, getting too much grass caught between the face and the ball, and it came out screaming.
So this for a birdie at the last for Lee Westwood. That's a round of 68 for him today. The man that came runner-up back in 2010. So a nice start to his championship, despite the double thrown in there at 2.
We saw Els go through the green at 16, putting back uphill and into the wind.
It's kind of awkward coming through the bowl there, isn't it?
Had to deal with so many different slopes. It's always difficult to get the pace correct there.
And look at this. Now found another bowl on the other side.
It's a good idea not to comment until the ball stops. I think we're going to learn that even more as the week goes on as well. As Barclay Brown, the amateur, there's more people from Sheffield, in fact, from England playing this week than there are Scots. A great round of 68 for the amateur today. Trying to follow in the footsteps of another Sheffield man in Danny Willett. 2 most recent English major winners coming from that part of the world. So this is what's in front of Dustin Johnson, Jay.
It is not only a long par putt, but he's coming off the shoulder of the bunker about a third of the way there. Then it's going to go through a little shallow bowl, and the last third is downhill right to left. And just to add insult to injury, it's a little bit down breeze as well. That's a fantastic putt. Really good. Got it. He's around about 3 feet, so far from finished. But a good putt is relative to what's between you and the hole here at St. Andrews, and distances in there as well.
It's fair to say that ideal outcome isn't always holing it necessarily, depending on what's ahead of you. Up and over for Ernie Els.
It's going to be an untidy bogey there for him at 16, making his 31st start at the Open. 13 top 10s, 2 wins. Just incredible. Legend of the game.
It's a name everyone knows. Here's the ball placements down at 14. McIlroy through it. Schauffele and Morikawa short right.
Yeah, just waiting on the 4th green here, Alison. Rory goes through the green with a wedge. I'm not sure what club he should have hit. Unbelievable.
Wedge. How's the lie looking now?
It's all right, actually. It's a good spot because he's back into the wind. They're just waiting for the group to putt out on the 4th.
So what are you thinking? Trying to fly it over the first mound and see if he can get it to run up that second ridge?
Yeah, that's what I see, Trevor. I think when it's his turn, I think he's going to carry that mound. There's a little flat bit there. It's not a bad spot, this, and then run up that little bank. I'd rather have his than the other 2. Although it's a bit of a 50-50, if I'm honest. Never an easy chip around this 14th green.
You can see there in the left corner, I believe that's Adam Scott. Over at 4, but this is McIlroy at 14.
Well, Morikawa's got the putter out. He's just going to wait for DJ to putt on 4. And that's the trouble with St Andrews. You just have to have eyes in the back of your head, what's going on around you. And also he doesn't want to be put off as well.
So this for the bogey for Dustin Johnson.
Just keep an eye on the backstroke here. Does pull it a little inside at times. Well hold.
So the green light turns in your direction now, Jamie.
Yeah, I'd rather have Rory's looking at this again. This is difficult to get the speed. This would be so easy to put it off the green. He's got to hit it pretty firm to get up the bank, but then it's all downhill. Where the pin's cut, there's a slope just behind that, a couple of paces, so needs his best touch here, Morikawa with the putter.
Settle. Oh, there it goes. Off the other side.
Well, I think Schauffele's a little bit easier because the slope he's coming over isn't as steep. So he shouldn't have so much pace on the ball, this one. So definitely easier for Schauffele.
That's better.
Scheffler, second to the fourth. We know that bunker is there guarding anything short and left of the hole. Play a draw in there against the wind. This whole location, this wind direction today, 20 feet right, is a good shot. Scheffler decided not to take the bunker on, but now it's feeding off of a slope. He really wanted to drive it down the right side at 4 today with this whole location. McIlroy, what can he do? Pitching back into the bank, into the wind, as Jamie thought that was the easier shot, and McIlroy made it look easy. Fantastic shot.
So that should be good enough to get back the one that he dropped on the previous hole.
Really impressive still though from that lie to judge how fast that ball was going to come out, what kind of bounce it was going to take once it got to the green.
He's done so much work on his wedge game this year. Really, everyone started talking about it at the Canadian Open where he won, well, around about a month and a half ago. But he's always been a good chipper and a good sand player.
Yeah, sure has.
His putting is streaky, but he's always has a good short game. I don't think Rory's gotten the credit he deserves over the years for his great touch around the greens. Morikawa. It's going to be 3 from just short of the green with the putter, but the difficulty of going up that steep slope, putting downwind that Morikawa had for his third made for difficult going.
Kind of want to get one there at the par 5 though, because 15, 16, 17 are playing quite difficult today before you get to the easy 18th.
This for eagle at the 9th for Sam Bairstow, runner-up in the recent Amateur Championship over here, drops it in. What a thrill. And he's back to level par through 9.
That'll settle the nerves nicely for him. Heading to the second 9. Now Leishman. At 5, a nice low ball flight to get as much run as he can down that fast fairway.
Such a product of his environment, Warrnambool by the sea. It didn't have much of a chipping area where he was. And didn't have that many kind of practice facilities, and so he just played loads and loads of golf. And there's the man Tiger Woods, who's off in around about half an hour's time, 28 minutes or so. Didn't play the course yesterday, just stayed out on the range much like this, and was throwing out all sorts of ball flights, highs, lows. Really was so invested in his practice, Trevor.
Yeah, I did get in here early though and spent a bunch of time on the golf course in prep. Probably more and better preparation than each of the other 2 majors that he's played this season.
Yeah, which is something he says he's going to have to do as well, because he might not be able to have the health to play his way into each of the majors. Louis Oosthuizen has the company of Harris English and the world #1 ranked amateur in Kita Nakajima. Out at 2:48 local time, I should say, so about 15 minutes or so. Porrig Harrington, Thomas Peters and Keith Mitchell. That's a game of all sorts, isn't it? And here we have Tiger Woods alongside the newly minted US Open champion in Matt Fitzpatrick. And twice a winner this season, Max Homa gets the company of his idol today here in the opening round of the Open. Following them is Jordan Spieth, John Rahm and Harold Varner III. And a couple more young guns coming through. And the likes of Sam Burns and Mito Pereira. They're out with Patrick Cantley today. So that's all coming your way this afternoon.
Play driving at 15. Left hole location, so the further up the right you can go, the better.
Yeah, really narrows up right around 300 yards, but he's done a great job keeping it in that tiny piece of fairway down there.
Long iron for McIlroy, 300 to the gap. This club should get it there easily. I thought he might be tempted off this tee with the driver. Just a 330 iron. A few guys are having to go at this in practice. But those 3 bunkers 60 yards short, little pop bunkers. Yeah, smart play just to lay up here for Morikawa. He's got the fairway metal out. There's some rough down the left-hand side to be avoided, and a bank.
He couldn't quite do that. So he's in the longer stuff up that left-hand side.
Down in the rough, Hovland.
Oh my God. Out again.
Blind shot. Clearly he didn't like how it came off. And well, we can see why.
Oh, he's going to be on one of the 15th tees, looks like. If you were being positive, you'd say he's got a good angle.
That is a good angle, no question about it. A lot of green to work with. L's off the tee at 17.
What was your letter you chose, Trevor, over 17?
Not that one right there.
That wasn't on the letters. Oh. That's on someone's balcony.
But I thought anywhere over the sign and you were going to be just fine.
What does that mean?
But unfortunately, that's hit the wall and kicked into the hotel.
Taylor Gooch at 7. This is a wicked putt up and over a big mound. Such a unique golf course, green complexes. There's nothing you can prepare for, nowhere you can prepare for this test.
Huge tee shot down here at the par 5 for Thomas. Can he keep it on the right level? Doesn't look like it. It's just going to creep over. Will it stay out of the bunker? No, it won't. My goodness. That was rather harsh, wasn't it?
That was. I mean, I didn't see that left turn coming at the very end. You could, but when it was going by the hole, you thought it's going to go back there in McIlroy territory.
So there's the aforementioned group, Nakajima, Oosthuizen and English.
This is game number 43. On the tee, from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Champion golfer of the year here in 2010. And runner-up the next time round in 2015 as well. You could say he has a little course form, Louis Oosthuizen.
On the tee, from the USA, Harris English.
The world number 30. Good to see him back stitching together some competition after his hip surgery earlier this season. Nearly, I think it was about 4 or 5 months off competitive golf.
Been working really hard with his coach, Justin Parsons, back in Sea Island, trying to get things back, get that swing back in sync.
On the tee, from Japan, Keita Nakajima.
The head of coaching for Golf Japan calls Keita a Rolls Royce of a golfer. He says it's not if, it's when this guy finds his feet on tour. He's already won on tour as an amateur back in Japan.
Trying to follow in the footsteps of Matsuyama. Kind of familiar swing with a little pause at the top, kind of similar to a Hideki.
Yeah, they've been clever, the Japanese, the young Japanese contingent, in that they've got a lot of Scots scratch players on their bags as well that know St Andrews. On the bag of Keita this week is Ryan Lumsden. It's not him, he's further back in picture. He's a biomechanist who works with Minjee Lee and Hannah Green, Minwoo Lee as well, part of the Golf Australia program. Back down to Morikawa, Jamie.
Yeah, he's got nothing from this side. As you shouldn't if you miss the fairways here, really. He's got to have some defence, 148. I don't think he can go at the pin. He's got to play down the right-hand side here, Morikawa, and try and get it pin high. Similar sort of shot to the 13th, out of the rough.
Quite come out the way he thought it would there. That's going to be a tricky putt over the shoulder of the bunker.
Oh, I don't like that one, Trevor. Rory from a great lie, 133. Oh, he's hit that into orbit.
Just a terrible bounce off of the downslope.
Yeah, those were the shots that he was kind of criticised for at Royal St George's in terms of how high he was hitting a lot of his wedges. He's been honing in so much on the lower types of wedges coming into this week, the last couple of months. But the high ones can come in handy when you're downwind looking for those high softers.
Yeah, that needed to pitch another couple of yards, didn't it? And that's what Schauffele would be looking at. There's a little bank just short of this pin, little mound. You can pitch it into that from 129.
Going left.
Should be good.
Well, bringing it in right to left on the wind, and he didn't hit the down slope. He hit the side slope. It was working in towards the hole, and oops, I think I'll go over to the right.
It was out of bounds for Ernie Els, so unfortunately this is his 4th at the 17th. I don't think that's going to stick there either, is it? Wind was trying to hold it up.
Very similar shot for a fellow Irishman, Shane Lowry, to what McIlroy had. Took it a little bit lower. Good result, though.
This for the par for Taylor Gooch. Not to be, so first drop shot of the day comes his way.
Looks like he's got enough room to make a backswing there. Chop down on it.
Back into the little collection area it rolls. Such fine margins on these greens.
And he got a mouthful of sand to add insult to injury.
Thought sandwich was last time round.
A lot of club. Second shot on the par 5, fifth for Dustin Johnson. Lands it into the slope and just took all the momentum out. It's going to roll back down to the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to get a big workout down there today. Call it 50 feet plus for Scotty Scheffler at 4. Oh, gone. 2 in a row for the world number 1. From the most unlikeliest of places. That going in, it almost feels like it saves you 1.5 from range on some of these greens here this week. Back to the opening hole. It's just a slight uphill lie for Oosthuizen.
You see the flags at the back. Wind in and out of the right. Got to make a decision here if you're going to try and ride the wind or hold it up. Don't want to be short. And consequently, we see a lot of players just give it that little bit extra down at the bottom. Make sure they get it over the burn.
How much of the opening hole is laying back to a number, depending on the pin?
I think with that front hole location, it's extremely important.
Yeah.
But still, so tough to judge how much run out you're going to get on that tee shot.
Tricky to work out the run out on the greens as well. This is Colin Morikawa all the way back there, Jamie.
Yeah, he's on the green, but he's changing clubs.
He actually is, isn't he? I thought you were kidding, but he's just put his glove on.
He had no putt. If he'd have got a putt within 15 feet, he had no chance with the putter here. Just coming over this first region, he goes all over the place. There's a little depression as well between him and the pin. So he's going to chip it.
Oh, this is fantastic. Do you like this play?
I wouldn't like it.
You wouldn't like to be playing it, but you don't mind him playing it.
This is his best chance of getting within 5 feet. Probably he can carry the mound. He has to get some grab on it. Then just go down into the hollow and up the other side. But boy, oh boy, this is tough.
All about the second bounce. Needs it to check on that second bounce. There you go. Not too bad. Just a tough spot to be in.
So from the sand to here, Justin Thomas down in just a little knoll. Collection area, up, over. Gave it every chance. You can see it's almost knee high. So it's going to be a par for Justin Thomas, up to 17. Par a distant memory at the road hole for Ernie Els after carving it into the hotel on the right. Did actually install rubber tiles after the last Open here. They were sick of replacing them as the balls were carved in there. Back to Rory.
Yeah, and that wind's picking up into Rory's face here on 15, and he's uphill as well. 60 feet. Bit of right to left at the end.
No harm, no foul from long range. So at least relatively stress-free with the next. This for birdie. Try and get back to level par for Shane Lowry. There he goes. 156 players, top 70 in ties make it through to the weekend. He's just outside the top 40, but plenty more golf to come. So this is for the double for Ernie Els. Well holed in the end, but it's 3 drop shots in the last 2 holes for the Big Easy, back to 2 under par. So let's go back to the first tee. The next group's ready to play.
This is game number 44. On the tee, from Ireland, Padraig Harrington.
Champion Golf of the Year 2007-2008, coming off a wonderful victory, US Seniors Open in the States.
Quite incredible to think that was his first ever USGA title. He's happy to have one in the house now.
On the tee, from Belgium, Thomas Pieters.
Winner in Abu Dhabi in the Rolex Series on the DP World Tour earlier this season. Wildly talented Belgian. I like the look at that little stinger as well.
On the tee, from the USA, Keith Mitchell.
The 30-year-old, he's the world number 54, posted a couple of top 10s at the Travellers and in Canada. That's how he got his appearance here this time round. His sister actually went up to St Andrews University just up the road. It's a little local knowledge in the Mitchell camp, perhaps. That might be some of them in the crowd. I think they're yelling for Paddy. The Irishman, a fan favourite wherever he goes. Likes his chances as well this week, understandably so, in form. Up and over for birdie for Xander Schauffele. Can he? Oh, very nearly. Just shies by for Dustin Johnson. So it's a birdie, par, par, bogey, par start for the American.
There's another one right for Ernie Els, but this one's okay. And yes, it sneaks just onto the green. That's okay.
It's going to stay there as well. First time I saw the 18th, couldn't believe how high the back right corner was. It's got so much slope up there. The camera angles always have a tendency of flattening things out.
Defending champion Colin Morikawa, this is for par. Lovely par. It's not been a great day so far.
Putting back towards it for his birdie, Oosthuizen. Little change up in the commentary box. Ali Whitaker, Thomas Bjorn, and we'll hear from Tony Johnson when he stops faffing around with his headset.
There's more buttons in this comms box than there are in an airline cockpit.
You can imagine him with a mobile phone, can't you? Gosh, send us strength. It was a good day. An opening round of 64 for Cameron Young. Golf runs in that family. His father, David, the PGA Tour pro, perhaps a little knowledge in that camp. So of the players out on course, Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele best placed at 5 under, 4 under respectively. Thomas, what was your mind frame going into the majors on day one?
Now you're all about just getting out there and enjoying the environment and trying and shoot numbers, red numbers. Red numbers always keeps you in championship, especially in the Open Championship. Certainly some of the others it's more difficult to have that mindset. But I always felt in Open Championships, get something red numbers the first day, and then just kind of set you up for the week.
Yeah, I've heard of a couple of people that when they're early out as well, pretending like the leader's already at, say, 6 or 7 under and they're trying to chase. With that chasing mindset works better for them.
Morikawa just trying to cut a little 3-wood down there as well.
Just almost just rolled back into a little depression. See what the lie's like for the next.
Scheffler on the 5th. Long way back here, going to wood. Spinning up a bit. And a tricky one coming up from short of the 5th green.
There's the great man. Not one single person out here that's not looking forward to watching Tiger Woods. Would you bet against him? I wouldn't.
Well, not around here. This is a golf course where you feel like he could go. He knows what to do, where to hit it. It's not about perfection. It's about a mindset. It's about working.
Hang on, Tiger. You all right? Yeah.
So you wouldn't bet against him here.
There's down the last, Ernie Els. Just a hair over 63 feet left. See the ball placements of the birdies. Couple of eagles as well today. This to join them from long range.
Yeah, that never really looked like it. I mean, even the stroke just looks so weak.
Justin Thomas on the upslope. Very quiet with the legs, giving it the hands and arms. It's going to come out high and it's going to come out pretty soft too. And even then with the firmness of these greens, look at it run on.
Up and over the slope for eagle for Brad Kennedy as well. Not one you're expecting to make that often, so that next one coming for a final birdie for Kennedy.
Tricky one for Shane Lowry here. Ball below his feet in the rough. Oh, he's hit a wonderful one here. Absolutely beautiful shot out there. To get that kind of understanding of what the ball is going to do takes a lot of imagination.
Ernie Els, can he finish with a birdie? Sadly, the answer is no.
A little bit of a painful finish in the end. 3 over for the last 3, and an opportunity missed there with a 3-putt par for Ernie Els. Round of 70 still for Ernie Els today, but he's given a couple back to the field.
Go out to the 6-hole, Paul Casey, for birdie. Oh, we couldn't see it, but it went right in the middle. It disappeared anyway.
Kennedy, we know there's a bit of right to left in there. We've seen it so many times over the years, and that's beautifully holed.
Opening round of 4 under par for the Australian, in a share of 4th place as it is. But there's the view you've been waiting for. St Andrews, yes, but the man standing back there on the tee in Tiger Woods. He's got a photo in his office of him as an amateur sitting on the Swilcan Bridge. It was his first ever Open, came at St Andrews. Been a lot of highs, couple of lows since then, but he's made his way back here in 2022.
This is game number 45. On the tee from the USA, Tiger Woods.
One of the finest shot shapers ever to play the game. Won here in 2000 for his first career Grand Slam. Backed it up again in 2005. 2 of his 3 Opens have come on this very turf.
On the tee from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
He too came here as a young boy. He won the St Andrews Boys Open in 2008, but he's returned here this time as a major champion. After his US Open victory, believes he's got more to come.
On the tee from the USA, Max Homa.
Not sure anyone was more thrilled by their pairing this week than Max Homa. He said, "Hey, golf gods, we're even. Can't believe this is real. Yes, it's corny, but who cares? I'm playing with the GOAT." But he too, twice a winner on the PGA Tour this season. Great player, great sense of humour in his own right.
Well, they talk about Tiger Stinger. That thing never got above head height. That bodes well if the wind is, if it gets up. Love seeing that shot, Thomas.
There's nothing better to see somebody that's got that control. Nobody did it better than Tiger Woods, but they all seem to learn to do it on the back of what he did.
He made that shot cool. You could say he made the game cool as well. He is a sporting icon and a name synonymous with the best in the world.
This is a little bit tricky for Sander Schauffele. He's got to try and land it over that bunkers and at the bottom and then kind of roll it up to that flag. Got more spin than he wanted. Good shot though.
Justin Thomas. Second shot was pretty good, but it just trickled on and on and on. Get 2 putts from there and hit the next tee.
Well, Rory McIlroy on 16 out of the rough as well. He's a bit closer than Sander Schauffele was. So that set out a bit right. This is going fast. It's a bit tricky from there. It's up, all the way up to the green. Not the easiest.
Chance to get into red numbers on the board for Shane Lowry for this birdie putt. Yeah, just lacking in pace.
It's not too bad this for McIlroy. Might jump around a little bit, but putting up the slope, bit of right to left for him.
Yes, beautifully judged.
Back on the front nine, look at that ball coming in, and Scottish Scheffler behind him there. This is for birdie. That's come on the 13th. That's a lovely putt. That came from the 13th. Whoever has that putt on 13's got a long putt coming out.
I thought he hadn't noticed it, but he certainly had. He gave it a quick glimpse, did not let it break his concentration, and nicely holed.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool customer, so is this guy, Dustin Johnson.
Well, these greens definitely speeded up as the day's gone on. The wind's drying them out, getting progressively quicker.
Yeah, they definitely are, Tony. No doubt about that. Left to right for Morikawa for a much-needed birdie.
Three bogeys, 3 birdies on the card for Morikawa today. Just 2 chances left coming home. One of them's easier than the other. And it goes for Dustin Johnson.
Good chance here for Schauffele. Just a bit of left to right, up the green.
So just the 4 at 16 for Xander Schauffele, but still a very nice day's work. There he is in a share of 4th with the 2 left towards the walk home here at St Andrews. He trails Cameron Young by 4. Not a bad day's work as well, given he started with that bogey. So there's the ball placements down the first. Woods with the shortest of the approaches. 183 still left in for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. 183, long way back for Fitzpatrick, as you mentioned. This is a difficult shot. He'll be playing centre of the green here.
the voice of Anthony Wall out following this group today. What are conditions like out there at the moment by your standards, Wally?
Yeah, it's pretty benign for links. Tiger's got 114 from quite a meaty divot, not ideal. With the front pins, he'll be looking one place, and that's the fat part of this green. But yeah, it's reasonably cool. I'd say there's probably nearly a clubber breeze, and the wind has definitely changed direction a little. So I think this front nine is playing harder than it did this morning. Gonna have to really push this down. This has got to go.
In the divot, in the drink for Tiger Woods.
Well, certainly not what we've all been looking forward to watching down the first. So been looking forward to watching him get out and play, and what a bad break. Deep divot. A lot of these divots out here too are very shallow because of the firmness of the ground.
Max Homer sending it behind the flag. That's always what you tend to do when you see somebody dunk it in the water. You just give it a little bit extra here, be on the safe side. Yeah, it's unfortunate, wasn't it? You know, you kind of hit a nice shot down and you come down and find yourself in a divot. Really got to get it back in the stands and make sure you get the ball. You just see there's too much dirt and dust going up there. He's not caught it clean.
Thomas, we've all visited the Silken Burn over the years on occasion, but when it's that front flag and you've got to drop short of it, it's a nasty little chip, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy, the one he's got coming up. You know, I'd say he would drop it very, very close to the burn and just try and chip it over. With his short game, it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Morikawa to tidy up his par. Oh dear. Didn't scare the hole unusually.
Just struggling to find some momentum today, Morikawa.
Yeah, y'all too.
Next out, another all-star cast in Jordan Spieth, John Rahm, and Harold Varner III. It's going to be Jordan Spieth to play away the world number 12.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
The game's better for it when he's in the hunt. Champion back in 2017, one of the most electric players in golf.
On the tee from Spain, John Rahm.
He doesn't think it gets any better than playing an Open Championship at St Andrews. It's a sentiment shared by many in the field and off it this week. Came so close just 12 months ago at Royal St George's.
Swing there. Swing there.
On the tee from the USA, Harold Varner III.
Another young man that came over early in the lead-up, went and played a lot of golf around Ireland last week, Port Marnock amongst others. And his effort to prepare for this.
shot this week.
Well, he's worked out that low chaser, hasn't he, while he was in Ireland? Such a good thing to do if you haven't played a lot of links golf. Got to get the experience of playing that variety of shots.
Up at the green. This is the 4th for Tiger Woods. Straightforward for some, not for you, Tony. You'll be dropping again.
Have palpitations on that chip, wouldn't you? Man, he made that look so simple.
On the 17th tee. It's a great view, isn't it, of what's ahead.
Look at that ball go. Just look at it. Stop. Never stops.
Must have been 100 yards of run on that. Easily.
Rory's launched it. High little fade down 17. That's what you buy tickets for. Seems to have a decent lie there as well. Let's go back to one with Fitzpatrick and his birdie opportunity.
Yeah, just down the hill, downwind. You really want to get a good one off on the first green when you got a pace pop, and that's excellent. Tough one for Scotty Scheffler. Can't really land it up on the top, I don't think, and stop it. Dear, he didn't get the strike on this one. Long and left, a little bit ugly from the world number 1.
See what Max Homa learnt from Fitzpatrick. Not a dissimilar line. A decent roll for the man who's now inside the top 20. Sneaky Max Homa.
Well, here's someone that's going well. He's 3 under after 6 holes, and there's another birdie. Not quite.
So the others have all finished up in this group. So pars for Fitzpatrick and Homa. This for bogey for Tiger Woods. And that goes in the category of things you didn't see you'd think you'd see this week.
All the practice, all the preparation. It's a bit of a body blow, but there's nobody tougher. Never has been in the world of golf than Tiger Woods.
Good bit back here for Dustin Johnson on the upslope. He's playing into the wind now, and that's why they get the stop.
So he enters the loop. We drift back down to the second tee, just on the other side of the Swilkenburn.
Yeah, look, sort of going back towards the meat of the wind. So driver really is the play, and Fitzpatrick wants to get up the right if you can. That gives you more of a chance to attack this pin. This is a tight one also. Always quite a demanding tee shot.
Yeah, that's better. He had that looper left that he hit off the first. He hit a lot of those last week, and hopefully he's finding a way to work it out of the system.
Yeah, he did leave himself a long way back. Really struggled at the first. That was not the tee shot you're looking for, but that was nice. I watched Max Homa on the range. Wow, he swings it good. very rarely did he hit any low shots because he does like to penetrate it naturally. Nice, smooth takeaway.
This is heading down the right-hand side. There's a bunker. This misses that. It's in the rough. It's going to be tough to this flag position.
Just a note, Tiger Woods on the putting green was putting some deep heat on his back on the putting green in between putts. So maybe he's just feeling one or two issues out there. So maybe just try and take it easy, play into the day. He'll be looking to cut this one, I would have thought, into this breeze, aiming down the left.
Oh, goat! Come on, Tiger.
It's heading towards that bunker. Oh, it misses this nicely. That's okay.
Rahm. Relishes these wedge shots. Normally got great control. Oh. Would be very disappointed with that, I think.
.382 yards from the tee, Rory McIlroy, only to be trumped by Xander Schauffele, who's 404 down there. Goodness gracious me. Good 150 if that was roll.
Yeah, you'd definitely rather have McIlroy's out of the fairway. We're still trying to bounce it up. Oh, Rory, this is danger. This is danger. And that's not good. At all.
I was waiting for a little addition on the end of that. That is just horrendous.
Sixth green, Scheffler. Now it's like chance for birdie.
Oh my. That's got away from him.
Well, there you go, a couple of top players in the world playing like you and me, Tony.
I think both of you did all right. I'm just going to throw that out there. So perhaps buoyed by a little confidence after 3 consecutive birdies from 3 to 5. Scotty Scheffler, there he is, with a tester to come. A little bit of a mix in terms of the names on the front page of the leaderboard, but we were somewhat expecting that. He's more of a strategist than a bomber's golf course, but don't tell Schauffele that. He's only got about 100 yards left.
Uh-oh. Oh. From what looked like an absolutely fantastic second, he now has all sorts of issues.
Spieth on the first. Good part of his game, there's. That's okay.
Said last week at the Scottish Open was the most unprepared he'd felt for an event. Got in the Tuesday night. Still managed to contend nonetheless. Jordan Spieth. So this is for the par for Scheffler. Good 4 or 5 feet of it. Nicely holed.
I'll leave this to you, Thomas. I'm bailing out now. Uh-oh.
Well, he's actually short of the bunker, so this is pretty good. And I thought he had the bunker in between him and the flag, but he didn't. So he could take the putt up, but you still have to execute. He executed it fantastically.
Back to the first, Rahm. the only sensible club. Got the pin out, so he had intentions.
Well, the one thing it's always going to do when you put it from here is it's going to bounce straight away. And they've all been on it in practice. There you go, there's the bounce.
And once it takes that bounce, it comes up with so much topspin. I saw Jordan Spieth there yesterday blading wedges off that road, and it seemed to work pretty well.
That was pretty well done as well from Xander Schauffele. Back to 1.
Oh my goodness. I'm wondering if maybe the practice putting green was slower than the greens on the course, because they're all blasting it on those early holes.
Morikawa for birdie, the only one that's playing it the easier way after 3 of them. Another one slides by. It's not been the best of days for the defending champion.
You can see why the 17th was the toughest hole on the entire PGA Tour in 2015. Back to 2, Tiger.
Wow. It's coming back, but there's no way he was expected to pitch it quite that far. Looking a little mystified.
Oh, what a scene here on 17. This huge grandstand, packed, and about 10 deep below that as well. Looking down at this brilliant hole that's 17, the road hole. It's the pin position that makes this green, and it's tucked tight to the bank here. Schauffele putting up the green, should be a little right to left. All green slopes towards the 18th tee.
Man, of a 407-yard bullet off the tee. That is so frustrating.
Back on the front 9, Dustin Johnson on 7. Down the hill. And that's very, very good speed control there from the former world number 1.
Oh, this is a devilishly difficult par putt for McIlroy. Outside the hole, on the left.
And a great 4 in the end. So he stays alongside Cameron Smith as Cameron Young's best place challengers. And it goes for a 4 for Morikawa, but he heads to the 18th tee over par, not something he's done much in his major career so far.
Seventh tee, Scotty Scheffler. There's a nice big bump out there that you want to try and get over, but then you have to stop it before a big cross bunker. You can go left of it, but they've all been kind of complaining this week that in practice they couldn't pitch it out over the hump and stop it before the bunker, but he succeeded to do that, so that means that it's into the wind. Good position off the tee.
I think it was Nicholas that said the compass has 360 degrees, and so there are that many wind directions at St Andrews. And he said, worse yet, they seem to change quite often. Down the back of the green, Wally's there.
Yeah, Max Homa sort of left himself down the ridge, had no real chip from short left of the bunker, so he's struggling for 4. Now Woods is back up the hill into the breeze. Took a big wince as he walked onto the green. I think there's a bit of discomfort there, to say the least. This is pretty slow, right to left. He just needs to get moving, I think.
That is such a good putt. There's nobody better in bouncing back after a disappointment.
Jordan Spieth down the second. All three of this group made a 4 at the opening hole. It's fun watching the spotters as they go along. They kind of, because on all the blind tee shots on the front nine, it's almost like they're lighting the towers down the coastline, passing the message along.
Yeah, it should be. I thought it was Fitzpatrick, but Max Homer's going to go first. This is a straighter putt, completely different line really to Tiger, even though he's just managed to stay up on the ridge. And you just saw how the old course will bite you. Poor tee shot, really bad lie, quite uncharacteristic, but once you're out of position with some of these tight pins on this front nine, you really are struggling. This will be a huge bonus. He could roll this in.
Not this time round, back to the tee. John Rahm.
Aiming this one down the left-hand side and trying cutting it back. Just a little bit more it needs. Yeah, good bounce. That's perfect.
He would have been worried there for a second. Cheap's bunker, that enormous, cavernous bunker there, just gobbles up golf balls. Perfect now, though.
That's an excellent second shot in here for Fitzpatrick. So this is for birdie. It's interesting that he's putting without the flag in this week. And he obviously thinks that the ball bounces off these flags. Normally he would putt with flags in most weeks.
Poor Casey, yes. Beautifully done. Didn't look like it could miss from 4 feet out.
So he joins the fray at 4 under par. Through his first 8, 4 birdies in his last 6 holes. Casey up to Scheffler though at 7.
Okay, your feel is way more important than what I'm thinking on this type of shot, right? Yeah, I got it. Totally trust your feel. Right? Finishing right on the open. Yeah, there you go.
Try to get the nudge down off the slope. It's fine from there, could only see half of the flag stick from back on the fairway at 7. This is such a lovely scene, isn't it, Jamie? Rory on 18.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Flank both sides, people all the way up the street. It's incredible. McIlroy, 345, got the iron out, he can reach easy. Put this driving iron this week, it's going to be a great club for him. To bound on up there, be aiming at the clock.
It's amazing to watch. It really is amazing. No idea where it's going to end up, and it ended up on the green.
It's a nice little shake of the head from you there, Thomas. pin high left. What's Morikawa got?
Fairway metal, not as long as Rory, but this is enough. Thought that was heading up the steps, that one.
Little sawn off cut swing.
In through the valley. Up, 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 up. No. Back down. Tricky one coming up.
Thomas, it's one of the widest shots, isn't it, in professional golf, but it doesn't feel like that on the tee sometimes.
I've hit the Rusacks a few times.
There's a few people watching out of there today. Packed stands here in the 18th.
Go.
Iron for Schauffele, he too. Hoping it keeps chasing.
Yeah, didn't quite get the bounce, the fast bounce, so that's going to end up short of the green. Using a putter from there. Well, Jordan Spieth is having a nice look at this flag on the second. Throw it in 20 feet behind and try and get some stop on it. Well, you can't believe a ball could sit up there. It's difficult to describe how tall that mound is.
It's defying gravity. Trevor Immelman's joined us back in the box. Woods on the third. Interesting start, Trevor.
Yeah, kind of caught me off guard when he mishit that approach into the first, into the burn. Awful start. Can he find a way to get some momentum going?
That was a long way left that on the third, wasn't it? It was almost out of bounds on 15.
Sure was, kind of
16 or whatever it is.
like two as well. He pulled it. Let's just take a look here. Look at the crowds behind. Everyone trying to get some video, photograph. See there, just trying to save it on the way through, and overcooked it.
Yeah, this one is pretty straightforward as well. Just left of the flag in behind. Nice stop there. That's a good chance for Jon Rahm. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
One of the best receptions in golf, this. No matter what the day, no matter what the player. I think I can see your ball up on the balcony on the Rusacks up there, Thomas. Is it 2 blue dots? But a great start for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, it really has been a joy to watch him today. This is what he hoped for. He's a danger in any championship, but when he's off to a good start, watch out.
Hasn't been playing any football in the lead up to this one as well. That might have been a factor. That's what took him out in 2015 for that edition. Good look at birdie here for Scotty Scheffler. He's had a few of those already today. Good looks, hasn't had that many misses. He's 3 under par. That one goes by on the high side.
Back on the 17th green, Shane Lowry for birdie. That's a good putt. It's been a bit of a messy day. It was a messy start, really. 3 over par. He's got it back to level.
Harold Varner the third for his birdie at 2.
There you go. Always nice to make a long putt early in the round.
Yeah, he was supposed to play the Scottish Open last week. Decided not to and hang out in Ireland. Maybe that was a good decision. Jamie, what's he facing here?
Oh, a long putt, but it's for an eagle. It's not going to break too much, actually. Thought it was going to be a lot of left to right. Not what I see. Might go back the other way at the end of the hole.
That putt was worth every clap.
Been a fantastic round for McIlroy. Just the one little hiccup there at 13 when he missed it to the right of the green and couldn't get it up and down. Other than that, spectacular.
Final birdie in an opening round of 66 puts him within 2 of the lead. Good day's work. And like you say, nice to see him getting off, jumping out of the gates.
Well, the crowd love him. No doubt about that. Now this is steep. Up the Valley of Sin, up this big bank for Schauffele. And it's quite a bit of right to left going up the bank and the other side. But it's slow. This is very difficult to get the right speed here for the American.
Yeah, just some delightful touch from down there in the valley. It's near on shoulder height in places. This is for bogey at 17, I'm afraid, for Justin Thomas. It's bunkered off the tee. So that's for double coming back.
Morikawa would have got a little bit of a feel for the speed watching Schauffele's putt. Let's see if he can get it inside of 3 or 4 feet. Don't think so.
Back to 17. Chance for 2 in a row for Victor Hovland. No one's giving a 3 back at the penultimate hole here at St Andrews. It's been steady today. 5 birdies, just the 2 dropped shots.
Scheffler for par. Nice positive stroke here. Yeah, there you go. Well, now then. There's a few humps and hollows on the way here.
He's got to tiptoe his way across that ridge, doesn't he? He's done quite well. How about that?
He's done very well. That putt would have been a much different equation if it had rolled down that slope, rewarded with a birdie 3. So we go back to the last.
Well, just to finish with a birdie. Nothing has gone Colin Morikawa's way today. That was a nice stroke. It really was a nice stroke. Not a good round of golf for him. He would have wanted a lot more. 72. It's difficult to be the defending champion of any golf tournament. And this one is certainly probably the hardest of all, and on this venue. A lot of things going on for the defending champion. But not the start he wanted. But there's another day tomorrow.
Here the bagpipes are going. They almost always are, if you can believe that, in St Andrews on weeks like this. It's a nice putt up and over the ridge from here, from down in the valley for Xander Schauffele. Has to settle for par in the end, a round of 69 for the winner of last week's Genesis Scottish Open of the Travellers, the JP McManus, the most informed man in golf. But he's inside the top 10. Here's Rory McIlroy. And on opening 66.
Nice to see the members play.
An ideal way to start his campaign.
Yeah, it's been a busy few weeks for him. He's been a spokesman for the game of golf, and he's done that extremely well. But he's really refocused himself for this week, and it's nice to see him come out and shoot this number. It's a lot more fun when he's right up there at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, sure is. And even though he's had so much on his mind and come to the 150th Open that he desperately wants to win at the home of golf, he seemed so nice and calm and relaxed in the preparation. At ease, comfortable in his own skin. And we all know that's when he plays his best.
Yeah, we saw so much of that when he played with Tiger Woods, Lee Trevino, Georgia Hall in the Celebration of Champions on Monday evening. Here is Tiger Woods, his third at the third.
It's a bit of a messy start, this. It really is. Is that going to hang on?
So work left to do. Back to the wind-guarded 8th tee, nestled into the grandstands.
It's tough when you're in there to get the wind direction right. You've got to trust it. Got to trust what your caddy's telling you.
Yeah, I always found that this is one of the tougher shots to get the right distance control. Never quite sure if that wind is helping or hurting there. That ball bounced through.
Fitzpatrick at the third, around about 50 feet or so.
Yeah, and this one's with the flag in, and the last was with the flag out. Still making up his mind.
What a view here at 18. Hovland set to go.
Oh no. Hang on.
Yeah, he was nervous about it, wasn't he? He was nervous I was going too far right, and then he'll be happy with where it is. I'm not going to say excellent shot, because it certainly wasn't a shot he wanted to hit, but it's ended up in a good spot.
Still up and over required for Tiger Woods for his par.
Some work left. Maybe he missed that short one at the first.
Just the iron for Lowry.
Yeah, this would be low on chasing.
That only went about triple overhead in surfing terms.
You got to be an Aussie to understand what you're talking about there, Ali.
If the three of us stood on each other's shoulders, we might work it out. So a little out to the left, but down there at the last for Lowry. He talks about the next phase of his career, Tiger Woods, in the fact that the lead up is going to be so much different. He's going to have to travel to site, and a lot earlier. He might not be able to play as many weeks in and get match fit, Trevor, as he'd like to. It's just the adjustments of the next phase for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a really difficult situation because you come into these biggest events where there's the most pressure and the strongest fields, and you feel just a little rusty. Not quite got enough competitive reps under his belt to know exactly what to expect. Now, he's probably the most talented golfer ever to walk on the planet, and certainly one of the most accomplished, but still, it's a tall task.
Yeah, one of the best thinkers too. He's already trying to work out what he can do in his home weeks to try and get himself ready. What does he have to change in the weeks before?
Casey on 9. Just hit the sprinkler head there on the way. It's done well. He has to go out in 5 under par.
This is John Parry for Eagle at 14 to get 2 in the red. And it goes. He's been stringing together a couple of top 10s on the Challenge Tour this year. So a couple of extra names are in the clubhouse now, the likes of Rory McIlroy. After that, 66, Xander Schauffele. He's done for the day as well. Just 1 shot worse, but still very good golf from 2 of the best players in the game. They're inside the top 10, which is thrilling for us, as it always is at the Open at St Andrews. Good start from Minwoo Lee. Round of 69 for him today, out in the first group alongside Paul Lawrie. We're out at 6:35 today. Here's Jordan Spieth.
Coming on this left.
Some good numbers over there on the left. Cumulative score to par since 2015. Spieth leads the way there by some margin over Koepka and Stenson.
Lovely strike there. Nice and aggressive down and through the firm turf. Compressing that ball, generating a ton of spin.
He loves it, doesn't he? He really does love playing this type of golf. It suits him so well. He works so hard in every golf tournament, but this week everybody has to work hard, so he's more prepared, I think, in his mind.
He's such a great artist, the way he can move the ball around. Great imagination.
This is where the ball of Scotty Scheffler ended up, through the back of 8. I imagine that's going to be a popular spot today as well. Wind still maybe just strengthening a hair out there. Really about meant to get about 10 to 15 miles per hour and over 20 with some of the gusts. So let's take a look at how it is now.
Yeah, even though there's some there, just not quite enough to really be concerning the players just yet.
Yeah, most of it seems to be down around the loop. Around 8, it got up to about 17 miles per hour there just a second ago.
Well, Justin Thomas on 18. It's been a poor tee shot, to be honest, to get all the way over there. But he's got a nice full shot into this flag. What a bounce that is. That was almost flag high after the bounce.
It's like a bouncer in cricket.
John Rahm's second at the third, just off the slide up slope. Dances its way round. A brilliant chance coming for his first birdie of the day.
Oh, that's the right way of playing it. Bouncer through the Valley of Sin, up the hill. Link specialist Shane Lowry. He came up there, he saw the shot straight away.
This will be some up and down here at the par 3 for Scheffler. Okay, well hold. So he stays at 3 under after 8 holes.
We'll head to the drivable 9th, par 4. Chance to get to 5 under par here for Paul Casey.
You kind of think that that's a little bit of his Achilles heel, is that when he gets going, he starts missing a few short ones, Paul. Can't really get it that low.
Eagle putt. Down the 18th for Victor Hovland. Much break on this, Trevor?
Well, from what I saw this morning, it actually moves down to the right in the second half of the putt. Here, starts working its way back toward the middle of the green. Had the line.
So that left to close his round out with 3 consecutive birdies.
Yeah, they're still waiting for people teeing off, which is quite remarkable here at 5 to 4 in the afternoon.
4:16, the final tee time.
Not a great start. 3 over after 3. Stating the obvious for Tiger, but some tough holes to come. Maybe a par 5 might just give him a bit of a respite. This doesn't get any easier here at 4. The mounds down the left. He can't carry those today into the breeze.
Yeah, probably hoping for a bounce through them if he takes that line. Let's see if he gets it. And he does. So well done there. Could that be the spark that he needs?
Jordan Spieth for birdie. Those pins that are on tops in the afternoon, when it dries out a bit, it gets a little bit more bumpy. Difficult to hold putts.
At the last for birdie, still from length, Justin Thomas. The outward 9-2 under par gave them all back on the 17th. That's going to be for a round of 72.
He's going to be disappointed with that. Would have been looking for something sub 70 today to get this Open started.
This for the par for Paul Casey. Still the second easiest hole on the golf course today, the 9th. Would be thrilled settling with a 4 there. Shane Lowry just let the players down the first tee off, so now he's ready for his birdie. Or so he thought.
Yeah, was on the move quickly there, wasn't he? Hated it from contact. Putter has been a bit bulky for him today. Got off to that poor start with a double at 2 when he drove it in the gorse and had to take an unplayable. So he and Thomas start their tournament with even par 72s.
What's that like mentally, Trevor? Eight shots back in an Open, you know that there's plenty more golf to be played.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, but absolutely will be disappointed. Golf course was still there for the taking, even though there are some tricky hole locations out there with the winds being down. They've had a few days to prepare. They knew exactly how firm it was going to be. Players of that caliber, Lowry and Thomas, they would have been looking for something in the mid to high 60s.
That's where Victor Hovland finds himself. A trio of red to finish out his day. Nice round of 68 for the Norwegian.
I thought he showed tremendous maturity today. Had a few awkward lies and pot bunkers and kept fighting his way through it.
And a good bounce back after the miscut last week at the Renaissance Club.
A little testing putt here for birdie for John Rahm. Lovely stroke.
A little bit of a crispy looking lie here for Dustin Johnson at 9. All the way out to the right. That's a touch of class.
Did he drive that ball past the green and then wedge it back?
There's a plan. Tactics, different tactics, that.
I dare say Paul Casey and co might have had to wait for him to play before they could tee off. He probably wasn't far out of their line, the way that this course kind of folds back onto itself. Apparently back in the day, a newspaper called The Loop a short, confusing stretch that yields birdies, and if one is not alert, bruises. They've called them up here. So Scheffler back on the tee.
That's a nice shot. It's going to go through the back of the green. But chipping nicely back into the wind.
He's been impressive so far today, Scheffler. Nice little up and down at the 8th. Up and down will serve up his 4th birdie of the day if he can, out just before the turn at the 9th. Currently at 3 under par in a share of a 10th. There's plenty more to come from the world number 1, who says he's going under the radar, if you can believe it, here at the Open. And what a joy it is to be back at St Andrews. Scotland's Robert McIntyre, the best placed from the home nation. Round of 70 for him today. Ernie Els wasn't the finish he wanted in the end on the stretch coming home after getting it to, what was it, 5 under par, I think. And then the bogey that came at 16, double at 17. Good move there from Lucas Herbert, twice a winner on the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour now. 70 for him. Here's the Gala at the opening hole. He's 1 from 1.
That's a beautiful start. He's had a standout rookie season on the PGA Tour. With his 2nd into the par 4 3rd. Oh, that's a beauty, just like Rahm. Controlling the spin beautifully to keep it near the hole.
Should be good enough for a par bogey birdie start for Pereira.
Good position here for Matt Fitzpatrick off the tee on the 4th. Can he chase it up over these waves of hollows? Not quite. It's a good angle in. Still a long putt coming up.
And Trevor, you were spot on. Beautiful tee shot, 197 for Tiger Woods. Looking right here, maybe just try and run up this slope a little bit of an upslope, so that's not easy.
Just such a tough hole location because that green slopes from front left to back right. With the hole location in the back left, everything just seems to be repelling away from it.
And the perfect angle, if there is such a thing at 4 with the pin that far on the left side. He's only in the 180, so he can attack this a little bit more. But by no means is this anything easy. You get this pin high, I think you'd be ecstatic with that.
I really don't think that this is a whole location you should be trying to be aggressive with. Anything inside of 30 feet is good. Still very acceptable there.
It is currently playing as the 3rd hardest on the golf course right now, averaging just under 4.4.
Yeah, for me, the 4th and the 13th, those are the 2 toughest hole locations today.
And it's amazing how much the complexion of this golf course changes with the pins and the wind.
Patrick Cantley up and over here, left to right. Yeah, that's good speed there.
I'm always surprised he hasn't challenged more, given the caliber of his plate in the majors. Could say the same of this man. In terms of Paul Casey out at 10.
It's just a difficult pin to get back to on the 10th into the winners. 52 paces on. There's a long way back there, isn't it?
It was a near-on, I'd say 3/4 wedge shot. Little lob wedge spinner to there and rewarded with a birdie for Dustin Johnson. So he's back in the red. So there's a state of play. The Wake Forest grad in Cameron Young. Still on top and will be for some time to come, you imagine. There's Rory McIlroy, the 66 today. He trails by 2 and he's chatting after his round with Rishi Prasad. Let's hear from them now.
Rory, 66 to start. The last time you shot 66 in the first round of the Open, you went on to win it. So the portents are good.
Yeah, they are. I think anytime you shoot 66 in the first round of any golf tournament, I don't think you're going to be too far away. You know, I've obviously come in here playing nice golf, and it was great to get off to a good start. I hasn't been my strong suit the last few seasons, but the last 3 majors, the PGA, US Open, and now here, you know, I've gotten off to a really, really nice start, and you know, it's all you can ask for.
I think I read you saying that you wanted to play a bit of boring golf around here. So was that boring enough for you today?
Yeah, I'll take boring all day if that's what boring is. Yeah, there was a couple of adventures in there too, but for the most part, it was pretty stress-free.
You've spoken about, you know, starting, following up, so we know how important it is to back up a very good start. What's the mindset to ensure that you keep the pressure on?
Yeah, I think obviously I can't get ahead of myself. I just have to, you know, keep playing the way I know that I'm playing, and if I can do that, this course does give you a lot of opportunities. So, you know, I gotta birdie the holes you should birdie here. Try to limit your mistakes on the tough holes, and if I can keep doing that for 3 more days, you know, I should have a great chance.
A lot of people hope that you do, Rory. Thank you. Well played.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Well, he's been there and thereabouts in all 3 of the majors so far this year. Inside the top 10 every time. Back out to the course with Tiger Woods.
There's a slow one up the hill and into the wind. Not quite getting it put together right now, Tiger Woods.
Look how far left arm is aimed here off of the tee at 4. 181 ball speed. It's up there. Beautiful tee shot.
Yeah, it's 271 on top.
Yeah, nice little swing up. All-round good player as well, Jon Rahm. Ball on the way from long range for Max Homa. Very nearly. Don't think he'll be too disappointed with par from there.
Similar line to Rahm, little lower ball flight. Will it skip through? You see, it didn't quite.
It's a decent lie, but just a little bit out of control, the second shot.
Up and over the ridge, left to right, Fitzpatrick. At no point is this ever going to be quick.
Certainly didn't play that way. Work left to do. For both.
It was an impressive win at the US Open for Matt Fitzpatrick, and he's dealing with it extremely well as well. A very well liked player amongst his peers.
Huge putt here for Tiger to try and save his par. It's been an awful start so far.
Everybody's watching, even the players on the other green is watching. This is not a good start after 4 holes.
All right, back to Scotty Scheffler, his second at 9. Is that all? So that one coming back for a chance at another birdie. Fitzpatrick's par putt.
These first few holes is just a little bit more tricky than they were this morning. Wind's jumped straight into the players.
It's something that Fitzpatrick spoke about in his press conference. He says he feels like his links game has gone a little bit, not playing so much in the wind like they get it here on these styles of golf courses since he turned professional. He used to play so much of it in the amateur game. Out at the first, David Carey. He's the only pro golfer ever to shoot 57, and that's a good way to start. The Irishman came through final qualifying at the Fairmont.
Well, here's one of our Belgian friends, Thomas Dietrich, on 15. That's a nice putt. Just changed his caddy over the last few weeks. He's got JP Fitzgerald on the bag. He used to work with Rory McIlroy.
I think, was he on the bag for Victor Perez as well? I think maybe when Perez won around the Alfred Dunhill links. I think, if my memory serves me correctly.
Can't get it to where we're talking about back shot. I think it's just going to keep going on to the right. Is it if it flies and it goes 20 yards over the green right? Is that okay? Am I okay to hit it full? Because I don't want to play a jumper and have it spin, because then it's going to be 60 yards there. I'm talking back over here.
Yeah, over here to the right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I just said 20 yards over the green and to the right.
I don't know where this course is.
We want it to get 20 on, right?
Yeah, that's 200.
Okay, and
or
it's
98.
off the left?
Yeah, into off
It's
the
got to
left.
stay to the right of the pin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a treat to listen into these two have a conversation during the round, discussing exactly what they think. Anyway, up the right side of the green is going to be good here for Spieth.
I find they very rarely agree.
I just got kissed off the downslope.
Really good though. Anywhere on the green from where he was is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, it looks like you'll have one of the flatter of the putts from that length afforded to him with the next.
I know. Listen, just hit your stop. I just don't want to four. I don't want to have to go too hard at it. Yeah, I got you. I feel like with this one, I can have the luxury of going a little higher. Gotcha. Okay.
You got it. See a shot. Finish it right on your line there. On it to just right of it.
Still the same draw. Everything.
Yep.
Pin up by that 4 sign in the distance, flapping.
If you ever get to a tour event and you sit on a driving range and watch somebody hit balls, this is the one to watch, I think. It's just an absolute joy, the striking of Jon Rahm.
Sunday in. Out at 10.
Oh, how good is this shot? Go in there. Just fantastic. Had the blade laid way open. Landed it in the perfect spot.
So this for the birdie. Little right to left on it coming back for Scotty Scheffler to join the group at 4 under par. He's right there, the world #1. It's about time for our final tee time of the day. Why don't we go out to the first and see them off?
This is game number 52. On the tee, from the Netherlands, Lars van Mile.
Matt Corker teeing them off, Lars van Mile. 28-year-old from Eindhoven. He spent some time over in Memphis playing college golf as well. Nice compact golf swing. Making his major debut here today.
Must have been a tough, long morning waiting for this moment to get your first major started.
On the tee, from England, Jack Floyd.
Turned pro back in 2020, a little bit of support out there for Jack. won a lot of mini tours since then. Got through qualifying at Prince's down in Kent. Had to fight for it too, should say, in a 5-man playoff to get here.
On the tee, from Ireland, Ronan Milani.
He got here in style, Milani. He's 26, but last week he went down to Doonbeg and found Bryson DeChambeau there, who offered him a lift to St Andrews, jumped on his plane. He talked through all of their theories on the game, a lot of it aligning. Very much so a game based on course management. Great to have him here. It's always great to get to know the qualifiers coming through, the stories that come along with them as well. So they'll be bringing in the pins today. They'll be soaking in every second as well.
My first Open in 2002, I was in the last group out on Thursday.
How'd you go?
It's a very interesting experience.
Yeah. Full day's work before you even tee off. This for birdie for Paul Casey. Never really had a chance. So it sounds as though there's been a bit of a wait back on 5, Wally.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. There's been a wait, hour and 20 for 4 holes. Players maybe just struggling a little bit with rhythm. 7 Sisters down the right, the bunkers, that's the issue. Back into the breeze. Anywhere around the stone that's right in the middle of the fairway gives you a chance. Never easy when you just don't quite feel you're getting into any rhythm. Hoping it's going to speed up, Homer.
This is on a perfect line here. Right past the stone that Anthony was talking about.
He nearly hit it, Trevor.
I did nearly hit it. McIlroy hit it earlier today.
He'll never know. Maybe he might. Now, quite a penetrative flight for Fitzpatrick. I think he's playing his game plan. Looking down the left, trying to run this one as far as possible.
He's picked up a ton of speed. That's 182 ball speed right there, Anthony. So also in good position. Huge hole here for Tiger now.
Yeah, he's got to stop the rock. No time like the present for a birdie. First things first. It is a wide fairway, but it needs to be found if he's going to have a pop at this in 2. Front pin, but 2 putts wouldn't do him any harm. Can he find the fairway?
It's quite far left. Is it going to catch a piece of fairway? All right, just does. Or does it? Still hasn't stopped. There you go. Still, even though he's had the issues with his leg, the way he jumps off of that lead side coming into ball to allow his arms to flash through impact, impressive.
And Casey has this for par at the 10th. I've joined the box. Jay Townsend also in with Trevor Immelman, and I is Tony Johnstone. Good afternoon again, Tony.
Hello, Jay. Pretty special, this, isn't it? Here we go. Long range for Spieth. Not many long range putters have ever lived, I think, than Spieth. His touch is magnificent. And from where he was, I think that is pretty darn good.
Scheffler, nice tee shot at the 10th. Not sure about the angle though there, Trevor, with the hole cut in the front left.
Now at 4 after the beautiful iron shot in the best iron shot I've seen into 4 all day. Can Rahm pay it off and make back-to-back birdies? Just a few rolls short.
Dustin Johnson at 10. Ooh, oh, scared the heck out of it. He's never been shy to roll it 3 or 4 feet by. He doesn't fear those in the least.
Nicely hold for Gooch. Fifth birdie of the day. That's a pretty good day.
Let's just keep an eye. Sometimes he looks out towards the target. This one he doesn't. Safely hold.
He was on the short list of a lot of names we've heard about, well, who's going to win? Who do you think is going to win? Who's going to be there? Let's go back to Scheffler at the 10th.
The ideal tee shot. He's left himself further back than his playing partners. Flag way back. Just on the back edge, and that's nicely judged.
Out there around the boot, the loop, the end of the golf course, whatever you want to call it, it's really where some of the best viewing is, because so few people make their way out there. There's actually good refreshments out there and all that kind of stuff. You get a good opportunity to see some of your stars. We go to 5 in Harrington.
Coming off of a big win last week in Akron, Ohio. Out on the Champions Tour. Last man to win back-to-back Opens in 07 and 08.
He's still got the same drive, hasn't he, Trev?
Same work ethic, yes.
Absolutely. Same desire.
Great crowds, fantastic atmosphere at the 150th Open. Cameron Young out this morning with a 64, and Rory McIlroy played about half of his round, did Rory, in fairly benign conditions, but it was in the end a 66 for the former champion McIlroy. Danny Willett had that wonderful eagle 2 at the 18th for a 69. Australian Lucas Herbert round in 70, as was the Scotsman Robert McIntyre.
This is going to be an extremely slow putt. Up 2 ridges at 11. Did quite well to get that inside of 6 or 7 feet, really.
Yeah, there haven't been too many get that up to the hole. And it's one of those ones, isn't it? You're so determined to give it a hit, and end up whacking it 12 feet by when you do hit it.
Front pin. This is not a great number, I don't think. At 240 all up, so I think this is just going to be running a good 10 or 15 by, I think, for Fitzpatrick, unless he can float it a little. And that's the thing, I think, when you're sort of out here and you're waiting on every tee shot, every second shot, it's just hard to get any real thing, get anything going, any momentum. It's a professional golfer's pet hate, Jay, huh?
Absolutely, but everyone knows coming to the old course, Trevor, it's a 5 hour. As the day goes on, it reaches into 5.5 hour rounds. These guys know that. They're mentally prepared, but it's still no fun.
Yeah, it's just the way it is around here with so many holes sharing greens. Play does tend to slow down as the day progresses. So these guys would have been ready for that, but still it is a challenge, and you try your best to make sure that you don't get distracted, your mind doesn't wander too far, and that when it's your turn to go, you're back in the zone.
This is one of those interesting times, Anthony. It looks like the green is clear, but they're still waiting.
Yeah, Moronk, I think, actually coming down 14, hit a big snap hook. Or one of his playing partners did, and it's just a little bit of an issue. It's Hao Tong. He's found his ball, he's just played, so he's just waiting for him. Luckily he found it about 100 yards from where he was looking. Now, time to go, ready to go. Fitzpatrick, I think they have to try and float this a little bit. I think it's worth taking it on a little bit, otherwise it will shoot 60, 70 feet long.
He's gone well down the grip here. I wonder if he's trying to land it short.
Oh, we'd love to see that. It's got a bit of floaty look to it.
Did land short and got stuck in the cutter rough there. Saw McIlroy had a brilliant shot from there earlier today and got it up and down.
That was unbelievable for him to landing on a downslope and come up short of the hole, even though he was going into a little bit of a wind. But it was a brilliant shot from McIlroy.
It's interesting you say that. I played with Tom Watson here in practice in 15, and he spent the whole round just trying to get on all these front pins, and he was trying to pitch it on the downslope and scamper it up. 231 for Woods. He's also just watching 14 coming the other way. There's one or two referees. It's Hao Tong again. Looks like he's going back for another go at it, another swipe.
Now, Tiger has the ability to launch it way up in the air. This looks like his most lofted wood here. Maybe he's trying to hit some kind of high fade.
Yeah, he's put the 5-wood back in. He's taken the long iron out, I think, for precisely this, Trevor.
Oh, it just comes up short in the valley. It was on a great line, wasn't it?
Oh man, he's still waiting for the applause. I think, yeah, you can look at the look on his face. He thought that was absolutely perfect.
Sets it in such a nice spot at the top still. Just see that right leg, not as explosive as what it used to be after the injury.
Wind's just picked up a little bit. 198 for Homer. This has got the carry. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, what do? You pitch it short, it feeds down into the valley, you pitch it on there, it zings over the back. Paul Casey, this is for a par at 11. To stay 4 under. Oh.
You always feel like it's that putt that did it, but it was a tee shot that did it. It was out of position off the tee. Such a demanding par 3. John Perry made an eagle at 14. This is second to 17. Very good angle coming in from the right, playing up the length of the green.
Oh, this has potential here. Fantastic.
So he's going to make it 3 at 14 and 17. That's stealing a few from the field.
Sure is.
Wrong. Going to power this one down there. There'll be nothing left behind. gets any shorter, he actually won't have a backswing.
His hands don't get higher than shoulder height, do they?
It's unbelievable. How strong do you have to be to do that, Trev? My goodness.
But it's perfectly on plane. There's no timing in that swing.
No.
Into off the left.
110 of those bunkers out on the St Andrews old course. Every one of them torture.
They are. They're all evil.
Yeah, hand off the club, glared at the face, so maybe didn't catch it right at the sweet spot, didn't time it quite right, but absolutely no damage done there.
Still got out there pretty good.
And just on the collar, right on the edge of the cut for Woods. One or two strangly pieces of grass, maybe just causing a little bit of grief. Trying to bounce this one up from close to the top, trying to take the spin off it.
Yeah, just one bounce too few on the fringe and the upslope.
Clearly, Tiger has the ultimate practice facility in his backyard. Only the third tournament he's played, all 3 major championships. Trevor, can you play that little and be sharp around the green? We know he's swinging well, he's hitting well, but it's always been said that you have to play a lot to be good around the greens.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can. It has been incredibly impressive to me, the fact that he made the cut in those first 2 majors with as little golf as he's played after what he's had to fight through with the leg surgeries. But he's behind the 8 ball now with this start.
Scheffler pars the 10th. No drop shots, as you can see. 4 under par in good position.
Downwind sitting pretty poorly, I have to say, for Max Homa here. So no real control on this. This will be left to right, but can he use the breeze to his advantage? Sort of try and chop it into it.
Yeah, just got away from him a little bit. I think he's played that pretty much the way he wanted. Just got the wrong side of a little ridge there. Not an easy shot out here.
Yeah, did get away from him. This is an easy get away from Fitzpatrick. Bit of a crusty sort of lie. And the greens are definitely firming up. They're looking a little bit more patchy around the hole late in the day.
Yeah, it runs it past the hole a bit, but it'll be uphill coming back. Back to the 10th.
Go on, yes, well hold. Newman gets it into red numbers.
A little bit out of shape with the pitch for Tiger. The first chance we've got a chance for a red number on the board today. It's quite a flat bit of green. It sort of slopes from front to back, that first portion. You come over the step and it almost then severely goes away from you even more. Just under 100 yards this green. Takes them a good couple of hours, I'd imagine, to cut it when they hand cut it. But this is not that quick, as I say. Back up the hill. Thousands of people await.
Tiger!
Well left of the hole for Tiger on a hole that, one of 2 par 5s. You really do feel that if he's going to come back, you need to take advantage of the par 5s. Young leads the way. McIlroy chasing 2 behind after a 66.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw Tiger misread a putt by that much. Of course, he's an incredible putter, and to be that, you've got to be a great reader of greens. Casey. At 12, so many different ways of playing this tricky par 4. Well, pull it left and get a good bounce. That's not a bad way to do it.
That ball looked like it really settled down in what looks like a bird's nest. From 12 back to 5, and Fitzpatrick.
And coming more into the meat of the hill, this is very makeable.
That's 2 putts in a row from inside of 10 feet. A guy that putts as well as what he does, you expect him to make one of those. So does he. He expects it out of himself. You can see he's a little irritable right now. Adam Scott coming up the hill here, Tony. What chances he gets to the hole? He's done pretty well. Oh, he's done very well.
Wow, that was an unexpected pleasure for Adam Scott. Gets him to 2 over par. Doubled 2, or excuse me, bogeyed 2, doubled 4, and bogeyed 6. Has now birdied 9 and 11. Back to Homa at 5.
He's got a lovely simple putting stroke, but he's underread that. The wind is off the left too. Maybe he thought the wind would just hold that up a little more.
First look at Englishman Matt Ford, second to the 16th.
Oh, it's an absolute ripper. What a beautiful shot. He had some good results out on the DP World Tour a few years ago, and then he seems to have just disappeared off the map.
It's a 5 at the 5th for Tiger, but he remains 4 over through 5, and his bid for a 4th claret jug.
Dustin Johnson for a birdie.
You would have got a little read from Adam Scott. He sure did. Both those players making it up the hill. We've seen everybody come up short so far today, but all of a sudden, 2 players find something. Scotty in the background laughing, saying, "'Cause I gave you the line, you made it."
Absolutely. I mean, he's seen how it's done. That you just have to do it. The hard part's over. You don't have to read it. Dustin Johnson gets to 2 under par. And great overhead look. Rahm ready to go with his 2nd at the 5th.
There is another way to play this too. You can pitch it on the downslope of the valley and get it to chase up, and that definitely was not his intention.
How about topping it and running it all the way there? Was that part of the equation?
It's very infrequently you'll see that, Travis. Hiram has hit one like that.
At least he's kept his sense of humor for now.
Spieth hoping to hit this one a little bit higher than Rahm did his 2nd. I think there's a good chance. That's going to be good.
Oh.
Is it?
Nope.
Don't. Just stay. What a clever shot
That went
was.
down into the valley with so much pace. I thought it was going to run up on the green.
Yeah, it's pretty steep, isn't it? But that was a smart play. Really smart play. Newman after that birdie at 10. Okay, nicely done. I don't think there's a man in the world whose heart rate doesn't accelerate rapidly when you get on the 11th tee, especially when the flag's on the front later in the week. Oh my goodness.
So a good solid opening round from Fratelli. That's a birdie on 18 and around a 70. Look at those fans squashed in those stands. What a spot this is, Tony.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Just walls of people everywhere you look. Scheffler. Tough flag to get at. There's a very steep ridge short of that hole, and you know where he is? Where those two are? Pretty much what you're trying to do. Anywhere along you're just having a nightmare.
Taylor Gooch for par at 13. Such a difficult par 4 today, and it's a good one from Gooch.
Just looked like he got a bit of a tuft behind it. It's all about the strike. Can he get the club on it? And can he control it? I think from that lie he had, I think that's pretty good. Given himself a chance, and look at the undulations you've got to negotiate.
Scheffler making a move. He has a birdie putt coming up at the 11th, the Strath hole. Victor Hovland a good 68. Kitayama runner-up last week, a 68 as well, but they're all chasing Cameron Young after a 64 earlier today. Ernie Els was thrilling the crowds, turning back the clock for a long time before a little bit of a troublesome finish. He had a 5 under early on in the back nine, finished with a 70. Cameron Tregale, a 71 today. Webb Simpson on the same score. The wind hasn't blown, but the golf course is so firm. It has been a pretty good test when you consider that these players can reach, most players can reach at least 6 of the 12 holes, 6 of the 18 holes, excuse me, in under regulation. Now, whether they actually go for it or not remains to be seen. Adam Scott on 12T looks to be going for it with the driver.
Coming off with a long putt birdie at 11. Still 2 over. Needs to keep that momentum going. This one up the right side. And there it comes. Will it stay on the right level? No. Just creep over to the back edge, but still pretty good leave there.
Just trying to work out whether Max Homer hit it in one of the coffins. I think he might have just slid by it. Now Fitzpatrick. Always more room right here, I think. Just looking left, Tiger, just checking the par 5 green, which is pretty much about 20 yards behind him, just making sure that they're waiting, which they are, so he's going to go ahead and fire this. Been making plenty of practice swings while he's had a good 10 minutes wait. Just trying to keep himself loose in these cold conditions. It's definitely starting to get a little chilly.
Lovely. They are just urging him on, getting behind him. They're just trying to push him to make a few birdies. We all want to see it. Jon Rahm has a fantastic touch around the greens. I don't want to jinx him, but an unusually poor second shot, which got a great result. Don't put it past Rahm to chip it in for an eagle.
Great view from our plane circling the old course throughout the week. Runs that one by a little bit. Amazing ball follows, especially on the full shots from our cameraman up there, Rob Gunther.
Did I hear correctly when somebody said they're doing 6-hour shifts before having to refuel that plane?
Yeah, you can do 4 hours and comfortably. They're flying very slow, so not burning much fuel, just kind of floating around up there.
Still awesome effort from them.
He's a man who knows what he's talking about, Trev. He's building his own plane.
Oh,
Can
that's
you believe
right.
it?
Oh, that's right. Our ticket's going to be expensive.
There's only one passenger per flight, two-seater. Let's go back to Spieth and 5. His ball just barely stayed up that bank.
You would have seen how Rahm's ball reacted after it landed on that little chip. This one's probably going to scare the hole.
That hole must be on a little crown, you know, because from behind the hole, Tiger and Fitzpatrick, both of them, their putt broke left. Rahm's chip broke right, which is the same way as the two we've just mentioned. That went the opposite way.
Exactly right.
Must be on a little mound.
Birdie at 12 for Sung Jae Im. And just couldn't get it online there, Trevor, because if you got it online, it would have taken the other side of the ridge and going down to the front edge of the green, maybe even off the green. That's one of those positions. You're on the green, but you're playing defensively.
Well, Anthony mentioned earlier, it's starting to get a little chilly out there.
It could be -8 out there. Not one person would leave, would they?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's looked forward to this 150th Open for too long.
HV3 for birdie. This should have some left to right to it.
I think you're right, Tony. There's something going on around that fifth hole.
I think a little crown or something, isn't there? Just about impossible to predict.
It just seems to be either side of the hole repelling away.
M for a birdie. This would be a heck of a two-putt. No, not going to be. He must have really been pleased when he walked up and saw his ball on the green with his tee shot, and then you get there and realize you actually can't get it within 15 feet.
That's right.
Seeing balls break in every different direction. What does that do for Jon Rahm's read?
Straight and firm.
He does generally hit his short putts with quite a lot of speed. He's got a short, brisk stroke. Oh boy.
I noticed that none of the three of us was willing to have a prediction then, Trev.
Well,
Cool, it's a guess, isn't it?
That should have gone left to right. The high point of that part of the green is the front right corner of the green. It should have gone left to right. Maybe there's some wind up there holding it up.
Well, maybe it's pretty exposed. Casey at 12 for his birdie. He's been shown a line, didn't learn though. Didn't break. Just about didn't break at all.
2 putts in a row on 11 and 12 from around that distance, sneaking past the right edge.
Those are the ones that make the difference, aren't they, Trev? You just sneak a few of those in during the round. What a great camera angle that is from above for Fitzpatrick. You know, when you've watched this chaos here, Trevor, and now you've got that one back and you actually don't have a clue, do you?
So one of two things has happened. They either shrunk the hole,
or they've made the ball bigger,
or there's a goalkeeper.
There'd be a lot of frustration in that group. And a lot of discussion as to what the heck is going on.
Pretty ugly 3-putt there from Spieth.
Really? Now come on, Mr. Woods. Thousands upon thousands of people out to watch you here. We don't want to put pressure on you. Not that it ever did any harm to him. That's just so un-Tiger-like, isn't it?
Kind of like the shot into the first hole.
Of course, Trevor, if you didn't see it, was alluding to he drove it in a divot, Tiger did, at the first, and actually bounced it once to go into the Swilcombe bird and made a double bogey. Cameron Young, no such problems in his 8 under par 64, who's leading the way. From the amateur Barclay Brown, posted a 68 early in the day. Minwoo a nice 69. Tom Kim as well.
Neiman. Birdie putt at 11. Oh, you know, he had the line. But it is up a very steep tier.
Yeah, talking of steep banks, this is no gimme 2-putt for Tiger. Going to sort of run along the shelf and then just gently move left to right once on top. I think he's actually quite quick from that first third once it's on top. But once more, just out of shape a little after being in the centre of the fairway, not what he was looking for.
Bank into the breeze, comes up well short, and that is not what you want when you're trying to chip away at par, not try to save pars. The old courses, the golf course, it just is so subtle. You have to be so on your game. If you're a little bit off, like Tiger seems to be, it can make you look way off.
John Parry, 3 under par for his par. Excellent round. Another man who was on the European Tour for a number of years and then lost his card. Haven't seen him for a while, so really good to see him at the Open Championship with a 69.
That's why the Open is so special. Enter, shoot the numbers, and you can play.
Couple of good chances for Homer and Fitzpatrick left to right. Very makeable outside 20 feet, this one.
Rahm, no doubt, going with another power fade off of the 6th tee. Driving it beautifully so far.
Should still push it a little right.
Yeah, it's into off the left.
Well, this is the second time Fitzpatrick's had a good look at a birdie putt from one in the group. So didn't take that chance. Can he take this one? Didn't break as much, I think, as Homer thought. Maybe just hung on to maybe just go a little bit straighter, more hit with a little bit more oomph. Back into the breeze once more.
Tiger had a good look at that one rolling up to the hole, didn't he, Tony?
Yeah, he sure did. He was Velcro to Fitz's back pocket. Spieth. Another hole where there's just so many options off the tee. I'd say that's not a bad one. Drilled it down there, got a ton of run out of it. Excellent. Just a little spark needed here, Trev. Something like this that can just kickstart you.
Absolutely, because you've still got some opportunities at 7 and 9, 12, 14's the par 5. Gotta make this first, though. There you go.
Huge putt there for Tiger. You can hear the crowd support for arguably the greatest golfer of all time. I'm not going to give him the mantle, but he's in the argument. Certainly can't really afford to be dropping anymore.
I like to say he and Jack are 1A and 1B.
Certainly.
You can decide which order you want them.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, I love golf, true historian. I think that Tiger probably played a higher level of golf in a short time than anybody else ever did. Jack played a higher level of golf for a long period of time than anyone else did.
Yeah, for the 10 or 12 years that Tiger was at his best before he had issues with injuries, I don't think anybody's ever played better golf than that over a 10-year period in history.
Well, when you think of Tiger, you think of 99, really through 2008. That was his run. Scotty Scheffler, he is chasing the leader as the #1 player in the world, 4 under through 11. He'll be looking to pick up some ground on the 12th. They are all chasing Cameron Young after he shot the 64. Jordan Spieth, 1 under through 5, and we're going to see him all the way through his round. Former Open champion, always thrills everyone. Dean Burmester, the South African, rounded in 71. Matt Ford, 1 more hole to go. He is 1 under, looking to birdie the last 4 round of 70. And let's go out to Scheffler, tee shot at the 12th.
Well, it didn't take him long, really, did it, to get back on track after last week's disappointment. Oh my goodness, he must have been sweating like... He can't see that from the tee. So he actually doesn't know yet if it's over the gorse or not. Might get a flag from one of the marshals. I still don't think he knows.
3-wood for Fitzpatrick, sort of 300-ish really, down the left. It's probably the hardest fairway, this and 15, on this golf course. So he doesn't think he needs to really puff this one up. I think driver he would have to, but this should be fine into the breeze. Beautiful quick rhythm. He's looking good now.
Yeah, he is, in the way that he's doing that by enhancing his natural patterns rather than trying to change them, looking for more yardage. I really like that, TJ.
Yeah, and you know what? We know how Spieth can think his way around a golf course. It's a chess game with him. And he's got the ability to place it in particular areas. Last 5 major champions have been aged 29. Wow.
And same play for Woods, really, just looking down the left, trying to open up this green, the pin on the right-hand side. Just a bit of movement behind the tee. There's so many people out here. Really only the first 2 rows can see much. There's 1 or 2 sitting down. That's probably the pole position. And with this hard fairway, I think the line has changed a little bit. I think they are favouring the left side just a wee more. Anything down the right just seems to keep on running.
Light the candle, Tiger!
We'd like him to light the candle, but he didn't like that one, and there seemed to be a bit of discomfort there. Ooh. Bunker.
He's going to need a bonfire from over there.
Oh.
13 of his previous 26 tournaments prior to the 2000 Open at St Andrews. We're just happy to have him here. He said if it's his last, he's not planning for it to be, but if that's the way it goes, then he's glad he was back here for the 150th. Wants to play more. Little change up in the commentary box. Ali Whitaker, Tony Johnson and Thomas Bjorn back in here.
What do you think, Thomas, looking at his face? Looks like there's a bit of pain there.
I don't know if he's feeling that much pain. I think he's just not really prepared well enough. I don't think he can hit the amount of balls that he wants to. I don't think he can move the way he wants to. I felt like, looking at him, I felt like he moved better earlier on when he came out, that he moved better at the Masters. But at the moment, it just seems like the movement is not quite there.
Good shot in for Jordan Spieth. This for birdie for Dietrich. Just misses on the high side. Shame. The man that's come so close so many times on the DP World Tour, not having the best of seasons, Dietrich. So it should be for a round of 70, so that's a step in the right direction for him.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, that is just about inch perfect. 4 feet shorter, it can go back off the front. Another Tiger fan in the making.
It's interesting kind of winding back the years, isn't it? The likes of Justin Thomas having his pro debut here in the Alfred Dunhill Links back in 2013, and the stories like someone's career is going to start by watching the 150th Open. We're going to hear that story in maybe 15, 20 years' time.
Back on the 5th green, Sam Burns for birdie. Slow up the hill. That'll do.
First of the day, drops for Sam Burns.
Dustin Johnson. The stroke has stood him in such good stead for a number of years now. I mean, it goes back and forth on exactly the same track. Three under. Nice stuff.
And 3 of those have come in the last 4 holes for Dustin Johnson, so he's in the pack at 3 under par. 5 adrift from Cameron Young, who led early on in the Open. That round of 64 standing tall and proud today. Scotty Scheffler's chasing though. Bogey free so far, 4 under par.
Yeah, and as suspected, Tiger has caught that bunker. And it's so deep, you just cannot get cute. The temptation is there to get cute, but, well, he hasn't won the majors. He's won by being an idiot, has he? He knows what to do and when to do it, but look at that pitch. He's got to come in over that hump. That is not going to be easy.
And that's the picture we didn't see when he won. Was it the year 2000? He went bunkerless for the entire week.
Beautifully holed by Spieth. Well done. It's only round one, but that's a nice little move. Most birdies or better. Since 2013, the Open, Spieth way out in front.
He is in a number of categories. So just from that little depression between the two slopes there. Nice lush lie. You don't say that too often. Gets the check.
No choice, just popped it out to here for Woods. Looking just a little left of this, just a 3/4 gap wedge on the cross breeze.
Well, I mean, you could watch Tiger for years and not see him get one that wrong. I mean, it was a tough shot. It was just, probably wasn't that far out, but you can see what he's thinking.
Yeah, this is very much in Fitzpatrick's wheelhouse. Sounded a little bit thinny, so this is loaded with spin. Oh, what a bounce.
You're going to get them.
You are. That you are, Ali.
John Rahm on the 6. Should be a little bit left to right. There you go. Couple of birdies there set up, but lovely wedge shots for John Rahm in the first 6 holes.
Here's Siwoo Kim for his eagle.
Even you can read the letters on that sweater, Tony.
Now, Mr. Bjorn. Now, it's a long week, remember. How have we stayed friends? How have we stayed friends for so long? It's a miracle.
I didn't think we were.
Oh, it's just a marvel to the eye, isn't it? This section of the course, the Eden Estuary, up the back. If you stand on the back of that grandstand there, I was talking to John Huggan. I said, "Where's the best view on the course?" He said, "Go to behind 7 and 11 and stand up. You can see the entire loop. It's worth going up there just for a photo if you're on site this week." I'm sure you'll see plenty on social media anyway. So a little bit to work out from down there for Woods. This camera angle really flattens out what's to come.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The main one is the last bit of the slope. It's sort of heavy, thick, wet grass almost, where the sprinkler is. That's where it's going to test him the most. He needs to be going over with speed.
That is excellent. And to work that out, to work out the line, and to feel the pace of it. I mean, he barely got this off the ground. Look at that back foot with almost no loft, never got above 4 inches high.
He was hitting about 20, 30 of those all around the 18th the other day when I was walking the course. He only had a 4-iron out from a good, even further back, 40, 50 yards as well. The types of shots you only seem to play in an Open or in the links game, sometimes maybe in the Melbourne Sandbelt as well every now and then. Something he knows all about.
Should be Fitzpatrick. This one's left to right and then pretty much holding the last third of this putt. And this group for me just needs someone to hold a 25-footer. Greens are perfect. They're a little bit slow maybe in the afternoon, but they're a pure surface. But links greens, as we know, can be quite difficult to read. You're very easy to get into a run and miss putts, but this is back into the wind and slow.
Well, threatened. I think he knew that it wasn't going underground, but it looked pretty good from our angle. Not a spare seat in the house in any stand.
Well, while he tidies up, Fitzpatrick back on the tee, John Rahm. Kind of aiming on the left-hand side of the 11th green there. And that's perfect. That's exactly where he was aiming, exactly where he wants to be.
That is Paul Casey over there, we assure you. There's been a few of those so far today already. From long range, it's a birdie putt, but only in name. Less so in nature, but still inside 6 feet with the next at 13.
Spieth. Same line as Rahm, or no? That's headed towards where Tiger was, but not as good a strike. Complete mishit.
Good luck with the next. In terms of control, it's incredible, isn't it? It's 112 yards wide, this green. It's shared by 7 and 11.
That adds up to 18, Ali, doesn't it? There's a few of those.
First 9 holes at the Open 2015 at St Andrews was 40 with no birdies. That's talking about the score on the front. That's what he's headed towards right now, unless he can roll this one in, find a birdie at 8 and 9 as well. It's going to be his second double of the day. Tiger Woods.
Yeah, the crowd will be behind him. They'll try and lift him. They'll try and carry him all the way in on the back 9. But it's not the start he was looking for.
Long way back from there, Thomas. Long way back from there. Scheffler found some fluff. Strike sounded a little clunky. Asking it to sit and doing the smart thing. I mean, he just avoided the course, so that was a good break, but he had no chance of going up that flag.
And that's the position you so often find yourself in here at St Andrews. So there is Scotty Scheffler with a little bit of work to do. You need to get creative. You get the feeling that every step has a story, and I imagine it would take a lifetime or two to learn all of them here at the Open, especially at St Andrews. But it's still Cameron Young that leads the way at 8 under par. Good day for Min Woo Lee. His sister Minjee, now twice a major champion herself, all of which came since his last win at the Genesis Scottish Open and the Rolex Series just a year ago now. Victor Perez is something he likes about St Andrews, and a step in the right direction at least today. Round of 71 for the Frenchman, who's based up in this part of the world, plays out of Ladybank, not far from here, which is kind of like a little tree-lined parkland course. knows links golf well. His answer for birdie at the 9th.
Yeah, very well holed. To 7. Head down there and find Jordan Spieth. I mean, Anthony Wall said, you know, there's a few double greens that add up to 18. He knows very well that all the double greens add up to 18.
Well, he should know that. I'm not sure he does know it, but he should.
He knows.
Out with a group of Spieth, Rama and Varner III is Jamie Spence, who's made his way out there.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I've never seen anybody back there on this 7th hole in the rough. Have you, Thomas?
We haven't seen too many from this spot.
On 20, it's got to get to cover over that bunker and to land on the green. And there's probably a million more to the hole, right?
I had 55 hole.
Did I just say 120?
Yep.
And it's got to pretty much be over that bunker in order to have any chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Does a...
Who's jumping?
52 get
there? Yeah, off the left and a little bit hurt.
I got 152 from where he is.
I just don't know.
Lies good, but it's on the upslope, so it's going to be digging in this club.
Feels like jump. I mean, it just can't be in that bunker, right?
Yeah.
If it's long into the wind, it's long into the wind. What is it to the hole?
I got it mostly off the left. I'm 55 hole.
Okay. Just hit it right over John, right?
Yeah.
So he's aiming left. He's going straight over John Rahm's head.
He's left to right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to carry 120.
Breeze off the left. He's almost got to go over Strath bunker in front of 11 here, Spieth.
Somehow get over that next ridge. Go hard. Oh no. Go, go, go.
Wow, that makes a big difference, the fact that it crept over. If that creeps back down into that valley, it's just horrendous. You'll be able to putt it from there.
He is a commentator's nightmare, isn't he?
Well, he's a commentator.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we're out of a job.
He does it himself.
It's going to be a light day's work for Jamie Spence out there. Covering 2 of 3. Just kidding, Jamie. We'll hear more from them in a moment. There's the 8th tee nestled back into the grandstand.
Yeah, more help, Ali, this afternoon. Playing this hole a little bit shorter than the 201 yardage. Trying to pitch it under the ridge and maybe just hop it up and right to left it. But there's been a number of front pins and a number of back pins. They're trying their best, the R&A. This is very difficult to get close. So many people miss this left.
When you're ready, wind or not?
Hey, you look at that flag, it should have moved a little bit more right to left perhaps, but the wind is down. You can't really feel it back on that tee, the wind.
If he was to go on to win US Open and Open wins in the same season, 4 players have managed to do that so far. He'd be the 5th, Fitzpatrick.
And just popping something out to the right, probably 6 iron for Woods. As I say, just pitching under the hill. Fitzpatrick's just hung his out a little. Woods does need a little bit of draw on this, I think, to get up that tier. But you risk of missing this left, as I mentioned.
Go, Tiger! Good, Tiger!
Find out where that ended up in a moment the other day.
Yeah, missed left, Ali.
Okay.
Long and left.
That was popular with the wind whipping off the right-hand side. Was it Tuesday? Players could barely even hold this green from around about 200 yards. It has been pushed a little bit further back.
You look at that swing, it all looks It all looks pretty darn good. Just has to be timing a fraction out there.
John Rahm from the perfect position here on 7. Just want to send it in just left of the flag, dancing with some spin. Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot from Rahm again with a wedge.
So let's take a look at the loop. As it's known, you really feel like you're way out on the peninsula, though, the way that the 11th, the 12th tees up the top as well. A couple of short par 4s in 9 and 10, then the par 3s to join them at 8 and 11. 7 a scoring chance as well. So we're zooming into game 46 with Spency.
Yeah, we're here on 7 green. There's some rather large grandstands to the left of this green, and they've enveloped the 8th tee as well. So it's a great spot to come watch the golf. You look out over the 10th green, the 11th as well. You see a lot of holes here. That's just very quick for speed down the hill. A bit of right to left to start with.
Yeah, he's done well. It was an awful tee shot. Ended up walking off with 4, which is all he was looking for.
Scotty Scheffler, birdie putt, the 12th. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that. I think he thought his tee shot was in the gorse, so par is a good number.
You take the good breaks when they come your way. He's building a nice day today, Scheffler.
Jon Rahm for the birdie on 7. He's not sure about this one. Just a little bit of left to right. I've got this. He looks like he's aiming down the left. Rahm. It's calming down out here, the breeze, I have to say.
Yeah, just hung it out. Never came back.
Siwoo Kim for birdie at 15. No. On that line at that pace, it just couldn't take the break.
Dustin Johnson for birdie, around 40 feet or so. Up over the ridge on the right. No harm, no foul. So just the par for the former world number 1.
Yeah, Max Home was playing ready golf, slightly interfering 10, so trying to just putt this one up and over the slope. Good 4 feet of slope to come up, right to left once it is on top.
Not a bad effort there from the world number 19. There's lots to like about that game, Thomas.
Yeah, Max Homa for me, I mean, it is just a brilliant guy to, you know, not only watch playing golf and how successful he is on the golf course, but even off the golf course, he's just brilliant, hilarious, great sense of humor.
Yeah, and ball outside the right foot of Woods was a little 6-iron, just bunting it forward, barely getting off the ground. Trying to judge this round from left to right.
Yeah, just gorgeous.
There's a comfort there with the flat face clubs around the greens that you just don't see so often in the repertoire of players from outside of Europe.
No, it's the truth. The thing with Tiger is he could have stood there with a lob wedge and played a parachute shot and got it just as close. Not many guys in the world have the variety he has.
Well, the rest has come off from Scotty Scheffler on 13. I wonder which way he's going here. He's going down the left. Going down the left. We didn't see that this morning. We didn't think they could hold the fairway. This one is going through as well, but it's a good angle to come into this flag.
Fitzpatrick, is it online? Let's see his reaction. I would say it was. Looks highly irritated. Well, as irritated as Fitz ever gets, which is not a lot, really.
No, he's pretty good in that department, isn't he? But I guess it's understandable. Still in search of his first birdie of the day. He actually did really well to contend from the wrong side of the cut last week. Given he wasn't quite sure where the game was going to be after taking some time off after the US Open win.
Tristan Lawrence of South Africa. He's 2 under par. With a birdie chance at 16. And it looks to be very good. Well done. A lot of support out here for the young South African lads.
Technically the first winner on the DP World Tour, the newly named one at the Joburg Open. It was shortened due to the COVID pandemic issues.
Well, you feel this is an important one for Max Homa. Not a comfortable distance for any player, this. A lovely stroke. Good putt. That's a good save from over where he was.
Yeah, similar scoring for Homa as Fitzpatrick, which has got such a lovely putting stroke. Nice tempo.
This would be a lovely par. Little steps, just little steps to get it back on the rails. Okay, take a bit of comfort from that, Tiger.
You know, you feel 9, 10 and 12 are quite important right now to play them in a couple under to get himself back on track and feel a little bit of momentum going his way. He needs something to happen.
And then downwind on the way home. You know, great chance at 18, isn't there? A lot of guys knocking on there. Rory on there with an iron.
14th green, Russell Henley. This is for Eagle. This has been 2 wonderful shots in here. Can he take advantage? Yeah, go on. Just in, just in, just in. That helps.
Yeah, doesn't it just? So he joins the other 50 players in the red right now. Back to 8 with Jamie and John Rahm.
Yeah, I wish I was playing. Not with John Rahm.
I was about to say you wouldn't be playing with him, Jamie.
I know that, thank you. Very cruel. 201 this hole.
That's kind of what my first thought was. Got it.
It definitely died down, the breeze. It's behind him off the right. It's his 8-iron, 178. I think this will be the club. Hold one up. Hard to get all the way to the back of this green where the flag is. You're always a bit wary of going over here. There's some bushes at the back.
It's got to get down It's got to get down. Oh, how did that skirt around there? And that won't be much fun.
Gosh, there haven't been many, have there? At St Andrews, just the 3 since '84. Holes in 1.
Well, you want to chase it up the green here for speed. Pitch it sort of midway up there and hope to get a bit of grab.
Let's go, Jordan!
Any wind, like just a breath?
Pretty much a blueprint of what Matt Fitzpatrick experienced.
So on the putting green for Jordan Spieth, but a little ways from the flag out at the par 3/8.
And Varner. As I say, it's died down out here now. They can't feel it back there. They're enclosed in that tee that they've surrounded them here on 8.
Oh boy.
It's got to be long left. And there's not much to stop it over there. We'll see if it can. Just in that kind of hard packed dirt. It's mixed with sand and little bits of shell as well. Just a couple of wisps of rough. He's been at the top of the game and just inside the top 100, got all the way out to 92nd in the world. It's great to have Jordan Spieth back in contention, back here at the Open.
Right, 9th tee, Fitzpatrick. It's a driver, so this should be getting there. He needs to sit down. It's going to roll over the back of the green. A fairly easy chip straight back into the wind.
The only thing missing from his breakout year is a win in the major. Already 3 wins this season for Burns on the PGA Tour. That on the way from 103 yards at 7. And a little razzle-dazzle on it as well. So a chance there to join the group at 2 under par inside the top 25.
Settle, we need a 2.
Into the section of the course where we'll see a couple of call-up holes. They've been doing that since early on today.
Yeah, as you said, Thomas, not as dynamic with that right knee as he in the right leg. You just can't be with the damage that was done to it, but it was a beautiful strike.
And this is what he was talking about. He said that the uneven terrain is what is getting him. It's different to the Masters where that was the hills, but it's the unexpected footing around St Andrews that he's been most concerned about.
Terrific second from Sam Burns. It's a flag that is very difficult to get this close to Petty. Siwoo Kim wearing the optometrist's chart.
How's your vision?
No, even I can read that. Thomas was right. He mentioned that earlier.
You're both 20/20, surely. Chance coming there for Siwoo Kim at 16. Back to Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, tricky one to control, this one. Can't really see where he's going either. Just trying to pop that into the middle of the green. Still in search for the ball.
Almost need a panoramic lens on some of these cameras by the greens. Not the easiest of follows up over that hill. Even he's not sure yet. You have on the left the records of a couple of the world number ones in their opening rounds. Scheffler 4 under par.
Beautifully hold for a birdie at 7 by Patrick Cantlay. Back to even, just one birdie, one bogey.
It's a high calibre of golf course that keeps the like of Patrick Cantlay, Tommy Fleetwood, Colin Morikawa at level par. That's where we are at St Andrews. And it tests the best time and time again. Some good golf being played by Siwoo Kim, who's come in off the back of a couple of missed cuts and is yet to really contend in an Open. He's made 3 appearances before. Good move today as well by Jordan Spieth. Seems to be back in the hunt. He's bogey free today, 2 under par. Go down live with John Rahm.
Yeah, and he's 20 yards through the green here. Never seen anybody here before. Just on the edge of the 10th fairway. Gonna try and bump it into the bank. Hopefully get a bit of grab on it. Rahm.
Well, Jose Maria Olazábal always said when you put yourself in positions like that, give yourself a 10-12 foot putt for par instead of taking on too much and leave yourself with a double bogey.
Padraig Harrington. Yes, nicely done. To 1 under at the turn.
This is difficult. That shoulder is very big on the short of the flag, so he's got to go right almost to the edge of the green for it to come down to the hole. And that's gone too far, too speedy. And then there's another hump there.
That absolutely flew off the face, didn't it? You could see it. Grass between club and ball.
41 feet 10 inches for Spieth, and as is the norm, beautifully judged for pace.
Says he's not going to venture into town too much this week. Sentiment shared by John Rahm, although he went in with a curry earlier on. But Thomas, speak to us a little bit about what it's like in St Andrews, where there's such notoriety of players these days.
It's you come to St Andrews, and I think a lot of the players try and get the feel for the town early in the week, and then they kind of leave the town to the fans after that. It's tough, being up in town and, being stopped by everyone. So they tend to just kind of escape to their houses and spend time with their families and their teams around them.
Jamie has to do the same thing, as I understand it.
Don't we all, Ali? Bit of right to left for Rahm I've got for the par. It's very quiet by this 8th green.
Because the slope's from right to left, John.
Do you want to go tell him that, TJ?
I'd rather do it by text.
Yeah, okay.
It's quite a large unit, isn't he?
So from just off the edge for his birdie, Siwoo Kim. Out at 16, relatively flat from here.
Also looking slightly confused, as was Rahm. Very subtle slopes on these greens, Ali. You know, there are lots of big mounds, sharp mounds, but even the flat areas, there's always something there.
And this will only be the 4th green today in regulation for Woods. This one's feeding left to right, using more of a straight face club, which I think is the plate. Ex-home has come up well short, trying to chip it with more like a wedge. This is more like 8-iron.
Go. Go.
Keep tracking. Over the little mound, down the other side. Okay, good chance.
It's so easy to respect the way that Tiger Woods leans into links golf. He adapts. He doesn't just fall into the trap of reaching for loft.
So right. So right. He could easily have played that with a lob wedge if it felt like it, but he sees the variety of shots, the options, and 99 times out of 100, Tiger chooses the right one.
Interesting play, got a good metre and a half of fringe to go through, then up onto the first cut. This is going through the ground all the way. I quite like that play. It's a long way though.
And a very good effort at that. Dave Stockton used to say, if you're going to putt from really long range, try and keep your putter head low after impact, and that kind of guarantees the strike. Something to keep an eye on out there this week, because you putt from range more often than not at St Andrews.
Spieth to tap in for par.
Little up over the ridge, double breaker here. Going in all the way. Nice work from Joaquin Neiman. What a brilliant par save that was. It's going to feel like the 2 birdies that came his way early on the back nine. So the tee on the 9th over on the right, where Spieth, Rahm and Varner are. Up ahead at the green is where we find Max Homa.
Tricky one to read, Ali, this for me. It's a well-used pin at the Dunhill, never easy. There you go, told you.
Max Homa read it like a book.
I couldn't read it, that's why I'm doing this.
And patience paid off. His first birdie of the day coming just before the turn. Wally, talk us through the atmosphere that's been out following this group today.
Well, it was, you know, anticipation early on, then a bit of disappointment. They're just willing this man to make some birdies. This is the first hole we've actually seen some birdies, and we need another one here, I'd say. Just, I don't know, he's just walking a little slow, a little bit more gingerly. So he just needs something to pick me up, and this is the loop. 2 or 3 good chances around here now, just to pump this crowd up, because they are itching to go mad for Woods.
Well, the moment they and he have been waiting for all day. There we go, one in a row for Tiger Woods.
Left to right for Fitzpatrick. It's been that kind of day. I don't know. He putted for so long with the flags in, and he's choosing them out this week, and I don't know if that's just changing his eyesight a little bit on it.
He did quite a bit last week as well, which was, like you are, very surprised I was last week and this week. Maybe it's the flag sticks that they're using last week and this week.
Well, they are very heavy on links golf courses, obviously, because of when you get strong winds, and the flags have to stay in. So they do use very heavy flag sticks, and maybe he thinks that the ball bounces off the flag a little bit easier. I'm just wondering if it changes his eyesight a little bit and his way of thought, because he sometimes, I feel like he slams it almost against the flag stick to get the ball in, and that's in his mind, that's what he wants to do.
Scheffler downhill left to right for par at 13. We saw the chip shot run well past the hole, and oh, that was nearly a great save. I like where he hit his tee shot up the left, gave himself an angle in, but then didn't hit the second shot.
And it costs him one, first bogey for Scotty Scheffler. So back to 3 under.
342 this ninth, easily reachable for Spieth. Little bit of a draw required.
Amazing. Absolutely no turn. Sit down.
Well, a lot right and long at 9 is better than a little left at 9.
Still up and down for birdie, up for grabs, nonetheless.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Jordan's went pretty far over.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit of a straighter one, So
I'm telling you, just try to turn.
I know, definitely not.
Yeah, that breeze has died down. It's not going to move the ball so much right to left here on this 9th hole now. It's just a breeze now coming down off his right-hand side for Rahm. The way he shapes the ball should be good here. With a straighter ball flight, just hold it off into that wind.
Well, this is a 3-wood from Rahm. Crowds like it, so that means it's left of the bunkers. Oh yeah, no wonder they liked it. That's good.
And that is an eagle putt to come for Jon Rahm at the short par 4. And Aaron Wise for birdie at 16. It's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy day for Wise. 3 bogeys, 4 birdies now.
To Gallop, second at the 7th. Tricky little shot in there, trying to cut it up, ride it on the wind, use the slope. That's the key, using the slope, and he does. Phenomenal shot.
That was like the good old days with Balata golf balls, that.
Yeah, it had some action on it, didn't it? I like that. Tiger, driver at the 10th.
Yeah, Matt's homer, sneaky long. He's got it pretty close. Set of Kruger bunkers down the right. You just want to stay out of those. Looking down the left, just trying to ease this back. Looking for back-to-back birdies. Go on, the Tiger.
Chases up and over the ridge onto the flat.
They're like London buses, aren't they, birdies? 2 in a row. First 2 in the group today at 9. I reckon we might see a couple more here. It's a sweet swing, sweet move, Fitzpatrick. He's got a great game for here, I think. Control the ball flight, he runs it, putts great. Just still trying to find his game a little. That was close.
Yeah, he's got away with that one, he really has. There's some ghost bushes down there you could see.
Yeah, he's okay, Thomas. He's got away with one.
It is his bad shot. Fitzpatrick, the one to the left. Sometimes you feel like that quick swing of his just gets a little bit too quick and then he can't control the club head.
Interesting, just had a look at the scores between morning and afternoon. Of course, the scoring 2 1/4 shots more difficult this afternoon. Patton, a good birdie at 13, one of the rare ones.
Back to level. That's just the second birdie of the day on 13.
Cantlay for birdie at 8, putting up the slope. Holes located up in that back tier. Wonderful putt. Did everything but go in.
Keita Nakajima trying to work his way back towards par. That'll do. On the Asia Pacific Amateur last year, he was the Mark McCormick medal winner as well as the top-ranked amateur in the world. Promising future. Got one back there.
Well, Paul Casey's found himself a little bit out of position here on 14. He's just going to sit down. That's a bunker over there. Yeah, that's going in there. That could be a tricky one. Difficult to stand to this. Harrington on 10, down the hill. He's playing some good golf at the moment.
I think it was Matt Fitzpatrick who was asked about what Harrington's strength was, and he said he could hit it 100 yards offline. He'd never know it would happen. He just doesn't acknowledge any of his bad shots. It's probably what suits him so much about links, that short memory.
Siwoo Kim coming out of the left rough at 17. And that is going nowhere but the road hole bunker. And geez, you know, there was a time, Thomas, when they redo the face in the road hole bunker, and it had a pretty good angle to it. It wasn't nearly as vertical. It's back pretty vertical now.
Here's another little bit of fun. At 14, Paul Casey.
Oh, is it going to get up there? No, it's coming back. A little bit of, well, too many things going on for Paul Casey there on 14. Struggling to make par.
Spieth threw it high. That's chasing. It's a big error to make on a scoreable hole.
It's an un-Spieth-like mistake. Normally he's pretty tidy around the greens.
I think driver was maybe too much club for him there. He kind of should have probably gone with the 3-wood. If you're going down the right-hand side and it still goes that far by, what if he'd turned it over? You can only imagine the pace it would have come with.
Just looks like such a benign green when you get there, but sometimes the subtlety can get to you as well. And you're on greens with so much slope for so much of the day and the round. You can see just to the right of the path there is Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he's lying okay. Got a good line in. We just had to move everyone off the 11th tee. That's unusual. But it's, yeah, he's got sort of 50 yards of green to play with coming across the slope. Not too bad, actually. He's got away with one. Ball a little bit below his feet, but apart from that, he might get away from him a little bit. But really, overall, he's been incredibly fortunate.
Casey for part 14 after his ball rolled back down to the bottom of the slope. Right at the midpoint, it was a pretty good step he had to go up, and that's a wonderful putt. Anytime you make a putt when you have to change levels, it's very difficult.
Well, Spieth with his third shot now at the 9th, and he's not got much of a backswing. That was an error. It was a jumpy old lie, though, he had through the green there. So back foot, so he's well outside his right foot here. He's playing this very short backswing, just pop it.
Well, Jamie, that was really a good shot. We saw all the grass growing against the direction of his stroke there. So difficult to get a solid strike.
Oh, Fitzpatrick. Sutherland is just on the green. There's 52 on the flag here. So he's got plenty of green to work with. Oh, he's got a wonderful strike on that. Even got a little bit of check on it. That's a superb shot from Fitzpatrick.
So perhaps a chance to capitalise on a good break off the tee. This is down at 17 in the road hole bunker. Siwoo Kim playing backwards, playing again.
I don't think his next shot's going to be any easier.
So we'll leave him there for a moment. Hopefully it's just a moment for Siwoo Kim. This for eagle down the hill for Tristan Lawrence. Been playing some lovely golf of late. Top 3 at the Horizon Irish Open, peaking at the right time in the European summer.
Tiger second at the 10th. The part of the golf course we could potentially get something going, coming off a birdie at 9. Another good birdie opportunity at 10, and he really does need it. Kind of over 41 in the opening 9, the outward 9 as they call it here.
For the last man out today at 4:16, Ronan Milani for eagle at 5. There you go. He's brought some mates along with him, or made some.
Great opportunity here for Homa. He can see everything in front of him. And well controlled.
Controlled blanket over those 3. All excellent chances.
Can't lay. Does he have too much club? Certainly if he turns it a little right to left, you would think this would be too much based on what we saw Spieth do.
Do you think they can chase 3 up through the bunkers?
Absolutely. You just turn that 3-wood down a little bit, kind of turns into a 2-wood, 2.5 wood. They can get it there.
Yeah, you don't need any carry, do you? You can just scamper it all the way through. Thread the needle.
This is what I thought. I didn't think he improved his position. Siwoo Kim, he'll be lucky to get this one out. Oh, he did. What a shot. Are you kidding me? That always looked like a 4. Oh my goodness, that will be one of the shots of the day. Compromise, address position, hole out, 4 on the card. Thank you very much.
Well, they always ask you, what's your most memorable shot? This will be up there for him, that's for sure.
Well, you don't normally play the ball out of the back of your stance. He didn't have a choice. Oops, the hole got in the way. Club toss.
To be fair, I think it was worth a bow as well, Siwoo.
It was such an awkward thing. Look at that follow through. He just throws the club in. Soft hands. Everything was awkward about it, apart from the result.
No kidding. Fitzpatrick, let's see if he can make a birdie at 10. Did he get it there? He did. First birdie of the day for the U.S. Open champion.
It was a long time coming. The other two still with chances of their own at the 10th. Go back to 9. And Jon Rahm's eagle putt.
It's tricky from this kind of length. I saw an interesting thing in practice. You know, there's not really a practice putting green here where you can practice your long putts. And I was out walking the course early, and Phil Mickelson was on the 8th and 10th green. You know, standing far over on the 10th green and hitting putts to the flag on the 8th. You know, that was a place where he could get the pace for real long putts.
Yeah, just looking back, just to double check 11T, but they're going to hang on for him. Everyone likes watching Woods making birdies. Just slightly under the hole. Not a lot in this.
Back to back. After being 6 over after 7. He's 4 over after 10, moving in the right direction.
Just taking a little moment there for the reset, sinking in. Birdie putt on the way, birdie putt short for Jon Rahm. That's a shame at the 9th.
Robert Dinwiddie, second to the 6th. Going well, couple under through 5. Ooh, he's going to be 3 under through 6. Beautiful shot.
It's good to see him back playing golf. He's been working in construction since the COVID pandemic hit. Lives in Wandsworth, just outside of London. Just in London, really. That's a par for Jordan Spieth. It was adventurous. The old up and down. But he knows it's an opportunity gone begging that.
Green, Tristan Lawrence to finish off. And that's a very nice round of golf. Birdie, bogey, birdie finish for 69.
It's a nice time of evening, around just after 6 o'clock local time here at St Andrews. There's the state of play. Scotty Scheffler, the best placed player out on course as it stands. A couple of big names in the top 3. And Rory McIlroy, Cameron Smith, both inside the world's top 10. They're chasing Cameron Young. Wasn't it a great little par in the end for Siwoo Kim? He's in that group at 3 under par. Chili's Joaquin Neiman at 2 under the card. There's Robert Dinwiddie, who we were just talking about, former English number 1, who's playing in his 3rd Open, as I understand it. One of the guys that got through final qualifying at Fairmont St Andrews. He was expecting a late tee time as well. And that's what he got. Porrick Harrington, there and thereabouts, through 10, 1 under, just in the red. John Rahm just making his way down to the 10th after parring 9.
Back into the breeze on 10. We're into the back 9. 150th Open here at the home of golf. Spieth smacks one away, but it's heading left.
For left!
See if he's as lucky as Fitzpatrick. Can guarantee he's not. That's halfway up the bush. Someone's in there taking a picture of it in the gorse.
Yeah, that's a poor shot that. You got pretty much all of Scotland to the right.
And where are the holes located? There was no reason to take it up the left side. You're not gaining anything.
Yes, sir. I am.
Mind you, Jay, I don't think he was trying to hit it in the bush.
No, but I just meant up the left side, Jamie.
I know. I'm teasing you.
I know. I got that. I got that sarcasm.
Not
Even
sure
though I'm
you
American, I got the sarcasm.
You caught that, did you?
I did.
Okay. Has Rahm got a driver back there? Can't quite see.
He does.
Does he? Not sure it's a driver really for him, but I suppose he can't reach the bunker out there at 286 into the breeze. Might do.
Yeah, and came to rest right on the upslope in the first cut of rough.
Well, after that, I like to call it ridiculous 4 on the last. This is off the 18th tee with a 3-wood. Siwoo Kim. It's going to chase into the valley. Is it going to make it up the top? Not quite.
More often than not, players greenside have been down there today. Well, zooming across all the way over to Porrick Harrington.
Well, green in regulation at the Strathhole, the 11th.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one working out this week, won't it?
Up a big hill, left to right. Wind coming off the left. There's nothing easy about this.
It's just such an unnatural thing, isn't it, Thomas, to take the putter back that far?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And, you know, you get putts on these greens that are just, you don't see anywhere on any other golf course, not even any other links golf course. And you just got to try and commit to it and accept. Acceptance is so important that, well, you know, it's not that easy to two-putt all the time around here.
Dustin Johnson for birdie at 14. And he's just quietly going along now in a tie for 4th at 4 under par. Nothing flash so far today for the former world number 1.
tricky pin position here on 15. It's difficult to get close to it. And that's a good putt from Paul Casey.
Question to both of you, how did you spend your mornings before late tee times and things like opens?
Well, I think I had later tee times except for the weekend than Thomas did. I teed off the Open in 1997 at 4:20. It wasn't fun. I'm an early riser. It was a long day. Gooch holds one at 17.
Yeah, they're long days, you know. But you kind of expect it, and you kind of just try and make the most of it, and sit and watch a bit of golf, and hang in the players' lounge and get yourself ready, and just kind of hours just kind of ticking away for you, and it's something you get used to, I guess. But it can be difficult. Certainly on the weekend, it can be difficult if you've got late tee times, in the sense that adrenaline is going. You might not be sleeping as much as you want to when you're playing well.
Jordan Spieth said he might watch a little bit of the golf in the morning today before his tee time. Not sure he would have seen this. However, Jamie?
Well, he's thinking about it. He's got about 140 yards. He's going to allow Harold Varner to go first while he makes his mind up. He does a lot of things left-handed, Spieth. That's the angle in, really. I don't know whether he want to do that. Varner, 125 for him. Back into the breeze, which is dying as we speak. Flag right at the very back here at 10.
Didn't look overly enamoured by the strike, perhaps got caught up in the breeze as well.
We saw the first putt from distance for Harrington. Can he make the par putt at 11? That is just a brilliant two-putt. Highly unlikely to get down in two, but Harrington over the years in the Open Championship has done a few unlikely things.
.176 as the roar begins. Back pin, unusual this. You only see one of these.
Popular spot. Taking all the trouble over the green out of play, Anthony.
Yeah, I just wonder, Jay, how many birdies you've had today. I mean, the wind dying off a little bit before they turned for home was probably a little bit unlucky, even though this hole plays a little easier, because they would like to have had a little bit more help coming home.
Surprisingly, there's been 6 birdies with that tough hole location. It's the fourth most difficult hole today.
Yeah, they softened the left side in 2014, so they tend to put 3 pins or 2 pins on there, and then one behind the bunker, one on top. Can Fitzpatrick get one and keep it up there? That's the challenge. So easy to go long, being greedy.
And it's just a good conservative shot, like Tiger, knowing, okay, this is not the one. You need to be greedy, as Anthony just said. Take your medicine. Maybe you'll hole it. We saw Adam Scott and Dustin Johnson hole a similar putt.
So we have our own referee in with us, Jin Woo Kim. Can you talk us through what's going on here with Jordan Spieth?
Well, it looks like Jordan Spieth over here is taking back on the line relief after calling an unplayable ball, dropping a ball directly on the line from the hole through the where the original ball was standing, and that ball is in play.
It's forward to where it landed. No, it's forward to where you were looking. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So I redrop.
So it seems like the ball that was dropped just bounced forward, which Jordan Spieth may play the ball as it lies. However, Jordan Spieth, as it is outside the relief area, he decided to make a redrop.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jin Woo. Good to have you over from Singapore. for this week. Got a very international rules committee all around.
What?
It's just 5 plus whatever you had.
Okay, it's
added
43
before.
front. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 91 front.
We had 138 from there.
Yes.
So we have 143 hole.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And 2 off the left.
The wind would be 1 off the left, 43, and that's playing.
He was so tempted to play that ball off that top of that bush.
Northwest, so it's west northwest.
But to be fair, it could have gone anywhere. Still make 4 from here, 143.
Yeah. Is that jumping at all? Where are you trying to land this?
40? 40, you said it's 43 hole?
Yeah.
Try and pitch it 40.
I'd say 38.
It's spinning, monkey.
Okay, it's 38 playing.
Made a mistake off the tee. There's no point making another one. So he could make 4 here. Worst should be 5. Although it's not an easy shot as a breeze freshens in off his left.
Yeah, I would.
Huh?
Yes.
So there and thereabouts, but it is after the drive, the unplayable. It's going to be a putt for par for Jordan Spieth, trying to evade his first bogey of his opening round.
And John Rahm with his second shot on 10, and this isn't a good lie either. He's sitting in a old seeded divot, the sand, very sandy lie, so his back foot, make sure he hits the ball first, goes quite steep, 107, and the wind is picking up again. Needs to be aggressive with this one.
So Jim, can you just talk us, go back with the Jordan Spieth drop, why he was able to re-drop?
So basically, under the rules of golf, if you drop your ball under the unplayable rule or back on the line for whatever rule it is, your ball has to stay inside the relief area, which is a club length from your reference point, not near the hole. We do have a model local rule that allows you to play from outside the relief area if it is within 1 club length, which means there's no penalty for playing the ball that was first dropped. However, as the ball is not inside the relief area, the player does have the option to re-drop the ball as it did roll forward, not staying inside the relief area.
Right, interesting. Good further explanation there. This is where the wind's coming in from. Around the loop, 3 greens, all very tightly placed. 2 of them linked, 11 and 7. There's where the birdies have come from, not much from long range. But long doesn't look like much fun, I should say, neither does Strath Bunker.
Fitzpatrick first to go. Tiger will be watching closely. He's not the exact same line, but he's going to get an idea of the way the ball rolls and approaches the hole. It'll be a similar line. Slow putt, breaking left to right. Well, that did not help Tiger at all. Not that he was trying to. Matt Fitzpatrick was trying to, do the best he could for himself, but when you want to get a read off of your playing companion, you want him to get it to the hole.
Any teacher's a good teacher on St Andrews. This from below the hole for a final birdie for Siwoo Kim. Used all of his luck up on the last. It was some 4 he made at the road hole.
11th up the hill. Coming off 2 birdies, Tiger Woods. This is an outside chance, you have to say. Oh, he hasn't hit that at all. Let's see if coming back towards him a little bit.
And I think that, Thomas, that's just rust. You can practice all you want, but it's different when it's a tournament. It's even more different when it's a championship, a major. Tiger was so good at those field shots throughout his career. Kim holes out for par. Amazing he made the same score at 18 that he did at 17, where he holed out of the road hole bunker. But, you know, going back to Tiger, I mean, it was almost assumed he was going to hit it dead weight every time. He was so good. Rahm at the 10th from long range.
Down that hill. It's an excellent distance putt from Jon Rahm.
Really is a sight to behold out by 11 green, 12 tee. Fitzpatrick staring down this for par.
He was looking for that to break left to right and had just a bit too much pace. I did feel like, you know, if you hit it, he hit it a little too hard for that putt, in my opinion, because it was uphill. A little less pace, it would have broken in. Slightly different line for Tiger. I think this one's going to have less break than what Fitzpatrick was playing for. This is definitely has to play it inside the hole, if not dead straight. The coldest part of the golf course, I always found, out there in around the boot, you're surrounded by water, or wet sand in the case here, with mostly low tide. Huge putt for Tiger, 4 over par. This to remain at 4 over par. Getting ready to go to a drivable par 4, 12th. The ball actually turned to the left.
Yeah, go figure. So he gives back one of the shots he gained on the previous 2 holes. Back to 5 over par, Tiger Woods now.
Jordan Spieth, par putt at 10 after having to take the unplayable lie. And Thomas, when you look at Tiger, I mean, you've had a lot of aches and pains over the years. It's cold. It's late in the day. You're 5 over after 11 holes. Those aches start to get worse.
Well, you certainly think about them more than you do when you're playing well.
It was a drop shot for Jordan Spieth, and another there for Dustin Johnson, we're hearing. That was for par. Chipped up to there. Puts a little bit of an end to the run he was on, with birdies at 11, 12 and 14.
Scotty Scheffler for birdie. Be confident on this one. Yeah, that's a lovely stroke. Well, number 1. Moving along nicely. 4 under par.
Mito Pereira for birdie. Yeah, nicely done right there.
Some pronunciation there.
Pereira, that is the correct pronunciation, team.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Hey.
Oh, that was for birdie for Robert Dinwiddie. That one's easy to get. Shame, but he's still having a lot of fun out there. As he should be.
I noticed you reacted to that a little bit, didn't you, Thomas?
Yeah, but that's because you normally get most wrong.
Well, every once in a while, blind squirrel, you know.
So it's a birdie, which brings Scotty Scheffler back onto the front page of the leaderboard at 14. He's there at 4 under par. And the aforementioned Robert Dinwiddie, 3 times a Challenge Tour victor, but the last of which came back in 2010. He's in the mix. He too, rolling back the years. John Rahm, 11th tee. So out to the right, almost equidistant between 11 and 7 there.
Yeah, it would be easier if we could just choose.
Varner now. There's a bit of a crossover here. The last group are pitching into 7. So we need a traffic light system here. But Varner's going to have a crack. 176 into off the left. Difficult to get it all the way back here on 11.
Little step through with his right leg. Is that going to hang on?
Well, now Spieth, they are sheltered by the huge grandstand to the left of this 11th tee. So they can't feel that wind.
Is that wind starting getting a bit colder, Jamie?
It is, yeah, it was. I was just thinking we're going to in for a lovely evening. We're walking down 9. It was dying, it was warmer, and now it's not. It's definitely cooler, Thomas. So he needs to aim this good 10 yards left of the pin here, Spieth.
It's just when it gets cold, all of a sudden at links courses, you can just get a little bit cooler, and it costs you half a club of distance, and the ball starts moving more in the air as well when there's a little bit of wind. Just makes it tricky, and you've got to adjust.
Everyone says that it's a heavier wind as well, even though the clubs might seem like it's only one club wind. It just seems to hit it a little bit differently. Pereira.
Well, Jay has left us, so we can stay with Pereira.
You can only do that when you're out of arm's length. What a great shot it is as well.
Three wood for Scheffler, down 15. Just trying to chase it down there. He's going a little bit left, so going to the hill. And it's all about the lie now.
This is a chance for Taylor Gooch to bookend his round nicely here at the last eagle putt. It's going to be short in the jaws, but it should be good enough for 2 birdies to finish after the 2 birdies to start as well. Go back there in a moment, out with Patrick Cantley.
In off the left, he won't be able to feel this much either for that big grandstand by 11. Oh, excellent shot. Great control from Patrick Cantley.
This is at the 9th. So Heath Theegala, chance to get to 3 under. Hates it. He's going to love that though. 3 birdies in the last 5. Just got pipped at the post a couple of weeks back by Xander Schauffele. All for a fairway bunker shot that stayed in there. He's an exciting young rookie to watch as well.
16th tee. Dustin with driver. Heading down the left into the rough. And that's all part of the plan, and then you just hope you get a good lie. Sam Burns for birdie. Don't see many putts hold on this green.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an enigma, isn't it?
Spieth, he's going to have a putt first, 70 feet. Up the slope, such a difficult pin to get to, off the tee. Quite a big swing as well, left to right. Take 2 putts and then you start playing downwind the last 7 holes. Big swinger.
We've just seen this from Tiger Woods and Matt Fitzpatrick. This is a lot slower than the players think. That's left for par.
Seen a lot leave it short, haven't we, from that angle?
Patrick Cantlay for birdie at 10. It looks very, very good. Nicely holed. Red numbers. Happy days.
So this to finish things off at the last for Taylor Gooch. And it is a final 4 under par, I should say. In the end, a couple of birdies to finish off his day. So Taylor Gooch is inside the top 10. And he's got company with some of the biggest names of the game there on the front page here of the Open, the 150th coming your way from St Andrews. Rory McIlroy in with a round of 66. And they're all chasing Cameron Young, who was out at 8:25 a.m. earlier today. Hovland's there too at 4 under par. So the players just finishing out down there on the 7th. And those on 11 waiting by.
Well, Rahm, got a long putt here. Another 70-footer. The last group are very close to John Rahm. Just about to finish out on the 7th green, but it's Rahm going to play. And there is a little bunker to the right of him, but he won't have to go over that or round it. Just putt through the fringe. Very slow putt, this up the hill for Rahm. Really is. He's got to smash this.
So hard to judge the pace, and look what a job he's made of it. That is one fantastic effort.
Well, here's a look at Sergio Garcia. And this is his 5th shot on 17. It's been that kind of day for Sergio.
Started the 17th, 1 over par. We'll see what he finishes up. Back to the 12th tee.
Yeah, and after a massive wait, Homer just trying to power this one up there. Miss one of those 5 bunkers and somehow get maybe up to the top tier.
Gosh, there was just nothing stopping that down there, was there?
Yeah, I think it's the lesser of two evils though, Ellie, isn't it? You lay up and just leave yourself that again, even though you have wood in your hand. You're better off just to get it past the pin and take your chances. Same play for Woods. And when it's such extreme conditions as these fairways are so firm, I think you just have to take these drives on, even if you don't fancy them, I think. Just take it on and have a go. It is the play.
Give me back my son! Oh, what a shot! Oh, go hard.
Get lucky, Mr. Gorse. Oh my goodness. Carry that miles. Get a lie. Same story. Needs a lie.
Yeah, you can see why they take the gamble, though. This is Filippo Celli, European amateur champion. And that was for a birdie.
Same sort of thing for Fitzpatrick. I think he might take this one down the right just a little bit more, use the slope and try and hook this one in. That's his natural shape.
Yeah, Fitzgerald.
That's all I got.
And through the green, you are getting quite an accurate representation of what it's like to be Tiger Woods out on a golf course as well, out there with the fans, with how much they're kind of yelling out at him. It's a lot to deal with, Thomas.
Well, it certainly is. Matt Fitzpatrick has to get used to it. He's a US Open champion. There's going to be a lot of people following him around over the next year or so. And hopefully he'll go on to win more major championships. But one of the great things in golf I always felt like in my time was to play with Tiger. I always felt like, well, I got the best seat in the house to watch the best player play. So you've got to enjoy that when you can.
Yeah, Jordan Spieth said it was like playing in a final group, even on a Thursday, that kind of atmosphere. It's back-to-back birdies for Mito Pereira as well, as this one's on the way. It looks nice from Dustin Johnson if it settles.
Yeah, that was well played. Just a little unlucky that it caught that slope. It was I think it was a better shot than the result he got.
Well, we saw Fitzpatrick miss it. We saw Tiger Woods miss this. So can Jordan Spieth go better? He can. Of course he can. Well, we saw Scotty Scheffler in the rough off the tee. So he's hit his second shot to here. He's up the hill and then it's going to go over a little bit quick here after the hole. That's not a gimme.
This is for an eagle at 12 for Nakajima. This would be a marvelous turnaround. Okay, good try. Well, it runs on a little bit, but you've got to presume he'll make that and get back to even par.
Yeah, he started with 3 bogeys and fighting his way back. Scheffler for par. Just on the hanging out on the right lip. There you go. He does that very, very well, Scotty Scheffler. Might just run them a little bit by sometimes, but he holds the ones coming back.
Ronan Milani. He's to 2 under par. Courtesy of an eagle at 5, the birdie at 7. It's one of the special parts of this championship. Players like Milani, the qualifiers coming through. What a couple of weeks it's been for him. Got to meet Bryson DeChambeau, ask him every question in the book, and then get on the plane with him here. He's playing nicely. Danny Willits off to a good start. Round of 69 for the former Masters champion today. Sahith Theegala, incredibly promising young American. He's, you could say, in the mix with the likes of someone like Cameron Young, our leader for Rookie of the Year honours over on the PGA Tour, perhaps this season. Ryan Fox, the Kiwi, got to speak to Sir Bob Charles earlier this week, said he's done so much for the game back home. He played in the Celebration of Champions on Monday at 86 years of age.
Well, Padraig, how are you doing out there on the 12th? This is for birdie. Yeah, you knew it was quick. Lovely putt. Nice birdie.
Just in case you needed to understand where it was, out between the grandstand and the 11th tower at the back. It's so far right today. So Pereira's on a little bit of a run.
Dustin Johnson played that second shot well. Oh. Blasted it up that tier. Does not want to be walking off with a bogey.
Ball placements, the short par for 12th. The bunker, no good, but plenty of red around the green. Just the two eagles, both came after driving the green. But all three of these players through the back in the rough.
Well, you've got three completely different lies. Woods is pretty good. Pretty wispy, coming straight back into the breeze, so I think he can give this some air. He might just opt to pitch it up the one step. But Fitzpatrick and Homer's not a great lie, and they've got two steps. So left was the mist. He looks like he's going to run this, even though the breeze is strong into him. How about that?
Yeah, not many do it better.
It's just fascinating to see three different lies and see if three of the world's best play them differently. And by far the worst lie is Homer's. Fitzpatrick has a reasonably good chance to do some damage with that one, but Homer's got the hardest one coming across the slope. Grain very much into him. He's going to have to go digging for this. He's got to make sure the head really just keeps popping through the grass. It'd be so easy to stop on this. He just seems to have turned around, just hanging on possibly for 13.
So while they wait,
Ulrich Potgieter, young South African amateur who won the British Amateur just a little while ago. Only the third South African ever to win the British Amateur Championship.
And as I say, you've got to go digging for this. Real little stabby little shot. I think that was the play, just laying back a fraction.
It's just
so easy to run that over the green.
And there's so much up for interpretation on a course like this as well. Great example there.
Well, I always feel like the first shot you see is the one you got to go with.
Cantley's got the wedge out.
This is a shot where, I mean, you've got the option of just about every club in the bag except maybe the driver. He's going to pitch it way up there into the upslope.
I got to say, Tony, I like that play.
Me too. I think it was a brilliant shot.
I like that, you know, you kind of know what you're going to get into these hills, into the wind. Fitzpatrick on 12, up and over. He's made this look easy. Beautiful. You knew it wasn't the greatest of lies. Dealt with it very, very well.
DJ. Well done. I think he deserved a par there, really. He played the hole quite nicely. 5 would have been pretty depressing.
.346 this 12th have been called up. Wind straight across from the right-hand side for Rahm with the driver. Should be perfect. The only bunker you can see is the one just short of the green at the 319 mark. It's a very active teeing area here with the shadows. Just stepped away. I think with a good one, he'll go through the green here with this club. It's all about the bounce.
Is there a way to keep it on the green? Probably like that. I still think it's going to be a little too hot. Even pitching in that rough, it's going to just catch that slope, run off the edge. But it won't reach the rough, which is huge. That makes a big difference.
Well, here we are. Road hole bunker. 17, Paul Casey.
Success. Getting it out of that is successful.
Spieth with the driver. Is it a few left? Wind off the right on this 12, 346.
Beautiful swing there, Jordan. Hold it.
Yeah, no, that's not going to stay on the short fringe. That's going to charge over into the rough, as we've seen. Oh, my goodness. Lone little clump of gorse, but he has avoided it, sort of.
He's had a couple of dodgy lies recently. Spieth. Back to 11, though, for Mito Pereira from long range. Just not seeing that many players get it past the hole from down there. Quite a hefty slope.
Scheffler at 16. Beautiful angle. Just landed over the bunker on the bottom tier. Chase it up the slope. Pretty much like that. Well done. Clever shot.
This is for par for Paul Casey. This would be a good save. Not quite. We're playing Open Championship here, and 2 4s and 2 5s on 17, and you're kind of happy.
He spent a lot of this year sidelined with his back injury, a couple of bulging discs.
Homer away first for birdie. Having a good long look at it. Looks like that wind's just got up again. Not enough really to affect line, maybe a tiny bit on pace, but this should be a positive effort. And it wasn't short. Oh, you're going to hate yourself for that.
It's just a little bit of a holding pattern, isn't he? I have always really liked his putting stroke, got the kind of equal parts athleticism and softness to it. Could have used a little more on that. There he is, practicing with his eyes shut. Some people putt that way.
Well, birdie on 9, birdie on 10, 3 putt on 11. So you feel like Tiger Woods would really love to get this one. Get a little bit of good momentum going after a poor 3 putt up there on 11. This should be inside right.
Not often you'll see Tiger hit a putt like that and immediately stand up knowing he's missed it. Because from that range, for a long time, he's been a genius.
Yeah, it was out of character. Maybe a little bit of frustration coming through there.
Yeah, because through all his travails of injuries and things, if whatever has gone wrong, his putting has always been of a genius standard.
Let's see if Milani can get another at the 8th. He can. He is a walking highlights reel today on this front 9, Ronan Milani.
Pereira. Oh, slides it by for his par. Don't do that. Can get so frustrating though.
Let's see if Sahith Theegala can add another here at 10.
All but.
So 4 birdies, just the 1 drop shot to Theegala's name. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when he gets his first win. Wouldn't it be lovely if it came here at the 150th Open? What an announcement that would be. He trails by 5. It's incredible to think that when Sam Snead first saw this piece of land, he thought it was an abandoned golf course when his train car arrived for the 1946 Open. He went on to win by 4 that year, mind you. Grew to love it, grew to understand it as well.
Spieth, a bit like the shot he had on 9. He's up against the bush, but he's got a swing, but it's going to have to be quite steep. Pick it up steep, top the ball, club on the ball. Not a lot in front of him, he can run it down there, no problem. Up the first slope.
Brilliant. Brilliantly played. The ball was about 6 inches outside his right foot. Just had to hinge the wrist, pick the club straight up in the air, just drop it on the back of the ball. Great imagination.
Just seen Harrington play from the top of the ridge. I assume that was his driver. Interesting play that. Such a difficult pin. Driver for Fitzpatrick. This might run on top also. And the wind has just tripled in the last 15 minutes.
That's a 4 right. Maybe in the right-hand rough, maybe on the upslope of the ridge.
Rahm on 12 here for an eagle. He had the wedge out. He's going to try and chip it over the bank in front of him, but he's elected for the putter. That's the play, really. Keep the ball on the ground when you're playing links golf, especially when it's a runway like it is today. It's a beautiful light this time of the evening. The sun's starting to set, and it's a gorgeous evening. So this is down into the little valley in front of him, and then up the other side. Not an awful lot in terms of break for Rahm.
Keep coming, keep coming. Not bad, little bit of work to be done. He does not get sweaty palms over 4-footers though, John Rahm.
Homer made the same play. He's got it up on top of the ridge, so all about the lie. And here we see links golf at its finest. Coffin's down the left, iron for Woods, so probably not in play, but if he pulls it, he might pitch him one. He's trying to play underneath the ridge with his playing partners gone up and over into the wispy grass. Many ways to get it done.
Skirted 1, skirted 2, skirted 3. Get a lie. It's enough to scare the daylights out of you, isn't it? The name, the Coffins. Cantlay. All of these guys just trying to picture a way to keep it on the green, stop it from charging through the back. But unless you picture that rough left, just about impossible to do, and that is bad news.
So up to 16 for birdie for Scheffler. Just never had enough on it, that one. It might sting a little. He would have liked his chances. Little right to lefter, yeah. You don't get many better looks for birdie from that range than that. Sam Burns got for us here.
Well, he's got a lot more height on it, but downwind, it's still gonna chase through, stay away. Okay, half decent lie. And I wonder if any of these guys have even pondered those two little clumps of gorse over the back in the practice rounds. Two holes to go for Dustin Johnson. He's come up short right, which is quite a sensible play and a gorgeous little pitch.
As I understand it, when this course was played as 22 holes with all of the double greens, it was actually played from behind 17, from 1 to 17 green.
Reload. You won't be finding that, and you won't be playing it. That is just... That's just terminal.
I'm not sure he wants to find what's over there either. For par, right to lefter for Dustin Johnson, no trouble. Good in the end. Take 4.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Bjorn said, you know, 2 4s, 2 5s, and it's absolutely right. It's playing at 4.40 for the day, so really is a par 4.5. Ooh. Munoz at 11. Cool. I got quite a fright there, Ali. I wasn't expecting that.
Was that from Hill or Strath? The two bunkers on 11. Hill's the left.
Hill's left, Strath, the little one at the front, named after David Strath, who actually finished runner-up 3 times in the Open. In 1876, he tied and refused to have a playoff. Just said, no, I'm second. I like his style.
I believe he spent a little bit of time in that bunker.
Yes.
That's why it was named after him as well. Sounds like he had a good sense of humour and might have needed it. I think it certainly helps in links golf every now and then. So there's our feature groups out on 12 and 13. The Eden Estuary up on the right.
A hare. Very tame, all these people out here. Multiple thousands of people out here, and I'll just sit here and have my late dinner.
I think there's a rabbit chapter in St Andrews history as well,
There
isn't
is,
there?
absolutely. There were, it was declared a rabbit breeding, it was legal to breed rabbits, wasn't it? They had rabbit breeders out here. Then they changed their mind and it took about 20 years to get rid of them.
This piece of land has seen some things. That's a good birdie there from Jordan Spieth. So he's back to 2 under par where he started the back 9.
Rabbit or hare? I'm not that sure now. He's not worried, is he? Oh, just go top of the hill. Check out a bit of golf. Right. Back to the golf. Rahm, birdie putt. He normally just blasts these in. He's got no fear of going 2 or 3 feet by. Back of the hole. Oh. He won't be happy. It's one of his great strengths.
So we've just ticked over 7 p.m. local time here at St Andrews. And it's Scotty Scheffler, the best placed out on the course, the world #1, trailing by 4. What a great day it was for Barclay Brown, the Stanford University player. A man from Sheffield, much like Matt Fitzpatrick up on the top right of screen. That's where the coffins are. They've gone past those, aptly named.
Goodness me, look where Homer's hit it down, right over the top.
Oh, we've got further than that to come, Tony.
What?
Fitzpatrick's done him by 25.
Has he
on
really?
12 the front for Woods. Completely blind, just popping this in the air, hoping it might spin.
Downwind out of that stuff, it's a vain hope. What a putt he's going to have. That's sort of down the borderline between 13 and 5. Could be longer, mind you. The 2 greens are exactly 100 yards long. Can you believe it?
It is quite striking when you come here. Nicholas always said it was the most distinctive part of St Andrews. Homer next to play.
It's a great time of day, Ali. The colours are amazing. The crowds are huge. They're all hanging out to see some of the best. This is not so good. I think he'll take, again, 30 or 40 feet. But I like the play. You just take it on and see. I don't see from the fairway you get inside 20 feet from that right-hand pin. So you never know. You might get lucky, as Fitzpatrick has done. Again, just up in the air for Homer, trying to get something here. But everything's just kicking down.
Also, a bit of a monster putt. That's such a tough pin. My goodness, I don't know how you get it close to that.
in the jaws. Good 3 for Sahith Theegala. Out at 11, so that'll keep his pace up. He's at 3 under par.
Birdie chance at the last hole for Paul Casey. Oh, very easy to get a little shy on that. It's pretty quick down there, and you can see the sheen on the greens now at the end of the day. I think the sun and the wind have just sucked all the moisture out of them, what tiny bit there was.
Yeah, 4 under for the front, 3 over, coming back round of 71 for Casey today. Billy Foster's pacing this one out.
Yeah, he's pacing to a point, really. He's not interested in this pin at all, even though he's, well, I haven't actually got a number, but if I eyeball it, it looks about 80 yards max.
Wally, I mean, to that pin, he can't go at that pin, can he?
No chance. You're pitching on a downslope. The best he would do would be 40 feet. And it's just sort of down grain and a bit of a dusty area. If ever you were going to get any spin, it would be here, but down breeze as well. It's just not happening. So he'll be happy with maybe 10 or 15 feet past the pin of pin high. First things first, just get it past the pin and you're putting back into the wind. That's all you can do here. That's all the whole field can do on 13 today.
Yeah, what a flag. Wally, it's sort of semi-innocuous looking shot, but you can get this wrong very quickly, can't you?
Well, you start feeling the pin, Tony, don't you? You've almost got to ignore that and just look at his playing partners that are sort of 50, 60 feet left and almost use those as a guide more than the flag, bizarrely. That's links golf, isn't it?
Sure is.
You're constantly playing shots that you never practice, which I think is pretty cool.
Flyer.
Oh, it's the last thing he needed was a flyer. A little bit of grass between club and ball takes all the grip of the grooves off, and well, it's going to be interesting viewing in the next 10 minutes watching those 3 putts.
Yeah, needed all the spin he could get from that. So a little stymied, as you can so often be in this part of the world, this golf course in particular, right on the coast. And Scotland has just under 10,000 kilometres of coastline. A lot of it's used for research, for monitoring as a source of energy as well, actually. They produce about I think about a quarter of the tidal and offshore wind for all of Europe. But boy, there's some pretty spots around it as well. And it's worth exploring. Great country to drive your way around. Stumble on some pretty good golf courses too while you're at it. And the way that St Andrews just juts out into the estuary never gets old. Mark Rose joined Tony Johnson and myself, and it's a pretty picture from overhead, isn't it?
It is. The home of golf, fashioned by time and history. And not a single player in the entire field is not having a ball being here. What a stroke from Laurie Cantor, long range. Perfect pace, perfect line.
Perfect result, 2 on the bounce as well for Cantor after a tough start. Bogeyed the opening 2 holes.
Wow. 107 feet, we're told, Wally.
Yeah, a little chip and run with a putter, Tony. Little Bronte chip master back into the breeze. Bit of slope involved towards the end for the great man. He'll take 5 feet, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. As Anthony said, bit of break at the end of this if he's to get the pace right. You see, look at that swinging. Now, he could be 10 or 12 feet further to his right, and that putt would be so much straighter where that flag position is. Tucked in between two ridges there on the right-hand side.
It is a game of angles. Looks like Joaquin Niemann might have at least a decent one of getting around the road hole bunker.
Niemann trying to negotiate an exceedingly difficult putt.
It is incredible, Rory, isn't it? How much a pace or two to either direction can dictate the shot you need to play.
I mean, that is just that's the glory and the beauty of what I consider the best links golf course in the world. It's just it's a test from start to finish, but it's a challenge that everybody wants to take on.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it? And Woods' ball got a bit of a gust, I felt, towards halfway. Is Fitzpatrick going to learn from that? It's always a slow putt. Whenever we play here, you always hit it a bit harder.
And a bit higher and a bit good. Wow. Great long-range effort.
Playing in the 150th anniversary Open Championship with Tiger Woods, does it get any better? No, it doesn't. It's the stuff he dreamed of growing up at the Hallamshire Golf Club in Sheffield. Yes, he's a major champion and all he's done, but this is still goosebump stuff for him. It has to be.
He wasn't even in the field, was he? The last time that the Open came here, he only turned pro about 12 months earlier. Matt Fitzpatrick has come a long way since then.
Scheffler just hanging this out to the right-hand side, and it's putting down the breeze, and that's what's fooled him slightly on the pace. Thought that the breeze might carry it a fraction more.
Same gig for Homer. Give it an extra 6 or 8 feet, and you think you might just get it there. How about that?
Only at St Andrews could you have an 83-foot putt and have the shortest putt in the group.
Like it.
It's all about placement, isn't it? Not so much proximity. One of the golf courses that works against that theory, I think.
Superbly played. It really wasn't. You know, if you looked at his wedge there was almost zero bounce on the sole. The leading edge was almost flush with the ground. And a lot of these guys will change their wedges for these conditions, get the sole ground off so it digs in a little more. What a shot.
Yeah, it's a good 5 paces short. May even be 6 for Woods. One thing's for sure, we've got to hit this pretty hard. Just a slight rise back into the breeze. It'd be a terrible shame. He's been working hard the last hour or so just to try and get a score that he can have a go at tomorrow.
Another one slides by. And there are those days where you just have to smile and grin and bear it, and it's great to see Tiger there. He's added a lightning bolt of electricity to this championship just being here.
That is a pretty serious fall from Joaquin Niemann at the penultimate hole. So that keeps him in the group at 3 under par. 3 of those he's gained since the turn as well.
So just this left for the par for Fitzpatrick. He's grinding out there as well.
Yeah, well done. Terrific 2-putt. Dustin Johnson. Nice little pitch off a really tight lie. This would be some birdie. There you go. There you go.
And with that, he posts a round of 68, making birdie from what looked to be over by the first tee there. So he's inside the top 5. Around about half of St Andrews still in the sunlight. It's home to one of the oldest universities in the world as well. Dates back to 1413 here.
I think you were there, Tony, weren't you, those years?
I did the opening. Amazing history, though, isn't it, really? Amazing.
168 for Rahm. He's in the rough on the right of the 6th hole here. Can't see anything from where he is. You can see the 13th camera tower, and that's exactly where the flag is, so that's really giving him a hand. Wind off the right and mostly down. I've got to think it's a wedge, but how you get close to this pin, I don't know, you need a miracle somehow. Got to pitch it just on the front edge. Got to play smart, got to play left of the pin here. Have there been any birdies on this hole today? Come on. Get those computers working.
Hang on, Jamie, I'm rummaging.
I don't think there will be.
2.
2? Must have chipped in. Oh, he smashed that one up in the air.
Hopefully he doesn't get a jumper out of the rough. Yeah, it has come out. He was trying to give it, I think he was trying to give it the very high floaty cut, but it's just about impossible.
You're talking about a jumper or a flyer, and actually that was quite a soft bounce by St Andrews standards.
Yep.
I reckon they should swap the flags over here. 135 for Spieth. Good lie in the rough on the upslope.
Well, it's certainly allowed him to get the height. He's hoisted it into the heavens, and there you go. Once again, it's landing on the downslope there. Well, it's definitely over 100 feet. I keep calculating as it rolls, trying to figure it out. I'm going to go for near 150 there.
Unfortunately, Pereira has made a triple bogey. Sam Burns rolling it right in the jaws.
A nice birdie at 12 for Burns. Up to the 18th tee. It's an unusual swing, Neiman. And quite a dip through impact, but he's very strong and very long. Now, twizzle of the club's normally a good sign. Surely can't get through the Valley of Sin at that pace.
Cantlay, good chip to here at 12 for a par. Must have taken a drop from the little clump of gorse that he was in. So that's a good fall.
Yeah, very important. Par saves, sometimes it feels like a birdie. We keep saying that, but it's great for momentum. Scheffler, once again, so impressive. Now he's leaked this to the right. That was squirting straight right with a driving iron. Oh, no, he's okay.
Anytime you hit it down that channel, it's panic stations.
He was definitely a little nervous when it set off, wasn't he?
From 18 to 9, Jack Floyd in the last game of the day, game 52. That reaches the turn and even par for the Englishman. Around 3 hours to the turn. St. Andrews is always slow play just because of the nature of the golf course. Double fairways, double greens. Scotty Scheffler with that driving iron up the right side will have an opportunity to get up and down at his final hole of the day and tie Cameron Smith. Potentially to get within 3 shots of Cameron Young, our leader after a 64 in this opening round of the historic 150th Open Championship at the Old Course at St. Andrews. Tristan Lawrence, good round of 69 for the South African. Ronan Mullarney also playing in that final game. He's 3 under par to the turn. The Irishman having a really good day. Those guys waited a long time to tee off, and they're making it all worth it. Let's go to 13 and just under 99 feet, Jamie.
199 feet.
I said just under 99.
Oh, 99, I was going to say. That's a long way. Yeah, it's miles away for Spieth. A lot of left to right in this part. It's got to hit up the bank on the left. Can he hit it hard enough?
And an inch perfect for speed. He sure has some touch.
Now Scheffler's driving iron down the right side, as Jay said, has just peeled a little bit further to the left. So what's his choice of shot here? Is he going to bump this short, let it hop up once and check, or is he going to put some real spin on it? Address position suggests a little low bunt. That's a cracker. How about this? Please go in. He was thinking about the Eagle 2 at one point there for certain.
Didn't play the American shot. The old Scots, they'd be proud of him with that one. That little low bouncer. Nicely done. Has an uphill putt coming.
This is Robert Dinwiddie. He's 3 under par. Chance to get another one under par at 10. Oh, and he does. Beautifully done. 4 under. Don't look that calm. You're excited. You know you are. Excellent stuff.
Rahm eyeing this one up at 13.
Yeah, he is, but it's a long way away. Bit of left to right, not too much for Rahm. Gentle left to right. The good thing is it's been consistent wind, I'd say, all day long for all the players from start to finish. Looked like it was going to die down about an hour ago, but it hasn't. Still there. You think McIlroy hit driving a wedge into 14 this morning when I was following him. They won't be doing that quite now, but we shall see. Maybe they will. But left to right for Rahm.
See the length of the backswing there. And it's not quite enough for Jon Rahm. And quite unusual, Tony, by links standards, that you do get that pretty much the same from morning to afternoon, as Jamie Spence was saying there. That's not usual. Normally you get a big increase with the turn of tide.
Absolutely. Highly unusual.
Well, the challenge here, guys, is to hit it as far right as you possibly can. A little bit like 17 on this breeze.
This one started left. Luckily, he carried the birdies, but that's headed down towards 5 fairway.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's got enough to get all the way, Jay.
It didn't. No, that's in a nasty spot. Homa will be thinking a different line than that one. There you can see Homa driving distance today, 331. Tiger a little bit longer than Fitzpatrick, Anthony.
Yeah, I think he'll nudge that up. Coming down breeze. He likes to turn the ball over. It was beautiful on the range. He was flushing it, Homer. Like I say, the challenge is not to miss this left. So easy to run out of room.
That's PBs and J's, baby.
Well, you can see there's some thin areas and some thicker areas, and that's got a thicker area of fescue, so that's a problem for Homer.
It's never a tee shot you want to try and cut into this breeze, Mark, is it? But it almost does require the Tiger Woods customary fade nowadays. Just like that.
Well, you called it, Anthony, and he produced it. He just kind of held that up, didn't he, against that right-to-left breeze. And look at that, still running.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's just run out of the end of the fairway.
It's like down a runway.
Right. Scheffler. 5 under par would be a heck of a round. Oh, what a pity. Lovely try, but 68. You know what? He set himself up for the week.
He's on such a roll, isn't he, as well? Scheffler is the world #1. Major champion. He looks like he's going to hold everything, Scheffler. It's hard to see a week where he's not on the leaderboard, Jay.
Just, yeah, exactly. I mean, he does everything so well. Just to put a number on Tiger's drive, it looks like it was a neighborhood of 420 yards at 14.
If you told old Tom Morris that somebody who was going to hit a drive and a wedge on 14, he would have said, I'm going to come back and haunt you for the rest of your life.
Slightly different equipment nowadays, Tony, to the featheries and the long-nosed clubs that they use, though.
You collected those too. Remember what a collector you were. Neiman. Hold up, hold up. Oh, no. Dived on him.
The greens are a mix of fescue and bent predominantly, but you see all the different colours. There's so many different grasses have grown in. There are almost too many to mention, and yet it's amazing year after year when you come here how well they putt.
John Rahm for his par after that wickedly long putt. First putt.
Apologies for any language you might have heard. Rutherford at the 11th. Jamie is from England. And nearly a 1 at the Strath hole.
Well, I thought the line was good when it set off, the top tracer line, but now he's produced, for me, the best shot today. I haven't seen anyone closer all day.
That should lead to his 3rd birdie in 6 holes.
For a par. God, caught so much of the hole. Could fall in for the same money, and he knows it. He's put a good stroke on it. He's hit it where he wanted. Sometimes even an excellent putt doesn't go in.
So Heath Thigala for birdie. He's been impressive today. He's got all sorts of shots and he putts well. He's got a great short game. There's a potential star of the future you're seeing here.
One drop shot, 5 birdies on the card, 4 under par. They're all chasing, as they have been most of the day. Cameron Young, a 64 this morning. Rory McIlroy was a pretty stress-free 66, if that's possible in an Open Championship. Rory really does look like the man to beat. Barclay Brown, the amateur, played a wonderful round. Hold a big putt at the road hole for birdie 3, and then closed out with a 68. Min Lee, two-time winner on DP World Tour, he opened his 150th Open Championship with a 69. Ernie Els was thrilling the crowds early. Had it 5 under in the back 9, limped home a little bit. Still a good round of 70 for the 52-year-old two-time champion. Ryan Fox, the long-hitting Kiwi, he was rounded in a 71. And he thought that he would play well here this week on a links golf course. Typically, links golf courses suit the Kiwis' game. Victor Perez lives just up the road. He was around in 71 as well. It's tied for 35th. And there is Patrick Cantlay on 13.
Nothing really going for this one. Side hill lie, wrong angle, no chance to get anywhere near the flag. And now he's hit the little downslope at the front of the green, and that's scampering on and on and on and on, and probably close to the length of a football pitch coming back.
Yeah, I was looking for there's a little red dot there somewhere between the two greens. That's about 100 feet. And I think he's way beyond that.
Well, he's definitely closer to the flag on the adjoining green, that's for certain.
No question.
Even if it's that one, then that's where it's going to go.
Now another player down the right side, Sam Burns. Equally no shot at all to where that flag position is. And
55 to 60, yes.
40 feet would be remarkable, Tony, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from this angle, as you said, there is just nothing going for you here. And the flag's in a nasty pin position.
Not really made to be approached from the right today, is it?
No, I think you've actually got to go down the other fairway here, Jay.
Absolutely, down the 6th fairway.
Yeah.
Even if you hit it through the 6th fairway, because it kind of crowns and goes downhill, the angle is going to help you out. I mean, coming in from the right, Mark, you said 40 feet. I thought 80 feet was going to be a good shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's really anything, isn't it? And you see what he tried to do there. He didn't look at the flag yardage. He didn't even look at the front edge yardage. He took 15 off front edge yardage and tried to land it in the gap there and feed it through. And he's caught that little grass bunker that sits just short left of the green there. So the chip from there is also not fun.
No, you can get a lot of mind benders on St Andrews.
Blarney for par at 10 in the final game. Rolls it right in there. Stays 3 under. That's great stuff when you've had to wait around all day to tee off at 4:16. There you can see 3 games on the 14th. Some pretty good players in those groups. Some Open champions, U.S. Open champion. Maybe future major champions. Certainly Thomas Peters playing alongside Harrington would be high on that list of players yet to win a major that has the game.
Quite a weight back on the tee there, the par 5. Tiger seems to be uncomfortable every step of the way. Every pace is painful.
The boys enjoying it? The boys enjoying it?
Gingerly walking towards the end of the fairway, where he's hit his drive 420 yards, by the way.
Anthony, have you ever seen a ball driven down to this point?
No, we just had a little bit of chat about the weight, actually, and we both decided he needs a chair to come out the side of the bag so he can sit and rest. I've never seen a ball go that far, but there's nothing to stop it. The fairways are running at about 11 on the stimp. There's a hospitality to the right at 14. They're having a great time. Everyone's taking pictures of Woods for 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, that's actually the group in front of Tiger. They're just heading towards the front edge of the green. And I'm guessing that Tiger's tee shot wouldn't have been too far from catching them up.
It must have been. Look at the tee shot and look at the run. 100 yards of run. 188 to the hole. We saw Rory coming out of the rough. Hit a wedge for his second shot here, went through the green. Certainly shouldn't be much more than a wedge for Tiger, one would think. Having a chat with his buddy from college days and tour days. Noted big gay, working for American television.
While they all stack up on 14, we'll go up to the green. Thomas Peters. 3 over par. Just short of the green. Man, we've seen some long putts today. This flag is 28 yards on, so this is another 90-footer.
Remarkably so far, Peters hasn't made a birdie. And that needs just to go a little bit more down the breeze, getting ever closer, so may just be the first red figure of the day for the Belgian.
Cantley on the 13th green, Tony. This is a long one, and we've seen everyone come up short here.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and there's quite a lot of break from left to right. And this might be the longest one we've seen here so far. This is, I think, well over 100 feet. I don't think that's far enough left either. Although he's not going to complain, is he?
It's a terrible putt. It's right, Tony.
He pushed it, though. He pushed it. Isn't it brilliant?
Crazy.
Brilliant touch.
Crazy good, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Really is. It's about a 5-minute walk.
You know, to be over 100 feet away and to get it exactly, and I mean exactly, the pace was millimetre perfect to the whole side, wasn't it? It's incredible.
Pereira coming over off of the triple bogey at the 12th where he drove it in the gorse bush. And that was really a tough putt. Had to come up and over a mound down to where the hole's located in a swale.
Great ball striker Pereira should have won the PGA Championship. Double bogeyed the 72nd hole. That was hard to watch.
Especially hard to watch when you think you only needed a bogey on a par 4 in order to get in a playoff.
Waiting patiently, Tiger Woods after that monumental drive. And we think nothing more than a 3/4 9 or even a firm wedge to get to the green. Ronan down on his knees, Podrick down on his knees, trying to get a good perspective of what's a very tricky putt here. That flag is only, say, 6 feet or so over the top of the ridge, and you've got a couple of breaks before you get there. And a slight change of pace from the fringe grass onto the green.
Flag out. I think I may have been tempted to leave it in, Rory, because you've got to give this a hit and it might work as a backstop. Putting right along the crest of that ridge, he knows what he's doing.
It's a good putt. That's a really good putt from where he was. It's hard to express, unless you're actually down there on the ground, how tricky that putt was.
Sam Burns. Par putt at 13. Nope. He And a lot of these putts, Rory, you know, that we're seeing on the TV, you think, oh, he's missed out a foot left. How did he do that? But a putt of that length, you can have 2 or 3 distinct breaks, can't you?
Darren Clark, former Open champion down at Royal St. George's. This for a par at his final hole of the day. Disappointing day for Darren. It has been a great opening day here at the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Low scores were mostly in the morning. Cameron Young leads the way as he has all day with a 64. Dustin Johnson, one of the few players late in the day alongside Scotty Scheffler, both carding 68s in the afternoon. And let's go to Peters. Let's see if he can pick up his first birdie of the day.
Well, St. Andrews sometimes gives you something special, and on other occasions it frustrates you. And right now, that's a very frustrated Thomas Peters. 11 pars, 3 bogeys, not a single birdie through 14 holes. With his length and his power and his great short game and his improved putting stroke, almost unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm with you. You just can't see how you can go around there without a birdie.
It's almost a rejuvenated Padraig Harrington since that win at the US Seniors Open. He genuinely will have come here believing that he could win this. There's no doubt. And this is an excellent start. And he's got another one.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's absolutely no doubt Harrington won't see himself as a potential winner.
Well, he's in his element here, isn't he, at St. Andrews, because he's got every shot. He's got every single short game shot you can imagine. He's putting better. He's driving it long enough still for an over 50-year-old. He's driving it a long way.
Matthew Griffin for eagle. The Australian slides that by on the high side. Should tap that in to pick up his first birdie of the day. Well hold for Dinwiddie at the 11th. Remains 4 under par. No bogeys on the day. Birdied 1, 5, 6, and 10. Nice evening to be out on the water. A little breeze to push you along.
Yeah, interesting, Jay. The last sort of 20 minutes we've been waiting here, I think the wind feels like it's pretty much gone right now, which won't please the players one bit. The breeze coming home would just give them an extra push. A really thick lie for Fitzpatrick. I think Max Homer's playing ready golf and has decided to go. He can certainly get there, but he's bouncing it up. Lie is a little thickish, but it will come out pretty hot.
Well, that one looks to have nestled down as well.
Got a couple of bunkers to negotiate there. Testing shot.
Doesn't look like much of a lie for Fitzpatrick.
No, absolutely not. I'm amazed that he's wasted, but I think he's just going to have a thrash at it and try and get it over the bunkers and hope.
Is Hell Bunker in line from that line?
No, it should be fine.
back down off the slope, down in the low area where there are always so many divots. You have to get a little bit lucky. Now, what about Tiger after that massive tee shot?
Yeah, 188. I've got him about 420 off the tee. I would imagine at least 120 of that is run. That just puts it in perspective how hard it is out here. So this is might even be 7. It might have just changed to a 6, owing that the wind has dropped completely. Everyone's hung around to see Tiger Woods.
118 feet, the apex. Oh, he's landed straight in the upslope there and killed it stone dead. Not a single ounce of forward momentum, which that's what he was playing for, try and land it just on the front.
You surprised that Tiger didn't play that kind of a little low cutting shot, land it short and run it up the bank?
I think he was so close down there, the tee shot was so long. I think if it'd been 40 yards back he would have played that shot, but I think he thought he could get that on the flat and stop it.
Spieth on the tee on 14. When they got on this tee, it was downwind. It is not downwind anymore. If anything, there's a bit of hurt for him. So he's aiming this left, Spieth. Coming down the 5th fairway.
I never even saw where it was.
Oh no, that's a super shot.
Played a huge cut shot, just barely missed the birdies.
They're in play now, Jay, just about.
That's unreal, the way the wind has died and then possibly switched a little bit.
Yeah, 180 degrees.
That's bad luck when you play out into the wind and then play some of your inward half into the wind
listen,
as well.
Yeah, it's only a little bit of breeze into them, really, but the flags are fluttering that way now. So they'll be aiming a bit further left with these tee shots, which brings in the birdies.
Slice. Slice!
This needs to cut more. Oh, he's okay. Well, really run out of fairway, or will he just hang on to that first cut? Oh, oh my goodness me, that last 6 inches has just made it 50% harder.
Fitzpatrick walking after it very quickly. Don't just no, it's not going to cling on. Severe drop off, slow putt going back up, but 2 putts, get your par and just get out of there.
They say it's a game of millimetres, don't they? But even more so at St Andrews, you can just fall off these little slopes and end up 20 yards away, 30 yards away.
If this guy gets us on the green from here, I mean, that is ridiculous, Rory. Those little bunkers down there, the coffins, they are just impossible to get out of. He's just knocked it pin high.
Yeah, he was down the left side of the 6 there, and it's a slightly better angle from down there. And you know what? He struck that so perfectly. That is the closest I've seen all day on 13.
Miles.
And Max Homa just to the left of the 15th tee. He's got a really sort of tough thicket sort of lie, ball above his feet. Everything's against him here. Yes, the pin is at the back, but I don't think that really makes a lot of difference. The greens are so firm. This is just going to go hooky on him. He might just play this down the right and just play for 5. Oh, there's a golf shot.
He won't have played a better shot than that all day, in all honesty. I mean, that was hoisted it sky high, and he got to land it in a little square about 4 feet wide on the right side, and he did it. So great shot from Homer.
Birdie putt at 16 for David Law. Oh, nice. Oh, you think they're not looking after their local lad. Flying the Scottish flag, beautifully done.
The rarest of birdies. Can Thigala make only the 3rd birdie of the day? He kind of ambles around. He looks very cool and calm, does Sohith Theegala. He could have won in Phoenix. And he's got plenty of game, and the short game is well worth taking a look at. He's got some special little shots.
Tiger's second shot hit into the bank on the upslope, guys.
Absolutely. It just pitched straight into the sharpest part of the slope, Wally.
Amazing. That's so unlucky after the perfect tee shot. It's about 4 feet below the level of the green. It's slow, quick, slow. After an awesome tee shot, he deserves a 2-putt, but this is not easy. Easy to get this wrong and just go through the green. He's only got about 8 feet behind before it will run off the back. So he needs to guard against that.
That is just Tiger at his best, isn't it? That judgment of distance down there. Down the breeze, downhill, up and over a massive tier. That was bordering on genius, wasn't it?
Sure was. Louis Oosthuizen. Oh, nice. Back-to-back birdies for the South African. He had a bogey on the 6th, and then all of the rest were pars until those 2 birdies. Nice little move.
Unlucky just to go through Fitzpatrick. And there's an eerie silence out here. People are desperate to see some birdies, but with the wind dropping off, the course is, I think, playing a little tougher coming home, which is a shame for these guys going out into such a strong breeze. This is slow, uphill, left to right, pretty much all the way for Fitzpatrick.
It's required a lot of patience out there, I think, this afternoon, Anthony, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been painful for them. I feel sorry for them. All day, probably since the second tee, they're trying to get some rhythm. It's been so difficult to get any sort of rhythm and just move forward, really. Every time they take one step forward, they have a 10-minute wait. It's been tough for them. But that's golf sometimes. That's the cards they've been dealt. You just get on, and tomorrow they have fresh greens, early morning, they'll be away.
There you go, 14 and the 4th. That's the double green here. They always add up to 18, the twin greens.
It's a little bit of pace in this late in the day, but not really too much. After an amazing pitch up and over, I think he deserves this. Get the crowd moving again. They're all hanging around, want to see some greatness.
Shame, real shame for Homer, because the pitch shot required it landing in the perfect spot, and he couldn't really have done better. He's missed a couple of very makeable birdie putts on the back 9. That's why he's just a little sign of frustration there.
Fitzpatrick giving this one the whole lay down to read this putt. Came up well short. Par attempt after driving left off the tee. You would hate to drop a shot on one of the only 2 par 5s.
No, he's a very competent putter, Fitzpatrick. Doesn't miss too many of those. And it's a professional round of golf so far. He's just hoping for one somewhere, isn't he? Get to the clubhouse in rev figures, anything under par.
Tiger, much needed birdie. Be a heck of a 2-putt from the front edge of the green here at the 14th. Well done. 3rd birdie of the day, but only gets him back to a 5 over par, which is currently in a tie for 145th. Certainly looks like even par will be the cut under similar conditions tomorrow.
He's here though. It's just so wonderful to have him here.
We're back on the 14th fairway. John Rahm had just a terrible lie. Ball way above his feet. He's had to go down the left of the 5th hole. Corresponding par 5 on the front 9. Meanwhile, Harold Varner. This is how much longer this hole's playing now. Longest of irons, little sort of fairway metal thing. He's got to hit it as well. There's a marshal just wandering across the front, wondering what the, just wondering what's going to have for tea tonight.
It's behind you. No idea, has he?
No idea.
Texting his wife.
Oblivious. I'll be home in an hour, love. Have dinner ready. They do wonderful work there, let's be fair. Volunteers, give up their time, do a great job.
Spieth's got 251 to the front. 279 all up. He's got that long driving iron out. Chase it up there. Touch a breeze into him.
Now how far can it scramble? It can't surely get up that bank, it's too steep. He's going to be in Tiger Woods country down there on the front portion of the green, putting up the ridge. It is amazing how quickly the wind can switch on a links golf course, isn't it? You saw Tiger hit it 412 yards down there, and by the time they were waiting on the tee, which is about 10 or 15 minutes, the wind completely switched to slightly in, as Jamie was telling us. But this was a good strike. Look how low the ball comes off. And that's what they're wanting with these driving irons on these ice-like links fairways. You can get so much roll, can't you, Tony?
Yeah, we might just see one here too, even without the wind.
Love that Tiger.
Slidey fade. How much run does he get? All depends on what the slope it lands on. There she comes, there she comes. Perfect.
What a day so far for Robert Dinwiddie. It might just get better. No, that's not going to come back from there. We've seen every single player hang it out to the right there, thinking it's going to turn more.
Going along nicely, 4 under par late in the day. Had a long wait to tee off. All the anticipation. Fitzpatrick ready with the driver at 15.
And just a yard or so past Tiger.
Up ahead, Harrington for a birdie. Directly behind the hole. Decent try.
Rahm had to pitch out. This is his third. The rough is pretty benign here this week, but there is the odd spot. Will that climb up? No, it's not going to. It's going to go back down to the front part of the green. So Rahm, who's even par on the day, struggling on a beautiful evening here at St. Andrews for the 150th Open Championship. A couple of good rounds in the afternoon in the more difficult scoring conditions from Dustin Johnson and Scotty Scheffler, both in with 68. That's 4 behind The lead of American Cameron Young, who posted the 64 early in the day. Last week's winner, Xander Schauffele, a nice round of 69. Same for Danny Willett, who finished with a long eagle 2 at the par 4 18th. That was an exciting putt to watch. Aaron Rai, who was an alternate, Eric Van Rooyen, the South African, had to pull out, and Aaron Rai was a birdie attempt at his final hole of the day. Happy to be playing in the 150th Open, but he'll be disappointed. He's had such a good year playing on the PGA Tour this year. Currently well inside the cut line for the playoffs, which are coming up quickly.
What a beautiful evening it is out here on the 14th. Shadows are lengthening. And Rahm. He's got the wedge out. He's not sure. Putter, putter. Yes. Very difficult to stop it down the hill. Adam Hayes chatting away. Vital to get up and down here. It is still Thursday, isn't it?
It's been a long day for you out there, Jamie, hasn't it?
Oh, just the last few holes, it's just been a backlog on this hole. Harold Varner just said to me, can you believe the wind? It's definitely into them now for the last 4 holes. So this up over the hill and down the other side pretty quick once it gets over.
Well, this has got plenty of pace to get to the hole side. That's a great touch from there. You just got out of position off the tee, and then you're almost chopping your way down the hole, really, trying to find a different route. There's no doubt that he struck this beautifully. There you go, look at that. And we didn't know, did we, until we had the Exmo cameras, that the ball skidded for the first 12 to 15 inches before it started to roll. We always assumed, Tony, it rolled straight off the butterface, didn't we?
Yeah, hit it on the upswing and get it rolling. Absolute nonsense.
Of course, Jay knew, because he's shaking his head, because he is a scientist, isn't he?
So he tells me.
What a buzz. You can hear it's like static electricity in the crowds anytime Tiger Woods is nearby.
And to be fair, Mark, he's found the fairway, and probably is the tightest fairway out here at 15. Max Homer just chased one through the green, a terrible lie, real fly little one. This needs to float for Woods. He's going to get this close. Just some sort of 9-iron back in the day. Bit of magic still in there somewhere.
Still a lot of people out there to support this man. I mean, who knows? Who knows how many times we'll get the chance to see him playing St Andrews again. And everybody out there is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, they're going nowhere, are they? And you're absolutely spot on. I don't think we'll see Tiger at St Andrews again because of the way it's rotated.
And just a couple of yards nearer, I totally agree that Fitzpatrick needs to have a fast finish, couple of birdies. He's been slightly off today, but he can still make this round his own.
Okay, birdie chance.
Group behind Spieth from the front edge at 14, Mark.
He'll be very happy to get the ball as close as Rahm just did a few moments ago, up and over the ridge. Now this one definitely not making it.
Final game of the day. Ronan Mullarney from Ireland. This for par. Really going along nicely. Now he's going to drop a shot. Go to 2 under par.
Spieth for his birdie, just a left half putt. Oh.
It's exactly how he saw it as well. Jamie saw it left half, he saw it left half, and it stayed exactly there. It might have fallen if it was absolutely dead weight. He cannot believe he's missed that. In all honesty, first putt to blame. He could have got the first putt just a little closer.
Only 2 par 5s here at St. Andrews. Spieth failed to birdie either one, and that really does hurt your chances of making headway on the leaders.
So not much in this either for Harold Varner. There you go, just catches enough of the right edge. Liking the combination out there, Tony. The black and white shoes are matching the outfit beautifully, looking sharp, isn't he?
Very dapper. Fine golfer, fine golfer. Let's go to 16. Louis Oosthuizen. Going to trundle one up the hill. Quite nicely done. Played that with a little 3-wood there.
So side view there shows just about 3 feet for Jon Rahm. At a position down the hole, so par's a good score for him from the places he's been.
That was a very good par 5 for Rahm, but he, like Spieth, pars both the 5th and the 14th, the 2 par 5s.
Little surprise, Max Homer. Pretty simple bunker shot, but he's left it a good 10 feet short. From the back edge, Fitzpatrick coming across a little bit of a ledge, but I think overall it's not a huge amount of break in this. Said it once or twice today, but it will be pretty slow late in the day. Tiger's about pin high, he's got a chance. From my memory, I've not seen anything hold over 15 feet today in this group. It's pretty unusual on links greens. They are pretty pure out here.
Yeah, only 6 birdies between the 3 of them on the course so far today.
Pity the amateur Nakajima.
Just to give you an idea, morning and afternoon scoring averages, it was just barely under par, 71.99 in the morning. Afternoon scoring average 73.33, so a stroke and a third higher in the afternoon. Woods for birdie.
Yeah, and I see that. And with the wind changes, we had a sort of gust for a couple of minutes coming out of the east, which seems to have disappeared again. It can't quite make up its mind, but it is a beautiful evening. The sun is setting. This is right to left at the end for Tiger, but this needs a bit of pace. This is one he should hole and could hole.
Oh, he turned round the back of the hole. It's finished behind the hole.
You know, when you get a feeling, Mark, sometimes I just thought, you know what, he's going to hold that.
Yeah, it would have suited his eye, wouldn't it? And it was a nice pace putt as well. And he got the pace to perfection. It did everything but go in.
Cantlay. Good drive down 14. But 275 to go. What a difference from half an hour ago. Distance-wise, how long the 14th playing. Oh, that's a nice friendly bounce out of the rough. Going to run down to just about the front edge. Maybe puttable.
I think we've seen 5 players in the last couple of groups in exactly that spot.
Homer for par, and that one slides by left to right. Max Homa drops to 1 over par. Playing so well on the PGA Tour this year, just can't get things going today on, well, what you have to say has been a bit of a frustrating afternoon.
And Fitzpatrick tidies up for par. And stays at par. I think he'd be disappointed, I think. I think Fitzpatrick would have been expecting better. Didn't have his A game with him last week, but still finished 6th.
Tiger's a different player now. He actually acknowledged the fans there. Most of the time in the height of his career, as we watch Spieth tee off at 15, Tiger was so focused, it was almost like he didn't recognize anything outside of his little window.
What's over there?
89 feet, the apex, quite a low ball flight there for Spieth. He says, what's over there? Well, it's just fescue grass, and it's tangly when you go in there. You mentioned Tiger Woods, but I think when you have a car crash like he did and you survive a crash that you maybe should not have survived, I think it changes your perspective forever. He's now, it's almost like he's happy to be here. We know he's so competitive, we know he thinks he can win still, but he's clearly a very different person now.
Birdie at the final hole for South African Justin Harding with a disappointing opening round. Tee shot for Rahm at 15.
You'd think with a 3-wood he's going to lay this up just short of the bottleneck, but he's so long. I might be, oh no, he was going to go out the left wing. I think he was trying to get that down the right wing and just pulled it.
Oh, and down the left for Woods, zipping one down here. This one will open up the green.
That certainly will. Hole's cut 24 paces on, 6 from the right edge, so has the entire green to work with. But that's just going through into the wispy stuff.
Cool, that club's tight. Cut off his blood supply, that.
Fitzpatrick's play was to whip it over the out of bounds and bring it back, take it on. Has he taken it on or has he gone left?
Gone left. He wasn't particularly overjoyed about it either.
Yeah, his play was to go up the right and bring it back. That was what we discussed on Tuesday.
Maloney at the 12th. A little left to right in this one.
Well, that's a shame. Had a great putt, didn't he? And it's amazing when you're out in the final groups of the Open Championship, it's almost ghostly quiet back out there where he is on the golf course. Very few people left out there. But he won't be worried because he's having the day of his life right now.
Many on 68. They're chasing Cameron Smith at 67. McIlroy 66. And Cameron Young with that phenomenal 64. A two-shot lead in the first round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. John Perry, good round of 69. Good to see him playing in the Open again. Hasn't been on tour for a couple of years now.
Well, this is where Patrick Cantlay's second shot at the par 5 14th has ended up. That ridge is probably about 4.5, 5 feet high just in front of him. And then it's running slightly downhill once it gets over the ridge.
He knew, didn't he? As it got to the slope, he was trying to urge it along.
Spieth on 15. 171. Not a bad lie, but you must get past this pin. It's a really tough pin over the bunker on the left-hand side here on 15. Long is fine.
He's asking it to sit. And
He shouldn't have.
No, it's the wrong information, Jordan. Should be asking. He's laughing now. He's laughing because he's now realised he should have shouted go.
Former champion David Duval trying to finish up on the 18th green. Not a regular competitive player anymore. Does most of his time around golf events commentating for American television, but always nice to see the former champions come back in a disappointing 82 for Duval.
Well, hopefully John Rahm's learnt from that, from Spieth. Ball just never came out for Spieth. 167 for Rahm, 9-iron. That's got to go as well. That is no good. There. From a few yards closer, Harold Varner. Awkward lie this one though, steep on the upslope for Varner. This would go right up into the air. Can he get it there?
Well, the best of the three, but all three are more in three-putt territory than birdie country.
Harrington, slow up the ridge. Double breaker, should start coming back, and it is. And it's not bad at all.
Jack Floyd for birdie at the 12th, playing in the final game. Gets the Englishman back to even par on the day.
There's still some spectators out there, Jay. I remember playing here in the 90s. I was out last. Took us over 6 hours. The only people left on the course were the guys clearing the bins. Oh. Podreg, that was a shove, just a flat-out push, unfortunately.
You almost feel, Tony, if that was just a rare lapse of concentration at the end of quite a long day physically.
Yeah, and mentally. You know, because you wake up at 8 o'clock, it's a long time till you tee off. You've got the adrenaline fizzing all day.
Good look here at where the Woods, Fitzpatrick, and Homa group have driven the ball at 16. Tiger will be first to play.
Got to be a little bit careful with this. It's wispy, but you could get some grass between club face and ball, and that would give you a flyer. It would go too far.
Come on, Tiger. 62 tomorrow.
And that's exactly what he's done. Just a mini flyer.
Another awkward one. Awkward up and down. To a sneaky flag. And the crowd are still trying to exhort him. I like that thinking. 62 tomorrow. Oh dear. Club's just stuck in the rough. And let's hope the wrist is okay. It's not going to hang on.
Well, it was very steep on the ball, wasn't it? It was nearly a tremendous shot. Now, hopefully, no damage. Yeah, there you go. Just a little flex of the fingers. It did sting.
Yeah, he's still stretching it even now. Yeah, that's just a little gap wedge. Quite a jumpy little one. I think you're trying to pitch this on top. Yeah, it didn't come out. That's the trouble. You missed the fairways.
Yeah, of course, the principal penalty off the tee at 16, if you don't go right out of bounds, is the principal's nose. No pun intended. No play on words. But just past that is Deacon Simon, another little bunker if you do clear principal's nose. It's a very demanding tee shot at 16.
Cantley came up short with the first putt, so this for the birdie at the par 5. Yes. Great second putt from Cantley. And the FedEx Cup champion moves to 2 under par.
Dinwiddie, this would be a rare birdie at 13. Had it on line. 13 has only seen 2 birdies so far today. Dinwiddie in the second to last pairing.
Very sort of loose and limber golf swing from Thigala. I don't think he likes this too much.
Pretty popular spot down there, just short of the green.
Curious to see what he does there, because I've talked about his short game skills, Thigala. I think he could flip that up on top and spin it. I'd like to see that. Everybody else has been putting it.
What a tough putt this is for John Rahm. I mean, multiple humps and hollows. It's like putting over a rumpled duvet.
He's played a couple of gorgeous little chip and runs with 6 irons. Needs one here.
Superb for pace. Amazing, Rory. I mean, that he chipped it, but it actually didn't even get off the ground, did it? Hugged the surface as if he was putting it. It's a little further than it looked from the other camera angle, but needs to pop that in.
Youngest to complete the career Grand Slam over 2 of the all-time greats, 24 to 26 and 29 against Nicklaus and Palmer. Of course, Tiger did the Tiger Slam, held all 4 major championship trophies at the same time over a 2-year period. Nakajima coming out of the road hole bunker.
Made famous by another Nakajima. Tony Nakajima, years ago, was in contention, took 4 to get out of there, and it locally is known as the Sands of Nakajima now.
Slightly concerned about his wrist, but he's okay. Fitzpatrick, he gave me the nod. He's all right. A little bit left to right, never moves as much as you think. 16 always tends to hang on a little bit more. Of Quite a flat tier to this green, really.
Generally speaking, he's underhit his putts today, Rory. Not like him, because he's normally dead weight to slightly positive.
Yeah, there will be a fraction slower this afternoon, and you're not going to get fast greens at St Andrews just because of the winds that can pick up very quickly with a turn of tides, and anything over 10 on the stimp meter, much over 10, and you're going to struggle.
Yep, exactly right. This for the par for Ram. Oh, he hasn't left it short. He has. The read was spot on too.
And a similar line to Fitzpatrick. One thing you will learn is how slow this is. It feels downhill, but it never really is that much.
Drifting off a fraction to the right at the end of the putt, but the pace was great. He must have learnt a little bit from Fitzpatrick's putt there, coming up short. It's always a rare birdie at 17. This for one for Louis Oosthuizen from the right. Just a fraction on the high side.
That feels like an eagle putt, doesn't it, when you're putting for 3 on 17?
Of course, Louis, the last Open champion at St Andrews in 2015. Just give an idea where everyone is. Look at all the tents sold out down on the right. Color-coded number. They all have their little solar panels. They have electricity. Fantastic.
So this for the par. Oh, skirting by the right side. Met a family last night actually in the pizzeria staying in those tents. They said it's just fabulous fun. I mean, they're so close to the golf. They've got the 3 young children with them, just having the time of their lives camping out there by the Old Course Hotel. I think we could do that next year, Tony. You fancy sharing a tent with me?
No. It's not him sharing with you.
What, with Tony?
He would keep the whole tented village area awake with his snoring.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Bit of a buzzsaw.
Oh, you are a snorer, yes. No, I'll take that back.
Yeah, this is huge, Jay. For the par. Come on, Tiger. Oh. Just nothing has worked. Hit those back-to-back birdies on 9 and 10. But, yeah, 2 double bogeys, a host of single bogeys, and it's back to 6 over. We're going to need a miracle tomorrow to have him here on the weekend. We'll all hope for it.
It's such a crazy game, isn't it? Because on the range, before he teed off, he never missed a shot. He was absolutely flushing it.
Do you know what the longest 180 yards in golf are? The distance from the range to the first tee. Maybe a little further than 180 here. But it's so different, isn't it? Practice, even for a guy like Woods, to actually go out when it means something. Spieth for par at 15. It's just apples and oranges, so different. Oh, we've seen that a few times, haven't we? Spieth just feeds one in from the right.
Such an asset to be a wonderful putter like Spieth is. It just gives you the ability, and the short game as well, and the scrambling ability, just to hang around when you're not quite on your game. You're still hanging around.
Harris English, he hasn't had a great day either. He's 5 over, now 4. Oh, you never know. Grab 1 or 2 in the last 3 holes. Make it a lot easier for tomorrow.
English is nowhere near the top of the leaderboard, and that has been held pretty much all day by Cameron Young, who in the end, it was at 8 under par, 64. Leads McIlroy by 2. It is an amazing evening here in St Andrews as play continues. But But besides having some of the most historic and beautiful golf courses in the world, Scotland provides other sources of outdoor entertainment and activities. Scotland is a great place to explore on two wheels with over 25 biking centers. And with awesome rivers, drops, and rapids, Scotland is where it's at if you want to try some of the most thrilling whitewater rafting in Britain. Rafting can be enjoyed all year round in Scotland and has ideal opportunities for both first-timers and adrenaline junkies. And there is the tented village. And if you're in a white tent and Tony's in a white tent, you're in trouble if you're in the yellow tents at the top. You'd hear them. Tim Barter. What was it, 2 weeks ago? Tim Barter was next door to Tony and didn't get any sleep the whole week. Not often you feel sorry for Tim.
And he was actually in a different hotel. He was next door in a different hotel.
We are not lying to you, folks. As Spieth hits his tee shot at 16, it's an aggressive line.
Isn't that beautiful? Straight at the rainbow in the distance.
Now, if I knew that Tony's wife wasn't listening, I would talk about all the sweets he's been eating the last month, but I won't because she might be.
Now you are absolutely getting into deep stuff. Look at that. What a sight that is. This is heaven, folks.
If it wasn't beautiful enough.
No. That's it.
No, why? Oh, it's come out hot. Oh my goodness. Oh. Cartgate bunker. It's a beast.
Well, there's your target. And there's a pot of gold somewhere there, where that ball's landing.
Those are two superb tee shots, you know. If you keep it down the centre to right half, the hole is so much easier, but it takes some courage to do it.
Only one Open Championship that I can remember seeing faster fairways, in my memory, faster fairways, and that was Hoylake. And I think these are getting to a point where they're almost comparable.
Harrington. Perfect lie at 17. A little bit of fancy footwork as he does. Oh. Going to be so annoyed by that.
And he would have thought on that line he was trying to fly it just over the rough and run it up on the right side of the green. Tagala going with the putter.
Yeah, he sees things all the time differently. He had the shot. He could have played this onto the top and checked it, but he's gone with a typical Scottish run-up. A bit wide. You know, I think he could have chipped that closer. I love watching him chip.
Driver for Homer, a complete 180 switcher breeze. This is now down out of the right. Hard to keep up with this. It was in out the left for 20 minutes. Amazing, really, how it's changing the conditions.
The tee on this hole used to be in front of the road. I don't know, Anthony, you've played several Opens here. Did you play that back tee yourself?
Yes, I had a 15. I had a good week here. I played the back tee. It was pretty scary on Sunday in the last few groups. Let me tell you, there's thousands remaining, and there was there as well. It's pretty daunting hitting over the sheds. As always, there's so much more room right than you think.
Those sheds used to be the old railway sheds before there was ever an old course hotel there. And the perfect line is over the H in hotel, if you can get yourself to do it.
I still can't get my head around there's a railway. There used to be a railway line to here. Tony, it's incredible, isn't it? The history of this place is just sensational.
The history, Wally, is it's just amazing.
Awesome, awesome. Fitzpatrick looking down the right.
Right over the H, but playing a pretty good sized draw, likely headed to the left rough. All three in a similar position, but doesn't look like similar lies. Great Tiger Woods really struggling. Started his day with a double bogey at the first hole, driving in a divot. And is currently 6 over par on 17. Let's go to Cantley out of Carthgate.
Cool. He's slightly on the upslope, but oh, he's done well. Done really well. Honestly, it's one of those bunkers you want to wait till there's nobody watching and bend down and throw it out. You feel like it's the only way you can get it beyond the wall.
Now, what can Padraig Harrington do for us? Can he come up with something really special? Use the contours.
Here we go. Here we go. The magician. It was worth coming today just to watch that.
Phenomenal touch and imagination to come up with the shot and the courage to play it. Rainbow stays, so there's a little bit of shower somewhere off into the distance, but it's a beautiful evening here in St. Andrews. Tagala for his birdie at 14.
Crikey. A little over-ambitious to say the least. And now thinking, what was I thinking there?
Good tee shot from Jordan Spieth, right down the middle of the fairway. He's taking a drop off the walkway, which crosses this fairway, just under 100 yards for Spieth, to a pin that's tight right. He's done well this afternoon, Jordan Spieth, 1 under. It's pretty cold out here now. He just nick one more, it'd be a really good afternoon for him. Chance here, as the wind freshens into his face off the right.
Beautiful sound.
Oh, the only place you don't want to go miss it right, goes down into the hollow. It's not disastrous, but it just makes it so much easier. And his ability with the wedges, he was expecting that absolutely within 10 feet.
Yes, furious with himself, isn't he? He got the distance correct, he got the spin, he just leaked it a fraction right, and that's an angry Jordan Spieth.
Terrific tee shot from Rahm. Right, he needs a finish. He's got 66 yards. He's going to pitch it on top and try and spin it, I think. Should be able to get some grab from here. Good lie.
Very good, and just took the little bit of risk out of that right-hand hollow out of the equation. Nice birdie chance.
Regalup, second shot at the 18th. U2 with a beautiful shot. And that will lead to a 71 for U2 Katsuragawa.
What a lovely way to finish. We all love birdie putts on the 18th at St Andrews that length.
Tagala left himself. Oh, it doesn't matter now. But he would not have been feeling great over that one.
Milani once again for a par at 13, but 13 is a good par should he make it.
Second bogey of the back nine, unfortunately. Still remains 1 under par. Pretty good effort, Rory.
It is. It's a great effort for Ronan there, because it's not easy when you play the front nine. You're going away along really smoothly, and then all of a sudden the cameras start turning on you, and it's very different when the cameras are looking at you.
Cantley for par at 15 to remain 2 under. Slightly uphill, never going to get there. Cantley's going to drop a shot back to 1 under.
Just got a flyer, Jay, didn't he, with the second shot? Just a little bit of a flyer, awkward bunker lie to contend with. So second bogey of the day for Cantley, still under par though.
Back on the tee. Wow. Carla has absolutely jumped on that. Gonna run through the fairway, get a lie. Oh, and he does.
I can't see that.
But that little bit of spin on the second shot there, Jamie's left him a really awkward putt.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's not that far away, Rory, but yeah, coming up this bank, he knew it as soon as he hit this shot. Sneaky pins today. No one's really got it going this afternoon, have they?
No, they haven't. It has been a difficult day in the afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here now, Jay, to be honest. But Spieth grinding it out. Take 2 putts, you never know, might be one. Up the slope it goes.
Just to give you an idea, Jamie, the 2 best rounds at the moment on the golf course are Dinwiddie and Tagala, both 4 under par, and Harrington 2 under par.
I thought he'd got that. I couldn't see any way as it climbed up and over the ridge that was going to miss for Spieth.
It's amazing. They stand to the right of this green. It's about a half full, which at this time of the evening is pretty impressive. They're hanging on, watching their heroes. Frustrating day for Jon Rahm. It's just not gone his way, this back nine. Missed a few putts and got a few bad breaks. Can happen around here. But he needs a 3-4-3 finish. Chance here then. 15 feet down the hill. Touch of right to left, just right edge of the hole for Rahm.
He had a couple of birdies on the front nine, but none on the back nine so far, Jon Rahm.
Frustration, much like what we saw last week. He's actually hitting the ball pretty good, just not holding the putts, which then brings your long game more into a flow.
Oh, 2 in a row is left short for Jon Rahm.
Whew. Tough angle here for Fitzpatrick. If you could just get this short right, but he's tugged it slightly. It's going to feed left. Oh, and it's gone into the road bunker. Whew.
Well, he's not under the lip, and I don't like the look of that ball that is.
Kita Nakajima for Eagle, last year's winner of the Asian Amateur. Feeding in nicely. It's not going to be an eagle, but it's a good birdie too.
Similar story for Tiger. Just short right to the green. Give it a chance of creeping up the little hump at the front, the little upslope. If it makes it, it does. If it doesn't, it's okay. And that's superb. That is 10 out of 10, exactly what he had in mind.
Yeah, always in your mind when you're in that wispy fescue grass. There is the flyer and onto the road or under the wall. So as you say, Tony, beautifully done by Tiger Woods.
Oosthuizen drove it on the 18th green for an eagle down the hill. At that angle, it's almost a dead straight putt. We're just being told now that was actually for a birdie. It's okay though, it's a par. Still 1 under. He knows how to shoot low scores around here. The year he won, his driving was the best driving exhibition in history, the final day. Fitz, making that look like a piece of cake.
Yes, it makes such a difference between the flat part in the centre of the bunker. It's not actually that difficult a bunker shot from the centre of the bunker.
And it has changed over the years, Rory. The lip used to be higher, and the bunker used to slope down towards the lip. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think he's just checking whether he can rake the bunker. And that's Fitzpatrick. I think he will be sort of almost putting this sideways just with the top of one of the blades.
How does he get any kind of backswing there, Wally?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I almost want him to go backwards, but even then, I don't think he can get out of the bunker. So he's just going to pop it, I think, into the middle of the bunker and give himself a fourth.
You guys were just talking about the difficulty of the road hole bunker. Here in the middle, it's not too bad. Let's not forget, going back in history when Tommy Nakajima was in there and had a hard time getting out, they didn't have 60 and 62 degree wedges. Back then, the most lofted wedge was often a 56.
Also, I think years ago the sand wasn't shaped slightly up like that as well. I think the sand was flatter, and I think now it's just got that little upslope in the bunker which helps you get the height to get up. But this is all he could do. Oh, well, I tell you what, hang on. Oh, he's just got enough room. It was very close to a double hit as well.
Yeah.
It sounded like a double hit. Now, has he got enough room to get in and go? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. So he can do this now.
Yeah, this is not a given. He's standing closer to the ball than he wants to be, really picking it up quick. This is not a given he gets this out. You have to hit this pretty hard.
Superb. If you can get out of here with a bogey 5, it is a huge bonus.
Yeah, club face wide open there. And he did have to get it up pretty sharply, as Anthony said. He played that great, didn't he?
And Tiger just stood and watched, didn't even flinch. He's seen all those things before. Doesn't panic. Right to left, 50 feet. Just imagine if this drops.
Just imagine. Is it getting there? He had the line.
We're all sitting here waiting for the roof to come off the house when he holds it.
Oh, it would have, wouldn't it? Not too far away, just about 15 or 20 yards or so from the flagstick is the 18th tee. Harrington 3-wood.
Clock tower on the clubhouse, I wonder. That's always been a great line. That's pretty much where he's gone, and it's far enough up. It's not easy, but not to be a ridiculous problem.
I don't think anybody left that 17th stand absolutely full.
And slightly disappointed Fitzpatrick with his bunker shot. I think he thought it was stone dead. It just pulled up a little bit quickly. This one's up the hill, just a shade of movement in this.
Yeah, that'll feel like a birdie from that bunker. Well done.
It's a cliche to say, isn't it, that they all matter, because at the end of the week, who knows which putt you make that could be the determining factor.
Cantley. Smart shot is probably just left of the bunker. Has he pushed it a little? It'll just feed back a touch. Up the steep slope. 2 putts will be good. Had the line. Touch more pace required.
I'm enjoying watching Sahith Theegala. It looks like he's playing a practice round, he's so relaxed.
Tiger hit a pretty good approach putt, but still a couple feet, maybe 2.5 feet left for par. To remain 6 over par. It's just great to see him here competing, thrilling the crowds. Such a historic Open Championship, the 150th this week.
Well done, well done. Yeah, Jay, we'll be describing to our grandkids how he played. We've had the honor to have watched it.
Tigers played 17, heads to 18, where we find Harrington off the left fringe.
Yes, you were right there, Tony. That extra yard or so roll at the end allowed him to get the putter in hand and got the pace to perfection. He's under the hole, and that's a super lag putt from Harrington. And hopefully just the one more, and it's been a superb opening day.
Spieth. Is that a 3-wood?
Look at more.
It was a driver, but he's looking for a lot of cut. I mean, that was never the line off the tee at all, unless he got another 20 yards of cut.
No, he must have pulled the daylights out of that, Rory. Here we go. Everybody wants this to go in. And it does. Excellent stuff from the Irishman. Brilliant 69.
A couple of good rounds from former champions over the age of 52. Ernie Els this morning with a 70, and now Harrington with a 69. Theegala for par at 15. Can he make it? Here we go. So many have stayed late in the day. Tiger with a 3-wood.
Yeah, looking down the right, that's the way 3-wood gets up there, isn't it, Jay? Just take it on, get that forward bounce. It will just camber around beautifully. Let's press that right side for Woods.
Looks like it started right on line with the hole. Is it going to run?
Come on. Keep coming. Keep coming. Oh, you little devil.
It will take the old Woods, something superhuman to be around for the weekend, but it's been great to see, and it will be again tomorrow. Fitzpatrick with the 3-wood.
Yeah, same play. 20,000 people willing Woods' ball up the Valley of Sin there. This is pretty hot from Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling with the lefties, isn't he? But you know what? If you're going to miss the green, There is no better place to be.
No, he's just that little bit further than Harrington, so that's a very straightforward pitch up the green. He could even putt if he wants to.
Spieth from quite a long way out. Fluffy lie going left. Uh-oh. Well, that, you know, is not that bad. He's chipping down the green, no bunker in his way. It's worked out okay.
Can't lay at 16 from the lower level, Mark.
Yeah, that ridge is just in front of him there. Look how steep that is. It's about 3 feet or so. And a decent lag putt from where he was.
Just isn't walking quite as smoothly as when he teed off, and we understand that. Horrific damage to his right leg. Oh, the fact that he's here, he's still in rehab for that leg.
Now, left or right of the road hole bunker. 3/4 backswing, driving it forward. Oh, very unlucky. He got a little upslope there and somehow the ball checked. He could have got another foot over the top of it, would have kicked forward. And there lies the beauty of this golf course. You never quite know, do you?
No, you just don't.
What an amazing scene this is, watching Tiger walk up the 18th. Likely won't be around for the next Open at St. Andrews. He said he wanted to come and give it a go when he was still competitive. Didn't feel like he would be the next time. Two-time winner here at St. Andrews when he won easily. No one else was even in the equation. He was so great at the time in 2000. Of course, that was part of the Tiger Slam. When Tiger became the only person to ever hold all 4 major championship trophies at the same time. 2005, both times essentially on Sunday after the 12th hole. It was a processional walk. The outcome was never in doubt in the last 6 holes. Dominated golf from '99 through 2008 like no one has ever done before. And now it just seems to be a struggle. So many health problems, back surgeries, knee surgeries, and then of course the car crash, which really damaged his right leg. But just having him here for such a special event is really what we all wanted to see.
Well, it's 9 o'clock in the evening and the light is starting to fade, yet look at the amount of fans that have stayed to see Tiger finish. As you say, Jay, it may well be his final Open Championship at St. Andrews, and they all want to be able to say, I was there, I saw Tiger. Little low skipping check shot. A Spieth speciality. And pretty well done, left himself under the hole, and that's an easier putt from there than if he was on line long or short. So good opportunity to scramble a par 4 for Spieth.
Well, pretty much 2/3 of the width of this green at 18 for Fitzpatrick. Just gently left to right all the way, really, back into the breeze. And yes, you're right, Mark, thousands have stayed to say they remember Tiger Woods coming up the 18th in 2022. It's a nice touch. You could almost chip and run this with a 7-iron. This is a long way, left to right, all the way.
Well, he'll have that for an opening round of level par, Matt Fitzpatrick.
And here it is, out of the Valley of Sin for the great one.
I've got a feeling it's Homer to go first. From a very similar line to Fitzpatrick, so he's had a first serve at it. So this one's a little bit easier for the American.
We've had a rainbow, we've got the bagpipes faintly in the distance, and big backswing from Homer. Wonderful try.
Very good putt from Homa, well judged, gave it a chance to go in. Hasn't been the day that Homa was looking for. Had such a good year to this point on the PGA Tour, but as it is right now, stands at 2 over par.
And every visitor that comes to the old course at St Andrews plays at least one from here. I wonder how many Tiger Woods has done from here over these years and all the visits he's had right to left. Everyone's holding their breath. Apart from the seagulls, nothing at all. It is deathly silence.
A good line, just lacked the pace. Just rusty, not surprising, only his 3rd championship of the year, all 3 major championships. Back to Rahm at 17 from the lower level.
So unlucky with the second shot. As you said, Rory, another foot, and that would have crept way up the green, but that is lovely touch.
Fitzpatrick lining things up on the 18th. I'm hoping this will be his last putt of the day. This for an even par 72.
Never anywhere else, was it? Birdie 3 for Fitzpatrick to finish. Level par round of 72 to open his Open Championship. But he will always remember the day he played with Tiger, and he's got another go tomorrow.
Yeah, so special. Now Tiger ready to go. Can he close off with a birdie?
Wouldn't it be nice? Get it back to 5 over. We know he's capable of miracles. Come out tomorrow early and do his thing. Get this in the hole first, though, Mr. Woods.
Watch if he makes this. The crowd at the top of the screen. Oh, they were poised. Just hit that through the break. It's just from the second shot of the day. It's been a tough day for Tiger. Drove it in a divot off the first. Hit it in the Swilk and Burn. Made a double bogey, and from that point, it's really been just a disappointment. Certainly Tiger has been over here for a couple of weeks, prepared, tried to get ready.
Yeah, disappointment for him, but not for us. We're happy to see him here. So final stroke of the day for Woods.
The par 4, 3 putts from the Valley of Sin. The crowd shows their appreciation for one of the all-time greats in the history of the game. They've all played here at St. Andrews, and he, once again, even with a 78, has thrilled the galleries. It's been a fantastic day. Birdie 3 at the final hole for Max Homa, round of 73. These guys had difficult conditions playing in the afternoon. Played over a shot more difficult than the morning half of the field. A little bit more wind. And then in the end, the wind changed directions back and forth, which we heard from both Anthony Wall and Jamie Spence, who brought us all the action from the golf course. I'm sure it was a thrill for Anthony to be able to go around and watch Tiger Woods today, even though it wasn't a great day for Tiger.
It's just a remarkable achievement for him to be here. So much work, so much effort and energy into the rehab after his accident, and you could see that every step of the way was painful for Tiger today.
Spieth for par. We saw him pitch to this point from in front of the 18th. Played left of the road hole bunker. So it's a bogey 5 at 17 for Spieth. That's a long walk to the scoring area for Tiger Woods. You just wonder what he's thinking at the moment. Certainly disappointing. Had hoped to be competitive. Doesn't look like that's the case. The mere fact that he's here, he's thrilling the crowds. Youngsters are being able to see Tiger Woods up close and personal. Rahm with the 3-wood at 18 off the tee.
They look to set off down the left side. It's been a popular spot to go and steady on. He's going to be up by the steps there. There's still a good angle to play from, to pitch from. It could be a long putt for Rahm. Now everybody with this shot over on this side is scared of the fly, but this is going at the road hole bunker. Oh, nice little hop right on the first bounce, and he's okay.
It's a classic Open Championship leaderboard on the 18th. And there is Spieth. He's ready to go, Jamie.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Last shot of the day. Well, hopefully. Varner's just hit a cracker, actually. He's up there on the green, I think. Can't quite see, but big round of applause for him. Spieth with a 3-wood. Slightly down breeze now on 18. 345 yards to that flag.
Oh, come on.
Have enough to climb out of the Valley of Sin. Going to be a similar position, maybe a little left of where we saw Tiger. Right in between clubs, Mark. Driver's too much, and 3 was not quite enough for many of these players.
Yes, a low ball flight, you might get enough scamper to get a 3-wood up and over the Valley of Sin, but we've not seen too many do it. Second shot for Burns. How about that? That's one of the best of the day. Set up by a wonderful tee shot.
Tagala putting out of the low swale at the 16th, similar to what Spieth putted out of. And good pace. Still a good round going. Theegala is 3 under par. One of the leading rounds this afternoon, Scheffler and Dustin Johnson both played in the afternoon with a 68. They'll be looking forward to playing tomorrow morning in hopefully easier conditions. Will it be the similar conditions to today, where the morning guys had the better of it? Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy, 1 and 2, they took advantage of the morning conditions. Danny Willett hold that long eagle putt for a 2 at the 18th for his 69. You see low score on the golf course at the moment. Sahith Theegala, 2 holes to play in his opening round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Thomas Dietrich, nice 70 for the Belgian.
Well, we saw the second shot of Cantley there, just on the front edge of the green at 17, so up and over the little ridge, and it will peel gently right to left as it goes up the green.
We often talk about how TV flattens things out. The severity of that slope you can see on your 2-dimensional screen. The slopes here at the old course are really amazing. It's a pretty good effort from Cantley.
Yeah, once again, he's left it on the right side of the hole there. He'll have an uphill putt, fraction of right to left in it.
Theegala on 17 tee. How brave will he be?
That's pretty good. Got some left to right fade on it, and he could not place that better. Absolute cracking tee shot. Now just missed the divots, because there's always going to be divots in the hollows. That's very much a feature of playing golf at St. Andrews, but the lie looks okay. And he continues to impress. An afternoon that was maybe a shot and a half, nearly 2 shots harder than the morning. He's the best of the bunch.
We just spoke about the contours at 17. Look at the contours at 18. Spieth putting up and out of the Valley of Sin. John Rahm putting across the slope, and Harold Varner down and left to right. At one of the most iconic greens in the world. Rahm just over there by the steps, lead up to the R&A clubhouse. Got a pretty good lie. I'm not sure he wants to take a drop off of that lie. Waiting on a ruling. Adam Hayes has the driver out like they want to take a drop.
Yeah, just verifying. Thank you.
Scoring average at the Open, first 3 starts, and he's certainly matured as a player, as you can see in that graphic.
So just confirming there to make sure he's clear of the hazard, the steps there. Temporary immovable obstruction.
I don't think those steps are temporary. They've been there a while.
It's late in the day, Joe.
Just helping you out, Mark.
Thank you. So there you go. He takes his stance anyway, gets his feet clear of it, because he can't leave his feet on the steps. And then he's dropping within the next club length. And the lie is, well, it's almost identical anyway. He's not being disadvantaged in the slightest. Cantley for the par at 17. Inside right and firm, gets it done. Beautifully struck. He's a wonderful putter. So 1 to go. He'll board the 18th tee and he'll be thinking about making a birdie 3 for a round of 70.
There you go, the old course at St. Andrews first hosted the Open in 1873. Of course, the first Open was in 1860. Do you know why the winner is called the champion golfer of the year?
I'll let you have the glory of telling me that one.
In 1859, a golfer by the name of Allen Robertson passed away. And because he was the undisputed best player, they decided they needed to have an Open championship to decide the champion golfer of the year, because it's all because of the death of Allen Robertson in 1859. Hence, the winner is classified as the champion golfer of the year.
He used to play for a belt, you know. First 10 years. Young Tom got to keep it because he won 3 times.
A little pitch and run here off the tight line for Rahm. Uphill and left to right.
Sounded gorgeous, didn't it, when he hit it? Right in the centre of the club. So uphill, a little left to right for the birdie.
Of course, the old course plays pretty much right back into the middle of town here at St. Andrews. It's just a feature replicated at very few places. But there is no atmosphere like the atmosphere you get here.
The town's as stunning as the golf course as well. The architecture is sublime. Lots of little alleyways, coffee shops, restaurants.
Eagle attempt from the Valley of Sin for Spieth. This for a round of 70. With the changing conditions, especially on the back nine, playing out into a left to right wind, it was difficult. Coming back, the wind switched around a little bit. They didn't have a consistent direction or strength. I think anything the players that teed off this time of the day in red numbers will be pretty good, and Spieth needs that one for a 71.
So they'll just step to one side and they're going to call up the group behind. It's been done on 3 holes today just to try to get play finished.
Sam Burns, plenty of firepower. Starts it right of the hole. Pretty tight line. Didn't get the best of first bounces.
No, he was unlucky there, wasn't he? That was a typical St Andrews bounce there. If he got a forward bounce, that was on the green. In fact, it might have run to the back of the green, actually.
And he's in a difficult spot in the far left side of the Valley of Sin. He's not like Spieth coming straight up the hill. Be some diagonal to it.
This is quite a long way left setting off, but it's going to gather a little bit more towards the side of the green, and well, he wasn't happy with it, but it's okay.
Pereira's in good position there. Beyond the Valley of Sin, straightforward shot coming up. And the driver for Cantley. Are you surprised by this, Mark?
Well, I mean, he's got plenty of power on board, Cantley, but I think he's going to hit, try and hit a cut. He's going to try and hit a soft shot. He's certainly not going to hit it flat out. Setting it off down on the left edge of the green and just trying to peel it back the other way. Going to roll all the way to the back edge. Not quite up as far as Jon Rahm by the steps there, but both of those in very good position to make the birdies. When you look back from the green there, you look at the humps and the hollows and the bumps there. No wonder they don't get a straight bounce on any of them.
Tagala, his second shot. Had a little hollow at 17.
Okay, he's up onto the flat. That was a great shot, wasn't it? 44 feet was the high point of that shot. That was a proper links punch shot.
He's creative, isn't he? He's got a lot of talent to play different shots. Fun to watch.
And he looks like he's enjoying himself, and that is a massive key to playing golf at St Andrews. Well, Varner's tee shot did make it onto the surface, so this for the eagle.
Good pace down the hill. Calls Charlotte, North Carolina home. He plays when he's away from the tour at Quail Hollow, where the President's Cup's going to be this year. Rory Cantor, second to the 16th. Putting together a decent round, even par, and a good chance to get to 1 under par for the Englishman. Great crowd here beside the 18th. Such a great atmosphere. No one really wants to leave. No one wants the day to end. Rahm hold this left to righter for a birdie to get to even par and shoot 72 on the day.
He stood over that for an age, didn't he? It almost looked like he'd frozen at one point, Jon Rahm. It looked like he overthought that one. So it is not a closing birdie for Rahm. It is a round of 73. And the slump of the shoulders. Oh, yeah, there you go. Lucky to survive that putter.
A little unlucky with the draw. Certainly scores were lower in the morning. He'll be playing in the morning, mid-morning, around about 10 o'clock tomorrow. It'll be a quick turnaround. Late dinner. It's 25 past 9 local time.
So he'll have learnt a little bit on the line there. He'll hit this much straighter. Yeah, lovely birdie from Jordan Spieth to finish. Patience personified. Could have made quite a few more putts out there, but it is a round of 71. A lot of people's favourite starting the week, Jordan Spieth.
He's got some going to do. The winner at Birkdale knows how to win the Open. Cameron Young, as you can see on the mini leaderboard on the right, 8 under par, 64 in the morning. Rory McIlroy played it in the morning, shot a 66. McIlroy looks to have it in overdrive. Varner for a birdie in a round of 73. Well done for the man from Gastonia, North Carolina. Great day. Playing alongside a couple of great champions in Spieth and Rahm. Been a long, hard day for these guys. Spieth 1 under. Rahm and Varner both 1 over par. Clearly played in the more difficult conditions today in the afternoon. And if you're happy to listen, most of the time Jordan's happy to talk to you. Sun is setting, getting a little cloudy, but it's been a really exciting first round here in the 150th Open Championship at St. Andrews. Leaderboard has not changed at the top for many hours. Young, McIlroy, and Smith all played in the morning. They've been the top three all day long. This is the chasing pack. Bryson DeChambeau with a nice 69, coming back from that wrist injury. Only recently started playing full-time again. Dimitrios Papadopoulos. A fourth shot at the 16th, having a tough day, and Papadopoulos holds that one. That was an unlikely par 4. The Australian happy to have that one. It's been a tough afternoon. Let's have another look.
It's been a horrible day, hasn't it? But the game of golf always gives you something. It gives you a little bright point to focus on that brings you back.
It just teases you, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It teases you. Now, how much would Theegala like to hold this? No, not quite the pace to get there. But an excellent par 4. Superb drive down the right side over the railway sheds. Took the brave line. A low punch iron shot. Heart of the green. Superb par 4. Textbook how to play the road hole.
To Rory Cantor at 16, beautiful approach into the green and a super putt to follow. Nice birdie. Gets him in the red numbers.
Nobody better from the late afternoon starters than Robert Dinwiddie. And there's another one. And there he is into a tie for third. And this is a special late afternoon, early evening round of golf. And so we're moving more towards late evening now. Well done to Dinwiddie.
Cantlay from left to the 18th.
Well, we've seen this one many times today. A big long backswing. Doesn't actually turn that much. There's a bit of break in it, but not as much as a lot of people read into it, and it is slow. Leaves himself a little uphiller, not bad.
I remember the first time coming here and looking at the 18th green, standing out in the fairway. The amount of slope from the back right to the top of the Valley of Sin, not even the Valley of Sin, it's a tremendous slope from back right to front left. Theegala actually looks like he's got a hybrid club in his hands, waiting back on the tee.
Well, if you thought Cantlay's putt was slow, this is a shoulder turn for Sam Burns. That is not the worst sight we're ever going to see, is it? It just, well, it's just stunning. Quite fitting, actually, for this event, I'd say, that sunset.
Group on the green. Call the following group to hit up on the 18th, and Theegala should be ready to go.
They look like they're waiting.
Yeah.
Gravy with this. Oh yeah. Great, thank you.
Well, debut appearance at the Open Championship. What a thrill for it to be the anniversary 150th Open at St Andrews, to be your first one, and he's making the most of it. He's entertained us all afternoon, so one more good swing for Sir Heath and he can find the surface.
Well, the first bounce was straight. We haven't seen one of those in a while. With the hybrid club, I don't think that's enough to get up there.
Yeah, the problem was it was straight, but I think it was just into the top of that hump, into the upslope, and it took a lot of sting out of it.
So much a tougher shot from there than it was from pin high left, where you're going straight up the slope. That's a huge break and slow.
Sebastian Munoz. Couple over par. Going with the driver, high cut shot.
Pica derecho, por favor. No, no más.
Munoz from Colombia. There hasn't been a tremendous number of top level players from Colombia, but he certainly is one, and that is a well placed tee shot, a brave one up the right.
Yes, he said be kind. The first bounce was a little unkind, actually. It was a strong one to the right, and again that took just a little pace out of it. A straight bounce and he would have come all the way around the camber and onto the green.
Familiar pre-shot routine of Keegan Bradley. He's going to stalk it.
He looks like he's trying to hypnotise the hole, doesn't he?
But when he hits it, it's normally worth waiting for. It's scuttling, it's chasing.
Played a big cut in there and got it, landed it to the left of those mounds that have been kicking balls left and right, mostly left, and he got a very favorable bounce in and through the Valley of Sin. Good drive.
Yeah, fabulous result for Bradley. Now let's hope that Robert Dinwiddie can finish this day off. He's 2 shots better than anybody else of the late starters. Harrington was 69. Thigala's 3 under, playing 18.
Three-time winner of DP World Tour, John Catlin, for a birdie. Having a disappointing day as the American, but that gets him back to 3 over par. The puffy vest is out. The sun is getting low, as we saw from that beautiful shot a few moments ago. Temperatures dropping. Not a bad spot up on the balcony to take things in on the 18th.
Yeah, there's certainly lots of places to spend your money in town. There's lots of golf shops and some beautiful attire to buy with the Open Championship logo on.
Pereira had that one online, just comes up short. Round of 75, 2 double bogeys, actually a triple bogey at 12 and a double bogey at 13. Inward 9 of 40.
Not too many better views of the 18th green than that.
Uphill for Sam Burns, almost dead straight. Beautifully done, good 2-putt. Nice way to round a day off.
Round in 72, which is a tie for 57th place. Late in the day here on Thursday, and many players will wake up the next morning and on a score like 1-2 over. I think, what's the cut line right now? It's even par.
Probably the straightest putt on the green, this one for Cantlay. It's wonderful. Really good two-putt from long range. Round of 70 for Patrick Cantlay.
And 200 par 70, tied for 27th. As we come towards the close of this opening round of the 150th Open Championship. Rightly so, such a iconic championship being played at the old course. Dinwiddie second to the 16th.
Yeah, asking it to go, it's come out a little bit soft and dead out of the straw-like fescue.
Oh, look at the colors in that sky. You can't paint something like that. You can't imagine something like that, but you certainly can see it here in St. Andrews. Young, McIlroy, and Smith. Smith has been joined by Dinwiddie, who has a difficult one at the 16th. Taylor Gooch, a good 68, as it was for Victor Hovland, who had some serious bunker problems, and one bunker had to take an unplayable lie, which you don't drop it out of the bunker, just dropped it in a better position. Let's go down to Munoz, short and right of the 18th green.
Huge break from right to left. You've got to hit it much higher than that and much harder. Not easy to judge from down there. You know, these guys would have all hit putts from down there in the practice rounds. And you try and lock it in to the memory banks, how hard to hit it. And then when you get there in the tournament, you just can't do it. It would have helped Tigala, though. He would have been watching that very closely. Look how far right he's aiming now. And watch what a clout he gives it. And even that's not enough.
These guys spent so much time in practice putting. Look at those clouds, putting from different places, but it's always difficult. Such brilliant colors.
It's amazing how that almost perfectly matches the colours of the 150th anniversary logo.
Well done, Mark.
You're definitely still with us, aren't you, Rory? You're still awake. You've been going since 7 o'clock this morning.
I'm just warming up, Tony.
That's worrisome. Keegan Bradley hit the wonderful tee shot at 18 on the left half of the green. This for an eagle 2. Disappointing day to this point for the former U.S. PGA champion.
You know, golf's a crazy game, isn't it? It's unlikely, but if he could somehow find the eagle, find the bottom of the cup, comes out tomorrow, he remembers the way he finished, it gives him that little bit of a boost, and all of these players capable of coming out tomorrow and shooting 68, 67. This is a good try. No, just ran out of steam. Green's a little slower, obviously, in the afternoon. They get that little bit of growth, and well, they were 10-2 at the start of the day. They're probably down to around 10 feet on the stimp meter now. The atmosphere, though, around the town, Open Championship week, it is just electric.
Dinwiddie facing similar issues. Big upslope. Oh, wow. No. Now that there gives you an indication of just how hard it is to negotiate these humps and hollows.
Munoz right to lefter for birdie. Did he hit it? He did. A nice way to finish the day for Sebastian Munoz. Around a 73. But just the way you finish it off with that nice birdie at the most iconic green in the world. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty special. Playing in his 3rd Open Championship. Here is a big putt right here for Tagala. That's for a round of 68.
68, even 69. If it wasn't to go in, it's still a superb effort for one of the very late finishes. But 68 would be sweeter.
Just a bit too much pace for the line he chose. It was a good, brave putt, though. Gave it every effort. It's been a really fun time watching Sahith Theegala. Super talented. Doesn't in the least bit look like the occasion has overcome him.
So straddling where the ball is, trying to feel the slope. Aim point system, one finger, so I'm going to say just outside left edge. Actually left edge, Tony, I'm going for. Yeah, outside left was too much.
Definitely. His finger must be too fat.
That's a good point.
Disappointing though. Off that drive, really. 76. Something special needed tomorrow. Something very special. And it can happen. Come out tomorrow morning, it can be flat calm. Put in a low one. Wind picks up, you never know. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, been a lot of fun, hasn't it? To watch Sahith Theegala, round of 69.
And he'll be looking forward to a quick turnaround, playing mid-late morning tomorrow. Build on his good opening round of 69. And the colors in the sky are just getting more and more spectacular. Here is the par putt for Dinwiddie at 16.
Oh, good effort. Really good try. It is a drop shot. But he's still 4 under par, Dinwiddie. And considering he's 1,779th in the world rankings, and, well, he plies his trade on the Challenge Tour, Dinwiddie. He's 39 years old now. This is an exceptional performance today. Let's just hope he can finish this off.
And it has been a phenomenal opening round of the 150th Open Championship. We've all been waiting. It all began here. Cameron Young holds a 2-shot lead, playing in the morning when he shot 64, a bogey-free round of 8 under par. Rory McIlroy, he wasn't bogey-free, but he was near perfect. McIlroy 2 behind the lead of Young. Cameron Smith nipping at McIlroy's heels. Some of the best rounds of the day. You have to look at the afternoon. Scotty Scheffler and Dustin Johnson both with 68s. They'll be looking to play in the easier conditions in the morning. Danny Willett had such a brilliant finish to his 69 when he holed a long curling putt on the final green for an eagle 2. Min Woo Lee, two-time winner of DP World Tour. He was around in 69. The Australian opened his 150th Open Championship in style. Si Woo Kim showed us some special stuff out of bunkers for his 69. Robert McIntyre, good round for the Scot, a 70. Spieth Oosthuizen, a couple of former champions with 71s. Masters champion Hideki Matsuyama with a 71 as well. The Frenchman Victor Perez lives just up the road. He was round in 71. Former U.S. Open champion Webb Simpson on that number as well. The most recent U.S. Open champion Matthew Fitzpatrick was there. Former champion Phil Mickelson with a 72. Former Open champion Zach Johnson with a 72. So much great history. So many wonderful players. So many great stories have been told today. Will Zalatoris playing so well in all the majors to this point. Disappointing 73 today. I would be remiss to not mention our entire production team that brought you these pictures all day long. All the support staff, over 600 people were part of putting on this show today, and wherever you are in the world, we certainly hope you have enjoyed it. We will bring you all the coverage once again tomorrow morning from St. Andrews. Good night.